April 2034. Fengtian City, Sinan District. Fengtian 2nd Junior Martial Arts Academy. Classroom of senior year, Class 2. A somewhat balding middle-aged man stood at the podium. One hand grasped a piece of chalk, while the other gestured rhythmically in the air. He spoke eloquently to the students before him. In the second-to-last row, by the window, sat a refreshing young man in school uniform, handsome in appearance. Yet, his gaze drifted toward the outside world. His name was Xia Ming, and he had resided in this realm for a decade. These 10 years had been nothing short of extraordinary. Upon his arrival, he found himself an orphan. Soon thereafter, he was taken under the wing of a girl who was merely 11 days his senior. Remarkably, she was affluent and owned a small shop, which comfortably supported the two of them. Their lives were quite pleasant and prosperous. Xia Ming's gaze meandered, ultimately resting on a girl seated in the center of the front row. She donned a white and blue school uniform jacket, and as she lowered her head to take notes, the curve of her neck and back formed a gentle line. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, a common sight among high school girls, the silky strands neatly gathered, resembling a lustrous and soft ribbon. Not quite. Xia Ming withdrew his gaze. That was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the fact that this world was a realm of martial prowess. In an era of awakened spiritual energy, beasts ran rampant and alien races invaded. As firearms gradually lose their significance, warriors have become the last bastion in safeguarding their homeland. They possess not only a noble status, but also a myriad of privileges bestowed by the state. Most importantly, they can effortlessly amass wealth unimaginable to the ordinary person. Upon my recent arrival in this realm, I discovered that I was orphaned, lacking both vehicle and home. In pursuit of costly cultivation resources, I found myself compelled to endure a decade of subservience, living off the generosity of others. It is indeed a source of great embarrassment to rely on such support. Fortunately, there are but 100 days left until the college entrance examination. The examination consists of both martial and literary segments, and I, of course, opted for the martial examination due to its lucrative prospects. With my current ranking of second in the class, I'm certain that I have a fair chance of gaining admission to a prestigious university. Achieving success is not merely a dream. With such thoughts swirling in my mind, I felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, my deskmate, Huang Yui, nudged me with his hand. Frowning, I lifted my gaze, only to see a piece of chalk hurtling towards me. In a split second, I extended 2 fingers of my right hand and deftly caught the chalk mid-flight. "Teacher, I was in the wrong," I exclaimed, fully accepting my fault as our homeroom teacher, Su Qingwei, was about to erupt in anger. "Stand and listen." With a cheerful disposition, I rose to my feet. Huang Yui, seated beside me, regarded my smiling face with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. What could be the reason for my unusual cheerfulness today? Had I finally found independence? As a close confidant of Xia Ming, he was well aware of the circumstances at Xia Ming's home. Suddenly, Xia Ming's expression shifted, adopting a serious demeanor. Huang Yui instinctively glanced ahead. Sure enough, seizing the opportunity while the homeroom teacher turned to write on the board, the school bell in the front row, Yu Mingxing cast a glance back at Xia Ming. Huang Yui curled his lip, thinking that Xia Ming was utterly ensnared in this situation. However, he found it perplexing that despite living with such a gentle and stunning beauty, Xia Ming consistently sought to escape. Damn it, just thinking about it made him envious. The crux of the matter was that, aside from him, no one else was privy to this information. He was also too cautious to speak freely about it. 3 years had nearly suffocated him with unspoken feelings. Lost in thought, Huang Yui felt a new pimple emerge on his face. He tentatively touched it and confirmed its presence. At that moment, he caught sight of Xia Ming's profile, his clean and flawless visage devoid of any blemish. This only heightened his irritation. Feeling dejected, he lowered his head. Seeing Huang Yui bow his head, Xia Ming assumed he was feeling guilty for not promptly alerting him. Thus, he reached out to pat Huang Yui's shoulder. To his surprise, Huang Yui harshly shrugged off his hand. Xia Ming chuckled softly. He understood that Huang Yui had always been this way proud and aloof. "What are you two doing? This is class time. Get out." Huang Yui jolted, fists clenched, and slowly exited the classroom. Xia Ming followed closely behind. "Apologies to Huang." Upon leaving the classroom, Xiaoming was the first to express remorse. I never anticipated that old Su would witness it. Huang Yui gazed at Xiaoming with a mix of indignation and sorrow. Could you not behave like a decent person for once? Xiaoming scratched his head in confusion, only to notice a mosquito alighting on Huang Yui's face. With swift reflexes, Xiaoming instinctively swatted at it. Smack! The sound echoed through the corridor, resonating with a crisp aftermath. Ding! You have slain a mosquito. Vitality 0.01. Xiaoming's eyes widened in astonishment. He gazed at the virtual panel before him. Name: Xiaoming. Age: 17. Realm: None. Vitality: 88. 11100. Raising his gaze, he inquired of the equally bewildered Huang Yui. Does it hurt? Huang Yui stared at his familiar, yet somewhat alien friend, dazed. He replied, It hurts. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Xiaoming. He had inadvertently triggered a system with a single slap. He had just vanquished a mosquito, gaining a mere 0.01 in vitality. It was noteworthy that even a premium nutrient solution costing 10,000 could only augment vitality by 1 point. Although Xiaoming lacked the funds for such a solution, could he not eliminate 100 mosquitoes? With the demise of approximately 120,000 mosquitoes, his vitality could ascend to 100, thereby formally entering the ranks of martial artists. The path to independence lay tantalizingly before him. Xiaoming began to search fervently for the elusive mosquitoes. Ultimately, he discovered 2 perched on the windowsill. Clap, clap. Xiaoming struck mercilessly, instantly dispatching 2 mosquitoes. Ding! 1 mosquito slain, vitality 0.01. Ding! 1 mosquito slain, vitality 0.01. A wave of warmth coursed through him. Though faint, Xiaoming could indeed sense his vitality gradually increasing. A surge of joy filled Xiaoming's heart as he cast a fervent gaze toward Huang Yui, clapping him on the shoulder and exclaiming, What would you like to eat? It's on me. Seeing Xiaoming's ecstatic rush to the windowsill to slay the 2 mosquitoes, Huang Yui initially thought him mad. Now, as Xiaoming regained his composure, Huang Yui felt a sharp sting on his face. Bring me breakfast for a week. Huang Yui promptly proposed his condition. This was the fruit of his careful consideration. Since entering high school, Xiaoming had refrained from spending Yi Mingqing's money. He certainly could not allow Xiaoming to treat him to anything extravagant. Breakfast would suffice, allowing him to indulge in a week of lazy mornings. Xiaoming readily agreed that as for breakfast, a simple selection from the morning table would do. The 2 stood outside until class ended, and only then did old Su reluctantly exit the classroom. With a cold glance at them, old Su finally departed. Students began to trickle out, and soon the classroom was nearly empty. I need to apply a cold compress to my face, Huang Yui said with a hint of grievance before turning to leave. Xiaoming leaned against the door and exchanged a silent glance with Yi Mingqing, signaling him to follow. Yi Mingqing met his gaze briefly before wordlessly stepping outside. The 2 descended the stairs, walking in single file until they reached a small grove not far from the teaching building. Chapter 2. The Revelation of Secrets. During recess, in the small grove, clusters of students gathered at intervals. As they traversed the thicket, 2 individuals arrived at the entrance of an abandoned wooden cabin. This secluded spot had been their rendezvous for 3 years, remaining undetected and thus secure. I am utterly weary of this existence. I yearn to venture out on my own, Xiaoming declared earnestly, gazing intently at Yi Mingqing. With a gentle smile, Yi Mingqing replied, This marks your 79th attempt at running away from home. Do you wish for me to accompany you? I am serious, Xiaoming emphasized gravely, only to notice a classmate hastily sprinting towards the academic building, appearing quite urgent. The figure seemed oddly familiar. Where do you intend to reside? Yi Mingqing inquired, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate neck and round countenance. Xiaoming diverted his gaze. The apartment I previously rented has yet to expire. Yi Mingqing lifted her eyes to assess him, stating, That won't do. The conditions in that tenement are deplorable. Not only is the space limited, but it is also overcrowded and noisy. You still have the college entrance examination to prepare for. Xiaoming kicked a nearby tree in frustration, retorting, I am taking the martial arts examination. My liberal arts scores only account for 30%. Besides, my grades are not lacking. Though he spoke confidently, his intention was merely to lower Yi Mingqing's guard. With his awakened abilities, attending university seemed trivial. He was determined to embrace a path of aggression and vitality. Yi Mingqing regarded him thoughtfully and, with a slight parting of her crimson lips, remarked, "Since you have made your stance so clear, can I truly stand in your way?" Xia Ming still felt a lingering tension within him when Yi Mingqing's next words reached his ears. "However, I wish to accompany you to take a look." Xia Ming furrowed his brow, initially inclined to refuse. Yet, upon meeting Yi Mingqing's unwavering gaze, he found himself retreating a step. "Very well. Then this afternoon. Wait for me at the entrance." With that, Yi Mingqing turned and departed, leaving Xia Ming with a silhouette bathed in dappled sunlight. Xia Ming felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. One cannot easily reject the kindness of others, especially when they have been under their care for so long. The thought of running away from home was not merely an escape, it was also a reflection of the debt of gratitude he felt towards her. He pondered how much it would take to repay that debt. Xia Ming raked his fingers through his hair in frustration before turning to leave. Upon re-entering the classroom, every classmate simultaneously turned to regard him, only to swiftly lower their heads. Xia Ming's heart raced as he sensed that something was amiss. Glancing down, he noticed a boy in the third row, hunched over his desk in tears. This boy was known to come from a wealthy family that owned several KTV establishments. What could possibly reduce him to tears? Was he overwhelmed by an abundance of pocket money, unable to spend it all? With a sense of bewilderment, Xia Ming silently returned to his seat. Once settled, he nudged Huang Yui with his elbow and whispered, "What is going on?" Huang Yui wore a mischievous grin as he replied in a hushed tone, "Everyone in the class is already aware of your affair with the school beauty, Yi." Xia Ming frowned and looked up again at the boy in the third row. The boy's figure began to merge with that of the individual who had rushed back to the teaching building earlier. Suddenly, it dawned on Xia Ming. His conversation with Yi Mingqing had been overheard. Xia Ming reflected for a moment and realized that it was exactly the jesting remark made by Yi Mingqing. Indeed, it was quite easy to misconstrue. Yet, even if there was a misunderstanding, it hardly warranted such profound sorrow, did it? By the way, what was this person's name again? Xia Ming inquired of Huang Yui. Huh? You don't know? Huang Yui looked at Xia Ming in disbelief and explained, "He is Wang Wentao, the one who pursued Yi Mingqing back in our first year of high school." Only then did Xia Ming manage to retrieve the memory of this individual. When they first entered high school, Wang Wentao, leveraging his wealth, sought to court various girls. Realizing that money was an effective means to win over young ladies, he set his sights on Yi Mingqing. He deliberately orchestrated numerous chance encounters and showered her with extravagant gifts. From that moment, his infatuation spiraled out of control. Unfortunately, Yi Mingqing showed no interest in him. In truth, she had no interest in anyone at all, save for those who held authority over her. Xia Ming felt somewhat disheartened. He recalled Yi Mingqing had once confided in him about this situation, urging him to take action. So he did. Of course, he had already clarified to Wang Wentao that he was merely a hired enforcer. At that time, Wang Wentao nodded, and Xia Ming assumed he had accepted the reality. He thought Wang Wentao had long since resigned himself to the situation, but it appeared the impact on him was still quite significant. "Brother Ming, aren't you going to offer an explanation?" Huang Yui asked with concern. Xia Ming retorted, "Will an explanation even matter?" Huang Yui nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The evidence and witnesses are undeniable. I find it hard to believe. Perhaps you should focus on finding a way to improve your grades," he added. Upon hearing Xia Ming's words, Huang Yui seemed to be struck at a sensitive point, muttering, "I am trying my best." Xia Ming ranked second in the class, 10th in the grade, while Huang Yui could only manage a modest 26th. If things continued this way, it was unlikely he would gain admission to a prestigious university. This thought suddenly tugged at Huang Yuhui's heart, and he brushed aside the strands of hair on his forehead, which were stuck due to hair gel and perspiration. Xia Ming not only excelled academically but was also remarkably handsome. Despite being in high school, his face bore no blemishes, and his hair was impeccably neat, a quintessential image of a bright and refreshing young man. It was no wonder that Yi Mingqing had developed feelings for him. Suddenly, Huang Yui began to question if Xia Ming was deceiving him. "Are you truly in a relationship?" he inquired. Xia Ming rolled his eyes, casting a look that conveyed disbelief. Unfazed, Huang Yui continued in a low voice, "You've already incurred the wrath of many. Some male classmates are itching for a confrontation. You ought to be cautious." The Martial Arts Academy was distinct from ordinary schools, as it included martial arts courses scheduled for the afternoons. After completing their martial arts class, it was time for dismissal. Students, nursing their sore muscles, exited the school. Xia Ming pushed his bicycle alongside Huang Yui as they approached the school gate. Huang Yui halted Xia Ming at the entrance. Perplexed, Why aren't you leaving? Xia Ming replied. You go ahead. I need to wait for someone. Huang Yui glanced behind Xia Ming and, taken aback, asked, It's not Yi Mingqing, is it? Xia Ming felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Yi Mingqing had indeed said she would wait for him at the school gate. He initially did not think it through and agreed. However, Xia Ming and Yi Mingqing always kept their school schedules staggered. Yi Mingqing had a dedicated driver for her transportation, while Xia Ming rode his bicycle. At that moment, Yi Mingqing had intended for him to ride with her. Yet, Xia Ming declined, believing it prudent to maintain a certain distance at school to avoid unnecessary complications. Shall we go, Xia Ming? A familiar voice resonated as he felt the rear seat of the bicycle sink slightly. Xia Ming's eyes widened in surprise as he turned mechanically to see Yi Mingqing reclining on the back seat. In that instant, the entire world fell silent. All eyes were fixated on the striking figure of the girl perched on the bicycle's rear. She playfully swung her smooth, shapely legs, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 3. There is a reason for the sponsorship. Xia Ming admitted that his mind had momentarily short-circuited. Under the watchful gazes of many, Yi Mingqing had audaciously taken a seat on his bicycle and uttered such words. There was no way to clarify the situation now. Fortunately, Xia Ming quickly regained his composure, hopped on his bicycle, and pedaled furiously away from that tumultuous scene. As he departed, he caught sight of the black BMW that frequently transported Yi Mingqing slowly pulling away. The driver's expression seemingly awry. Even more unsettling were the shrieks of his female classmates and the furious shouts of his male peers. Ah, Xia Ming, how could you steal my white moonlight? You are truly despicable. Xia Ming dared not look back, silently pedaling his bicycle. He felt a sense of foreboding, convinced that he might never return to school again. Perhaps it would be better to part ways and meet at home instead. Xia Ming was somewhat disheartened. Yi Mingqing wrapped one hand around his waist, smiling gently. You wouldn't misunderstand, would you? Xia Ming replied in a muffled tone. I fear they might. Yi Mingqing nodded. Indeed. Given how strictly I oversee you, a sense of rebelliousness is quite natural. Rebellious? You're merely 11 days my senior. Could you please refrain from perpetuating that facade of maturity? Xia Ming silently chastised, choosing not to respond. Yi Mingqing paused briefly, then remarked, In 2 months, you shall turn 18. Yes, in June. Xia Ming exclaimed with a hint of excitement. After June, he would be free. He could live independently. Yi Mingqing would no longer have authority over him. However, Xia Ming was not one to be ungrateful. He would certainly express his gratitude to Yi Mingqing. Rest assured, I will repay you, Xia Ming assured. Yi Mingqing tilted his head. I don't want money. I'm not in need of it. What could you possibly offer in return? Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback. Whatever I possess, I will give to you. Ha ha ha. Yi Mingqing was amused by the words Xia Ming had struggled to articulate. She inquired, You will give me everything? Xia Ming replied quietly, I cannot offer my life, as that is owed to my parents. Yi Mingqing was momentarily taken aback, falling into a sudden silence. Half an hour later, the two arrived outside a somewhat dilapidated building. Xia Ming parked the car below, and they ascended the stairs. Along the way, numerous curious glances were cast upon them. The residents here were predominantly laborers, and the two, dressed in neat school uniforms, seemed out of place in this environment. As they moved further away, the stares began to dissipate. People began to murmur among themselves. The young man is truly handsome. I almost considered marrying my daughter to him. Humph, do you think that stunning beauty by his side is merely an illusion? As they ascended the narrow, cramped staircase, they soon arrived at a long corridor. On either side of the corridor were the residences of more than 50 households. At the end of the corridor was a communal water room where everyone fetched water. Xia Ming led Yi Mingqing to room 303. Upon entering, a musty, damp odor assaulted their senses, causing Yi Mingqing to furrow her brow. Although the conditions were not ideal, I can accept this, Xia Ming hurriedly assured her. Yi Mingqing lifted a blanket from the bed and remarked, These items need to be washed before they can be used. That is indeed true. The two of them undertook a thorough cleaning of the small room, hanging everything out to dry downstairs. It's impossible to stay here tonight. You should come back to my home with me, Yi Mingqing suggested once more. Very well, I need to return home to fetch something as well. Xia Ming locked the door and coincidentally encountered a middle-aged man ascending the stairs. This was Chen Zhang, the neighbor from room 304. Uncle Chen. It's been a long time. Chen Zhang's weary face revealed a hint of surprise. Xia, it has indeed been a while. Are you moving back in? Xia Ming smiled and replied, Yes, it was you who introduced me to this place. I must thank you, Uncle Chen. Chen Zhang smiled back. Since you are back, Come over for dinner at my house tomorrow night to sample your aunt's culinary skills. As the conversation concluded, Chen Zhong turned to the young lady beside Xiaoming and inquired, "May I ask who this is?" "She is Yu Mingqing, a friend of mine," Xiaoming replied. Chen Zhong immediately donned an expression of understanding. "Ah, I see. Just a friend." Yu Mingqing greeted politely, "Hello, Uncle Chen." A smile radiated from Chen Zhong's eyes. "She is truly lovely. However, do keep a watchful eye on Xiaoming. He is not without his charms, and we wouldn't want him to stray." Xiaoming chuckled helplessly, pondering how he had gained such a reputation. It was merely a matter of having received a few love letters, inadvertently brought home and discovered. Yu Mingqing nodded earnestly. "I will certainly keep a close watch on him. Uncle Chen, we shall take our leave now. I will come to stay tomorrow." After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaoming and Yu Mingqing departed. An hour later, night had fully descended. Xiaoming arrived at their intended destination, the Warrior Tower. The Warrior Tower is a global organization established through the investments of an alliance formed by the world's remaining 4 major nations. It stands as the largest martial arts organization, responsible for documenting the information of all martial artists, and serves as a comprehensive martial arts center. Yu Mingqing's small shop is located within the Warrior Tower, primarily engaged in the acquisition of beast corpses hunted by martial artists. It also sells various nutritional liquids that aid in cultivation. Outside the Warrior Tower, luxury vehicles line the area, occupying all available parking spaces, forcing some cars to park at considerable distances. Fortunately, Xiaoming was spared such inconvenience. The bicycle rack, however, boasted only a few solitary bikes, and Xiaoming luxuriously secured his bicycle among them. 2 individuals entered the martial artist building, one trailing closely behind the other. Ordinarily, only martial artists are permitted entry into this esteemed establishment. However, Xiaoming possessed an employee card bestowed upon him by Yu Mingqing, which granted him access. At present, his vitality level stood at 88.11. Once he reached the threshold of 100, he would officially be recognized as a martial artist and would then enjoy unrestricted access. The first floor of the martial artist building served as a registration area, assisting novice martial artists with their enrollment. It was not until the 3rd floor that one could engage in the buying and selling of goods. The two ascended to the 3rd floor and made their way into a quaint little shop named Qinglu Boutique. Before even crossing the threshold, Xiaoming spotted a familiar face. Within the shop, a bald man wearing sunglasses occupied the owner's seat. This individual was none other than Yu Mingqing's chauffeur and uncle, Yi Yong. As soon as Xiaoming pushed the door open, he felt the piercing gaze of Yi Yong upon him. Xiaoming chose to feign ignorance, having grown accustomed to such scrutiny over the years. "Uncle Yi," he managed to muster a smile and extend a greeting. Yi Yong, however, maintained a stoic expression, regarding Xiaoming with indifference. It was only when Yu Mingqing cast a subtly frosty glance at him that Yi Yong emitted a cold snort and diverted his gaze. Yu Mingqing was the esteemed young lady of the Yi family in the capital. Years ago, she had been abducted by a demonic clan, prompting the Yi family to mobilize all their resources for her rescue. Xiaoming's parents, 2 relatively insignificant martial artists, unwittingly saved Yu Mingqing during this tumultuous ordeal, ultimately sacrificing their lives in the process. The Yi family had initially considered compensating them with several million, but upon learning the truth, Yu Mingqing insisted on coming to oversee Xiaoming's upbringing, wishing to repay the debt of gratitude owed to his parents. This act of repayment extended over a span of 10 years. If not for the squandered decade, the young lady would likely have already attained the realm of the war god. Contemplating this, Yi Yong shot a fierce glare at Xiaoming. In the next moment, he once again felt the penetrating gaze of Yu Mingqing. With a slight sigh, Yi Yong pondered how, over time, the young lady had increasingly shielded Xiaoming. What was it about this young man that had captured her affection? He simply could not comprehend. Chapter 4. Surely, this isn't what you left uneaten? Uncle Yi. You may return to rest, Yu Mingqing gently remarked, sensing Yi Yong's lingering hostility towards Xiaoming. Her tone carried an undeniable authority. Yi Yong opened his mouth, but swallowed his words, departing in silence. Xiaoming remained taciturn, acutely aware that Yu Mingqing's identity and background were undoubtedly extraordinary. It was best to feign ignorance regarding these matters. Who shall bathe first? Yu Mingqing inquired with a smile, directing her gaze at Xiaoming. I will go first. Oh no, you should go first, Xiaoming replied as he stepped into the shop. The space was quite ample, 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom serving as their shared abode. Unfortunately, there was but a single bathroom, making certain matters rather inconvenient. After changing into fresh attire in the bedroom, Xiaoming retrieved an electric mosquito swatter. Checking the battery, he found it fully charged. Satisfied, he exited the bedroom, suddenly recalling that Yu Mingqing possessed a mosquito swatter as well. He called towards her room. "May I borrow your mosquito swatter?" With a soft thud, the swatter was tossed out. Xiaoming picked it up, declaring, "I will be stepping out for a while. Return before 10. Came the response. "Understood." Xiaoming replied with a hint of resignation. Thus, Xiaoming grasped a green and a red electric mosquito swatter and slowly exited the martial artist building, drawing the curiosity of a young lady on the first floor. "Handsome, what are you going to do?" she inquired. "Eliminate the non-ranked demon beasts." The young lady scratched her head in confusion, recalling that demon beasts were categorized only from 1 to 9. When did non-ranked ones emerge? Upon leaving the martial artist building, Xiaoming meandered nearby and noticed a scarcity of mosquitoes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was a garbage dump 5 kilometers away. He hopped onto his bicycle and sped off. Within a mere 10 minutes, he arrived at the dump. Even before approaching, the familiar buzzing filled the air. Looking up, he saw swarms of mosquitoes and flies. Checking his phone, he noted the time was only 8:30, giving him ample opportunity to hunt until 10:30. A smile crept upon his lips as he retrieved the 2 electric swatters from his hands. Crack, crack. The sounds echoed as he struck. Ding, eliminated a mosquito, vitality 0. 0-1. Ding, eliminated a mosquito, vitality 0. 0-1. Ding, eliminated a fly, vitality 0. 0-1. Ding, eliminated a green bottle fly, vitality 0. 0-1. Ding, eliminated a. Xiaoming feverishly reaped the lives of mosquitoes and flies. Each strike infused a trickle of vitality into his body. In mere moments, he felt his vitality surge slightly. The location was remote, with few passers-by, only a handful of vehicles passing by. Xiaoming unleashed himself, fervently exterminating the non-ranked demon beasts, striving to contribute to humanity's defense against these creatures. After all, who could predict that one day, the mosquitoes here might transform into formidable demons? Leading the demon clan to invade the territory of the human race, he fought for 2 hours, and the swarms of mosquitoes and flies on the ground had significantly diminished. Xiaoming glanced at the system panel. Name, Xiaoming. Age, 17. Realm, None. Vitality, 99. 99-100. Furrowing his brow, Xiaoming casually swatted a buzzing fly. Realm, Martial Artist, first level, Vitality, 100-200, and the next moment, a surge of vitality coursed through Xiaoming's body, continuously enhancing his physical constitution. His muscles and bones experienced tremendous improvement in that instant. After a while, Xiaoming opened his eyes. His previous physical capabilities allowed him to achieve running speed, 8. 2 ms punching power, 160 kilograms. Now having broken through the realm of martial artists, his physical attributes had been greatly elevated, reaching at least 10 ms in speed and 200 kilograms in punching power. The number of individuals capable of cultivating their vitality to 100 before the college entrance examination and breaking through to the martial artist realm was exceedingly rare. He could barely consider himself one of them. Checking the time, Xiaoming noted that it was already 10:35. It was time to return. Just as he was about to turn around, a flash of light caught his attention. Turning his head, he noticed a car parked at the entrance of the garbage dump. The passenger in the front seat was holding a camera, evidently capturing a shot of Xiaoming. Without hesitation, he hurriedly pursued it. Only the exhaust fumes followed him. It was over, and he felt as though he would face social demise. The thrill of his recent breakthrough dissipated in an instant. Xiaoming mounted his bicycle, dejectedly pedaling back. The unpleasant odor from the garbage dump still clung to his clothes as he departed. By the time he arrived at the martial arts building, the evening breeze had whisked away the foul scent. Xiaoming concluded that it would be best to avoid the garbage dump in the future. He was now capable of slaying some of the more advanced beasts among the lower-tier monsters. At precisely 10:50, Xiaoming arrived at the Qilu shop, which only operated from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. The place was devoid of customers at this hour. Only Yu Mingqing, clad in an oversized t-shirt, lounged by the counter, idly fiddling with his phone. Xiaoming glanced at the t-shirt, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity. Indeed, it was his own. Yu Mingqing often wore his shirts, and he had grown accustomed to it. "You're back?" Yu Mingqing called out, waving him over. "Come help me figure out this level." Xiaoming did not approach. Instead, he replied, "I'm going to take a shower." With a playful glint in his eyes, Yu Mingqing responded, "Then hurry up and wash. Come help me afterward." Xiaoming felt no stir of emotion. Assisting Yu Mingqing in gaming was not a habit, but rather a daily obligation. He had become numb to it. After showering, Xia Ming skillfully stuffed his clothes into the washing machine and then hand-washed their undergarments, hanging them to dry on the indoor balcony. Washing undergarments had also become devoid of any significance. Perhaps he felt that he had grown indifferent toward women as well. Once he finished, Yu Mingqing entered, closing the door behind him. In the living room, two individuals were engrossed in their mobile phones. Yu Mingqing unreservedly rested his head on Xia Ming's arm, sitting cross-legged and joyfully engrossed in a game. Xia Ming occasionally offered suggestions, making the game more accessible. At 11:30, they returned to their respective bedrooms as scheduled. Xia Ming finished the last sip of nutritional liquid left on the table, reclined on his bed, and gazed at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he would be departing from this place, and he felt a sense of happiness. However, he pondered whether the person taking pictures that evening had captured his face. He recalled only turning halfway. A grave expression crossed Xia Ming's face as he unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning arrived swiftly. Xia Ming awoke early at 5:30. Upon entering the living room, he found Yu Mingqing had already prepared breakfast. Xia Ming sat down without hesitation, devouring the delectable meal. Yu Mingqing handed him a glass of milk and took a seat on the opposite side of the table, nibbling delicately at her breakfast. Xia Ming finished his meal with remarkable speed, packing some leftovers into his bag. Noticing Yu Mingqing's puzzled expression, he explained, "Da Huang wants to try your breakfast." Yu Mingqing nodded, aware of Xia Ming's close relationship with Huang Yui. Xia Ming mounted his bicycle and soon arrived at school. Huang Yui was slumped over his desk, catching up on sleep. Xia Ming roused him, presenting the breakfast. "Eat up, it's made by the campus bell." Huang Yui looked at the breakfast in his hands with some trepidation. "Go ahead. It's not poisoned," Xia Ming quipped, letting out a contented burp. Huang Yui suddenly cast a curious glance at Xia Ming. "This isn't your leftover, is it?" Chapter 5. Xia Ming below. Xia Ming's eyes widened with astonishment. When did Da Huang become so astute? "No, that's not true. Don't speak carelessly," Xia Ming refuted. Da Huang hesitated for a moment but ultimately consumed his breakfast. Although he had nearly guessed correctly based on Xia Ming's reaction, he was genuinely hungry. Moreover, the culinary skills of the school beauty, Yi, were commendable. "By the way, Da Huang, this meal is your only opportunity to savor it." Xia Ming stroked his chin and remarked, "Starting tomorrow, I will be moving out." Huang Yui paused momentarily. "That dormitory building?" Xia Ming nodded. Huang Yui pondered and said, "So, starting tomorrow, you will be cooking for me?" Xia Ming chuckled. "Cook? Not a chance. I'll bring you something on the way, and we can eat together." Huang Yui felt a tinge of disappointment, recalling that Xia Ming's cooking was quite delightful. "Everyone, quiet down." A sudden voice resonated from the podium, startling both of them. It was the homeroom teacher. Xia Ming noticed that high school teachers often moved without a sound. Teacher Su scanned the classroom until everyone fell silent before continuing. The results of last week's mock exam have been released. Upon hearing this, the classroom fell into a hushed stillness, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Xia Ming could clearly feel Huang Yui tensing up. Xia Ming, however, remained unfazed. His grades were stable, with little room for improvement. "Now, I will announce the results." Teacher Su cleared his throat. First place, Yu Mingqing. Liberal arts score, 90. Science score, 100 full marks. Weighted score, 97. Class ranking, 1. Second place, Xia Ming. Liberal arts score, 91. Science score, 90. Weighted score, 90. 3. Grade ranking, 3rd. Humanities score, 85. Martial arts score, 82. Weighted score, 82. 9. Grade ranking, 12th, 4th. Indeed, Xia Ming's performance in the humanities slightly surpassed that of Yu Mingqing. However, his martial arts results lagged significantly behind. Thus, Xia Ming remained the perennial runner-up for 3 consecutive years. He was uncertain about the level of mastery Yu Mingqing had attained, but she consistently achieved a perfect score in martial arts examinations. The overall score was calculated by combining 30 of the humanities score with 70 of the martial arts score, with each subject graded out of 100. If Xia Ming did not break through to the martial artist realm, he feared he would be forever relegated to the lower ranks. Yet, should he achieve this breakthrough, he too could secure a perfect score in martial arts. Although he did not reach the top this time, he felt optimistic about surpassing Yu Mingqing in the next round. Huang Yui was ranked 25th in the class, maintaining a stable position, though he appeared somewhat dejected. Xia Ming offered words of comfort. "It's too late now. Just relax and enjoy." Da Huang slowly let out a frustrated sigh. Xia Ming leaned in closer, whispering, "I forgot to tell you some good news. I've become a martial artist." Da Huang stared blankly at his friend, suddenly feeling a pang of jealousy. He turned his head away, unwilling to meet Xiaoming's gaze. Damn Xiaoming, why did he have to deliver the news at such a moment? How infuriating. After announcing the results, Old Su offered a plethora of encouraging words, leading into the intense and stimulating morning reading session. Xiaoming found it somewhat tedious, as he had nearly memorized the material and had no intention of pursuing a university education. He needed to vanquish the monstrous beasts to enhance his vitality. However, the university campus was rife only with low-tier beasts, which no longer sufficed for his aspirations. Xiaoming recalled a martial arts competition held on the eve of the college entrance examination, open to all participants. The top 100 contenders would directly attain the status of officers and gain entry into the military, which had been tirelessly battling at the forefront of humanity's struggle. It was indeed an excellent opportunity to slay the beasts. However, securing a position among the top 100 was no trivial feat. One had to possess the identity of a martial artist to even participate. The road ahead was arduous. As the day of classes came to a close, Xiaoming realized that the school held no further value for him, and a profound sense of boredom washed over him. He glanced at Yimingqing, wondering if she too felt the same ennui. He had already resolved not to return the following day, as he intended to hunt the advanced low-tier beasts. After school, Da Huang approached the school gate and remarked to Xiaoming, "I know you have always aspired to surpass Yimingqing. Have you ever considered what you would do if she were to thwart your efforts?" Xiaoming fell into a moment of contemplation before responding earnestly, "Then I shall heed her wishes." Huang Yui was momentarily taken aback, but then patted his shoulder, saying, "Brother Ming, I truly admire your ability to be both adaptable and resolute." With a carefree smile, Xiaoming replied, "You are not me. You cannot comprehend." On his way home, Xiaoming devised a solution. What if he simply refrained from informing Yimingqing about his breakthrough as a martial artist? Upon returning to room 303 of the dormitory, he set down his backpack when suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Xiaoming opened it to find a delivery man holding a package in his arms. "This is a delivery. Kindly sign for it." Although Xiaoming was puzzled since he had not purchased anything, he complied and signed. Upon returning to his abode, Xiaoming opened the cardboard box and discovered 3 bottles of red nutritional liquid inside. His breath caught momentarily. Warriors could consume green nutritional liquid, which he had been drinking, priced at 10,000 per bottle. In contrast, red nutritional liquid, suitable for those in the warrior phase, cost 20,000 per bottle. At that moment, Yimingqing's call came through. "Have you received the items?" After a prolonged silence, Xiaoming managed to respond with difficulty, "Yes, I have." "That's good. Even if you are living independently now, you must diligently practice and refrain from wandering outside." Yimingqing's voice continued to relay instructions. Xiaoming, disinterested, interjected, "I don't plan on attending school tomorrow." Yimingqing paused noticeably. "If you do not wish to go, then do not. However, you must inform me of your whereabouts." Her tone was earnest, and Xiaoming had already prepared a justification. "I have recently made some gains. My cultivation is progressing rapidly, and I need to focus on enhancing my vitality at home." Yimingqing hesitated for a moment before responding, "Very well, I shall come to visit you tomorrow." Wait. I mean, as the class monitor, you cannot take leave so easily," Xiaoming implored sincerely. "The classmates need you." Driven by a sense of responsibility, Yimingqing ultimately consented not to come and care for Xiaoming. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. If Yimingqing had come, he feared that he would be followed even when stepping outside, let alone seeking to enhance his vitality. Upon reaching this thought, Xiaoming retrieved the freshly purchased fried chicken and discreetly tucked a pack of fine cigarettes into his pocket. He approached room 304 and knocked on the door. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman with the faintest hint of wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. "And Zhang, I ran into Uncle Chen yesterday, and he invited me for a meal, so here I am. I also brought a roasted chicken for Erbao to try," Xiaoming said, extending the chicken in his hands. Zhang Lan smiled warmly. Come in. Old Chen has already informed me about this. I was just thinking how long it has been since I last saw you and was eager to catch up." As she spoke, Zhang Lan accepted the roasted chicken and led Xiaoming into the cozy abode. The room was modest, yet impeccably tidy. A little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, sat on the sofa engrossed in building blocks. Upon noticing Xiaoming's arrival, the boy chirped, "Brother Xia." Xiaoming chuckled and nodded. "Look at you. You've grown taller again." Chapter 6. The roasted chicken. The two engaged in light conversation about family matters. When Zhang Lan spoke of her 2 sons, her eyes sparkled with pride. Her eldest son had already become a martial artist and was currently serving in the security team of Fengtian City. In this era, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, Huaxia established 6 safe zones, with Fengtian being one of them. To serve in the security team of Fengtian is indeed a stroke of good fortune. As for the younger son, he ranked second in his class academically. Xiaming affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. "You, my young lad, are destined for great achievements, perhaps even surpassing me." The little one, aware of Xiaming's praise, giggled joyfully. Just then, the door swung open, and Qin Zheng entered, looking somewhat fatigued, greeting Xiaming with a nod. After freshening up with a shower, the two settled at the dining table to continue their conversation. "Uncle Qin, is the half-chicken factory hiring? The one for slaughtering chickens?" Summer Ming inquired. Qin Zheng glanced at Summer Ming and replied, "Yes, they are hiring, but the pay remains unchanged at 200 yuan a day. However, you must consider this carefully. 6 months ago, after working there for over 10 consecutive days, you fell gravely ill and spent many days bedridden." Summer Ming chuckled. "I have regained my vitality and am much stronger now." Qin Zheng scrutinized Summer Ming, somewhat skeptical. "Really?" Summer Ming nodded earnestly, observing the resolute expression in Summer Ming's eyes. Qin Zheng eventually relented. "All right, you can accompany me tomorrow." Qin Zheng serves as a team leader at the half-chicken factory, overseeing several workers. With him, Summer Ming could avoid many inconveniences. Moreover, it was Qin Zheng who had facilitated Summer Ming's entry into the factory previously and had even resolved his dining arrangements, demonstrating his kindness towards Summer Ming. After their meal, Qin Zheng escorted Summer Ming to the entrance. "See you downstairs at 7:30 tomorrow." Of course. Summer Ming casually stuffed a pack of fine cigarettes from his pocket into Qin Zheng's, turning to leave. Qin Zheng felt the cigarettes in his pocket and chuckled helplessly. What a fine young man he is. It is a pity that he has no relatives left. Alas, the unpredictability of life. Once back in his room, Summer Ming opened his phone and messaged Huang Yuhui. "I've taken a leave. Breakfast will be on hold for now." Huang Yuhui replied. "Why, are you ill?" Summer Ming, "Not sick, just simply do not wish to go." Huang Yuhui, impressive. JPG, Huang Yuhui. Summer Ming owes Huang Yuhui 6 days' worth of breakfast. Huang Yuhui, by the way, there is a news story that utterly cracked me up. Someone actually went to the garbage dump at night, wielding 2 electric mosquito swatters. Is this some form of public service? Huang Yuhui, Link, Xiaming. If I have to witness such trivial nonsense again, I will inform your mother that you've been surreptitiously playing on your phone. Huang Yuhui, brother, give me a chance, pitiful. JPG, Xiaming, hurry up and study. Huang Yuhui, all right, brother, obedient. JPG, Xiaming clicked on the link, only to find the face unclear, which relieved him. He glanced at the view count. Posted 6 hours ago, it had garnered 120,000 views. It was particularly viral. Xiaming merely hoped that Yu Mingqing wouldn't come across it. After all, she knew he had taken 2 mosquito swatters with him. And then there was that girl from the first floor. The next day, Xiaming rose early and took a sip of his nutritional supplement. 1 bottle lasts 3 days, 3 bottles last 9 days. That amounts to 60,000 yuan for 9 days. Hence, the pursuit of becoming a warrior often leads to financial hardship. Upon achieving that status, individuals may find themselves even poorer. Xiaming descended the stairs and casually sought a place to eat before returning downstairs to wait. Before long, Qin Zheng came down. The two mounted their bicycles and headed towards the half-chicken factory. Upon arrival, Xiaming was assigned to workshop number 3, where Qin Zheng's team was also stationed. Xiaming was already acquainted with them, none of whom had attained the warrior realm, save for Qin Zheng. After the assembly, everyone returned to their posts. Qin Zheng called Xiaming over and advised, "Don't overexert yourself. Rest if you're tired." Xiaming nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Qin Zheng chuckled helplessly. "Well, you certainly need to take a break. You can't work continuously." After agreeing, Xiaming proceeded directly to the assembly line. When a chicken came into view, he swiftly wielded his knife. Ding! A chicken has been slaughtered. Vitality 0. 1. The high-level, non-ranked beast indeed offered a substantial amount of vitality. 1 chicken was equivalent to 10 mosquitoes, a rather poor cost-performance ratio. Nevertheless, Xiaming was unwilling to return to the garbage dump. It posed too much risk. Thus, he spent an entire day slaughtering chickens. Aside from the time wasted during lunch, he devoted every other moment to this task. Gripping the neck, a swift slice concluded each act. By the end of the day, Xiaming had dispatched 200 chickens. Initially, he felt somewhat clumsy upon arriving. But as he opened his panel, he was astonished to see: name, Xiaming, age, 17. Realm, martial artist, second layer, vitality, 200-2400, unbeknownst to him. He had already transcended to the second layer of martial arts. His vitality had doubled, an increase of 120 points in a single day. Xiaming gasped in shock. This system was absolutely formidable. A day's worth of effort equated to years of arduous training. However, despite having reached the second layer, he had yet to apply for the martial artist medal. There was no rush. He intended to elevate his realm further before visiting the martial artist tower. At that time, he could also conveniently procure some necessary items for leaving the city. Directly venturing beyond the city to hunt the mystical beasts is indeed a lucrative endeavor, as a single creature can yield a reward equivalent to a full day's wages. Long before this moment, Xiaming had cultivated a habit of seeking financial gain. Albeit he is not a martial artist and his earnings are meager, barely sufficient to meet his basic needs. Aside from the nutritional supplements provided by Yu Minqing, all other necessities are purchased by Xiaming himself. His daily wage amounts to 200 yuan, which is deposited into his account, currently totaling 5,000 yuan, a paltry sum, to say the least. Nevertheless, he resolves to take things slowly. The following day, Xiaming arrived at the workshop with enthusiasm and vigor, ready to continue his task of slaughtering chickens. Ding, slaying a chicken, vitality 0. 1. Ding, slaying a chicken, vitality 0. 1. Ding. Throughout the morning, Xiaming dispatched 800 chickens, demonstrating proficiency in his work. His vitality had risen to 300-400. After enjoying lunch, he resumed his task, and by the afternoon, he had slaughtered 1,000 more chickens. His speed had surpassed that of the assembly line. Otherwise, achieving a total of 2,500 chickens in a day would pose no challenge. Fortunately, he had ascended to the third level of martial arts mastery. Name, Xiaming. Age, 17. Realm, third level martial artist. Vitality, 400-600. With the system in hand, he ascends daily. With his third level cultivation, he should be prepared to venture out in pursuit of mythical beasts, as he had observed on the martial artist forum. If one were to act alone, it would be advisable to venture into the triple heavens to hunt the ferocious beasts. Xiaming intended to leave the city the following day. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man entered, seemingly searching for someone. Xiaming instantly recognized him as their homeroom teacher, and a wave of guilt washed over him. He hastily removed his clothes, preparing to flee. Old Su also spotted Xiaming and urgently pursued him, bellowing, "You little rascal, skipping class to come here and slaughter chickens." Chapter 7. The mutation. The commotion created by the two drew the attention of the nearby employees engaged in chicken slaughtering. Old Su had entered through the east gate, while Xiaming sprinted towards the west gate. Being an ordinary person, Old Su's physical capabilities paled in comparison to Xiaming's, and he was quickly left far behind. Just as Xiaming was about to reach the exit, an unexpected transformation occurred. In the workshop, the chickens that had yet to be killed underwent a startling mutation. Their bodies swelled violently, the flesh bulging grotesquely. In the blink of an eye, they morphed into towering, muscular chickens, each standing as tall as a person. Their eyes had inexplicably turned a sinister crimson. As soon as the transformation took place, they launched an immediate assault on the employees in the workshop, causing chaos to erupt. Old Su was taken aback by the sudden scene but continued to run towards Xiaming, shouting, "Run for your life." Old Su's voice caught the attention of a nearby muscular chicken, which began to stomp towards him with its enormous feet. Xiaming, who had initially intended to flee, changed course upon witnessing this scene and raced toward Old Su. Although the muscular chicken was not as swift as Xiaming, it was much closer to Old Su. In an instant, it reached Old Su and swung its meaty wing, ready to strike. At that critical moment, Xiaming summoned his inner vitality, propelling himself forward with sudden speed. With a swift motion, he approached Old Su, his fist enveloped in a gale of force, striking fiercely against the neck of the muscular chicken. A sharp crack echoed through the air as its neck twisted at an unnatural angle of 90 degrees, causing its body to fall rigidly to the ground. Old Su, bewildered, stared at Xiaming, the fear he had just felt dissipating significantly. "How have you become so powerful?" he stammered. This muscular chicken was a first-tier mutated beast, equivalent to a warrior of the first realm. It had been slain by Xiaming with a single blow. "Teacher, I will explain later. For now, find a safe place. I must assist them," Xiaming replied without looking back, as he noticed Xinjiang being besieged by 3 muscular chickens, struggling fiercely. Aware that this was not the time for conversation and recognizing that he was not a warrior himself, Old Su hurriedly vacated the premises. Xiaming surged with vitality, hastening to Xinjiang's side. He reached out, seizing one of the muscular chickens by its neck. With a subtle yet firm grip, the creature emitted a brittle crack before collapsing limply. The other two chickens, witnessing the demise of their companion, immediately shifted their focus, raising their powerful wings to strike at Xiaoming. Grasping one of the wings, he exerted force from his waist, lifting it overhead and forcefully slamming it to the ground. The muscular chicken let out a piercing shriek, thrashing violently on the ground. Xiaoming promptly stepped on its head, effortlessly capturing the last chicken's neck and twisting it with ease, discarding the lifeless body onto the cement floor. Xinjiang swallowed hard, his eyes wide in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Have you truly transcended to the realm of martial artists? On the night prior, Xiaoming had mentioned that his vitality had significantly surged. Xinjiang had assumed that Xiaoming had merely approached the threshold of a martial artist, never anticipating that he would directly ascend to that level. First, we must rescue the people. Noticing Xinjiang's sudden daze, Xiaoming had to call out to him. Oh, yes, rescue. Only then did Xinjiang snap back to reality. All the leaders of their teams were martial artists, specifically to prevent such unforeseen incidents. I will assist you alongside the other team leaders. You provide support. As an employee, Xiaoming was not obligated to engage in combat, especially considering the inherent dangers of battling such monstrous beasts. He did not wish for Xiaoming to be harmed. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoming had already effortlessly twisted the neck of a chicken, producing 2 chilling cracks. Xinjiang swallowed hard. He struggled to deal with just one. Yet here was Xiaoming dispatching them as if they were mere fowl. Xiaoming's prowess was beyond his expectations. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Xiaoming systematically eradicated nearly all the muscular chickens in the factory. At that moment, the police arrived at the scene, brandishing real firearms against low-tier monsters. Firearms possessed a certain lethality. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene within the factory, a wave of dread washed over them, prompting a hasty entry to rescue the individuals inside. Yet, everyone stood frozen in place, stunned. The leader of the police unit, Zhang Jin, found himself in a state of bewilderment. Where are the hordes of mutated chicken monsters? Suddenly, Zhang noticed that all eyes were directed towards a singular location. Following their gaze, he beheld a young, handsome lad skillfully snapping the neck of the last muscular chicken. Zhang's pupils constricted sharply. The young man, despite his tender years, effortlessly vanquished beasts of the martial realm. Someone nudged him with an elbow. Chief, look at the ground. Zhang Jin lowered his gaze, and his expression shifted dramatically. The ground was strewn with the corpses of what appeared to be over 100 muscular chickens. Moreover, there was no blood to be found. The necks of these chickens were grotesquely twisted, indicating that they had all been dispatched with a swift snap. Zhang Jin inhaled deeply, his astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. Did this mean that this young man had slain these mutated muscular chickens? Please, you all go and disperse the onlookers. I shall speak with him, he instructed, before making his way towards Xiaoming and extending his right hand. I am Zhang Jin, the leader of the 7th team of the Xianan District Police Department in Fengtian City. Xiaoming reciprocated the gesture. Team 3 member, Xiaoming. May I inquire if you were the one responsible for the demise of these mutated chickens? Xiaoming nodded. Indeed, it was I. Upon hearing Xiaoming's admission, Zhang Jin's eyes lit up with realization. It was truly him. On behalf of these individuals, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. Had you not intervened, there would surely have been casualties here. Saving so many lives is no small feat. We intend to have a television crew come to interview you. Would that be agreeable to you? Xiaoming shook his head. No need for an interview. Is there compensation? Zhang Jin appeared momentarily taken aback, then replied, compensation, certainly. At least 10,000 yuan. Xiaoming nodded. Then please provide me with the money. As for the interview? Absolutely not. Upon seeing the police's arrival, it was evident that his presence was no longer required. Xiaoming left his card number and departed, leaving Zhang Jin in a state of bewilderment. After a considerable pause, he sighed. This young man truly embodied the spirit of Lei Feng, performing acts of kindness without seeking recognition. However, he could not allow such individuals to remain unknown to the public. He turned to the journalist who had just arrived with a camera and instructed, capture his silhouette. As Xiaoming exited, he heard the familiar click of the camera, causing his heart to race as he quickened his pace. Outside, Lao Su was pacing anxiously, his face etched with concern. Upon seeing Xiaoming, a smile broke across his features. Are you unscathed? Lao Su checked Xiaoming's body, and upon confirming he was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Xiaoming chuckled softly. Those mutated chickens pose no threat to me. Come, let me treat you to a meal. Lao Su did not press further, and led Xiaoming to a noodle shop. Arriving at the counter, Lao Su addressed the owner, 2 bowls of noodles, please. Teacher, I'm starving. I want 2 bowls. Lao Su nodded at the proprietor, then make it 3 bowls with extra noodles. Chapter 8. The young lady. Do you not wish for this? After finishing their meal, they began discussing matters related to school. Teacher, I've recently experienced a surge in my vitality and need to stay home for cultivation. Xiaoming's eyes were earnest. Lao Su shot him a disapproving glance, cultivating at home. Only to be caught by me at a chicken factory? Xiaoming felt a bit embarrassed, recalling how he had been caught there 6 months prior. Lao Su wiped his mouth and curiously inquired, have you broken through to the warrior realm? Xiaoming nodded, affirming his status as a warrior. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lao Su's eyes as he pondered for a moment and remarked, since you have transcended to the realm of martial artists, your martial arts score must be a perfect 100. This significantly enhances your chances of being admitted to the Great Xia Academy. Indeed, the prospect is now promising. The Great Xia Academy stands as the pinnacle of martial arts institutions in Huaxia, yet its admission standards remain exceedingly stringent. Only those with an overall score of 95 or above can hope for acceptance. Xiaoming had previously deemed himself unlikely to qualify, but now the horizon appears brighter. Nonetheless, he had no intention of pursuing university at this juncture. He merely echoed Lao Su's sentiments. He dared not disclose his plans to refrain from higher education. For Lao Su's frail constitution could be easily unsettled, potentially leading to ill health. What are your thoughts? Lao Su suddenly inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoming responded. The martial arts class this afternoon holds no further benefit for me. As for the academic subjects, my performance in those has always been commendable. Lao Su regarded him with a keen eye. A day without practice dulls the mind. Xiaoming's expression fell, for he had anticipated that Lao Su would not readily grant him a reprieve. Nevertheless, he added, I remain confident in your abilities. As long as your results in the second mock exam do not decline, I shall not press the matter. Xiaoming's face brightened with joy. Your insight is truly remarkable. Boss Su. Upon finishing their meal and stepping outside, Lao Su mounted his modest electric scooter and informed Xiaoming. I will sift through the papers we need to tackle this month and make time to bring them to you. A warmth enveloped Xiaoming's heart as he smiled and replied, they must be of high quality. Old Su rode away on his bicycle and Xiaoming returned home. That evening, Qin Zhong visited Xiaoming, conveying that the owner of the half-chicken factory wished to meet him. Xiaoming declined the invitation. Having no intention of returning to the factory, he had ascended to the rank of a martial artist, and the low-tier beast no longer held any allure for him. He yearned to confront true monsters. Xiaoming glanced at his system panel. Name, Xiaoming. Age, 17. Realm, Third Heaven of Martial Artist. Vitality, 502,600, having slain 102 muscle chickens. He had garnered 102 points of vitality, a single point per chicken. The fourth heaven of martial artist was within easy reach. Meanwhile, his classmates continued their arduous journey towards martial prowess. Xiaoming sipped a red nutritional fluid. Though expensive, it had been graciously provided by Yi Mingqing. He dared not refuse it, as the benefits were modest yet necessary. The following morning, Xiaoming rose early. After breakfast, he mounted his bicycle and pedaled to the martial artist tower. To venture out and hunt beasts, one required the identity of a martial artist. Upon arriving at the first floor, he noticed the young lady he had encountered the previous night waving at him. Approaching the counter, she exclaimed, "Little brother, you have become quite famous." Xiaoming was taken aback, yet he furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "What is the matter?" As the young lady noticed that there was no one around, she leaned closer to Xiaoming's ear and whispered, "You were the little hero from the half-chicken factory yesterday, weren't you?" Xiaoming furrowed his brow. He had clearly stated his desire to avoid any interviews. Why did Zhang Jin still thrust him into the limelight? The young lady presented her phone to Xiaoming, saying, "Most people wouldn't recognize you, but I know the person in that garbage site is indeed you. Which is why I can be certain." Xiaoming glanced down and, to his surprise, found that both images depicted his silhouette, showing a striking resemblance when placed side by side. He frowned again. Currently, no one could connect the two photographs. As long as he could prevent this young lady from sharing the images online, he would be safe. He looked at her and complimented, "Sister, you are truly beautiful. May I ask your name?" Upon hearing the flattery, especially from a handsome young man, the young lady's face lit up with a radiant smile. "My name is Wang Ying. What about you, little brother?" Xiaoming, with an innocent smile, replied, "I am Xiaoming, with such beauty and a kind heart. You wouldn't dream of posting something like this online, would you?" Wang Ying chuckled, "You are quite charming. On account of your sweetness, I shall keep this secret for you. Xiaming immediately responded, "You are so kind. If I have the chance, I will bring you a gift." Wang Ying, her eyes sparkling, waved her hand dismissively. "No need for gifts. Simply calling me sister will suffice." She had no intention of making Xiaming's situation public. After all, he preferred to remain low-key. She merely wished to tease this youthful and handsome lad. "Sister, I wish to authenticate my identity as a martial artist." After resolving the issue at hand, Xiaming elucidated his purpose. Hearing this, Wang Ying cast a surprised glance at him. "Young brother, how old are you to be seeking authentication as a martial artist?" Xiaming presented his identification documents to Wang Ying. She glanced down, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. 17? Still in high school, perhaps? After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Ying retrieved a wristband. Once affixed to his wrist, it would enable the measurement of his vital energy by circulating his internal qi and blood. Xiaming expressed his gratitude, donned the wristband, and began to slowly channel his internal energy. Wang Ying observed the serious demeanor of the youth with keen interest. She was somewhat curious. Had Xiaming truly attained the realm of a martial artist at the tender age of 17, breaking through the critical threshold of 100 in vital energy? The digits on his wristband gradually fluctuated, swiftly surpassing 3 digits. Wang Ying widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Xiaming. He had indeed reached the martial artist realm. As the numbers on the wristband continued to rise, Wang Ying watched in awe as it effortlessly surpassed 200, contemplating the significance of such a feat. She began to question her own perceptions. Anyone capable of breaking the 100-point barrier before the college entrance examination would be deemed exceptional. But to exceed 200? Wang Ying's expression turned serious. This was, without a doubt, sheer genius. Just when Wang Ying assumed that Xiaming's vital energy would peak around 200. The numbers on his wristband continued to ascend, eventually settling at an astonishing 501. This vivid crimson figure appeared so stark and incongruous. Wang Ying stared blankly at the number, momentarily questioning the meaning of life. "Sister, may I have the warrior badge?" Xiaming, noticing Wang Ying's dazed state, prompted her. "Oh, here." Wang Ying, still somewhat in a trance, handed the warrior badge to Xiaming. "Sister, I'm leaving now, goodbye." It was only after Xiaming had walked away that Wang Ying regained her senses. She never anticipated encountering such a prodigy so soon after starting her job. "I must quickly call Dad." Beep, beep, beep. "Hello, who is this? Who do you think it is?" "Oh, it's Inga. You finally decided to call me. Are you no longer upset?" A middle-aged man's ingratiating voice came through the phone. Chapter 9. Purchasing equipment and slaying monsters outside the city I told you. "I do not wish to return." Wang Ying furrowed her brow. Not waiting for a response from the other end, she continued, "I have something to tell you. I encountered a genius youth who became a warrior at the age of 17. "Oh, 17? That's quite a talent," the man on the line concurred. "What does he look like?" Wang Ying's cheeks turned cold, and she articulated each word with precision. "Do you believe I will never come home again?" The man quickly pleaded for forgiveness. "Oh, my dear young lady, I was wrong." Wang Ying pressed on. "If he had merely broken through to become a warrior, I certainly would not have called you. His vitality has reached 501, already attaining the 3rd level of the warrior realm." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding. "Very well, I shall investigate. If there are no issues, I can offer him some assistance." After a brief pause, Wang Ying relayed the name and promptly ended the call. In the city of Fengtian, atop the Wuxia Tower, within a spacious office, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit placed his mobile phone on the desk. A stack of business cards lay on the surface, inscribed with the title, Commander of the Fengtian Alliance Branch, Wang Qingba. The esteemed commander furrowed his brow, troubled by the unfamiliar name of Xiaming. He pondered the potential dangers of his daughter associating with this individual. Without hesitation, he leveraged his authority to initiate a search for information about the man. Remarkably, his access had just reached the requisite level to view Xiaming's details. Wang Qingba's gaze sharpened as he opened the file. Upon discovering the identity of Xiaming's guardian, he was momentarily taken aback. Yi Minqing, the eldest daughter of the Yi family? Suddenly, everything began to make sense. It appeared that Xiaming held significant ties to the Yi family. Reflecting on the Yi family, a flicker of caution crossed his eyes. They were a prominent lineage in the capital, having made substantial contributions to the preservation of humanity during the resurgence of spiritual energy. Over time, the Yi family had produced a lineage of exceptional talents, establishing themselves as one of the foremost families in Huaxia. With the Yi family's legacy, it was effortless to nurture a young man to the 3rd realm of martial prowess. Wang Qingba glanced at Xiaming's photograph, shaking his head slightly. The youth was quite presentable, reminiscent of Wang Qingbao's own looks in his younger days, yet he appeared too immature. Moreover, given the depth of his connection to the Yi family, it would be prudent to avoid becoming overly entangled. Wang Qingbao glanced at his phone, sighing inwardly, "My dear daughter, you have dismissed these capable young talents I have sought for you. This one truly eludes my grasp." After obtaining the warrior badge, Xiaoming ascended to the second floor, where an array of items for outdoor expeditions were available for purchase: armaments, protective gear, and various tools. He meandered into a shop, casually surveying the wares. As his weapon of choice at school was a sword, he focused his attention on bladed weaponry. He came across a battle knife of ordinary material, suitable for a first-tier warrior, capable of effortlessly slicing through the defenses of a first-grade beast. The price, 10,000. Quite steep. Yet, lacking a suitable weapon was not an option, and Xiaoming felt compelled to make the purchase. The proprietor of the half-chicken factory had already transferred 20,000 yuan to Xiaoming's account, a sum exceeding Qin Zhang's estimate by 10,000. Unable to refuse, Xiaoming reluctantly accepted it. Now, with a total of 25,000 yuan in hand, he spent 10,000 on the battle knife. He cast a pained glance at the other items. A set of combat attire, offering astonishing protection against attacks from beasts of first-tier third grade and below, was priced at 50,000 yuan. Xiaoming merely glanced and promptly departed. Beast repellent spray, which briefly obscured the keen senses of the beast, providing a fleeting chance to escape, was available for 1,000 yuan. Xiaoming picked up a bottle. The Traveler S backpack, designed to store beast materials, boasted a vast capacity and was essential for any beast hunting expedition, priced at 3,000 yuan. Truly outrageous. Xiaoming could only pinch his nose and acquiesce. Upon further examination, he discovered offerings of combat techniques. In a world where warriors possessed only vitality without skill, they could not harness their full potential. Thus, martial arts held significant importance and a hefty price. Xiaoming surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the martial skills available were all classified as yellow-rank techniques. The prices were as follows. Low-grade martial skills cost 200,000. Mid-grade martial skills were priced at 500,000, and high-grade martial skills demanded 1,000,000. These figures were generally consistent. However, Xiaoming stumbled upon a remarkably inexpensive skill, priced at merely 10,000, though its rank remained unspecified. The skill, Blood Shadow Ninefold Momentum, was an original creation of the god of slaughter, intended for slaying demons. It involved infusing the essence of blood and slaughter into one battle blade, ultimately cultivating a ninefold blade momentum. Note: mastery of this technique necessitates the slaying of numerous demonic beasts, and its cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Please consider this carefully. It became evident that mastering this technique was fraught with challenges, requiring the extermination of a vast number of demonic creatures to amass the requisite blood essence. For an ordinary individual, this would indeed be a grueling endeavor. Yet for Xiaoming, it seemed quite appropriate. Without hesitation, he procured the technique and proceeded to the checkout. "Are you truly intent on purchasing this martial skill?" The clerk at the entrance kindly cautioned. "Aside from the deceased god of slaughter from our human race, no one has successfully cultivated it." Xiaoming replied, "I shall give it a try. If it proves too difficult, I will simply abandon it." Though he lacked confidence, especially given the assertion that exceptional talent was required, Xiaoming was nonetheless the top martial artist in his school. Surely, that indicated some degree of talent, did it not? Seeing Xiaoming's determination to buy the skill, the clerk sighed and processed the transaction. Another young individual, perhaps unaware of the challenges ahead. Once he received his purchase, Xiaoming mounted his vehicle, securing the battle blade and backpack upon his back, and set off toward the city gate. The city of Fengtian was divided into 9 districts, with the Xian district located in the western part of Fengtian. To the west of Sinan district lies the wilderness, a realm teeming with ferocious beasts and fraught with peril. Yet, for martial artists, it serves as a lucrative hunting ground. Stopped by the guards at the city gate, who meticulously scrutinized him, Xiaoming was initially denied passage. The guards expressed their unease regarding his solitary venture and advised him to form a party for safety. Only after he acquiesced to their counsel was he permitted to leave the city. Upon exiting, Xiaoming set his course directly towards the 0898 zone, which is in close proximity to Sinan district. There, the beasts encountered are predominantly first-tier creatures, making it an ideal locale for novices to acclimate to combat. As long as one refrains from recklessly resting in the wild, the dangers are minimal. Xia Ming hastened his pace and reached the 0898 zone in a mere quarter of an hour, where he found several martial artists engaged in hunting the beasts. However, the scene deviated from his expectations. A group of over a dozen individuals encircled a trembling creature, while a second-tier martial artist was instructing the newcomers on how to strike, highlighting the vulnerabilities of the beasts. Recognizing the overwhelming numbers, Xia Ming promptly abandoned this location. Fortunately, he had anticipated such a scenario and had prepared an alternative strategy. The 0899 marker mostly harbored second-tier beasts, akin to martial artists of the second realm. With determination, Xia Ming unsheathed his blade and sprinted further afield. Chapter 10. Golden-winged mantis. As he departed from the 0898 marker and journeyed towards 0899, the presence of martial artists diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity during his trek, Xia Ming began to study the Blood Shadow Ninefold technique. Before long, he had perused the martial skill, which commenced with instructions on how to channel power and refine one's swordsmanship. The subsequent passage elucidates the methods for assessing the proficiency in swordsmanship. When one executes a colorless blade force, they may not have entered the realm of mastery, yet they have crossed the threshold into the domain of swordplay. Upon manifesting a crimson blade aura of a singular weight, one has officially entered the realm. Achieving a triple-layered crimson blade aura signifies minor accomplishment, while a six-layered crimson blade aura denotes major success. Finally, upon displaying a 9-layered crimson blade aura, one reaches perfection. Upon concluding this reflection, a system panel materialized abruptly. Name: Xia Ming. Age: 17. Realm: Warrior of the Third Heaven. Vitality: 502-600. Blood Shadow 9 layers. Force: 0-100. Profound grade superior blade technique. Perfection comparable to low-grade inferior techniques. The system panel revealed the blade technique, alongside a progress bar. Could it be that, akin to vitality, one must vanquish demonic beasts to enhance it? Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the roadside. In the next instant, two colossal mantises materialized, their claws resembling steel, gleaming with a chilling radiance. Iron Claw Mantis. Realm: First Tier. First Rank. Xia Ming came to a halt, slowly drawing his battle blade from his waist. Vitality surged within him as memories of the recently acquired blade technique flooded his mind. The two mantises, evidently lacking patience, charged forth. Xia Ming initially positioned the blade horizontally to deflect the assaults of the iron-clawed mantises. With a sudden burst of strength from his wrist, he sent their claws flying. Subsequently, he executed a decisive slash, cleaving the two mantises into 4 pieces. The sound of a blade striking echoed as he dispatched a steel claw mantis, gaining 1 health and 1 proficiency in the Blood Shadow Ninefold technique. A sense of exhilaration surged within Xia Ming as he perceived a subtle enhancement in his vitality and swordsmanship. Indeed, slaying monstrous beasts could elevate his mastery of the blade. All he needed to do was continue vanquishing foes to perfect this technique. With this in mind, he hastened towards the designated waypoint 0899. After severing the mantis's wings and stowing them in his backpack, Xia Ming pressed onward. Along the way, he encountered several attacks from beasts. However, they were all first-tier creatures that posed no threat to him, easily dispatched with a single stroke. Upon arriving at waypoint 0899, Xia Ming noticed that the number of warriors present was exceedingly sparse. Occasionally, he came across a few, their expressions wary and alert. Out in the wilderness, vigilance was paramount, for incidents of murder were not unheard of. Despite the law's clear prohibition against killing in the wild regions, the allure of treasure often proved irresistible, prompting some to turn against their own kind. Caution was wise. It served everyone well. The area surrounding waypoint 0899 was expansive, once a bustling county town, now reduced to mere ruins. The atmosphere here starkly contrasted with that of Area 0898, imbued with a palpable sense of oppression. Xia Ming ascended to a rooftop, surveying his surroundings. He observed that the beasts were congregating in large numbers, a truly perilous sight. Nearly all were towering mantises, banding together in groups to hunt other creatures. This struck Xia Ming as peculiar. Such low-tier beasts should lack intelligence, yet here they were, united in their efforts. They should have a leader. Realizing this, Xia Ming did not venture inside but instead hunted the demonic beasts from the outside. Before long, he encountered a solitary praying mantis. Golden Claw Mantis. Realm: First Rank. Second Tier. Concealed in the shadows, Xia Ming seized the opportunity and struck with a single blade. The golden claw mantis had not even registered the attack before it was cleaved in two by Xia Ming's strike. Ding! You have slain a golden claw mantis. Gaining 2 vitality, 2 proficiency in Blood Shadow Ninefold technique. A first rank, second-tier demonic beast can provide 2 points of vitality and 2 points of proficiency. This revelation ignited a spark in Xia Ming's eyes. Indeed, the mightier the demonic beast, the greater the vitality it bestows. As a practitioner of the third realm, he found it effortless to slay both first-rank, second-tier, and first-rank, first-tier beasts with a single blow. In this light, the value of hunting second-tier beasts was evidently higher. Xia Ming then fixed his gaze upon the second-tier golden claw mantis, anticipating the possibility of capturing 2 or 3 with one strike. As he continued his hunt, Xia Ming suddenly realized that his understanding of the blade had ascended to a new level. His vitality surged anew, leading to another breakthrough. Xia Ming opened his status panel. Name: Xia Ming. Age: 17. Realm: Practitioner of the Fourth Heaven. Vitality: 602,900. Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique: 100. 1000 not yet initiated. He had broken through to the fourth heaven of the practitioner realm, and the Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique had also advanced. He had now entered the realm of blade technique, capable of unleashing blade energy. Xia Ming encountered a mythical beast, and, from a distance of merely 2 meters, unleashed a swift strike with his battle knife. An imperceptible wave of energy surged forth, reaching the beast in an instant and cleaving it in two. Was this the essence of blade energy? Its power lay in the ability to slay beasts from afar, thus eliminating the peril of close combat. Lacking the means to acquire protective gear, Xia Ming resorted to lurking in the shadows, seizing the moment when the creature was unaware to strike unexpectedly. Otherwise, he risked grave injury. Having ascended to the 3rd level of martial prowess, he could now manifest blade energy. His plan was to lure the beasts into a cluster for a coordinated assault. Xia Ming ascended to a towering building, methodically purging it of all creatures within. He then ventured outside, severing the wings of a golden-clawed mantis and hanging them from the edifice. The mantis emitted a piercing cry of agony, swiftly attracting a swarm of its kin. Enraged at the sight of their comrade's mutilation, they surged towards Xia Ming. Armed with his knife, he leaned against the staircase, poised for the onslaught. As the first 2 mantises emerged, he struck decisively. Ding! Slain a golden-clawed mantis, vitality 2. Blood Shadow Ninefold Proficiency 2. Ding! Slain a golden-clawed mantis, vitality 2. Blood Shadow Ninefold Proficiency 2. The commotion of his strikes drew forth even more beasts, who flooded toward the staircase. Observing the sudden influx of adversaries, Xia Ming retreated into the stairwell, which could only accommodate 2 golden-clawed mantises at a time. With each pair that revealed themselves, he delivered a lethal blow, cleaving them asunder. Utilizing the constricted space of the staircase, Xia Ming relentlessly harvested the lives of the mythical beasts. Uncertain how much time had passed, it became evident that no more golden-clawed mantises had ventured to the staircase entrance. The mantis bound by Xia Ming had long ceased any movement. Rather than departing from the staircase, Xia Ming ascended to the 2nd floor and leapt out of the window. Upon glancing back, he indeed spotted a golden-clawed mantis lying in ambush outside the staircase. Xia Ming circled back and dispatched it with a swift stroke of his blade. The corpses at the staircase had accumulated to mountainous proportions. Xia Ming approached and meticulously severed the wings from these mantises, for they held considerable monetary value. As the last of the wings were detached, the sun gradually descended in the sky. Xia Ming checked his vitality. Vitality: 812,900. Blood Shadow Ninefold: 310. 1000 not yet initiated. Having slain over 100 beastly creatures, he had acquired 210 points of vitality, yet still had not achieved a breakthrough. The sun continued its descent towards the west. Xia Ming hoisted his backpack onto his shoulder, intending to leave. Just as he took a few steps, an eerie sound of gnawing echoed behind him. Xia Ming's movement abruptly halted. He turned to behold a 2-meter-tall mantis voraciously consuming its fallen kin. Its wings shimmered like gold, reflecting the hues of the setting sun. Golden-winged mantis, leader, realm, 1st stage, 5th rank, seemingly aware of Xia Ming's gaze. The golden-winged mantis abruptly lifted its head, its crimson eyes locking onto him. A chill ran down Xia Ming's spine, as he felt akin to prey being targeted. He dared not turn away. Drawing his battle blade, he stood ready to confront the golden-winged mantis. Chapter 11. Spending the night in the wilderness, the golden-winged mantis regarded him silently, yet it did not make a move, leaving Xia Ming in a state of bewilderment. Suddenly, the golden-winged mantis emitted a piercing cry, a sharp pain lancing through Xiaoming's eardrum. Was it calling its companions? As he surveyed the increasingly hostile beast encircling him, a flicker of anxiety welled up in his eyes. It was now dusk, and if the stalemate continued, he feared he might never return. However, a Tier 1, 5th-grade beast was fixated upon him, and with countless others drawing near, breaking through the encirclement seemed an arduous task. Xiaoming cautiously retreated, only to notice the mantis's abdomen was somewhat distended, its form appearing rather bloated. A sudden realization struck him. All the golden-clawed mantises he had encountered today were in search of sustenance. But where had that food gone? It was evident that it resided within the belly of this golden-winged mantis, its leader. The reason for its voracious appetite became clear. It was nurturing life within. Relieved, Xiaoming exhaled deeply, understanding that as long as the mantis was not at its peak strength, his chances of survival were considerably improved. Yet, the number of golden-clawed mantises continued to swell, and he even spotted some Tier 1, 3rd-grade silver-winged mantises, unfamiliar to him. They must have been dispatched to protect the golden-winged mantis. It seemed that the mantis now perceived him as a tangible threat, summoning its minions in an attempt to drain his vitality. Once his energy waned and he fell into a state of weakness, that would be the moment the golden-winged mantis would strike. Xiaoming was acutely aware of this. He glanced at his status panel. Realm, Martial Artist, 4th layer. Vitality, 602-900. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Surrounding him, was this not a gift of experience? Slaying 149 of them would suffice to elevate him to the 5th layer of martial artistry. At that moment, they were on the same plane. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Xiaoming took a deep breath, unsheathing his battle knife. Its formidable energy manifesting abruptly as it struck a silver-winged mantis, cleaving a massive wound into its form. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Xiaoming followed up with another strike, sending the silver-winged mantis to its demise. Notification: slain a silver-winged mantis, Vitality 3, Blood Shadow 9-fold Proficiency 3. Once again, Xiaoming unleashed his power, continuously reaping vitality and enhancing his proficiency. Beside him, a golden-winged mantis feasted upon the carcass of its fallen counterpart, occasionally glancing at the besieged Xiaoming. Soon, the blood-red sun sank slowly, and darkness was poised to envelop the land. At that moment, Xiaoming sensed a surge of vitality within him, a breakthrough. A wave of joy surged in his heart, though he maintained a facade of calm, even reducing the force of his strikes by 30% to remain consistent with his previous intensity. Xiaoming cast a sidelong glance at the golden-winged mantis, which had taken to the air after devouring its companion. Its choice of this locale, predominantly inhabited by 1st and 2nd-tier demonic beasts, revealed its cautious nature. As anticipated, despite Xiaoming being beset and seemingly at a disadvantage, it refrained from attacking, patiently waiting for him to exhibit signs of weakness. Xiaoming smirked coldly. Since it desired to wait, he would grant it the opportunity. In the next instant, he deliberately reversed the flow of his vitality, feigning depletion. His complexion paled dramatically. The golden-winged mantis noticed his unusual state, transforming into a streak of golden light as it lunged toward him. Xiaoming's lips curled into a cold smile as he swung his battle knife fiercely. With that motion, a crimson blade of energy took form, hurtling directly toward the golden streak of light. At the very moment of their contact, the golden-winged mantis emitted a mournful cry, and in the next instant, its body slowly cleaved in two. Ding! A golden-winged mantis has been slain, Vitality 5, Blood Shadow 9-fold Proficiency 5. Following its lament, all the surrounding mantises suddenly went berserk, launching an assault on Xiaoming. With his blade whirling, Xiaoming dispatched each mantis with precision. As the last rays of the sun faded, the ground beneath him remained drenched in crimson. The night was creeping steadily over the land. Hastily, Xiaoming rushed to the fallen mantis, severing its golden wings. These wings were remarkably sturdy, requiring the force of his blade energy to break through. After collecting the wings without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the nearest tall building. Once he secured the front door, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The night in the wilderness was at least 10 times more perilous than during the day. Not merely due to the darkness obscuring one's vision, but also because certain beasts only ventured out under the cover of night. These creatures typically excelled in stealth, moving without a whisper. Should one hear their approach, it would signify imminent danger. Xiaoming swiftly ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor, where visibility was slightly better and escape was more feasible. After a careful observation, he noted an apparent absence of beasts outside, likely due to the presence of the golden-winged mantis, for this was its territory, and other creatures would likely refrain from trespassing. With this realization, Xiaoming felt a wave of relief. Early the following morning, he planned to depart from this place. With his mind settled, he opened his phone, only to discover it had no signal. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he thought, Yi Mingqing must be feeling quite upset by now. In the third floor of the Wuxia building in Xianan district, Fengtian City, Yi Mingqing sat at a table, idly fiddling with his phone and indulging in his usual games. Suddenly, he cast his phone aside in frustration. Without Xiaming, this game lost its charm. Moreover, why was he not responding to my messages? He had the audacity to ignore me. Beside him, Yi Yong noticed the change in Yi Mingqing's demeanor. Tentatively, he inquired, "Has that rascal Xiaming not replied to your messages?" Yi Mingqing nodded. "Uncle Yi, why don't you take me to find him? I'm a bit worried." Upon hearing Yi Mingqing's request to see Xiaming, Yi Yong's expression soured. "Miss, wait here. I'll see what that rascal is up to." With that, he hurried out the door. Half an hour later, Yi Yong rushed back into the shop, visibly agitated. "This is bad. That boy is missing." Yi Mingqing leapt to his feet at the news. "Xiaming is missing?" Yi Yong sighed. "I've searched the tenement, the school, even his friends' homes, but to no avail." Yi Mingqing's previously cheerful eyes turned icy. "Mobilize all the resources of the Yi family. We must locate him. Alive." The last 3 words were forcefully articulated. Each one a decree. "Understood, Mississippi." Yi Yong had never witnessed such a commanding presence from her before and promptly set into motion the full extent of the Yi family's influence in Fengtian. Soon, a series of videos emerged, revealing that Xiaming had left the city. "Out of the city, then," Yi Mingqing exclaimed as she dashed out of the shop. Yi Yong patted his thigh, realizing he had no opportunity to dissuade and could only follow suit. In Fengtian City, 3 military helicopters ascended slowly into the night sky. These helicopters were constructed from rare alloys and were only deployed in response to sudden emergencies, even in the event of a crisis involving the mayor of Fengtian City. Only 2 helicopters would be dispatched, leaving 1 stationed in the city. This time, however, all 3 helicopters took to the heavens together. Chapter 12. Thankfully, I found Yi Mingqing sat in the helicopter, anxiously scanning for any sign of Xiaming. Xiaming's vital energy had reached 500, indicating he could only have ventured into regions 0897, 0898, or 0899. The beasts inhabiting these 3 areas were primarily of the first tier, first grade and first tier, second grade categories. We shall first search the closest areas, 0897 and 0898. Noticing Yi Mingqing's urgency, Yi Yong attempted to reassure her. "Miss, all the forces at our family's disposal have already left the city." Yi Mingqing clenched her fist, her tone tinged with anxiety. "Do you believe we can truly find him?" A novice like Xiaming, who had not returned after his first venture outside the city, was likely already lost to the beasts. Seeing Yi Mingqing's hands tremble slightly, Yi Yong finally asserted with resolve, "We can. I will search for him too." With those words, Yi Yong leaped directly from the helicopter at a height of 100 meters. As a warrior of the god of war caliber, his physical abilities surpassed the imagination of an ordinary person. He landed heavily, creating a significant crater in the ground, and cursed as he crushed a beast beneath his foot. "Damn it, Xiaming, you better not be dead. To perish, one must at least repay the esteemed young lady before meeting their end." In the 0899 zone, Xiaming dared not close his eyes, fixating intently on the system panel. Name: Xiaming. Age: 17. Realm: Warrior 5th layer. Health: 1022-1200. Blood Shadow 9-fold Force 620-1000. Not yet initiated. When he vanquished the Golden-Winged Mantis, inexplicably, he unleashed a Crimson Blade energy. Yet, he had not even begun to grasp the Blood Shadow 9-fold Force. This left Xiaming in a state of perplexity. Could it be that this Crimson Blade energy was not a mere first layer of the Bloodblade Force? Blade Force, Blade Force. Xiaming murmured within. In other words, do I not yet possess my own force? Merely having mastered the techniques, yet lacking the finesse to cultivate a true Blade Force. Nonetheless, today's achievements had left him exceedingly content. Not to mention the monstrous materials within his backpack, the increase in health alone amounted to 520 points. Slaughtering chickens for 3 days had not yielded such a significant growth in health. Yet, the danger was indeed much greater. Had it not been for the system aiding his breakthrough, he feared he would have perished here. And what of that anti-demon spray? What good is it? Before one could escape, those fiendish beasts would have already claimed your life. Upon returning, I must return that product. As the night deepened and the chill settled in, Xiaming instinctively drew his neck in. He found himself unexpectedly yearning for home. Spending the night in the wilderness is truly a harrowing experience. One must ensure not to be trapped here again. As the night swiftly passes, a helicopter descends slowly onto the rooftop of a towering building in Zone 0899. Yu Mingqing and Yi Yong disembark from the aircraft. Yu Mingqing remains silent, while Yu Yong opens his mouth but fails to utter a sound. They both understand the grim reality. The hope for Xiaoming's survival is nearly extinguished. The incessant beeping of reports fills their ears. Yet no trace of him can be found. Yu Mingqing's expression gradually turns desolate. Finally, she gestures dismissively, her voice lacking its usual vivacity. You may leave now. She crouches down, staring blankly at the ground. Yi Yong waves his hand, letting out a sigh. Let us go. A night spent searching yielded no sign of Xiaoming. A truth that is utterly difficult to accept. Suddenly, a perplexed voice crackles through the earpiece. How can there still be humans here? Oh no, wrong frequency. Yu Mingqing's body jolts. She recognizes the voice. It's Xiaoming. Xiaoming, she exclaims with excitement. Then, she hears the sound of the earpiece being picked up. I made a mistake. Yi Yong is momentarily taken aback, but quickly extends his mental prowess and discovers that Xiaoming is indeed just below their building. Yi Yong's expression instantly twists with ferocity. He leaps down to Xiaoming's side, seizing him and whispering fiercely in his ear, You had better apologize properly to Miss. Or even if she tries to stop me, I shall make you incapable of moving for a month. Xiaoming shrinks his neck, resembling a frightened chick as he is lifted up. Yi Yong cast a glance at Xiaoming, snorted coldly, and leaped from the high building. Xiaoming lowered his head, sensing Yu Mingqing approaching him, but dared not lift his gaze to meet her eyes. Suddenly, the sound of sobbing echoed in the air. Startled, Xiaoming finally raised his eyes to Yu Mingqing before him. Her complexion was pale, her lips chapped, and her hair disheveled. Yet the sorrow and guilt in her gaze were unmistakable. Thankfully, I found you. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoming enveloped Yu Mingqing in his embrace. I'm sorry for making you worry. Yu Mingqing wept profusely, her cries reminiscent of a child. Xiaoming remained silent, aware that Yu Mingqing must have expended considerable effort to locate him. Perhaps she hadn't slept a wink throughout the night. After a long while, Yu Mingqing ceased her tears, her eyes red as she spoke with a quivering voice. In the future, you can share anything with me. Xiaoming nodded, just like you do. Yu Mingqing's face broke into a smile through her tears. Do you remember when I asked you to confront that wealthy second generation at the KTV? Yes. You said you disliked him and urged me to confront him. Yu Mingqing grinned mischievously. Did you go just because I told you to? Xiaoming appeared puzzled. What else would I do? Yu Mingqing feigned a look of triumph. The class doesn't know about it. After all, Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a relieved smile. Since the misunderstanding had already occurred, let it be. Then, shall we return home? As the first rays of dawn broke, the two of them boarded a helicopter together and departed from that place. Below, Yi Yong watched the distant helicopter, his mouth agape. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and dashed away. Upon returning to the warrior's tower, Xiaoming first took a shower, and then the two shared a simple meal. Noticing the lingering redness in Yu Mingqing's eyes, Xiaoming suggested, perhaps it is best to rest for a while. Yu Mingqing, aware of Xiaoming's own fatigue, nodded in agreement. They each retreated to their respective rooms. Despite having not slept a wink throughout the night, Xiaoming found himself tossing and turning, unable to find solace in slumber. Today, Yu Mingqing seemed somewhat different from her usual self. He had never initiated any physical contact with her before, in his eyes. She had always embodied the role of a caregiver. Deep down, Xiaoming harbored a certain trepidation towards her. Although Yu Mingqing often nestled against him, it was evident from her demeanor that she regarded such actions as mere familial affection. Thus, he had never entertained thoughts beyond that realm. Yet, with Yu Mingqing broaching the subject today, what message was she attempting to convey? Was it an effort to lighten the atmosphere, or perhaps something more? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Yu Mingqing. Do you like me? The bright screen of his phone reflected the contours of Xiaoming's face as he stared at the words, unsure of how to respond. The phone vibrated once more. I like you. Chapter 13. I like you. Do you like me? The following morning, Xiaoming rose early and prepared breakfast. After leaving a note, he departed from the Qinglu CAF. Just as he stepped out, Yu Mingqing pushed open her door. She unfolded the note Xiaoming had left. Old man needs to deliver the exam papers to the tube building. I'll be stepping out for a moment. I also plan to reside there for a while, probably. I will return after the college entrance examination. Remember to have breakfast. Yi Ming's gaze dimmed slightly as she looked at the breakfast on the table, yet she still took a seat. Xiaoming's reaction had long been anticipated by her. Before Xiaoming, she had always played the role of an elder sister, believing she would continue to do so indefinitely. However, at some unknown point, that boy had gradually matured, capable of standing before her and shielding her from the storms of the outside world. She ought not to have developed feelings for Xiaoming. Yet, who can articulate the nature of affection? The fluttering of a young girl's heart during adolescence has never adhered to reason. Xiaoming exited the small shop and made his way to the central area on the third floor of the martial artist building. The third floor housed a variety of shops, including those belonging to the Alliance. At its heart lay the section where the Alliance procured materials. The prices offered by the Alliance for these materials were rather modest, merely half of what private shops charged. Nonetheless, one could accumulate contribution points through these transactions. Contribution points were classified from 1 to 5 stars. 1 star required the accumulation of 10,000 contribution points, granting a 10% discount. 2 stars necessitated 100,000 contribution points for an 8% discount. 3 stars demanded 1 million contribution points for a 30% discount. 4 stars required 10 million contribution points for a 40% discount. 5 stars called for 100 million contribution points for a 50% discount. Additionally, these contribution points could be redeemed for unique and exceedingly rare items not available in the outside world, including rare martial arts techniques and weapons, though their prices were typically quite steep. However, the mere mention of the word rare entices countless individuals to flock towards it. Xiaoming also intends to exchange here for the sword techniques and weapons he will require in the future. He sold the materials from his backpack, yielding a sum of 600,000 yuan and 260 contribution points. Though 260 contribution points may seem meager, the techniques of the Huang tier, particularly the lower grade, require only 200 points, which is valued at 200,000 yuan. In truth, when calculated, it is not a significant loss. Moreover, this item possesses a high ceiling, allowing for future exchanges that money alone cannot procure. After completing the sale, Xiaoming discovered an additional 10,000 yuan in his account, a reward from the police station following the resolution of the half-chicken factory incident. He returned to the shop he visited yesterday to return the demon-repelling spray and simultaneously intended to purchase a new combat knife. The 10,000 yuan combat knife had been rendered unusable in yesterday's skirmish. The shop assistant initially appeared displeased, yet his demeanor transformed to one of respect as he observed Xiaoming examining a 100,000 yuan combat knife with great scrutiny. "Sir, this combat knife is crafted for warriors at the 5th level of mastery, though it can also be wielded by those at the 1st level," the assistant remarked. Xiaoming, intrigued, inquired, "Do you have the finest combat knife suitable for a warrior at the 5th level?" The assistant hesitated, contemplating whether this young man might indeed be a master of the 5th level. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recalling that just days prior, this individual had purchased a combat knife appropriate for the 1st level and the cheapest technique available. It was implausible that he could ascend to the 5th level within such a short span. "There is one available, but it is designed for warriors at the 9th level. Are you capable of wielding it?" The assistant cast a skeptical glance at Xiaoming. Xiaoming furrowed his brow and said, "Bring it to me. If I could lift it, I would have purchased it already. The battle blade for a martial artist at the 5th level costs 50,000. I wonder if he can afford the blade for a martial artist at the 9th level." "Follow me," the shop assistant said, seeing Xiaoming's insistence. He reluctantly led him to the storeroom. "I must warn you, this item weighs a full 100 kilograms. Xiaoming's gaze fell upon a cold, gleaming alloy battle blade. The edge was remarkably sharp, and the blade was etched with blood-red patterns. Instantly, Xiaoming was enamored by this weapon. He approached it and effortlessly lifted the battle blade with one hand, swinging it a few times with ease. "Not bad. How much does it cost?" The shop assistant, astonished that Xiaoming could wield a 100-kilogram blade so effortlessly, gaped and stammered. 500,000. Xiaoming nodded, relieved that he could afford it. "Do you have any combat suits?" On this outing, Xiaoming dared not engage closely with the beasts, for even if his realm surpassed theirs, they could easily breach his physical defenses. Realizing that his defensive capabilities were a weakness, Xiaoming decided to purchase a combat suit. "Oh, we have those," the shopkeeper replied, leading Xiaoming to another storeroom. After a brief inspection, Xiaoming selected a mid-range combat suit capable of withstanding several attacks from a 1st-tier, 6th-grade beast. The price was steep, amounting to 60,000. After completing the transaction, Xiaoming found himself with only 55,000 remaining. Indeed, earning money is as harrowing as losing it is effortless. As he turned to leave, The shop assistant's astonishment at Xia Ming's retreating figure slowly faded. How old could he be? Is he merely 20 years old? It is truly astonishing that he possesses the cultivation level of a fifth-tier martial artist. As Xia Ming arrived at the apartment building, he fortuitously encountered Qin Zhang descending the stairs. Qin Zhang patted Xia Ming on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Thanks to you, I have unexpectedly become the workshop director. Let us dine out tonight. Xia Ming responded with a smile. All right. I'll come find you this evening. Qin Zhang's promotion is indeed a commendable development, one that Xia Ming had hoped for. After laboring for half his life, it seems unjust for him to still reside in such modest accommodations. Upon returning to his dwelling, Xia Ming neatly stowed away the 2 sets of clothes that had been photographed earlier into his backpack. Subsequently, he ventured out to a donation center, where he relinquished the 2 sets of garments. After completing this act of charity, Xia Ming took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Back in his quarters, he first informed Yu Mingqing of his plans, then donned his combat attire, layering a coat over it. He placed his large sword into an oversized travel bag and set off once more towards the wilderness zone. This time, Xia Ming headed directly to an area notorious for the presence of first-tier, 5th-grade demonic beasts, Region 0931. Here, one could find a modest number of first-tier, 4th-grade, and first-tier, 6th-grade demonic beasts, with the 5th-tier beast predominating. Of course, this location was further from the Xianan district. Fortunately, Xia Ming's speed had significantly increased, now reaching 20 meters per second, and his punching power likely exceeded 1,000 kilograms. The guards stationed at the city walls were taken aback as they witnessed Xia Ming sprinting away. How could his speed have suddenly surged? Just 2 days prior, he was clocked at approximately 15 meters per second, yet today he had reached 20 meters per second. An impossible thought simultaneously sparked in the minds of the onlookers. Had he truly attained the 5th level of martial prowess? They gazed at Xia Ming's departing silhouette. It was inconceivable that he might return having reached the 6th level of martial mastery. Chapter 14. He has indeed achieved the 6th level of martial mastery. Xia Ming spent half an hour traveling to Area 0931. Along the way, he encountered several magical beasts, all of the 1st tier, 3rd, or 4th rank. After cultivating his blade aura, Xia Ming could cleave them in 2 with a single strike. Upon reaching his destination, he immediately spotted a 1st tier, 5th rank magical beast, a black cat demon of a size comparable to a tiger. Phantom cat demon, rank, 1st tier, 5th grade. The cat demon noticed Xia Ming and, with remarkable agility, leapt towards him. Without hesitation, Xia Ming unleashed a swift slash. A scarlet blade aura formed instantaneously, severing the cat demon in 2. Notification: you have slain a phantom cat demon. Vitality 5, Blood Shadow 9th layer proficiency 5. Xia Ming approached to collect the materials from the beast. The claws of the cat demon were exceptionally hard and sharp, akin in strength to ordinary alloy materials, suitable for weapon crafting. Once he had gathered the necessary components, Xia Ming ventured deeper into Area 0931. Before long, the morning had slipped away, and Xia Ming had ascended to the 6th tier of martial mastery. Yet, he remained unassuming, seeking refuge in a nearby building. This area was notably less populated by humans. He had encountered only a few martial artists on his way here. After entering Area 0931, he had spent the entire morning slaying magical beasts without encountering any human warriors. Indeed, the farther one strayed from the safety zone, the more numerous the available locations became, leading to a greater dispersion of human martial artists. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Xia Ming peered through the window. A massive porcupine ambled by, its quills resembling countless steel needles, glinting with a chilling radiance. Iron-armored porcupine, realm, 1st tier, 9th grade, the 1st tier. 9th grade designation indicated that each quill possessed a strength comparable to the blade wielded by Xia Ming. He prudently restrained his aura. Earlier that morning, while hunting demonic beasts, he had encountered a serpentine creature of the same tier. This suggested that the farther one ventured from Fengtian, the less reliable the intelligence became. The 0931 safe zone predominantly housed 1st tier, 5th grade beasts, yet there were indeed some 1st tier, 9th grade creatures present, information that had not been disclosed. The disparity of 4 minor realms was alarming. Should he attract their attention, escape would be nearly impossible. Upon his return, he intended to inform the staff at the martial artist building to amend this oversight. Once the iron-armored porcupine had moved away, Xia Ming emerged from his shelter. He did not brazenly pursue demonic beasts. Instead, he lurked in the shadows, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Upon successfully obtaining his quarry, he would swiftly gather the materials and retreat. The oppressive aura of these first-tier, ninth-grade beasts was overwhelming. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiao halted his activities and cautiously made his way towards the outer regions of the 0931 zone. Fortunately, he encountered no more first-tier, ninth-grade beasts along the way. Upon exiting the 0931 safe zone, Xiao broke into a sprint. He accessed the system panel. Name: Xiao. Age: 17. Realm: Martial Artist. 7th layer: Vitality. 1522-1600. Blood Shadow. 9-fold Momentum. 1122,000. Capable of unleashing a blood-colored blade force. Has reached the preliminary stage. Today he adopted a more cautious approach, slaying only a few beasts, resulting in a vitality level comparable to that from his battle with the Golden-Winged Mantis. However, he has made a breakthrough to the 7th layer of the martial artist realm and is not far from the 8th layer. Most importantly, he has entered the preliminary stage of the Blood Shadow 9-fold Momentum, allowing him to unleash a blood-colored blade force. The blade energy he previously wielded only conveyed a sense of sharpness, but now it embodies an undeniable momentum, a relentless aura of slaughter that is both formidable and unstoppable. Its lethality has increased several-fold compared to before. As for the first-grade, 9th-tier beasts, Xiao currently has no intention of provoking them due to their considerable danger. He aims to achieve a breakthrough to the 9th layer of martial artist tomorrow and, upon succeeding, intends to capture these first-grade, 9th-tier beasts. With such thoughts in mind, Xiao swiftly made his way back to the Xianan district of Fengtian City. At the entrance, several guards spotted a dark figure rushing towards them from a distance. Curiosity piqued, they observed the figure whose speed had reached 26 meters per second, indicating that he was likely a 7th-layer martial artist. As the figure drew closer, their expressions suddenly shifted. Look, doesn't this person resemble that young man from this morning? Is that the martial artist at the 5th level? How is that even possible? If it were truly him, I would eat this brick. It seems, it really is him. Xiao rushed over, mounting his bicycle amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, and gradually departed. I had thought that breaking through to the 6th level of martial artist would be his limit. To my surprise, he has actually reached the 7th level. His backpack appears to be quite full. After a prolonged moment of shock, the onlookers regained their composure. Who was it that said they would eat a brick? After returning home and taking a shower, Xiao arrived at the martial artist building, intending to sell the materials from the beast he had defeated. What Xiao did not anticipate was that Wang Ying had come to the 3rd floor. There haven't been many people on the 1st floor lately, so I've been reassigned here. Wang Ying explained the situation. Xiao nodded in understanding. The period leading up to the college entrance examination sees students striving to elevate their martial prowess, yet few can achieve breakthroughs before the exams. Only a select few prodigies manage to ascend during the summer break following the exams, at which point the number of people increases significantly. Of course, this applies primarily to students from ordinary families. Those with more affluent backgrounds, in addition to providing their children with nourishing elixirs, also supply various rare materials. For them, breaking through as a martial artist is a trivial matter. Xiao placed his backpack on the counter. Could you please assist me in counting these, sister? Wang Ying smiled and opened the backpack. The moment she did, she was momentarily taken aback. This contains materials from 5th, 6th, and even 7th grade beasts. She gazed at Xiao in disbelief. Have you truly reached the 7th level of martial arts? Xiao chuckled softly. Sister, one must maintain a low profile. Wang Ying suppressed her astonishment and completed the tally of the beast materials. The total amounted to 800,000 and 280 contribution points. Once the counting was finished, the money and contribution points were promptly transferred to Xiao account. Xiao then stated, Sister, I have a situation to report. A first-tier 9th grade beast has appeared at the 0931 marked point. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying recognized the gravity of the situation. Her expression turned serious as she replied, I will report this. If it proves to be true, there will be a reward. Xiao nodded and waved his farewell. Goodbye, elder sister. As Xiao departed, he remained unaware of a robust figure silently observing him from a secluded corner. Yiyong furrowed his brow as he watched Xiao. Upon learning that Xiao was to venture out of the city again, Yu Mingqing had instructed him to protect Xiao, and thus he followed. With his godlike combat prowess, it was impossible for Xiao to detect him. After observing Xiao for an entire day, Yiyong couldn't help but marvel at the young man's prowess. He had indeed reached the 7th level of martial arts. However, Yiyong was perplexed as to how Xiao had ascended 2 levels in just a single day of beast hunting. Had he awakened some latent talent? Yu Yong shook his head. Regardless of what talent Xia Ming had awakened, it was of little concern to him. What truly occupied his thoughts was the young lady. After Xia Ming's departure, she ceased her gaming and laughter, spending her days lost in thought with her phone in hand. The frustration was palpable. Chapter 15. The Martial Artist's Ascension. Upon exiting the martial artist building, Xia Ming pedaled his bicycle back to the tenement. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. Once home, he removed his combat attire and took a sip from a nutritional drink. The weather was gradually warming. Yet there were neither fans nor air conditioning in his abode. After a refreshing shower, he waved a hand fan to cool himself, having just vanquished the demonic beasts. His body was drenched in blood. It seemed that a daily bath would become a necessity upon his return. A gentle breeze swept through, allowing his weary body to finally relax. Venturing out of the city to slay demonic creatures was no trivial endeavor. One had to remain vigilant at all times, for a moment's inattention could lead to irreversible consequences. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Ming, are you home? Xia Ming opened the door with a smile. Uncle Chen, let's go. Together. They departed the tenement. Under Chen Zhong's guidance, they arrived at the nearby Hongxing restaurant, the finest establishment in the vicinity. Entering the private dining room, Xia Ming discovered that Chen Zhong had already ordered an array of dishes. It's just the two of us, so I had the chef prepare everything in advance. No need for pleasantries, let's indulge. Xia Ming, feeling quite famished, wasted no time. Nearly half of the sumptuous feast quickly disappeared into his stomach. Once satiated, the two departed in high spirits. However, as they left, Xia Ming keenly noticed that Chen Zhong's posture had suddenly become slightly stooped. In this world, although becoming a martial artist could enhance one's physical capabilities, it did not extend one's lifespan. Chen Zhong was approaching his 40s, and his vitality was gradually waning, reflecting the inevitable decline of his body. When venturing out to hunt the demonic beasts, one might bring back some beast meat to supplement Uncle Chen's diet. The steel-backed porcupine would be a fine choice. The following day, Xia Ming once again departed the city. The guards at the city gate gazed at his receding figure, a blend of admiration and wistfulness in their eyes. Do you think he will break through to the 8th layer of martial arts today? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How about a wager? Let us bet on whether he will reach the 8th layer of martial arts. Suddenly, the individual who had previously boasted about consuming bricks spoke up. I bet he will ascend to the 9th layer of martial arts. The crowd looked at him in astonishment. What makes you so certain? The man replied, experience speaks volumes. This time, Xia Ming did not venture to Area 0931, where the majority of the beasts were of the first rank, 5th grade, easily dispatched with a single strike. However, for Xia Ming, even the first rank, 7th grade beasts could also be felled with one blow. Thus, he made his way directly to Area 0935, predominantly inhabited by first rank, 7th grade beasts. Upon his return, he would conveniently pass through Area 0931, where he could capture a few first rank, 9th grade beasts. Xia Ming traversed swiftly for over half an hour before finally reaching Area 0935. Before him stood two first rank, 7th grade beasts. He slowly drew his combat knife from his waist. With 2 arcs of blood-red blade energy, the beasts collapsed instantly. Ding, slain a purple maned tiger, vitality 7. Blood Shadow 9th layer proficiency 7. Ding, slain a purple maned tiger, vitality 7. Blood Shadow 9th layer proficiency 7. At noon, Xia Ming found a small house where he took a moment to rest. In this locale, renowned for its abundance of first-tier, 7th grade demon beasts, he stumbled upon a dozen or so first-tier, 9th grade demon beasts. Moreover, there were even some second-tier demon beasts present. Second-tier demon beasts correspond to the realm of human martial artists after reaching the transformative stage known as the easy muscle realm. As these second-tier beasts grow in size, their strength escalates correspondingly. Xia Ming increasingly sensed an unsettling atmosphere recently, compelling him to act with discretion. In the afternoon, Xia Ming continued to target the solitary demon beasts. Although his pace of extermination was not rapid, the elevated levels of these beasts ensured that his reputation and vitality surged at a commendable rate. At last, he felt the familiar surge of energy within him once more. He glanced at the transparent panel. Name, Xia Ming. Age, 17. Realm, 9th heaven of martial artists. Vitality, 2000 to 2500. Blood Shadow 9th level, 1500 2000. Capable of unleashing a blood-red blade aura. Entry level achieved. In a mere 4 days, Xia Ming had directly ascended from a martial artist to the 9th heaven of martial artists. The next step was to break through to the easy muscle realm. Having gathered the materials from the demon beasts, he turned to depart. Although it was only a little past 2 in the afternoon, the presence of numerous second-tier demon beasts in the vicinity posed a significant risk to his safety. Thus, Xia Ming made his way directly to the 0931 area, where only first-tier demon beasts resided. He intended to slay the few first-tier, 9th-grade beasts there. Returning to Area 0931, Xia Ming commenced a search for traces of first-order, 9th-grade demon beasts. Just yesterday, there had only been 5. Astonishingly, the number had risen to 7. As Xia Ming meticulously scoured the surroundings, he was relieved to find no second-order demon beasts present. He first approached a first-order, 9th-grade colorful Lin python. With a swift motion, he brandished his battle knife and executed a powerful strike. The blood-red blade aura materialized instantaneously. The colorful Lin python immediately sensed the impending danger, causing its scales to bristle in alarm. The moment the crimson blade aura collided with the creature, a piercing sound of impact reverberated through the air. Although the blade penetrated 3 inches into its flesh, it failed to sever the python's body. Indeed, a single strike was insufficient to slay a first-order, 9th-grade demon beast. Xia Ming felt a pang of regret, yet he continued his assault, launching another strike. The colorful Lin python swiftly twisted its body, narrowly evading his second blow. After dodging this attack, it emitted a shrill, anguished cry, the reverberation stunning some of the weaker demon beasts nearby. Xia Ming furrowed his brow. These creatures seemed inexplicably inclined to summon their companions. Should he be besieged, he feared he would find himself in a fierce struggle, channeling his inner vitality. He surged forward with remarkable speed, arriving before the colorful Lin python in an instant, and aimed a strike at its vital spot. Sensing the menacing blade aura, the python violently lashed its tail. In the next moment, that robust tail hurtled towards Xia Ming. He raised his arm to shield himself. And as he brought down his battle knife, a resounding crack echoed, a sound of splintering bone. Concurrently, Xia Ming felt an immense force strike his right arm, propelling him into an abandoned building. The structure collapsed with a thunderous crash. Coughing and covered in dust, Xia Ming emerged from the ruins. Hastening to the front of the vibrant scaled python, he severed a portion of its skin and its gallbladder before swiftly departing from the scene. Despite enduring a formidable blow from the python, Xia Ming felt only a slight disruption in his internal energy, indicating his remarkable physical resilience. Regrettably, his protective armor, capable of withstanding the assault of a first-tier, 6th-grade beast, was utterly destroyed, a loss he lamented, given its hefty price of 60,000. Had he known, he would have refrained from wearing it and opted for a return instead. Ascending to a higher vantage point, Xia Ming observed that within a mere moment, 5 first-tier, 9th-grade beasts had congregated in the vicinity, yet the formidable steel-backed porcupine was absent. Without hesitation, he set off in search of its trail. Before long, he discovered the steel-backed porcupine slumbering soundly upon the school's football field. To his astonishment, despite the commotion he had caused, it remained undisturbed. This was fortuitous, as the porcupine had exposed its head while sleeping. With a single strike, Xia Ming could dispatch it. Chapter 16. Breaking through to the muscle transformation realm, Xia Ming stealthily approached, pausing a mere dozen meters away. Channeling his internal energy to its fullest, he shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the steel-backed porcupine, with the blade of his weapon descending. A crimson arc of light flashed, and the porcupine's head fell away. Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly this effortless? Flipping the porcupine onto its back, he promptly carved away a substantial piece of flesh to stow in his backpack. Unfortunately, the remaining space was limited, accommodating only a little over 100 pounds. Once he had gathered his spoils, Xia Ming's backpack was brimming. He then ascended to another tall building, where he was astonished to find that within such a brief and Xia Ming hesitated for a moment, refraining from making another move. He had just slain 2 first-tier 9th-grade beasts, and now 2 more had appeared. He wondered whether more would suddenly emerge. The Area 0931 was not entirely safe for him at this moment. Moreover, having reached the 9th level of martial arts, he had also acquired some porcupine meat. His objective for the day had been accomplished. Xia Ming slung his backpack over his shoulders and swiftly departed from the scene. At the entrance of Xianan District in Fengtian City, a small black dot suddenly materialized in the distance, causing the onlookers to tense up. They had placed bets and wagered some money. Only the individual who had claimed yesterday that Xia Ming would break through to the 9th level of martial arts had placed a bet in his favor. The majority had wagered on the 8th level, with a scant few betting on the 7th. As the black dot drew closer, it gradually became clearer. Upon recognizing the familiar backpack, the crowd's anxiety heightened. His speed had reached an astonishing 35 meters per second. He was undoubtedly at the 9th level of martial arts. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. If someone were to take an entire day to advance from the 5th to the 7th level, they might still entertain the possibility. However, to leap from the 7th to the 9th level was simply unfathomable. It defied reason. For an ordinary person to traverse these two levels, a minimum of a year would be requisite. Even prodigies would need at least 3 months to achieve such a breakthrough. How could he have ventured out of the city, hunted beasts for a single day, and directly ascended 2 levels? They had heard tales of individuals encountering perilous situations and breaking through in life and death circumstances. But to witness someone doing so for 2 consecutive days was evidently illogical. Could it be that he had awakened an extraordinary talent? The Brick Brother gazed at the distant black dot, erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, I have triumphed. Pay up. As Xiaming entered the city gate, he sensed the peculiar gazes directed towards him, expressions tinged with astonishment and sorrow. Only one person beamed with joy, offering him a smile in return. Xiaming courteously reciprocated the gesture. Mounting his bicycle, he first returned home to stow away the porcupine meat and took a refreshing shower. Subsequently, he pedaled swiftly towards the warrior building. In the urban area, the rampant gallop of warriors was strictly prohibited. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he spotted Wang Ying waving at him, prompting Xiaming to approach her. "Sister, I've come to sell some goods," he announced. Wang Ying smiled as she accepted Xiaming's backpack, beginning to inventory its contents. "By the way, sister, this chunk of porcupine meat weighing over 10 pounds is for you to take home and enjoy." Xiaming extracted a piece of the meat he had set aside earlier and handed it to Wang Ying. She examined the tender morsel and, rather than decline, accepted it with a smile, remarking, "You are quite thoughtful, little brother." After tallying the materials from the monstrous beasts, Wang Ying's composure faltered once again. Among them was, astonishingly, the material from a first-tier 9th-grade beast. "You?" Xiaming nodded, urging her to keep it discreet. Wang Ying covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded him, seemingly overwhelmed. Feeling a bit uneasy under her intense gaze, Xiaming quickly stated, "I trust you to settle the account. I'm off now." With that, he dashed away, leaving Wang Ying momentarily stunned. After a brief interval, Wang Ying gradually regained her senses. Even the disciples from prestigious families would not exhibit such terrifying advancement in their abilities. Could it be that he had awakened some latent talent? Upon returning home, Xiaming transported the remaining nearly 100 pounds of pork to Qinzhang's residence. Despite Qinzhang's initial reluctance, Xiaming eventually persuaded him to accept half of the spoils, with Qinzhong also agreeing to assist Xiaming in processing the meat. Xiaming considered having Qinzhong prepare the meat as jerky, suitable for provisions on his excursions beyond the city. Upon returning home, Xiaming received remuneration from the martial artist's tower, amounting to 2 million credits and 350 contribution points. The following day, Xiaming ventured out of the city once more. Unaware of Yi Yong's clandestine pursuit, through diligent observation over the preceding days, Yi Yong had discerned Xiaming's unique attribute, a subtle increase in his internal energy with each vanquished monster, indicative of a talent centered around combat. While such talents had surfaced before, none had exhibited such rapid amplification. Furthermore, such augmentation typically entailed adverse effects, compromising the purity of one's internal energy. However, Yi Yong's scrutiny of Xiaming revealed his internal energy to be remarkably pure and robust, defying any discernible complications. This perplexed Yi Yong, who surmised that Xiaming possessed a formidable talent, yet remained resolute that such a talent alone would not suffice to win the favor of his young mistress. Xiaming bypassed Sector 0931, advancing directly to Sector 0936, an area populated predominantly by Tier 1 Rank 8 monsters. Unable to dispatch Tier 1 Rank 9 monsters with a single strike, owing to their heightened reflexes, Xiaming opted to initially target the Tier 1 Rank 8 monsters, which he could eliminate swiftly. Subsequently, he planned to engage the Tier 1 Rank 9 monsters dwelling in Sector 0931. Drawing his combat blade, Xiaming commenced his hunt. As the morning passed, Xiaming felt the surging vitality within him. It was the moment of breakthrough. He promptly located a secluded basement, settling into a meditative posture, keenly attuning himself to the transformations occurring within his body. In the realm of martial arts, the circulation of vital energy throughout the body fortifies every part, particularly enhancing muscular strength. The subsequent realm primarily augments the tendons, thereby increasing the body's resilience. Xiaming directed his vital energy into the major tendons, and an exhilarating sensation coursed through him. After a quarter of an hour, he gradually opened his eyes. Name: Xiaming. Age: 17. Realm: First layer of muscle transformation. Vital energy: 2,500 into 3,500. Blood shadow ninefold technique: 2,000 5,000 capable of unleashing 2 blood red blade energies. Entry level. He had successfully attained the muscle transformation realm. Moreover, he could now unleash 2 layers of blade energy. Previously, the fusion of a single blade energy could only injure a first-tier, 9th-grade beast. However, with the integration of 2 layers of blade energy, he could directly slay one. Now that he had reached the muscle transformation realm, could he indeed dispatch a second-tier, first-grade beast with a single strike? Xiaming felt a surge of excitement. He ventured out in search and soon discovered a second-tier monster, the silverback grizzly bear, classified as a second-tier first rank. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaming executed a decisive strike. The blade, infused with dual momentum, astonishingly split into 2 mid-air, striking the bear's neck from both front and rear. A flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as the bear's head soared high above. Ding! You have slain a silverback grizzly bear, gaining 15 vitality. 15 proficiency in Blood Shadow Ninefold technique. Xiaming felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This technique proved remarkably effective. The reach of the blade's energy extended impressively, spanning several dozen meters. At such a distance, should Xiaming wish to conceal his presence, the second-tier first-rank monsters would be entirely oblivious to him. Chapter 17. Upgrading equipment confirming his ability to effortlessly slay second-tier first-rank monsters. Xiaming promptly commenced the search for their traces. Ding! You have slain a chicken serpent. Gaining 15 vitality, 15 proficiency in Blood Shadow Ninefold technique. Ding! You have slain a snow wolf, gaining 15 vitality, 15 proficiency in Blood Shadow Ninefold technique. Ding! You have slain a. As expected, each foe fell before him with ease. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xiaming reviewed his system panel. Name: Xiaming. Age: 17. Realm: Muscle transformation first layer. Vitality: 3,400 into 3,500. Blood Shadow Ninefold technique: 2,900 5,000 capable of unleashing 2 blood-colored blade energies. Novice level. Today he harvested 900 points of vitality and proficiency. Xiaming intended to return. On the way back, he conveniently eliminated all first-tier, 9th-grade monstrous beasts in the 0931 area. Although he could not guarantee that new first-tier, 9th-grade beasts would not appear the following day. The warriors venturing here were predominantly at the 5th level. By vanquishing these beasts, which were far beyond their capabilities, he significantly mitigated potential dangers. Having completed this task, Xiaming hastened back. From atop a tall building, Yi Yong observed this scene quietly. This young man is quite remarkable, and his innate understanding of the craft is indeed formidable. Yi Yong had personally witnessed Xiaming master the notoriously challenging Blood Shadow Ninefold technique, advancing to the second tier of the Blade Force in just 5 days. He had practiced this technique himself in his youth and was well aware of its difficulty. It demands an extraordinarily high level of comprehension and necessitates the slaughter of numerous beasts. The blood of these creatures is used to cultivate one's own force, nurturing a sense of killing intent. As one progresses with this technique, the number of beasts that must be slain increases significantly. Each defeat not only augments one's killing intent, but also intensifies the aura of malevolence. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the overwhelming amount of this dark energy and chose to abandon the pursuit. However, Xiaming seemed to be advancing at a much quicker pace. Perhaps there truly exists an opportunity for the god of slaughter to reemerge? Yi Yong suddenly realized that he held a measure of admiration for Xiaming. With a cold snort, he reminded himself that even so, he could not allow him to lay a hand on the young lady. Having broken through to the bone-forging realm, Xiaming's speed had once again escalated, reaching an astonishing 50 meters per second. The force had reached an astonishing 2,500 kilograms. As he approached the entrance, Xiaming suddenly noticed that the guards stationed there wore vacant expressions. Concerned, he remarked, "Uncles, please take care of your health." They managed to nod in acknowledgement. Xiaming mounted his bicycle and gradually departed. After breaking through to the easy muscle realm, he sensed that the weather seemed less oppressive. Even the sunlight that bathed him felt less scorching. This was one of the benefits of achieving a breakthrough. The second advantage of such a breakthrough was an extension of one's lifespan. While the martial artist realm does not inherently prolong life, it primarily enhances physical capabilities. However, Ascending to the easy muscle realm bestows a certain vitality that indeed increases one's lifespan. Reflecting on just a few days prior, he had been a diligent student striving for college entrance examinations. Now, he could attend any school he desired with merely a word. Of course, his aspirations did not lie in pursuing higher education. He aimed to enlist in the military, to vanquish ferocious beasts and invigorate his blood. At this moment, Xiaoming suddenly recalled that the martial arts competition would soon open for registration, with the minimum requirement being the easy muscle realm. Although he had attained this level, competitors would include those from the bone forging and body refinement realms, making it a formidable challenge to secure a position within the top 100. Fortunately, should he perform exceptionally, there would be a chance to join the military directly, even if he did not achieve a top 100 rank and the corresponding junior military title. Starting from the grassroots level would still be advantageous. With improved cultivation and increased ferocity in slaying beasts, his military rank would naturally rise. Nonetheless, Xiaoming harbored a desire for an impressive performance. Resolute in his determination, he decided that in the days leading up to the competition, he would diligently hunt beasts and strive to enhance his cultivation. Upon arriving outside the martial artist building, Xiaoming halted his bicycle and entered the ground floor. He has transcended the realm of qi and blood and is now eligible to exchange for the corresponding badge. Sister Wang ascended to the 3rd floor. While the young lady on the 1st floor was unfamiliar to him, Xiaoming approached her directly, presenting his identification. "I wish to test my qi and blood." The young lady looked at him in astonishment. "You're merely 17 and already a martial artist?" Xiaoming nodded and extended his arm. Noticing his silence, she promptly commenced the assessment. 100, 200, 300, 500, 2,000. The young lady was utterly bewildered, as she had initially assumed Xiaoming was merely a first-tier martial artist. To her shock, his qi and blood had astonishingly surpassed 2,000. Wait, the value is still rising. 2,500, 2,600, 3,400. She gasped in disbelief. This 17-year-old youth had remarkably achieved the realm of qi and blood and was nearing the 2nd tier. "Sister, may I exchange for the martial artist badge?" Xiaoming's voice jolted her from her reverie. As if awakening from a dream, she nodded and handed him a qi and blood badge. Xiaoming accepted the badge nonchalantly, placing it into his card holder. He expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Arriving at the 3rd floor, Xiaoming adeptly placed his backpack on the counter. Wang Ying smiled as she opened the backpack. As expected, it contained materials from 2nd-tier demon beasts. Wang Ying felt a sense of numbness wash over her. She looked at Xiaoming, who nodded and gestured for silence. With a resigned nod, Wang Ying remarked, "I never imagined you could break through so swiftly. Have you truly awakened your talent?" Upon hearing the term talent, Xiaoming immediately recalled the knowledge acquired in class. In this world, talent is generally categorized into innate and acquired types, with the former being more prevalent. The varieties of talent are numerous. Some can enhance physical capabilities, temporarily boosting combat strength, while others, like Xiaoming's system, can accelerate the speed of cultivation. In this regard, his system bears a striking resemblance to talent itself. It could indeed be referred to as a form of talent, conveniently justifying his sudden advancement to the I Jin realm. Xiaoming lifted his head and earnestly stated, "Indeed, that is the case, but I still hope you will keep this a secret, sister." A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Ying's eyes. She had not anticipated Xiaoming's straightforward admission, nor his request for confidentiality. It seemed he truly regarded her as a friend. Wang Ying smiled and replied, "Since you have shared this with me, let us become friends." With that, she took out her phone. Xiaoming contemplated for a moment. Having a means of contact would indeed be quite convenient. The two exchanged contact information, and once that was completed, they also accounted for the materials gathered from the demon beasts, totaling 1,6,520 contribution points. Over the past few days, this amounted to a grand total of 3,655,001,410 contribution points, a sum that Xiaoming found quite satisfactory. By the way, regarding the 1st tier, 9th grade demon beast appearing in the 5th grade area that you mentioned last time, there has been an update from above, Wang Ying said apologetically. The higher-ups believe this occurrence is a result of high-tier demon beasts clashing in the depths of the wilderness, deeming it a normal situation, hence there won't be any rewards. Xiaoming, however, was unfazed. His intention in reporting this matter was merely to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from arising. As for the rewards, they were of little consequence. As long as everything is normal, I am indifferent to these rewards. Wang Ying, noticing Xiaoming's reaction, smiled. I knew you were not the type to be swayed by money. Xia Ming remained silent. Although it was not essential, receiving some monetary compensation was certainly agreeable. By the way, once one breaks through to the Yijin realm, tasks can be undertaken. Wang Ying summoned a virtual screen and explained, here. Tasks are categorized into 5 levels: A, B, C, D, and E, with F-level tasks corresponding to the beasts of the Yijin realm, and so forth. Completing tasks yields a certain number of contribution points and monetary rewards. Xia Ming observed that most F-level tasks involved slaying second-tier beasts, with rewards of 200 contribution points and 100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, each person can only accept one task at a time. Xia Ming selected a task to hunt a second-tier first-grade earth ape located in the 0968 area, which is abundant with second-tier, first-grade beasts. He planned to level up there the following day. After accepting the task, Xia Ming took his leave. Wang Ying watched him depart and called Wang Qingba. On the other end, Wang Qingba's voice immediately rang out. Hello, daughter. What prompted you to call me? You should come back. I promise I won't pressure you into marriage. Wang Ying replied with irritation. I am quite content working here. I won't return. Also, regarding the matter of Xia Ming that I mentioned last time, you need not concern yourself with it. A hint of nervousness came through Wang Qingba's voice. What is going on? I maintain a normal friendship with him, so you needn't appear. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. There is something I haven't told you. Xia Ming is related to the Yi family. The Yi family? Wang Ying hesitated for a moment. The one from Kyoto? Yes, his guardian is the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Mingqing. Wang Ying's interest was instantly piqued. She never expected Xia Ming to possess such a background. How intriguing that he would choose to remain low-key. What then? Is there true relationship? Curiosity swirled within her. She recalled that the eldest daughter of the Yi family seemed quite young, didn't she? All right, I understand now. Wang Ying promptly hung up the phone and sent Xia Ming a message. Little brother, may I visit your home? Leaving the 3rd floor, Xia Ming made his way to the 2nd floor. Having advanced to the easy muscle realm, he found his current weapon inadequate. He intended to exchange it for a new one, while also purchasing a storage ring. Carrying this cumbersome backpack daily had become rather inconvenient. Upon arriving at the shop on the 2nd floor, the attendant hurried out to greet him as soon as he entered. May I inquire what you wish to purchase today? Xia Ming replied, a battle knife suitable for the easy muscle realm, and a storage ring. Chapter 18. The encounter of 2 women. As soon as Xia Ming finished speaking, the attendant thought he had misheard and repeated, a battle knife suitable for the easy muscle realm, and a storage ring? Xia Ming proceeded toward the warehouse at the back. Noticing the attendant had not followed, he turned back, puzzled, and asked, is there none available here? The shop assistant, suppressing his inner doubts, approached Xia Ming and said, there is indeed what you seek within. Please follow me. He found it hard to believe that Xia Ming could attain the muscle transformation realm in just a few days. After winding through the shop, they finally arrived at a storeroom. Here, the swords were not merely wholesale items, each had its own case. The assistant gestured towards the cases and explained, these are the battle blades suited for the muscle transformation realm. At this level, distinctions among layers become irrelevant, as they are tailored to the entirety of the realm. Naturally, their weights varied. The sword in the green case weighed 150 pounds. The one in the blue case weighed 200 pounds, and the sword in the red case weighed 250 pounds. He recommended starting with the blade from the green case. Nodding, Xia Ming replied, I'll give it a try. He retrieved the sword from the green case, but found it rather lightweight and unwieldy. Next, he picked up the sword from the blue case, only to discover it was still somewhat light. Finally, he grasped the sword from the red case. Holding it one-handed and swinging it experimentally, he found it to be quite comfortable. Turning to the assistant, he stated, this one will do. The assistant stammered, have you already reached the muscle transformation realm? Xia Ming did not respond directly, instead inquiring, by the way, how much does this sword cost? The assistant, realizing the impropriety of his earlier question, quickly apologized and clarified, this sword, being the heaviest, is priced a bit higher, at 1 million. Xia Ming nodded, I'll take it. Despite its high cost, it was worth an entire easy muscle realm. What about the storage ring? The shop assistant inquired respectfully. The storage rings are located in the back. Please follow me. He had already been intimidated by Xia Ming's rapid growth. Such a prodigious talent was certainly not someone he could provoke. Ultimately, Xia Ming selected a storage ring with a capacity of 4 cubic meters, spending 2 million. The craftsmanship of storage rings had been lost to time. and the ones circulating in the market today were unearthed from ancient ruins that surfaced following the resurgence of spiritual energy. This scarcity had driven the prices of storage rings to exorbitant heights, making them inaccessible to the average person. After completing his purchase, Xiaoming exited the shop under the watchful gaze of the shop assistant. He did not acquire protective gear, as his cultivation level was advancing too swiftly. By the time he would need it, it would likely be obsolete. He decided to wait until just before the martial artist competition to procure a new set. After paying 3 million, Xiaoming left without delay. Upon exiting the martial artist building, he rode his bicycle home. Qin had already hung the marinated cured meats outside, ready to dry in a few days. Once home, Xiaoming's stomach audibly protested, prompting him to head to a nearby small restaurant where he ordered a feast of home-style dishes for just over 100 yuan, both economical and satisfying. Since becoming a martial artist, his appetite had significantly increased. Before long, he had devoured the entire table of food and left with a contented heart. While settling the bill, he noticed a message from Wang Ying. After a moment's thought, he replied, on the 3rd floor of the martial artist building at the Clearstream CAF. After responding, Xiaoming sent a message to Yiming Qing. A friend wants to visit the CAF. It would certainly be more advantageous for Wang Ying to visit the martial arts building rather than coming here. The two young ladies surely have topics of mutual interest to discuss. As for Yiming Qing, it suffices to be clear with her. Although she is strict, Yiming Qing is quite progressive in her views. Reflecting on her, a hint of melancholy crossed Xiaoming's face. He, too, had no answers to the questions posed by Yiming Qing. The second mock examination seems to be just around the corner. Upon returning to his room, Xiaoming swiftly reviewed all his test papers. To his surprise, he found his thoughts to be significantly more agile than before, with an exceptionally clear line of reasoning. Some problems seemed to yield their solutions merely upon a fleeting glance. It appears that the martial arts realm greatly enhances one's physical capabilities. Having now transcended the muscle transformation stage, he couldn't help but wonder how Wang Yui would react to this news. Xiaoming opened his phone and messaged Wang Yui. "De Huang, I have made a breakthrough." De Huang replied, "What? My vitality has just reached 90. And you have managed to break through again. You are insufferable." Xiaoming reassured him. "De Huang, I believe you still possess potential. With some effort, you might achieve a breakthrough as well." De Huang retorted, "Is this how you comfort someone? By the way, while you've been away from school, some events have transpired that are related to you." Xiaoming responded eagerly, "I am all ears." After a prolonged wait, he received no further information. Suddenly, De Huang initiated a call. Upon answering, he heard the voice of Huang's mother. "Ah, Xiaoming, this child of mine, De Huang, has been sneaking around with his phone again. As the Gaokao approaches, you must concentrate on your studies. Heed my advice, put down your phone, and dedicate yourself to learning." Xiaoming responded with a smile, occasionally murmuring an acknowledgement. It seems that wherever the Gaokao exists, such nagging is inevitable. After a moment, Huang's mother showed no signs of stopping. Xiaoming interjected, "Auntie, I understand. I will surrender my phone and study diligently." Hearing Xiaoming's assurance, Huang's mother reluctantly ended the call. It seems to Huang's days may be difficult. What could have transpired? I'll have to wait until the mock exam in 2 days to visit the school and see. On the 3rd floor of the martial artist building. At the Clearstream store, Yiming Qing received Xiaoming's message and returned to her bedroom to change into more suitable attire. Usually, she wore Xiaoming's clothes at home, finding comfort in their loose fit. Outside the store, Wang Ying had also changed out of her work uniform, now wearing a black printed t-shirt and a gray pleated skirt, with a small bag slung over her shoulder. Her appearance exuded youthful exuberance. She glanced at her reflection, nodding in satisfaction, as she was only 23 years old. A recent university graduate in the prime of her beauty. She approached the store and entered. A slender young woman with long, raven hair cascading over her shoulders sat languidly on the sofa. Noticing the arrival, Yiming Qing looked up. The two women met each other's gaze, and a sense of inexplicable comparison arose within them. Both were beautiful, though one possessed a more mature charm, while the other was more youthful and innocent. Wang Ying wondered if this youthful and beautiful girl was the Yi family's heiress. "Yiming Qing, the friend that Xiaoming mentioned, is she a stunning beauty?" The two exchanged smiles and greeted each other. Yiming Qing smiled and inquired, "You must be Xiaoming's friend, correct?" Wang Ying nodded. "Yes, his younger brother invited me." Upon hearing this term of endearment, Yiming Qing felt a twinge of discomfort, yet he explained, "Xiaoming no longer resides here. Did he not inform you?" Noticing the confusion on Wang Ying's face, Yiming Qing felt compelled to elaborate on Xiaoming's relocation. Once Wang Ying grasped the situation, she immediately understood Xia Ming was indicating that he had a girlfriend. She gazed at Yu Mingqing and suddenly remarked, "I truly envy you too." Yu Mingqing returned her smile. Wang Ying continued, "Rest assured, we are merely friends. Xia Ming is still quite young, and I have no romantic intentions towards him." Surprised by Wang Ying's candidness regarding his discomfort, Yu Mingqing was momentarily taken aback. However, he did not anticipate that Wang Ying would swiftly turn the conversation toward him. "Let us not discuss Xia Ming any longer. Let us talk about you." Yu Mingqing hesitated. "Me? Yes, you must be in high school as well, right? Are there any boys pursuing you?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Mingqing replied, "Yes. But they have all been reprimanded by Xia Ming." Wang Ying pouted, feeling her envy for Xia Ming's situation as a single individual surge unexpectedly. Chapter 19. The second wave of beasts. The following day, Xia Ming once again set out on his bicycle, arriving at the entrance of Sinan District. He greeted the guards and swiftly made his way toward Area 0968. This region lies further from the safe zone and is fraught with peril. It took Xia Ming an hour to reach this location. Along the way, he encountered several small teams, all at the first level of the muscle refinement stage. Upon seeing Xia Ming approaching alone, expressions of astonishment flickered in their eyes. It is well known that second-tier monsters possess far greater intelligence than their first-tier counterparts. They tend to gather consciously and are even capable of setting traps to ensnare their prey. The dangers of solitary action are exceedingly high, and few dare to venture alone. Such arrogance could ultimately lead to one's demise. Upon arriving in the 0968 area, Xia Ming immediately concealed himself, a habit he had cultivated. Each time he arrived at a new location, he would first familiarize himself with the terrain. This way, even when faced with insurmountable foes, his chances of escape would be notably enhanced. Xia Ming devoted a full hour to thoroughly assessing the situation here. Most of the monsters were second-tier, first grade. But he also encountered some second-tier, second-grade beasts. In fact, at the heart of the region, he discovered a third-grade second-tier creature, the silver-horned rhinoceros. These rhinoceroses tended to congregate in groups, clustering together in 3s and 2s. Xia Ming dared not act recklessly and opted to retreat to the outskirts of the 0968 area, where the monsters were of a lower tier and many were solitary. After spending the entire morning hunting monsters, Xia Ming found a place to rest. By the end of the morning, he had successfully achieved another breakthrough in his cultivation. Name: Xia Ming. Age: 17. Realm: second layer of muscle transformation. Vitality: 4002 5500. Blood Shadow. Ninefold Force: 3500 5000. Capable of unleashing 2 blood-colored sword forces. Entry level. Xia Ming discerned that as his realm gradually ascended, the vitality required for breakthroughs increased correspondingly. Should he pursue a conventional path of cultivation, the pace of his progress would undoubtedly decelerate. Fortunately, he possessed a system that allowed him to reap greater vitality by vanquishing higher-tier beasts. Thus, the challenges of advancement were significantly alleviated for him. He could achieve at least 1 realm elevation per day, and with today being April 14th, there remained a brief span until the commencement of the competition on May 1st. He anticipated elevating his realm to the next stage beyond muscle transformation, known as bone refinement. While it may not be exceedingly high, it would suffice for his needs. Xia Ming glanced at the storage ring adorning his finger. Indeed, the acquisition of the storage ring had rendered his endeavors considerably more convenient. He donned his attire with agility, a battle blade secured at his waist, and stowed all beast materials within the storage ring. After a brief respite, Xia Ming stepped outside, resuming his hunt for beasts. As he pressed on, he noticed a marked reduction in the number of beasts surrounding the periphery. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting a cautious advance toward the interior of Area 0968. Upon reaching a vantage point, Xia Ming gazed downward and was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. The previously modest herd of rhinoceroses had inexplicably expanded to an extraordinary magnitude, stretching out in a dense, dark mass. Among them were various types of monstrous beasts. Were they all gathered in one place? Moreover, there was an unsettling aura permeating the air. Suddenly, a barely perceptible tremor reverberated through the ground. The horde of beasts below erupted into a frenzied rush, transforming into a torrent of black, surging directly towards the outskirts of Zone 0968. This chaotic wave of darkness was barreling towards the building where Xia Ming was situated. His expression darkened profoundly. He immediately dashed down from the high-rise. Their trajectory was aimed at Zone 0931, and beyond that lay the city of Sinan. What could have incited this sudden upheaval among the beasts? Could it be the source of that tremor? Yet, Xia Ming had not sensed anything out of the ordinary from it. Was it truly as the martial arts tower had explained, merely the friction of high-tier beasts? He needed to vacate Zone 0968 before being caught in this turbulent tide. Xia Ming sprinted towards Zone 0931, where only martial artists resided. If they encountered this deluge composed of second-tier beasts, survival would be impossible. Meanwhile, at the martial arts tower in Fengtian City, Wang Qingba furrowed his brow while examining the satellite map before him. In Zone 0968, a group of iron-horned rhinos had suddenly gone berserk and were advancing towards Zone 0931. If they were to breach Zone 0931, they would directly re-enter the Sinan district. The grim reality was that their numbers were overwhelming, and only a god-tier powerhouse could suppress them. However, all god-tier experts in Fengtian City were currently engaged in missions outside the city, with no means to actively quell the chaos. The only option left was to close the city gates. Fengtian's defensive infrastructure had been in place for many years, and a mere horde of second-tier beasts could not breach it. Wang Qingba calmly issued the command, "Activate the emergency communication method on the warrior's badge." Report, activation complete. Approaching the microphone, Wang Qingba announced, "Attention all warriors in the wasteland area. A second-tier rhino herd is rampaging in Zone 0968 and is now advancing towards Zone 0931. Everyone, immediately evacuate the surrounding areas and retreat to Fengtian." After delivering the order, Wang Qingba turned and declared, "Deploy 2 military helicopters for rescue operations." Meanwhile, Xia Ming also received the notification. He sprinted towards Zone 0931 with all his might, reaching a speed of 55 meters per second. However, he soon realized that the rhino herd was not far behind. In the distance, he could see a vast, dark mass. Summoning all his inner strength, Xia Ming quickened his pace. Fortunately, he managed to create a distance between himself and the approaching herd. He swiftly traversed through Zone 0931, glancing around to find no other warriors present. With a sigh of relief, he prepared to turn back. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the warrior's badge. "There are still people in Zone 0931. At the 5 o'clock direction, on the outskirts of Zone 0931. A small team is embroiled in a fierce battle and unable to escape." Gritting his teeth, Xia Ming cast a glance at the encroaching black tide and dashed towards the 5 o'clock direction. Within the warrior's tower, everyone anxiously monitored the satellite map. Xia Ming's position was marked by a green dot, while behind him loomed a multitude of red dots. They were tense, concerned whether he would attempt to rescue those in peril. After all, the situation was far too perilous to attempt to rescue. They could easily feign ignorance and absolve themselves of any responsibility. A collective sigh of relief swept through them as they observed the green dot swiftly advancing towards the 5 o'clock position. He had, indeed, chosen to intervene. Wang Qingba paused, then directed, "Establish a connection via satellite and transmit the visuals to the network in real time." The image promptly stabilized, and Wang Qingba's gaze fell upon Xia Ming. He was momentarily taken aback. Xia Ming was sprinting with great haste towards the 5 o'clock direction, fortuitously along his intended path. He swiftly located the team, comprised of 6 individuals, all at the 4th level of the martial realm. They were besieged by 2 rank 6 tier 1 demonic beasts, rendering them unable to escape. With a casual flick of his blade, Xia Ming dispatched the 2 beasts and immediately bellowed, "Flee." The group also caught sight of the inky deluge looming behind Xia Ming. Their faces paling instantly. They scrambled to escape, but their pace proved inadequate, and they were certain to be overtaken. Xia Ming gestured towards the 3 o'clock direction, shouting, "Run that way." Knowing only that Xia Ming had rescued them, they obediently hastened towards the designated direction. Upon exiting Sector 0931, the black torrent fragmented into several smaller streams, with the majority surging towards the Nuan district of Fengtian City. Whether the demonic beasts had become aware of their presence or not, approximately 10% of the horde broke off to pursue them. As the stampeding rhinoceroses drew ever closer, Xia Ming realized that continuing to lead them would inevitably lead to their demise. Should he abandon them? To abandon them would ensure his own survival. The thought echoed in Xia Ming's mind, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 20. Comprehending the intent of the blade, I can't run any further. A female team member's complexion turned ashen. Her internal energy and blood circulation evidently obstructed, signaling her exhaustion. The captain, a man at the forefront, suddenly darkened in expression. He hastily supported the female member and bellowed, "Everyone, exert yourselves. We are on the brink of escape." As the tremors behind them intensified, his face paled, yet he remained resolute. "Here, The captain tossed the female member to a young man before gradually slowing his pace to join Su Ming, who was bringing up the rear. He fixed a determined gaze upon Su Ming, stating, "Esteemed senior, I implore you to lead them to safety." Su Ming glanced at him, then abruptly seized him, shouting, "We are not yet at our lowest point. What are you panicking for?" With that, Su Ming summoned all his internal energy, accelerating his pace dramatically. He advanced ahead, setting down the captain before grasping two female team members and propelling forward with all his strength. After placing them down, Su Ming returned to retrieve another pair, methodically transporting them as though he were carrying cargo. Regrettably, the relentless herd of rhinoceroses pursued closely behind. With the distance dwindling to less than 500 meters, Su Ming halted, turning to face the charging beasts. He unsheathed his combat blade, roaring, "Run! Do not look back." By the time he spoke, the rhinoceroses were merely 100 meters away. Su Ming gripped his weapon firmly, feeling an unprecedented surge of energy within him. "Damn it, if I survive this, I will surely extort a hefty sum from the martial arts tower." As the herd breached the 100-meter mark, Su Ming swung his blade with ferocity. An instantaneous sanguine blade aura, spanning 10 meters, materialized, resembling a crimson galaxy. In a fleeting moment, it arrived before the rhinoceros horde. The foremost rhinoceroses were instantly bisected, their blood splattering. The fall of the vanguard impeded the subsequent beasts, noticeably decelerating their advance and disrupting their formation. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Xia Ming unleashed another strike, birthing a sanguine blade aura over 10 meters wide. Infused with Xia Ming's murderous intent, it carved through a swathe of flesh. At this juncture, the bestial torrent was a mere 20 meters from Xia Ming. Drawing a deep breath, Xia Ming delivered another cleaving blow. This time, his mind unburdened. A sudden epiphany surged within him. He channeled his lifeblood, his resolve, and his murderous intent into the blade. Instantly, the blade ignited with crimson flames. With a single strike, the blade aura swelled to 50 meters. Where previously the aura would dissipate after felling a single rank of rhinoceroses, this time it annihilated all beasts within 100 meters. Successfully comprehended blade intent. Blood Shadow ninefold momentum. Minor accomplishment. Xia Ming momentarily awakened, then swiftly regained his senses. The horde, now 100 meters distant, seemed cowed by his strike, their advance somewhat abated. With that one blow, Xia Ming felt a disruption in his vital energy and promptly retreated. In the distance, the sound of a military helicopter echoed. Xia Ming observed its approach toward their position. A surge of elation coursed through him. Fengtian City had dispatched a rescue. 5 minutes later, Xia Ming and his 6-member team boarded the helicopter, which then ascended toward Fengtian. In the wilderness, Yi Yong's gaze betrayed a hint of admiration. This young man, astonishingly, managed to escape. Impressive, indeed. As his words fell, he exerted force through his legs and leaped into the sky, subsequently crashing down amidst the pack of beasts. However, the resolution of this predicament still rests upon my shoulders. On the satellite imagery, red dots rapidly vanished. Wang Qingbao's gaze flickered momentarily, and a suspicion arose within him. Shut down the screen and the live broadcast, he commanded succinctly. The operator, who initially intended to switch the feed back to the wilderness, promptly severed the connection upon hearing his words. Wang Qingbao speculated that this formidable warrior must hail from the Yi family, known for their penchant for subtlety. Thus, he deemed it best not to disclose this to the public. Upon returning to Fengtian City, a helicopter transported them directly to the apex of the martial artist tower. As Xia Ming disembarked, his complexion had regained its rosy hue. In stark contrast, the 6 martial artists appeared pallid, clearly still recovering from their ordeal. Once they alighted from the helicopter, they immediately expressed their gratitude to Xia Ming. Although their faces were ashen, their appreciation was palpable. Indeed, the 2 female team members even knelt before Xia Ming, tears brimming in their eyes. They understood that had Xia Ming not turned back to confront the beasts, their survival would have been untenable. Xia Ming, undeterred by the peril he faced, had still chosen to save them. Xia Ming smiled gently and spoke softly. "Please ensure you rest well." While he had faced the beasts head-on, he never intended to meet his end there. His sole aim was to draw his blade and slow the advance of the horde. Yet, when confronted with the pack, Xia Ming truly felt the weight of terrifying pressure, the palpable aura of impending death. Had he failed to unleash that final strike, producing a blade aura spanning 50 meters, he might well have met his demise. However, perhaps fate had decreed that he should not perish. Instead, he was bestowed with a profound understanding of the essence of the blade. The Blood Shadow ninefold technique had also ascended to a minor realm of mastery. After the 6 individuals were taken away, Xiaoming contemplated his own departure. Just as he was about to leave, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit approached him. Extending his hand, he said, "Thank you, young brother Xiaoming, for your assistance." Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback but reciprocated the gesture, inquiring, "And you are?" "Oh, forgive my lack of introduction. My name is Wang Qingba. I am the commander of the Alliance branch in Fengtian City, as well as the owner of the martial artist building there." "Greetings, Commander," Xiaoming replied politely. "So, may I return home now?" Wang Qingba hesitated for a moment before hurriedly responding, "Young brother Xiaoming, your courageous act of saving lives has been broadcasted live on the internet. Now, everyone wishes to interview you." Xiaoming fell into silence, his heart fluttering with anxiety. He had just mentioned extorting the martial artist building. Surely that would not have been captured on film. He inquired, "May I ask if the live broadcast had audio?" Wang Qingba pondered briefly before shaking his head. "No." Only then did Xiaoming exhale a sigh of relief. "Very well, let the interview commence." He understood that this matter could not be easily dismissed, so he resolved to expedite the process. The entire afternoon was consumed by interviews. "What were your thoughts when you faced the beast tied alone? Why did you disregard your own safety to rescue this small team of 6? Xiaoming felt overwhelmed. He found slaying monstrous beasts far more enjoyable. At last, Xiaoming could no longer endure the situation and boldly interjected, "I merely performed what is expected of a martial artist. Ultimately, I hope we can unite and overcome this hardship together." As his words echoed, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Unfazed, Xiaoming exited the room. However, upon stepping outside, he was approached by a throng of reporters. Why were they still here? Xiaoming instinctively sought to evade the crowd. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance, Yi Mingqing. She waved at him. Eagerly, Xiaoming broke free from the reporter's clutches and rushed over. To his surprise, as he approached, Yi Mingqing leapt into his embrace. Xiaoming momentarily froze, his expression shifting dramatically. Predictably, a series of ominous clicks resonated from behind him. Xiaoming dared not turn around. This was indeed a predicament. Chapter 21. She took the initiative simultaneously at the 2nd Junior Martial Arts Academy in Fengtian, in the classroom of Class 2, Grade 3. The school bell rang, prompting the teacher to reluctantly depart. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom erupted in excitement. A few students who had secretly brought their phones leapt onto their desks, exclaiming, "Xiaoming is on television." Curiosity swept through the room. "Xiaoming is on TV?" Indeed. One student dashed to the podium, activated the projector, and brought up the live broadcast from earlier, playing it from the beginning. On screen, Xiaoming was en route to rescue the 6-member team, moving at an astonishing speed. He must have been traveling at over 50 meters per second. 50 meters per second. Wasn't that the speed achievable only by a practitioner of the Yi Jin realm? Xiaoming had reached the Yi Jin realm. Expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of the crowd. Hadn't Xiaoming merely taken a few days off? How had he ascended to the realm of the transmuted muscle? Meanwhile, they were still laboriously striving to attain the martial artist level. Huang Yui gazed vacantly at the projection, his eyes glazed over, clearly overwhelmed by the shocking revelation. He murmured, "When you said you had broken through, it was not to the 2nd tier of martial artist, but rather to the transmuted muscle realm." In the footage, after rescuing his teammates, Xiaoming led them in flight. As they beheld the pitch-black horde of Tier 2 beasts behind him, a wave of trepidation gripped their hearts. Each of these formidable rhinoceroses towered over 2 meters, their robust forms posing a grave threat. A single misstep could transform a person into mere pulp. With every ounce of strength, Xiaoming propelled his team of 6 forward, yet the relentless beast swarm was fast closing in. Suddenly, Xiaoming halted, turning to face the advancing tide of beasts. This moment sent a shiver through the hearts of all the young men present. They introspectively acknowledged that they possessed not an ounce of the courage required to confront such a horde. In the video, Xiaoming remained in constant motion, slicing with his blade, momentarily stalling the beast's advance. A second strike followed, yet its impact was minimal. The beast horde was now merely 20 meters from him. Huang Yui felt his heart constrict sharply. Surely, Xiaoming would not meet his end beneath this monstrous swarm. Some timid girls had already begun to scream, closing their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending calamity. After a prolonged silence, no sound emerged. They cautiously opened their eyes to behold a blood-red blade of energy spanning over 50 meters, slicing through the beast horde like a crimson dam, halting the dark swarm in an instant. Where the blade passed, remnants of beasts were cast aside. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Hee hee. slaughtered the second-tier demon beasts as if they were mere dogs. Finally, someone broke the silence. He is so handsome. The girls gazed in awe at the silhouette of Xia Ming standing bravely before the horde of beasts, enveloped in a profound sense of security. Huang Yui let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that Xia Ming had survived. The scene shifted to the moment when Xia Ming was being interviewed. The crowd, disinterested in the proceedings, hastily fast-forwarded to the climax, where Xia Ming exited the hall. He then embraced Yu Mingqing. And only then did they realize why she had taken a leave of absence from class. She had gone to seek out Xia Ming. The rumors were indeed true. They were together. Although they felt a pang of envy, they refrained from harshly criticizing Xia Ming as they had before. Having saved the six-member team, he had become a hero in their eyes. Suddenly, someone spoke up. With fame and success comes the embrace of a beautiful partner. How enviable. Xia Ming and Yu Mingqing returned to the Qi Lu small shop. Perhaps by design, they passed through the central area on the third floor, where they encountered Wang Ying. With a bright smile, she greeted him. Little brother, you've become quite famous. Xia Ming raised a finger to his lips, signaling for discretion. Upon returning to the interior of the Qi Lu small shop, they settled into the living room. Xia Ming felt an unexpected sense of unease, fidgeting on the sofa. Yu Mingqing observed him and gently said, "Please don't engage in such dangerous acts again, all right?" It was the first time Xia Ming had heard her speak with such pleading intonation, and he softly replied, "I want to do it again." "Good." Yu Mingqing leaned against him, softly uttering a sound of acknowledgement, feeling the delicate, almost ethereal touch in his embrace. A peculiar sensation suddenly welled up within Xia Ming's heart. He truly regarded Yu Mingqing as an elder sister figure, someone who cared for him as his parents would, enveloped in a sense of familial affection. However, ever since Yu Mingqing confessed her feelings for him that day, he began to withdraw. He was uncertain about the nature of his feelings for her, prompting his retreat to the dormitory in hopes of unraveling the confusion. Now, Xia Ming suddenly comprehended that while his affection for Yu Mingqing was indeed rooted in kinship, there lingered an inexplicable, peculiar sentiment that had emerged unbeknownst to him. Perhaps it was the air of mystery that Yu Mingqing exuded, sparking his curiosity. Xia Ming found himself in a state of bewilderment, pondering whether he truly harbored feelings for Yu Mingqing. Abruptly, Yu Mingqing freed herself from Xia Ming's embrace, exclaiming, "You haven't had a home-cooked meal in ages. I shall prepare something for you." Without waiting for his reply, she made her way to the kitchen. Xia Ming followed suit, assisting her with washing and chopping vegetables. This was, in truth, an ordinary routine for them, one they should have been accustomed to. Yet, the playful curve of Yu Mingqing's smile rendered the atmosphere unexpectedly charged. After they finished preparing the meal, they settled at the dining table. Traditionally, they would sit opposite each other, but this time, Yu Mingqing chose to sit beside Xia Ming. His eyelids fluttered as he noted that she was increasingly shedding her elder persona, taking on a more youthful demeanor. "You must be tired today. Make sure to eat plenty of meat," she insisted, continuously placing pieces of meat into his bowl. In that moment, Yu Mingqing once again conveyed a sense of tender care towards him. Xia Ming remained silent, quietly consuming his meal. Yu Mingqing sat beside him, serving him dishes. Xia Ming hardly lifted a finger, while Yu Mingqing diligently attended to him. After savoring the meal in comfort, Xia Ming set down his chopsticks. Yu Mingqing looked at him with a playful smile and suddenly exclaimed, "Don't move." Xia Ming halted, and Yu Mingqing reached out to remove a grain of rice from the corner of his mouth. The icy touch made Xia Ming's body stiffen momentarily. Previously, after meals, Yu Mingqing would simply use a napkin to wipe his mouth, often in a rather perfunctory manner, almost carelessly. This time, however, was different. Xia Ming's heart raced. Oh no. She has begun to take the initiative. Chapter 22. I have acknowledged our relationships and realizations, once they take root, grow uncontrollably. After Xia Ming sensed something amiss with Yu Mingqing, he felt a heightened sense of awkwardness in all his actions. Even the sight of her wearing his clothes stirred a sense of embarrassment within him. Yet, Yu Mingqing feigned complete indifference. She leaned against Xia Ming while playing a tower defense game, occasionally asking questions. "Should I place this here? I think it would be better here." A slight glance downward revealed her delicate, fair neck, accentuated by the loose fabric of her attire, which inadvertently made it easier for Xia Ming to see what he ought not to. From a man's perspective, Yu Mingqing was the most beautiful girl Xia Ming had ever encountered. She possessed an enviable figure and wealth, coupled with a gentle disposition yet steadfast principles. However, Yu Mingqing was the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Although Xia Ming was unaware of the family's true power, he knew it was not to be underestimated. Xia Ming was acutely aware of his limited understanding of Yi Mingqing. However, he found himself unable to inquire further. After all, Yi Mingqing had always occupied the dominant position in their relationship, exuding strength in every conceivable aspect. While Xia Ming pondered this, Yi Mingqing's garment unexpectedly slipped from her shoulder, revealing her smooth, white skin. Instinctively, Xia Ming cast a fleeting glance before hastily averting his gaze. He glanced at the wall clock. It was already 11:30. Time for bed. Yi Mingqing uttered a soft "oh" and shifted away from him. Xia Ming quickly rose and retreated to his room. Observing Xia Ming's flustered retreat, Yi Mingqing's lips curled into a slight smile. In the past, Xia Ming had harbored no feelings for her, even when her clothing had slipped. He would quietly assist her in readjusting it, perhaps even with a hint of disdain. Yet today he had not done so. Instead, he fled to the bedroom. It appeared he had begun to realize something. The following day, while enjoying breakfast, Xia Ming perused his phone. The news headline read, "On April 15th, Wilderness Zone. Xia Ming rescues a team of 6 live on stream. A single strike from the Yi Jin realm warrior Xia Ming stuns a second-tier beast horde. Humanity witnesses the emergence of a 17-year-old Yi Jin realm prodigy." Xia Ming couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had suddenly become a celebrity. As he scrolled further, he was astonished to see Xia Ming's girlfriend appears at the interview site. Xia Ming's girlfriend is suspected to be a stunning beauty. Identity of Xia Ming's girlfriend revealed. Hesitating momentarily, he clicked on the final post, only to lose interest upon realizing it was fabricated by online trolls. Indeed. What sort of background could Yi Mingqing possibly have? It was certainly beyond their capacity to uncover. Having concluded his meal, Xia Ming donned his attire and prepared to descend, only to find Yi Mingqing following suit. Assuming she intended to ride in Yi Yang's ebony BMW, Xia Ming paid it no mind. However, upon reaching the ground floor, she remained in his wake. Xia Ming proceeded to the location where his bicycle was parked, having arranged for Wang Qingba to have it returned the previous evening. As he mounted the bicycle, ready to set off, a delicate fragrance wafted towards him, and the rear seat dipped under added weight. Turning his head, Xia Ming offered a courteous smile. To avert unnecessary complications, are we not meant to travel to school separately? Yi Mingqing responded with a gentle smile. Do you believe our reputations remain unblemished? Of course. Yi Mingqing gathered a strand of hair from her shoulder, murmuring softly, however, I have already acknowledged our connection. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ming resigned himself to cycling towards the school. He had pledged to his form teacher to participate in the second mock examination, an obligation he could not forsake. Even before reaching the school gates, their presence attracted considerable attention from their peers. The gazes directed at Xia Ming were tinged with reverence and envy. Nearing the school, they encountered their form teacher, Old Su. His countenance was less than cheerful, but he remained silent, feigning ignorance of their presence. Xia Ming felt a bead of perspiration trickle down his back. The weather was becoming increasingly warm. Upon arriving at the entrance, Xia Ming halted the bicycle. Yi Mingqing extended her fair hand, prompting Xia Ming to offer his palm. She gently pressed her hand onto his, using it as a fulcrum to dismount the bicycle. In that instant, Xia Ming felt himself targeted by a multitude of hostile glares. Oblivious. Xia Ming pushed the bicycle into the campus. Many young women gazed intently at Xia Ming, some even producing vibrantly hued envelopes from their bags. Yi Mingqing, who had been quietly accompanying Xia Ming, swiftly seized his arm, as if to assert her claim, upon witnessing the girl's gestures. A grin stretched across Xia Ming's lips, finding Yi Mingqing's assertiveness quite pronounced. The short walk, which would normally take a minute, seemed to stretch into an eternity for Xia Ming. After what felt like an arduous journey, Xia Ming finally arrived at the classroom. The desks had been arranged to form rows for the examination. As Xia Ming entered, the students, who had been engaged in their morning reading, fell silent and turned their attention to him. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher's voice echoed from the back window. What are you gawking at? Get back to your studies. The classroom was once again filled with the resounding sound of students reciting their lessons. Xia Ming, expressionless, made his way to his seat in the back row by the window. Huang Yui was asleep at his desk. Xia Ming nudged him with his elbow. Huang Yui stirred and awoke, instantly alert upon seeing Xia Ming. With a look of aggrieved indignation, De Huang exclaimed, You said you had a breakthrough. Did you perhaps break through to the Tendon transformation realm instead of the second level of martial warrior? Xia Ming feigned innocence, replying, I didn't lie. Huang Yui, gnashing his teeth in frustration, found himself speechless. Oh, right. You mentioned that something had happened at school concerning me. What was it? Distracted by Xiaoming's reminder, Huang Youhui's attention shifted. Do you remember Lu Xia from the first primary martial arts academy of Fengtian? Xiaoming drew a blank, asking, who is that? Huang Yui rolled his eyes, noting Xiaoming's apparent indifference to others. Lu Xia, the belle of the first primary martial arts academy, was indeed captivating. However, it was only natural for Xiaoming to show little interest in such matters, as he was spending time with the stunning Yi Mingqing. Huang Yui elaborated, stating that while Lu Xia was indeed the school's flower, she paled in comparison to Yi Mingqing's beauty. After a few days of your absence, Yi Mingqing publicly acknowledged your relationship. Upon learning this, she ignited a controversy on our inter-school forum, criticizing Yi Mingqing for her poor taste in selecting you as her boyfriend. At this juncture, Huang Yui paused and remarked, Xiaoming, your glorious deeds from yesterday have become widely known throughout Fengtian City. You have certainly dealt a significant blow to her pride. However, do refrain from acting impulsively upon hearing this. Huang Yui then counted on his fingers, cautioning, the Lu family is one of the most prestigious families in Fengtian. Should we truly retaliate against her, we might face severe repercussions. Of course, if you are intent on confronting her, I am prepared. I have already acquired some masks. As he spoke, Huang Yui produced 2 bandit masks from his backpack. Xiaoming looked at Huang Yui, bemused. He cautioned against impulsivity while simultaneously presenting them with props. Xiaoming patted De Huang's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Realizing he had forgotten to temper his strength, Xiaoming maintained his composure and remarked, De Huang, you are far too impulsive. We shall not engage in such actions. With that, Xiaoming took one of the masks and tucked it into his pocket. How does one access that forum? Allow me to take a look. Chapter 23, Lu Xia. Huang Yui accessed the forum using Xiaoming's phone before returning it to him. De Huang felt a twinge of envy. His phone was entrusted to Huang Mu for safekeeping. From today until the conclusion of the college entrance examination, he would have no opportunity to touch his phone. In contrast, Xiaoming was accompanied by a stunning beauty and had his phone to entertain him. Upon receiving the device, Xiaoming discovered that there were discussions taking place in the second high school regarding the first high school. The school beauty from the first high indeed had high standards, having chosen a boyfriend who was a practitioner of the first level of martial arts. However, we, Yi Mingqing, are different. We have our sights set on a 17-year-old prodigy in the realm of muscle transformation. Nevertheless, we wish to counter your statement. You claim that Xiaoming pales in comparison to your boyfriend. Yet we believe that a practitioner of muscle transformation is not inferior to one at the first level of martial arts. What do you think, Luda, the school beauty? Smiley face, smiling face, smiling face, Xiaoming chuckled softly. This cohort was exceptionally combative. Yet, it was quite understandable, for Yi Mingqing was gentle and kind-hearted, often regarded as the ethereal light in the hearts of all students at the second high school. Conversely, the Lu school beauty from the first high school always appeared haughty, looking down upon her classmates. She changed boyfriends daily, and some of her suitors were from outside the school. Xiaoming located the initial post and meticulously reviewed the unfolding events. Lu Xia had first posted several messages, flaunting her boyfriend. At the end of one post, she added a remark, lamenting that Xiaoming had yet to break through to the martial arts realm. Lu Xia's boyfriend, clad in a well-tailored suit and donning sunglasses, had a fair complexion that reminded Xiaoming of the term pretty boy. Xiaoming shook his head. If he were merely at the first level of martial arts, he would not need to lift a finger. A mere hint of his killing intent would likely be sufficient to overpower him. Subsequent posts reflected a faction of individuals inciting discord, while students from Class 2 mounted a counterattack. Initially, the students from Class 1 exhibited a brazen demeanor, convinced that Xiaoming could not possibly rival Lu Xia's boyfriend. They even insinuated that Xiaoming's absence was indicative of fear. Upon scrutinizing the date of the post, which was from the day before yesterday, Xiaoming refreshed the page only to find the post had mysteriously vanished, presumably deleted. Following this, an apology post emerged, which Xiaoming chose not to open. These individuals were largely characterized by their opportunistic nature. With his recent act of saving a small group of 6, Xiaoming had inadvertently garnered fame, prompting these individuals to offer their apologies. As Xiaoming continued to read, it became evident that the tide of public opinion had overwhelmingly shifted in favor of Class 2. With only a handful of ardent sycophants remaining to defend Lu Xia. Suddenly, a new post appeared. Lu Xia, this afternoon after school. My boyfriend will challenge you to a duel, Xiaoming. If you possess any sense of masculinity, wait for him at the entrance of Class 2. Intrigued, Xiaoming clicked on the post, discovering that Lucia had taken on a new boyfriend. This new man appeared noticeably older, exuding an air of maturity. Yet his gaze lacked the ferocity of someone seasoned in combat against monstrous beasts. Was this truly a new boyfriend seeking to confront him? A cold smile crept across Xiaoming's face. Should she dare to approach, he would not hesitate to administer a lesson. He closed his phone and tucked it away in the desk. Huang Yuhui, immediately intrigued, leaned in closer, inquiring whether they would take action that evening. Xiaoming shook his head, prompting Huang Yuhui to express his dissatisfaction. Are you truly going to remain silent? Don't let Yi Mingqing look down on you. Xiaoming, in a huff, seized his pencil case, declaring, You'll find out this afternoon. Huang Yuhui watched, astonished, as Xiaoming extracted half of his belongings from his pencil case. I forgot to bring my pens. Lend me a few, he requested. Huang Yuhui shook his fist in indignation and retorted, You always say borrow. I've yet to see you return anything. The morning examination concluded swiftly. Xiaoming assessed his performance to be on par with his usual standard, likely securing the top position in the class. At lunchtime, their homeroom teacher, Su Qingwei, summoned him. First and foremost, congratulations on your breakthrough to the muscle refinement realm. He began, clearing his throat. However, you and Yi Mingqing should exercise restraint within the school environment to avoid negatively influencing your classmates. Xiao felt somewhat aggrieved. He had been compelled into this situation, after all. Why was he the one being addressed instead of Yi Mingqing? Mr. Su placed tea leaves into a cup, poured boiling water, and set it on the table. What are your thoughts? Are you still considering university? With your current grades, you could secure a recommendation to the prestigious institution in Kyoto. Alternatively, you could join some small teams to hunt demonic beasts. After a brief pause, he added, I recommend that you prioritize university first. Xiaoming hesitated for a moment before nodding, affirming, I will attend university. His plan was to participate in the martial arts competition in May. Achieving a position within the top 100 would be challenging. But if he caught the attention of the military, he could enlist directly. Should that plan falter, he would then prepare for the college entrance examination. Should one join the military, the college entrance examination would merely necessitate a brief appearance. Upon hearing Xiaoming's response, old Su nodded in agreement. Indeed. The college entrance examination is essential. Do not engage in combat with the monstrous beast at such an early age. It is far too perilous. Xiaoming instantly recognized that this was a veiled reference to him. He simply blinked and chose not to respond as he exited the office. Xiaoming made his way to the dining hall, where the crowd had significantly thinned. He ordered 3 portions of food and devoured them with the speed of a whirlwind, alleviating the growling of his hungry stomach. After finishing his meal, he returned to the martial arts classroom, as the martial examination was scheduled for the afternoon. Shortly thereafter, all the students from Class 2 of the senior year gathered. A robust teacher entered the room, a practitioner of the third heaven. He cast a cursory glance around the classroom, and upon spotting Xiaoming, his gaze momentarily lingered. He could scarcely believe that one of the students had attained the realm of Yi Jane, especially at the tender age of 17. Although his own realm did not surpass Xiaoming's, he maintained the dignity befitting a teacher. According to student numbers, we shall proceed with the assessments, he announced. Number 1. Yi Mingqing. As his words fell, Yi Mingqing stepped forward. To facilitate the testing, everyone removed their outer garments, revealing Yi Mingqing's nearly flawless physique, which elicited envious glances from the girls. Xiaoming too stole a few more glances. Yi Mingqing discreetly caught sight of him, and their eyes met briefly, prompting a slight smile to grace her lips. Had this been in the past, Xiaoming would not have regarded her so. Following her step forward, Yi Mingqing underwent tests for running speed and punching power. Speed, 10 meters per second. Punching power, 200 kilograms. Physical fitness, a perfect score. Below are the scores for the skills assessment. The martial arts examination consists of a physical fitness test and a skills test, each accounting for 50 of the total score. Since the beginning of his enrollment, Yi Mingqing's speed and punching power have consistently remained at this figure. No one truly knows the extent of Yi Mingqing's capabilities, and Xiaoming has never inquired. For the skills test, participants could choose a weapon, and Yi Mingqing opted for a long sword, effortlessly defeating the martial arts instructor. The teacher remained unfazed, announcing Yi Mingqing's total score, 100 points. Xiaoming suddenly felt a twinge of pity for this instructor, who had been overshadowed by his own student for 3 years, yet maintained his composure, truly a paragon of teaching. After declaring Yi Mingqing's score, the teacher continued, Next, Xiaoming. There was a noticeable pause, and the classmates exchanged peculiar glances. In the second high school, it was almost unheard of for a teacher to be outmatched by a student. Now, having previously been unable to contend with Yu Mingqing, could the same be true for Xiaoming? As Xiaoming stepped forward for his assessment, he began his test. Speed, 55 meters per second. Punching power, 2,800 kilograms. These two vivid red numbers were striking. The students collectively swallowed hard. What kind of monstrous figures were these? Chapter 24. I am fond of her. The martial arts instructor opened his mouth. Xiaoming, a perfect score in physical fitness. The skills test then commenced. After speaking, the martial arts teacher glanced at Xiaoming. Xiaoming approached the teacher and said, "Teacher, please proceed." As the words left his lips, Xiaoming summoned the energy within him. No need for testing. It's a perfect score. The martial arts instructor remained impassive, turning to call out, "Next, Zhang Mingwei." Xiaoming, feeling disheartened by the instructor's refusal to give him an opportunity, slowly exited the classroom. At the doorway, Yu Mingqing, who had completed his assessment, was smiling brightly at him. As Xiaoming approached, Yu Mingqing linked her arm with his. Xiaoming attempted to pull away, but to no avail, and finally said, "Old Su advised us not to be too ostentatious, lest we disturb our classmates." With a playful glint in her eyes, Yu Mingqing replied, "I'll let go of you once we're among our peers." Xiaoming glanced around, noticing that there were indeed no classmates nearby. Each first-ranked student was still engaged in a fierce struggle with their martial arts instructor. On the way back to the classroom, Xiaoming finally encountered a male classmate. As the classmate's astonished gaze fell upon them, Yu Mingqing released Xiaoming's arm, dutifully trailing alongside him, as though she had been caught in a moral transgression. A flicker of unease crossed Xiaoming's eyes. The male classmate wore an expression of understanding, offering Xiaoming a sheepish smile before turning to depart. Xiaoming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The moment the classmate walked away, Xiaoming sensed a soft warmth enveloping his arm once more. With a mischievous grin, Yu Mingqing teased, "Do you still want me to let go?" Well, it seemed that even after the test, he could not leave just yet. Today was Yu Mingqing's turn for duty, so Xiaoming assisted her in tidying the classroom. At that moment, old Su happened to pass by. He observed the scene unfolding within the classroom, feeling a twinge of sentiment. He had a vague awareness of Yu Mingqing's background, and although he was uncertain how the two had come to be close, he couldn't shake the feeling that their future might hold challenges. Although Xiaoming is exceptionally gifted, having reached the realm of Yi Jin at the tender age of 17, in the eyes of the formidable Yi family, he may merely be regarded as possessing slightly superior talent. However, upon witnessing the subtle smile at the corner of Yu Mingqing's lips, Su Qingwei suddenly chuckled and departed. Ah, the vigor of youth, such a splendid quality. Reminiscent of his own youthful days when his hair was still full and his strength not yet diminished. He had been relentlessly striving to enhance his abilities, all in pursuit of the girl he cherished. Although he ultimately lost his vitality and became an ordinary man, he did manage to win the heart of that beloved girl. Did he not? Now, he is blessed with a son and a daughter, eagerly awaiting the day when he can nurture them to adulthood and embrace a peaceful retirement. In the classroom, Xiaoming also spotted Old Su. To his surprise, Old Su had not intervened with the two of them. Was it because there was no one else around? If they could just delay a little longer, they would be able to leave. Yu Mingqing approached Xiaoming and handed him the mop, declaring, "The task of washing the mop is now yours." Together, they thoroughly tidied the classroom. And by 4 in the afternoon, students began to return. These were the kind of proactive students who, despite having a day off tomorrow, still came back to collect most of their books, hoping to gain an advantage during the break. Xiaoming felt lighthearted, while Yu Mingqing, in an effort to uphold her image as class monitor, carried an empty white backpack. Each time she returned home, she would toss the backpack onto the floor and pick up her phone to play games. Xiaoming suddenly wondered whether, in her absence, Yu Mingqing had neatly arranged her backpack. This thought startled him. As they pushed the cart, Xiaoming and Yu Mingqing made their way outside the school. He pondered the nature of his relationship with Yu Mingqing. In truth, the notion of a more intimate connection seemed plausible. Previously, Yu Mingqing had always spoken to him in a mature tone, leading him to subconsciously perceive her as an older sister. However, her tone had recently shifted to that of a peer, causing Xiaoming to envision her as a vivacious young girl. While Xiaoming was lost in contemplation, a remark from Huang Yui suddenly echoed in his mind. At that time, Huang Yui had inquired whether Xiaoming harbored feelings for Yu Mingqing. Xiaoming had decisively responded that they did not share such a relationship. Huang had not contested this, merely asking him, "If you were to see a girl your age, Who has grown up alongside you? Marry someone else? Would you feel a twinge of sadness? Xiaoming's response had been an emphatic, not at all. Yet now, he felt as though his heart was stirred by the gentle, warm breeze of early summer. A sudden restlessness enveloped him. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoming's gaze solidified with determination. He had come to realize that he indeed had some feelings for Yi Mingqing. Before reaching the school gate, Xiaoming caught sight of a man in his 20s, impeccably dressed. Beside him stood a woman adorned in heavy makeup and extravagant attire, Lu Xia. Her appearance bore little resemblance to that of a high school student, more akin to that of a wealthy matron. Alas, no matter how Lu Xia presented herself, she could not rival the natural allure of Yi Mingqing. Just as Xiaoming recognized them, Lu Xia spotted him as well and hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Xiaoming, you finally made it." As she drew near, Xiaoming was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming fragrance of perfume that left him feeling decidedly uncomfortable. He furrowed his brow and took a step back, retreating from the oppressive aura of scent. "You must be that Xiaoming," she declared, her tone dripping with disdain. "Do not presume that because you have saved a few individuals, I shall fear you. Today, I have come to fulfill my promise." With that, Lu Xia turned to Yi Mingqing and remarked, "Your judgment, Yi Mingqing, pales in comparison to mine." As her words echoed, a man in a suit stepped forward from behind her. Xiaoming cast a fleeting glance at him, recognizing him as yet another martial artist at the level of Yi Jin. However, the man's internal energy appeared weak and his countenance bore no hint of lethal intent. It was evident that he had been comfortably residing in the city, untouched by the dangers of battling ferocious beasts. Xiaoming's interest in him quickly waned. Such a person would be incapable of withstanding even the slightest of his murderous intent. Noticing Xiaoming's gaze linger on the man beside her, Lu Xia swiftly diverted her attention, mistakenly believing that Xiaoming was intimidated. With an air of arrogance, she proclaimed, "If you are afraid, you may concede defeat. All it takes is a couple of laps around the school," while shouting that Yi Mingqing has taken a liking to a worthless fool. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoming could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Was this woman truly lacking in intelligence? The entire city of Fengtian was already aware that he had survived the second-tier beast tide and had saved 6 individuals in the process. Xiaoming had assumed that Lu Xia's audacity would not lead her to utter such remarks at this juncture. Yet, he found himself having overestimated her. Perhaps she believed her connections afforded her the liberty to act as she pleased. Xiaoming, his expression devoid of emotion, slowly took a step forward. He harbored a profound disdain for those with influence, yet lacking in personal strength. Chapter 25. Xiaoming's Strike and the Cunning De Huang. As Xiaoming stepped forth, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from within him. The accumulated malice, forged through the slaughter of countless demonic beasts, manifested as if it were a tangible force, violently assailing Lu Xia's psyche. Lu Xia's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape, akin to a fish gasping for air outside of water. The Xiaoming before her had transformed from a feeble youth into a towering harbinger of death. In his grasp lay a blood-red warblade, and behind him stretched the remnants of thousands of slain beasts. The deity's blood-red gaze fixated on her, instilling an immense pressure that rendered her breathless. Yet she dared not move. Her subconscious warned her that a single motion could herald her demise. Observing Lu Xia's plight, a formally attired man rushed towards Xiaoming, exclaiming, "Release her at once." Xiaoming lifted his gaze. In that moment, he unleashed the entirety of his malevolent energy. The man felt as though he had stepped into a sea of corpses and blood, the anguished cries of the demonic beasts echoing in his ears. Accompanying the wails was an insatiable hatred from the beasts, a relentless torrent that battered the mind of a man who had never taken a life. Overwhelmed, he clutched his muttering incessantly, "I was wrong. I was wrong." Xiaoming cast a cold glance at them, suppressing his murderous intent. He and Yi Mingqing slowly walked past them. Upon reaching the school gate, Yi Mingqing took a seat on the back of the bicycle, while Xiaoming pedaled away. Huang Yui happened to witness this scene and swiftly approached Lu Xia, exclaiming, "Bah, that wretched person deserves it." Fortunately, a female classmate hurriedly pulled Huang Yui aside, saying, "Xiaoming possesses strength. He is not afraid of the Lu family. You lack both strength and background. How dare you act in such a manner?" Reflecting on his recent actions, Huang Yui felt a twinge of fear yet stubbornly retorted, "He spoke ill of Xiaoming so many times. Am I not allowed to say a word against her?" The female classmate smiled at him, suddenly extending her hand and introducing herself, "My name is Lu Rushi. Shall we be friends?" Huang Yui was taken aback. Since entering high school, He had been mediocre in both academics and appearance, and quite introverted, only slightly more outgoing when with Xia Ming. At other times, he hardly dared to speak to anyone, and no girl had ever approached him before. Now, a beautiful girl suddenly wanted to befriend him. Surely, her intentions were dubious. He refrained from shaking her hand, eyeing her suspiciously. You share the surname Lu. What is your connection to her? Huang Yui suspected she might be a spy, aiming to undermine his friendship with Xia Ming, a scenario he had encountered numerous times. Lu Rushi's expression shifted slightly, astonished as she inquired, "How did you deduce that?" Huang Yui suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Firstly, I have never encountered you before. You are certainly not from our senior year. Yet, you can directly articulate my identity, indicating that you have conducted prior investigations into me. Secondly, we share no connection. Yet you abruptly appear to assist me, and precisely at the moment I have just scolded Lu Xia. In summary, you undoubtedly harbor a significant conspiracy." Huang Yui, employing his keen deductive skills, successfully averted being manipulated by this individual. With hands on his hips, he stood with pride. Lu Rushi's gaze suddenly brightened, and her expression towards Huang Yui transformed. "I initially thought you would be easily deceived. Unexpectedly, you possess quite a sharp intellect." Da Huang immediately adopted a condescending demeanor. "Your tricks have been laid bare before me. What other schemes do you have? Reveal them all." Lu Rushi giggled softly. "In that case, I shall not deceive you any longer. I am indeed a member of the Lu family. However, Lu Xia and I share different mothers. My purpose here is quite simple. I wish to befriend you, and subsequently, to befriend Xia Ming." Upon hearing Lu Rushi's words, Da Huang scoffed. "Your intentions are likely not as straightforward as mere friendship, are they?" Lu Rushi's expression turned slightly frosty as she explained, "My father is aging, and the Lu family has only 2 heirs, Lu Xia and myself. I am of lesser birth compared to Lu Xia and hold no standing within the Lu family. If my father were to designate Lu Xia as the successor, she would be the first to eliminate me." After finishing her words, Lu Rushi coldly added, "They secretly killed my mother, and now they seek to eliminate me as well." Huang Yui smiled insincerely, responding, "Since this is a conflict within the Lu family, why involve us? We have no desire to wade into this murky water." Lu Rushi paused and remarked, "Do you really think that the Lu family would refrain from acting against Xia Ming just because he has offended them? What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg." Upon hearing this, Huang Yui fell silent for a moment. The Lu family, being powerful and influential, could easily create minor obstacles for Xia Ming. However, Xia Ming was in a precarious position. One misstep could cost him his life. Thus, how can we assist you? What benefits do we derive from helping you? Seeing Huang Youhui's agreement, Lu Rushi smiled. "Though I lack significant standing, I am still a young lady of the Lu family. It is quite easy for me to discern the movements of its members." Huang Yui gazed at the evidently unusual Lu Rushi before him, momentarily uncertain of how to respond. Suddenly, Lu Rushi fixed her piercing gaze upon him. "I have divulged everything I know. Do you disagree with this transaction?" Her tone shifted abruptly to one of coldness. Huang Yui clenched his teeth and replied, "Fine, I accept your terms. However, I will handle matters with Xia Ming. You are not to have any contact with him." Upon hearing Lu Rushi's words, Huang Yui realized that there was no turning back from this precarious situation. Had he refused just moments ago, his demise would have been imminent in a matter of days. Lu Rushi had just mentioned her ability to ascertain the movements of family members. At that moment, he understood that although her status was not as elevated as Lu Xia's, her standing within the family was undoubtedly significant. This woman spoke with a blend of truth and deception, a rather troublesome combination. Yet, having already become entangled in this affair, he could only plunge headlong into the fray. As for Xia Ming, Huang Yui wished to keep him uninvolved. The less he knew, the safer he would be. Chapter 26. Xia Ming must strive for progress. Xia Ming pedaled his bicycle while Yu Mingqing wrapped one arm around his waist, making their way back to the warrior building. Along the journey, Yu Mingqing frequently urged Xia Ming to look at various sites, as everything seemed to fascinate her. Upon gaining clarity about his own feelings, Xia Ming suddenly perceived Yu Mingqing as a delicate, dependent girl, which left him both amused and bewildered. He had initially assumed that Yu Mingqing would embody a more assertive demeanor. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Yu Mingqing had always been by his side, consistently adopting a facade of maturity, suppressing her youthful spirit. Now, having set aside her burdens, she reveals her inherent innocence and vivacity. "Xia Ming, do you harbor feelings for me?" Yu Mingqing suddenly inquired, her tone earnest. A little, Xia Ming replied without turning back. Yi Mingqing's lips curled slightly. How much is a little? Xia Ming remained silent. Subsequently, an air of silence enveloped them as they swiftly arrived at the warrior's tower. Hand in hand, they entered the Clearstream CAF. The proprietor, Yi Yong, frowned slightly. Xia Ming braced himself for another cold glare, yet to his surprise, Yi Yong averted his gaze and resumed his focus on his phone. Xia Ming was momentarily perplexed. He had assumed only Yi Mingqing had undergone a significant transformation, but it appeared Yi Yong had as well. Yi Mingqing understood the situation well. Coming from a military background, Yi Yong favored those brave enough to venture outside the city to slay monsters. By having Yi Yong protect Xia Ming, she intended for him to witness Xia Ming's strength and character, hoping to alleviate any lingering resentment. It seemed her plan had indeed succeeded. With a gentle smile, Yi Mingqing asked, "Uncle Yi, have you eaten yet? Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yong's eyes lit up with amusement. "Not yet. Miss, are you inviting me to dine?" Yi Mingqing chuckled. "No, we're having hot pot." Yi Yong paused for a moment before replying, "Hot pot sounds great. I would love to have some." Thus, the three of them began to prepare hot pot at the CAF. Yi Mingqing and Xia Ming settled on one sofa while Yu Yong sat across from them. His gaze fixed on Xia Ming with a mix of intensity and scrutiny. Yi Mingqing busily fished various ingredients into Xia Ming's bowl. Xia Ming need not lift a finger to fish. From time to time, he would engage in intimate physical contact with Yi Mingqing. Xia Ming felt that it was not appropriate for Yi Mingqing to always be the one to exert effort. Occasionally, he would also lend a hand to Yi Mingqing. Yi Yong, feeling somewhat sullen, nibbled at his food, soon feeling filled with frustration. At that moment, a young man entered, seeking nutritional supplements. Yi Yong promptly cast aside his chopsticks and hurried to fetch the supplements for him. The young man, upon witnessing the couple's sweet interaction over hot pot, felt a fleeting pang of envy. He had initially come to the establishment drawn by the beauty of its owner, hoping to leave a favorable impression. To his dismay, he discovered she was already taken. With this realization, his gaze drifted to the man beside her, a sense of familiarity washing over him. After a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted. "You are Xia Ming." Xia Ming chuckled softly. "That's not me." The young man stared blankly for a while before heaved a resigned sigh. He had once believed that being a 19-year-old martial artist at the 8th level was a mark of genius. Yet, in comparison to the 17-year-old Xia Ming, who had reached the Yi Jin realm, he felt utterly insignificant, abandoning any thought of boasting about his own achievements. With a bitter smile, he settled his bill and departed. After a while, the couple finished their hot pot. Yi Mingqing wiped Xia Ming's mouth and began to tidy the table. Xia Ming rose to assist her. Once the table was cleared and the dishes washed, Yi Mingqing glanced at her phone and suddenly said, "Our homeroom teacher asked me to help at school," mentioning that some exam papers are falling behind. Xia Ming smiled. "Since the homeroom teacher is unwell, I shall accompany you." Yi Mingqing shook her head. "The homeroom teacher said there isn't much left to do, so you needn't come. I will ride your bicycle. You should rest at home," Yi Mingqing stated with an undeniable tone. Xia Ming had no choice but to acquiesce. After Yi Mingqing departed, Yi Yong suddenly took a seat opposite Xia Ming, causing him to feel a surge of tension. With a stern expression, Yi Yong silently scrutinized him. "Do you harbor feelings for Yi Mingqing?" Xia Ming looked up, only to find Yi Yong's face awash with hostility. Having already contemplated the question, Xia Ming replied, "A bit." Upon hearing this, Yi Yong abruptly slammed his hand on the table. "Liking someone means you like them. What do you mean by a bit?" Startled by Yi Yong's intensity, Xia Ming conceded. "I admit, I do like her." Only then did Yi Yong's demeanor soften slightly. "You must understand that the young lady hails from a prestigious family in Kyoto, the Yi clan. Within the Yi family, there are many prodigies akin to yourself, and some even surpass your talents." Yi Yong paused before continuing, "Of course, as long as you treat the young lady well, she may very well take you back to her family for marriage. But you must consider how others might perceive you at that time." Xia Ming was not taken aback by Yi Yong's words. He had already speculated about Yi Mingqing's background. However, he did not anticipate her connection to the Yi family, one of the four most powerful clans in Huaxia. Reflecting on Yi Yong's remarks and recalling the years spent in a subordinate position, he felt a resolution forming within him. This world reveres martial prowess, and he did not wish to lead a life of mediocrity as he had in his previous existence. He was determined to grow stronger, powerful enough to protect those who mattered to him: Yi Mingqing, De Huang, Uncle Chen. He aspired to win Yi Mingqing's heart through his own prowess, rather than relying on being supported again. Summer Ming's gaze gradually grew resolute as he lifted his head to meet Yi Yong's eyes, declaring, I will strive to become stronger. I will rely on myself. Yi Yong was somewhat pleased with Summer Ming's attitude. He nodded and said, well, given your determination, I shall not impede your path. Once you reach the War God realm, you will have the opportunity to hold your head high. Curious, Summer Ming inquired, what rank does the War God realm correspond to? Yi Yong chuckled softly. The ranks of martial artists are categorized as follows: warrior, muscle transformation, bone refinement, physical body, blood refinement, 5 organs, meridian opening, and the 3 flowers. Among these, the meridian opening realm is what people refer to as the War God realm. Counting mentally, Summer Ming realized he still had 4 significant realms to traverse, and a sense of pressure enveloped him. He could no longer linger in this gentle haven. Without hesitation, he took his leave, determined to return to his apartment to focus on his cultivation and slay demons. Before departing, Summer Ming sent a message to Yi Mingqing. I am heading back to my apartment to concentrate on my training. As we agreed, I will not return to stay before the college entrance examination. Upon reading Summer Ming's message, a hint of happiness graced Yi Mingqing's face. Yi Yong had just shared the events with her, and she felt elated to see Summer Ming putting forth such effort for her sake. Yi Mingqing replied, all right. I will await your return. Chapter 27. De Huang takes action upon returning to the tubular building. Xia Ming was greeted by a knock at the door as soon as he arrived home. It was Chen Zhong, bringing forth the dried meat that had finished curing. Over 20 pounds of jerky were promptly stowed away in Xia Ming's storage ring. From now on, he could relish the marinated delicacies on his outings, sparing himself the need to purchase the dry, unpalatable bread from the supermarket downstairs. After indulging in a refreshing shower, Xia Ming reclined on his bed, glancing at his phone. To his surprise, Lu Xia had not made the news. It appeared her family had managed to stifle the incident. Xia Ming found himself somewhat intrigued by the matter. The Lu family boasted dozens of publicly traded companies in Fengtian, with substantial assets. They even possessed a formidable warrior of legendary status. This left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Suddenly, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted his thoughts. After a brief hesitation, Xia Ming answered the phone. Xia Ming, you have offended the Lu family. Be wary of their potential retaliation, came the voice of Huang Yui. Xia Ming was taken aback. De Huang, wasn't your phone confiscated? Huang Yui replied. I struck a deal with someone from the Lu family. She informed me of their movements, and I am relaying this information to you. Xia Ming expressed his concern. De Huang, are you not afraid of being left with nothing but bones after collaborating with these aristocratic families? After a moment of silence, Huang Yui responded. You need not worry. I possess leverage over her, thus the information is assuredly credible. Xia Ming then adopted a serious tone. So, have they made any moves? Huang Yui replied, not for the time being. I merely wanted to inform you. I will update you once there are developments. Xia Ming furrowed his brows and said, however, if I venture into the wilderness, there will be no signal. How will you inform me? Huang Yui replied, I have already sent you a satellite phone. We will communicate through this. Xia Ming responded, very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Of course, do not forget to review thoroughly. Aim for excellent results in the college entrance examination. Huang Yui fell silent for a moment, then bellowed, I know you excel academically. Please stop provoking me. In a solitary hospital room at the Central Hospital of Fengtian City, Lu Xia sat on the bed with her hair disheveled, repeatedly murmuring, do not kill me. Clearly, her mind was somewhat unhinged. The room was sparsely populated, occupied only by a well-maintained middle-aged woman, a formally attired steward, and Lu Rushi. The middle-aged woman sat by Lu Xia's bedside, weeping profusely, exclaiming, that ruthless Xia Ming dares to treat my daughter so cruelly. The steward, his face etched with concern, had steadfastly supported Lu Xia ever since the elder Lu fell gravely ill. Now, with Lu Xia descending into madness, he pondered whether he should side with Lu Rushi instead. As he contemplated this, his gaze fell upon Lu Rushi, who appeared entirely oblivious to his scrutiny, her expression steeped in sorrow. Just as the steward hesitated, Lu Xia suddenly spat out a copious amount of black blood. Everyone was momentarily taken aback when Lu Xia the last 4 words almost erupted from Lu Xia's lips in a fit of suppressed rage. The butler promptly dismissed his earlier thoughts and approached Lu Xia with a courteous demeanor. Miss, how shall you proceed with this demise? Lu Xia glanced at the butler and coldly replied, Our Lu family is a prominent lineage. Surely we possess means to address this matter. You must devise a plan for me. Before the butler could respond, Lu Xia's mother was the first to react. It would be unwise for our Lu family to act overtly against him. Perhaps we should employ some assassins? At this suggestion, a flicker of anger appeared in Lu Rushi's eyes. for it was through such means that her mother had met her demise. The butler pondered for a moment and said, "That is indeed a viable option. However, it carries its own risks. I have an even better idea." Upon saying this, he cast a glance at Lu Rushi, then discreetly leaned towards Lucia and whispered something in her ear. Lucia nodded, her expression turning fierce. "He must die." The butler smiled obsequiously. "Of course, I shall attend to it immediately." With that, he silently made his way to the door, reminding Lu Rushi as he left. "Second, miss, let us step outside to grant them some privacy." Lu Rushi nodded and followed him out of the ward. Once outside, the butler said, "Second, miss, I have matters to attend to. I trust you can find your way home." Lu Rushi cast him a fleeting glance and replied, "The butler should tend to his own affairs." The butler nodded in acquiescence as he departed, feeling quite pleased with his treatment of Lu Rushi. Regrettably, after the young lady ascended to her position as the heir, this delicate beauty was destined to become a casualty. The steward exited the hospital and drove to the base of a grand edifice. A figure approached the vehicle and entered. "Steward, do you have any instructions for me?" The individual appeared to hold the steward in high esteem. The steward replied nonchalantly, "Wang Yu, I have a task for you. Seek out a team that hunts the human race in the wilderness zone and offer them 100 million for the head of Xiaoming. Remember, it must be executed with finesse." Upon concluding his instructions, the steward handed Wang Yu a card. Wang Yu accepted it, affirming, "Understood, steward." The steward waved him off. "Go attend to it." Wang Yu alighted from the car and slowly departed. Once the steward drove away, he activated his phone and dialed. "Hello. Is this the second young lady?" The following day, Xiaoming arose early to discover a message from Huang Yuwei. "A 5-member team will be dispatched to hunt you down today. Their levels are all at the 9th stage of the muscle transformation realm." Xiaoming, upon reading this message, replied simply, "All right." He was somewhat taken aback that they had only sent individuals of the muscle transformation realm to eliminate him. Did they underestimate him? That day, to assist the 6-member team in their plight, Xiaoming had comprehended the essence of the blade. Furthermore, after 3 strikes, his vitality and the experience of the Shadow of Blood technique surged by a staggering 1,000 points. He was now a mere 500 vitality away from the 3rd stage of the muscle transformation realm. The Shadow of Blood technique had also advanced to a minor success during combat. Each level of enhancement in this technique was extraordinarily formidable. Previously, Xiaoming could effortlessly annihilate second-tier, second-rank beasts with his dual blade techniques, although he had yet to meticulously experiment with the prowess of his newly attained skill. He was confident that it could easily slay second-tier, third-rank, or even fourth-rank monsters. The human physique is far less resilient than that of beasts. Even those who have perfected their bodily transformation cannot compare to the physical strength of a second-tier, fifth-rank beast. If Xiaoming were unaware of their presence and fell victim to a surprise attack, they might have had a chance to succeed. However, now that he was forewarned, their likelihood of success diminished significantly. After equipping himself with a satellite phone, Xiaoming descended the stairs and mounted his bicycle, hastening towards the city gate. Upon reaching the gate, he dismounted and stepped outside. While he did not fear the assassins of perfected transformation, he informed Yu Mingqing that he might need to remain outside for several days. He aimed to ascertain the rank of those who sought his life, as he remained uncertain whether De Huang had been deceived. Should he have been misled, misfortune would surely befall him. Xiaoming gradually accelerated, racing towards the wilderness. The guards watched him depart with a hint of reverence in their eyes. Chapter 28. The appearance of the assassin squad exiting the city gate. Xiaoming directly arrived at the area designated as 0969. This locale was further away than the previous encounter with the rhinoceros herd in area 0968, predominantly inhabited by first-tier, second-rank beasts. As for the earlier rhinoceros herd, the martial arts building had explained that the tremors Xiaoming experienced were the result of higher-tier beasts battling for territory. Although Xiaoming found this explanation somewhat peculiar, it was the official account, and thus he paid it little mind. Before long, he reached area 0969. Upon arriving here, Xiaoming directly pursued and eliminated the second-tier demon beast without concealing his presence. He aimed to attract the attention of the team seeking his demise, thus creating a significant commotion. Xiaoming required merely a single strike to vanquish the second-tier, second-grade demon beasts. Occasionally encountering second-tier, third-grade demon beasts, he would employ a double strike, effortlessly dispatching them with a single blow. Notification: slain second-tier, second-grade demon beast, vitality 20. Proficiency in Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique 20. Notification: slain second-tier, second-grade demon beast, vitality 20, Proficiency in Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique 20. Notification. Slain. In just half an hour, Xiaming felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. Name: Xiaming. Age: 17. Realm: Muscle Transformation. Third layer: Vitality. 5,500 8,000. Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique. 5,500 8,000. Capable of unleashing 3 Crimson Strikes. Minor Mastery. Xiaming's recent epiphany granted an additional 500 experience points to the Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique, resulting in a harmonious balance between his vitality and martial skill experience. Following his breakthrough into the third realm of martial artists, Xiaming could now effortlessly slay second-tier, third-grade demon beasts. Upon encountering one, he executed a single strike with ease, severing the creature's body. Since his arrival, Xiaming discovered that eliminating these second-tier, second-grade and third-grade demon beasts had become increasingly effortless. He had not yet truly gauged the prowess he possessed since achieving the rudimentary stage of his blade's momentum. Ascending to a vantage point, Xiaming surveyed the expanse. Noting the absence of the quintet, deeming it prudent to relocate, he ventured deeper into the uncharted expanse of Sector 0989. In this region, the bestiary lacked precise categorization. Populated by second-tier beasts of varying caliber, the perils escalated with distance from the city, impeding human exploration and rendering Xiaming's progression somewhat uneven. Upon arrival, circumspection governed his actions. Concealing his presence, he meticulously scrutinized the surroundings. A lake dominated the landscape, fostering a humid ambience. From afar, Xiaming observed a conspicuous avoidance of the lake by all creatures, some even diverting to distant streams for sustenance. He surmised the presence of a formidable entity within the lake, its influence demarcating a hierarchy among the beasts. Eschewing proximity to the lake, Xiaming resolved to hunt on the periphery, where second-tier beasts of middling strength roamed. With his nascent blade momentum, Xiaming effortlessly dispatched beasts of lesser strength. Thus, he sought out a second-tier beast of considerable power. To preempt any outcry, he unleashed a surge of his blade's potential. Crimson energy materialized, swiftly converging upon the beast. Upon contact with its neck, the energy cleaved through its hide, yet stopped short of severing its life. The demon beast sensed pain and was about to emit a furious roar when a flash of crimson light flickered at its neck, unleashing the second strike of the dual blade technique. In an instant, the beast's neck was severed, and blood gushed forth. A notification rang out. Ding, slain a second-tier. Fourth-grade demon beast, Vitality 30, Mastery of Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique 30. A surge of joy coursed through Xiaming's heart. Indeed, wielding the dual blade technique allowed him to vanquish a second-tier, fourth-grade demon beast. After confirming that no other beast lurked nearby, he approached the carcass and began to collect the materials. Once finished, Xiaming continued to conceal himself, stealthily eliminating solitary demon beasts while gradually advancing deeper into the territory. Before long, he encountered a second-tier, fifth-grade demon beast. Xiaming stealthily drew near, concentrating his blade energy. With the third strike of the dual blade technique enhanced, he effortlessly cleaved the beast in twain. Ding, slain a second-tier, fifth-grade demon beast, Vitality 35, Mastery of Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique 35. Remarkably, even without the addition of blade intent, he could easily dispatch a second-tier, fifth-grade demon beast. A wave of elation washed over him. Though currently at the third layer of the muscle transformation realm, he felt confident that he could instantly eliminate even a second-tier, sixth-grade demon beast. All of this was thanks to the formidable blade technique that cost him 10,000 coins. Xiaming recalled that it required an exceptionally high level of comprehension to master. Yet he felt no difficulty at all. It was simply a matter of slashing, slashing, and slashing until an unexpected insight emerged. It seemed almost too effortless. Moreover, he had only reached the minor achievement stage of this technique. What terrifying prowess might he possess upon attaining full mastery? After collecting the materials from the second-tier, fifth-grade demon beast, he once again concealed himself. Although he could easily slay these demon beasts, he remained vigilant. However, at present, his physical form is insufficiently robust, rendering him vulnerable to grievous injury at the hands of these ferocious beasts. It appears that upon returning, he must procure a martial technique to refine his physique. While Xiaming engages in the slaying of monsters, a quintet of individuals approaches the outskirts of the 0989 region. Leading them is a brawny man adorned with a tiger tattoo upon his arm, flanked by one woman and 3 men. Typically, a martial artist squad comprises one member who employs speed to harass the beasts, while 2 others restrain them, allowing the remaining members to fulfill their distinct roles, encompassing both ranged and melee combat. Yet, this group diverges from the norm. Apart from the captain, the bodies of the other members are obscured beneath their cloaks, concealing their weapons and rendering their attack methods indiscernible. Each individual maintains a distance of several meters from one another, evidently exercising caution against potential threats. The muscular man with the tiger tattoo spoke. Xia Ming is indeed within the 0989 area. Are we truly intending to enter and eliminate him? The sole woman in the group interjected. We have traversed this place before. Should we awaken that entity within the lake? A frail man chimed in. The tiger-armed giant chuckled softly. Xia Ming has merely attained the second level of the body refinement realm. He would undoubtedly hesitate to venture deep into the 0989 region. We need only locate him at the periphery, then drive him out of the 0989 area, at which point we can engage him. Having concluded his remarks, he promptly commanded the four. You shall seek him out while I remain outside. Once you locate him, compel him to emerge, and I shall take action to subdue him. Reluctance flickered in the eyes of the four. A bounty of 100 million has been placed on the head of Xia Ming. This reward has lingered for half a day, yet no one has dared to claim it. Eventually, their leader, unable to resist the allure of such a fortune, accepted the task. Although they are all practitioners of the muscle transformation realm, they seldom target warriors of the same level. They understand that once they take action, the authorities in Fengtian City will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation, which would inevitably cast suspicion upon practitioners of the muscle transformation realm. Thus, they typically limit their assaults to those at a lower level, allowing them to survive until now. It is precisely their prudence that has enabled them to remain the only surviving group within their realm. They are acutely aware that Xia Ming currently enjoys a formidable reputation, and attacking him poses significant risks. Yet, their captain has chosen to undertake this perilous venture. This decision has already caused considerable discontent among the group, and now the captain is audaciously directing them. Were it not for their prior agreement, they would have certainly refused to engage in this mission. The burly man, sensing their hesitation, reassured them. Do not worry. Xia Ming is merely at the second level of the muscle transformation realm and poses no threat to us. Furthermore, once we succeed, each of you will receive 10 million, without exception. Upon hearing this, the four members of the team nodded and departed. After they left, the expression of the burly man darkened. So, you dare to disregard my commands. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless and claiming the entire bounty for myself. Chapter 29. Xia Ming's counterattack. Xia Ming had been slaying demon beasts for a while when he paused. Considering the time, it was sufficient for those individuals to arrive. He concealed himself within a tall building. These opponents are all at the 9th level of the muscle transformation realm, a notch above his own capabilities. Although Xia Ming possessed the confidence to eliminate them with a single stroke, he feared that should they launch a surprise attack, he might not withstand even one blow. Moreover, the audacity of these individuals to accept such a task indicated that this was not their first experience with bloodshed. Their skills in stealth and assassination were undoubtedly formidable. Xia Ming held his breath, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Before long, a shadow flitted past below. Xia Ming's pupils narrowed slightly. He had almost failed to catch a glimpse of this person's figure. This individual was merely adept in the art of concealment and possessed remarkable speed, estimated at 80 meters per second. This was still while in a state of hidden form. Should they unleash their full potential, surpassing 100 meters per second would pose no challenge. Xia Ming's advantages were minimal yet significant. He lurked in the shadows while they remained oblivious to his presence. He was acutely aware that they had come to assassinate him, while they remained unaware of his lethal capabilities, perceiving him merely as a practitioner at the second level of the easy muscle realm. Xia Ming remained motionless, steadfast in his position. This was a 5-member team, and he was yet unaware of the whereabouts of the other 4. If they were merely baiting him, any action on his part would spell trouble. He waited in silence as the shadow conducted a thorough search of the perimeter, failing to uncover any trace. After a moment's hesitation, the shadow ventured deeper into the surroundings. An hour later, this individual slowly returned to the same spot. At that point, Xia Ming was assured that they were acting alone. It appeared they had dispersed in an effort to swiftly locate him. Relieved, Xia Ming grasped his combat blade and cautiously approached the windowsill. Just as the individual lingered directly beneath him, channeling the energy within his body, Xia Ming suddenly leaped from the heights above. The man downstairs immediately sensed the disturbance. As he turned his head, he beheld a crimson blade aura, spanning 60 meters, hurtling towards him with ferocity. Behind that menacing force, there was a figure, Xia Ming. His pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly drew the dagger from his waist, positioning it defensively before him. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds echoed as the dagger was jolted from his grasp. The blade aura struck his chest, tearing open a gaping crimson wound, and blood surged forth in torrents. A wave of terror washed over him. How could Xia Ming possess such immense strength? The threefold momentum entwined within the blade aura had rendered his arm numb. Furthermore, the ferocity of Xia Ming's attack was astonishing, imbued with an aura of death, as if it had been forged in the depths of hell itself. This blade aura exuded a palpable threat of mortality. He hastily retreated, yearning to distance himself from Xia Ming, yet the latter pursued him relentlessly, like a shadow. Unyielding and insatiable, in a flash, Xia Ming unleashed another strike. Desperately, he retrieved the last 2 daggers he possessed, crossing them before his chest in a futile attempt to ward off the dreadful blade aura. However, he had already failed to block Xia Ming's previous blow, and he had no chance against this one. As the blood flashed by, a crimson line suddenly appeared on his body. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. You? How could you? With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of any further movement. Xia Ming approached his fallen form, removing the storage ring from his hand and placing it within his own pocket. Subsequently, he concealed himself once more. The commotion he had just caused would surely draw attention. Others would soon arrive. Selecting a direction, Xia Ming swiftly made his escape. Taking advantage of their approach, he aimed to eliminate one individual first. Faced with a martial artist of the 9th layer of muscle transformation, Xia Ming could effortlessly claim victory through a surprise attack. Once encircled, however, Xia Ming would find himself in an utterly disadvantageous position. After swiftly covering a certain distance, he intended to halt, only to spot a figure advancing towards him. The person appeared momentarily stunned, and seizing this opportunity, Xia Ming closed the gap, his battle blade slicing through the air with ferocity. A crescent-shaped crimson blade aura materialized instantaneously, imbued with an unmatched force, crashing down with tremendous impact. The individual, now fully alert, swung an iron rod to counter the red blade aura. The clang of metal resonated thrice, echoing like the clash of gold and stone. The person's complexion flushed crimson as he staggered backwards several paces, astonished. He gazed at Xia Ming, who claimed he was merely at the 2nd layer of muscle transformation. How could someone at this level inflict such harm on a 9th layer warrior? Furthermore, the momentum of Xia Ming's blade instilled a sense of trepidation within him. While one blade's force might be manageable, Xia Ming's strike concealed 3 distinct energies, rendering defense nearly impossible. Moreover, the sharpness of his blade aura posed a significant threat. Had he been ambushed without any forewarning, he might have already met his demise. Contemplating this, a sudden change washed over his expression. Could it be that Xia Ming had covertly struck, eliminating one of their own? Xia Ming, keenly perceptive, noted this fleeting moment of distraction. With his long blade dancing in the air, he unleashed 2 swift strikes. 2 vast blood-red blade auras formed, resembling crimson crescents, racing forth. The man's expression shifted dramatically. As he struck the first blade aura with his rod, the initial blade aura shattered explosively. Yet the second wave of blade energy descended unimpeded upon the iron rod in his grasp, cleaving it effortlessly in twain. Seizing this fleeting moment, Xia Ming struck once more. The crimson glow of his blade slicing through the air and severing the neck, sending the head soaring into the abyss. The headless body staggered and fell to the ground. With an expression devoid of emotion, Xia Ming approached the fallen figure and removed the storage ring from his hand. This marked the 2nd acquisition. As his words lingered in the air, Xia Ming felt a presence alight upon the adjacent rooftop. Another figure materialized behind him, a dagger poised menacingly towards the back of his neck. With a slight tilt of his head, Xia Ming narrowly evaded the lethal strike. His eyes narrowed, contemplating the audacity of their arrival, which was swifter than anticipated. Moreover, he noticed the commotion had drawn the attention of nearby beasts, who were now converging upon the scene. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to refrain from engaging on the ground. Xia Ming turned his gaze towards the towering edifices where the 2 figures concealed themselves. With a fierce stomp, he propelled himself upward, leaping to the 5th floor. As he landed, a dagger, as dark and swift as a viper, lunged towards him. Anticipating the attack, Xia Ming swiftly turned, his battle blade descending in a decisive arc. In that very moment, the woman who had remained dormant atop the highest floor sprang into action, darting to Xia Ming's side. her longsword thrusting directly at his heart. Xia Ming's pupils dilated. Time had run out for evasion. In a desperate maneuver, he contorted his body to evade the fatal strike. Yet, the next instant, the longsword pierced through his shoulder. Chapter 30. A perilous crisis. The long sword pierced through Xia Ming's shoulder by several centimeters, its blade stained a vivid crimson with blood. The woman exerted force in her wrist, attempting to withdraw the sword, only to discover that Xia Ming had a firm grip on it. With his other hand, he wielded a battle knife, striking towards her. She hastily released her hold on the long sword and retreated several steps. Unrelenting, Xia Ming pursued her with fervor. Swinging his battle knife once more, disregarding even the assassin beside him armed with a dagger. The woman's expression shifted dramatically, despite his injuries. Xia Ming was determined to eliminate her first. In a swift motion, she drew a short sword from her waist, positioning it across her chest in a desperate attempt to block Xia Ming's full-force strike. Regrettably, the short sword appeared feeble and utterly inadequate against the several-meter-long blade aura. Upon contact, the short sword emitted a tremorous sound before shattering into two pieces. The sanguine blade aura swiftly swept past the woman's body, and she gazed at Xia Ming in disbelief, the light in her eyes gradually dimming. Simultaneously, a pair of daggers pierced deeply into his back, prompting Xia Ming to stifle a groan as he swung his battle knife instinctively. However, the blood-red blade aura missed its target, drawing upon the vitality within him. Xia Ming suppressed his injuries. He had swiftly realized that the dagger-wielding assailant was exceptionally skilled in stealth and possessed remarkable speed, one that he could not match. Thus, his initial target had always been the woman atop the building. He tightened his grip on the battle knife, confident in his success. Now, it was a one-on-one confrontation. Xia Ming fixed his gaze intently on the individual before him, remaining utterly still, knowing he could only wait for the opponent to make the first move. In the distance, the assassin hesitated momentarily before abruptly sheathing his dagger. Xia Ming, I truly do not wish to take your life. Xia Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, responding, Oh? Do you believe I would trust you? The man did not advance, remaining in place as he continued, None of us four desire to harm you. It was our captain who insisted on accepting this commission. Now, 3 out of the 4 are dead, and I lack the absolute certainty to kill you. Therefore, I wish to negotiate a condition with you. Xia Ming remained silent, swiftly unleashing a strike with his battle blade. He had no intention of negotiating with someone like him. The figure of the man suddenly shifted, narrowly evading Xia Ming's blood-red blade aura. You have been poisoned. In less than a minute, the toxin will claim your life. Only by negotiating with me do you stand a chance of survival. In response, Xia Ming unleashed another arc of crimson blade energy, which met only air as the man vanished from sight. Xia Ming glanced at his system panel. Poisoned. The system is aiding the host in resisting the spread of the toxin, yet death will ensue in 10 minutes. Spending 1 minute to follow the special route provided by the system will allow for the expulsion of the toxin from the body. Below, a map of the designated route was affixed by the system, with 10 minutes until the toxin took effect. And factoring in the time needed for detoxification and finding a safe location, he had approximately 8 minutes remaining. If he could not eliminate the man, he would negotiate. If he could, he needed to resolve the matter within the next 8 minutes. With this thought, Xia Ming began to search for the man's whereabouts. Regrettably, the individual was startled by the sudden thrust of a blade and retreated to a considerable distance. For a moment, Xia Ming found himself unable to discern his whereabouts. This man, aware of the poison he had been afflicted with, merely lingered nearby, occasionally launching minor attacks to disrupt him. Unbeknownst to them, 5 minutes had elapsed. Xia Ming furrowed his brow, realizing that if this person continued to evade him, he appeared to have no viable options. Xia Ming spoke calmly. Negotiating terms is acceptable, however. It is I who shall present the demands. As his words resonated, the assassin remained hidden, observing Xia Ming in silence. Was the assassin contemplating a truce due to an impending demise from the poison? If that were indeed the case, there would be no need for negotiations. Yet, after a full minute of waiting, Xia Ming exhibited no signs of distress, as if the toxin had no effect on him whatsoever. A flicker of surprise coursed through the assassin. His poison had always proven lethal within a minute. Why then had it failed this time? After a moment's hesitation, he gradually revealed himself. Very well, I concede to your terms. Xia Ming inquired. Your squad consists of 5 members, 3 of whom are deceased. Aside from you, where is your captain? The assassin replied. The captain instructed us to search for you separately while he awaits your arrival on the main route back to Fengtian. The moment you appear, He will strike without hesitation. Xia Ming pressed further. Is he also at the 9th level of the Yi Jin realm? The assassin responded. The captain has approached the threshold of bone tempering. Although he does not rival a true master of bone tempering, he is significantly superior to an average practitioner of the 9th level of Yi Jin. Xia Ming frowned. Now, please articulate your conditions. The assassin spoke. I hope you will allow me to take the bodies of my companions back, and I sincerely wish you refrain from attacking me. Very well, came the reply. But you must leave behind your storage ring. After a brief pause, Xia Ming added, including yours. The assassin hesitated momentarily before nodding. I can relinquish my storage ring. But I have one request. I wish for you to kill our captain. Xia Ming gazed at him in astonishment. The assassin continued. Our team previously only hunted beasts. But one day, our captain suddenly declared that we should kill humans. We stood by helplessly as he slaughtered a squad of martial artists. We dared not intervene, and subsequently, the captain coerced us into signing a 3-year contract, during which we must obey his orders. I have endured enough of this existence. I long for a peaceful night's rest. The assassin raised his head to meet Xia Ming's gaze. Thus, I shall divulge the captain's weakness to you. His vulnerability lies in his right leg, where he harbors an unresolved injury. If you incapacitate one of his legs, your chances of victory will increase significantly. Xia Ming pondered for a moment before responding, I understand. You may leave now. The assassin cast a glance at Xia Ming and placed a small vial on the ground, stating, This is the antidote. Xia Ming nodded. Yet he noticed the assassin remained still, perplexed by his hesitation. Suddenly, the assassin stiffly requested, Could you step back a bit? I need to retrieve my companions' bodies. It was only then that Xia Ming realized the woman's corpse still lay at his feet. After retrieving the woman's storage ring, Xia Ming immediately retreated 100 meters. The assassin then stepped forward, hoisting the woman's body onto his back. He tossed the storage ring to Xia Ming, stating, I trust you will keep your word. With that, he turned and departed. Xia Ming pocketed the storage ring and glanced at the small vial the assassin had given him. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, and instead of taking the vial, he turned and left. From the shadows, the assassin silently watched Xia Ming, noticing that he had not taken the offered antidote. His brow furrowed deeply. Logically, Xia Ming should have been poisoned and in need of the remedy. If Xia Ming had reached for the antidote, the assassin could have confirmed the poisoning, allowing him to continue harassing Xia Ming until he could be eliminated. However, it now seemed that Xia Ming was indeed unaffected by the poison. The assassin sighed, lamenting, I am ultimately unable to avenge you. Chapter 31. A second night in the wilderness, Xia Ming found a rooftop and immediately sat down cross-legged, circulating his qi and blood according to the system's instructions. As expected, after a minute, all traces of poison had vanished from his body. Xia Ming examined the battle blade in his hand. After the fierce battle with the 4 9th-level Yi Jin martial artists, the blade was severely worn. Xia Ming felt a pang of distress. Was he really going to have to replace this one after only a few days? A slight movement caused his shoulder wound to throb with pain. Xia Ming frowned, remarking, This woman truly struck with malice. This sword wound will likely take some time to heal. Fortunately, this woman's mastery of swordsmanship is not particularly high. She cannot even wield sword energy. She merely relied on her own capabilities to pierce Xia Ming's shoulder. Were she adept at utilizing sword energy, the wound would be incessantly eroded, potentially penetrating into Xia Ming's body and disrupting his circulation of vital energy and blood. The same principle applies to blade energy. Xia Ming had realized this during combat. Whenever his blade energy harmed his opponents, their internal vital energy would exhibit varying degrees of disorder. Although the impact was not substantial, such disturbances could decisively influence the outcome of a battle. Suddenly, the roar of a demonic beast echoed through the air. Xia Ming stealthily approached the edge of the rooftop and peered down. To his relief, he discovered 2 2nd-tier, 5th-grade demonic beasts engaged in fierce combat. A sigh of relief escaped him. At present, he possessed only a scant supply of basic healing ointment, insufficient to treat the sword wound on his shoulder, leaving him in a precarious state. Should the leader of the martial artist team seek him out now, he would find himself in a dire predicament. His only recourse was to hasten his recovery and alleviate the injury on his shoulder. Xia Ming promptly seated himself and began to circulate his vital energy. Before long, nightfall enveloped the surroundings. During the day, aerial demonic beasts were seldom seen, but their numbers surged at night. Consequently, Xia Ming retreated to a basement. He noted that the leader of the martial artist team had not made an appearance, evidently wary of his potential escape, hence refraining from entering Area 0989. This area is flanked by 3 directions, each a perilous gathering ground for third-tier demonic beasts. To depart, one could only traverse the path taken by the leader of the martial artist team. For others, it may seem they are ensnared in a predicament. However, for Xiaoming, this is fortuitous news. He is currently injured and requires time to recuperate. Once he is healed, he can slay some demon beasts and elevate his cultivation. Let the captain of that squad wait outside. Xiaoming retrieved some jerky from his storage space, munching on it while pondering. After finishing his meal, he began to circulate his vital energy, tending to his wounds. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. As dawn broke, Xiaoming opened his satellite phone and dialed De Huang. The anxious voice of De Huang echoed from the other end. Xiaoming, are you still alive? Xiaoming replied languidly, they came to kill me yesterday, but I took down a few of them. Now, only their captain remains. De Huang exclaimed in surprise, wow. Brother Ming, that's impressive. I knew you would never go down easily. Xiaoming retorted, however, I am injured and need some time to recover. So I cannot return just yet. De Huang reassured him, don't worry, big brother, my sister-in-law is coming to class today. Moreover, since you've gained notoriety, you have become the idol of all the boys in our class. They now regard her with utmost respect. Xiaoming instructed, keep a close watch for me at school. If anyone dares to speak disrespectfully like Lu Xia, inform me immediately. De Huang confidently responded, rest assured, Brother Ming, I still have my hood. If anyone dares to act disrespectfully, I'll take care of it quietly at night. Xiaoming sighed, De Huang, you are not me. And you have yet to break through as a warrior. Do not be too arrogant, or you may find yourself in a precarious situation. De Huang immediately let out a wail, you are discouraging me again. Xiaoming disdainfully placed the phone at a distance, declaring, I am ending this conversation. After terminating the call, he made his way outside the basement. After a night of rest, aside from the sword wound on his shoulder, his other injuries had nearly healed. Last night, he had taken inventory of the 4 individual storage rings, which contained some materials from magical beasts, as well as several bank cards. Xiaoming was somewhat troubled by the fact that he did not know the passwords for the cards, leaving him unaware of their financial assets. He could only return to Fengtian to investigate further. However, Xiaoming stumbled upon some unexpected delights. Firstly, he discovered a brand new battle knife, identical to the one he already possessed. Having secured this pristine weapon, he could now wield the worn knife with greater confidence when slaying beasts. Furthermore, he came across a body refining technique titled Seven Fiends Body Refining Method. This technique was distinct from typical methods, as it required practitioners to refine malevolent energy into their bodies, forging a bloodthirsty physique, which was perfectly suited for Xiaoming. Slaying magical beasts would not only increase his vitality, but also accumulate malevolent energy. An excess of such energy could affect one's mental state, making this the perfect opportunity to harness it. Xiaoming had already perused this technique the previous night and grasped its fundamentals. However, given that his injuries had not yet fully healed, he refrained from recklessly practicing it. Instead, he decided to hunt magical beasts for a day and assess the situation that evening. Subsequently, Xiaoming concealed his presence, taking less than a minute to do so. Xiaoming beheld 3 second-tier, 5th-grade demonic beasts. With a swift motion of his blade, the creatures perished without uttering a single cry, falling under Xiaoming's lethal strike. Ding! Slaying a 2nd-tier, 5th-grade demonic beast grants 35 vitality, Blood Shadow 9-fold proficiency 35. Ding! Slaying a 2nd-tier, 5th-grade demonic beast grants 35 vitality, Blood Shadow 9-fold proficiency 35. Ding! Slaying a 2nd-tier, 5th-grade demonic beast grants 35 vitality, Blood Shadow 9-fold proficiency 35. A surge of warm energy flooded into his body, and Xiaoming instantly felt an increase in his vitality. Remarkably, even the injury on his shoulder showed signs of improvement. Xiaoming gazed in astonishment at his shoulder. The vitality gained from slaying the beasts had not diminished, rather, his wound was healing. Could it be that the system possessed such a remarkable function? Excitement coursed through him. If he continued to slay demonic beasts throughout the day, perhaps his injuries would fully heal. Tonight, he could finally practice the 7-fiend body refining technique. Furthermore, with his wounds mending swiftly, the pressure from the leader of the martial artist team would also lessen. Even if he realized the danger and attempted to hunt him down in Area 0989, he would not be afraid. With resolve, Xiaoming concealed his presence and continued his hunt for demonic beasts. At the entrance of Area 0989, a brawny man with tiger-like arms emerged from a small hut. To prevent Xiaoming from escaping, he had kept vigil throughout the night. The previous day, he had sensed movement within Area 0989. Initially, he believed that Xia Ming would be forced to flee. However, Xia Ming had yet to show himself. Thus, only one possibility remained. All four of his companions had been slain by Xia Ming. Upon reaching this thought, he felt a surge of indignation. Truly, they were four utterly useless individuals, incapable of subduing even a practitioner at the second level of the muscle conversion technique. Yet, he refrained from hastily entering Area 0989. The situation within was intricate, and he could not ascertain whether Xia Ming might seize the opportunity to escape while he ventured inside. Moreover, unbeknownst to everyone, he had already ascended to the bone refinement realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Even if Xia Ming could vanquish the four practitioners at the 9th level of muscle conversion, what of it? He too could effortlessly dispatch four practitioners at that level. Furthermore, Xia Ming could not possibly be aware that he was patiently biding his time here, waiting for him. Thus, all he needed to do was wait with patience until Xia Ming willingly walked into his trap. Chapter 32. The Seven Fiends Body Refinement Technique, Area 0989. Dusk. Ding. Slaying a second-tier 6th grade beast. Vitality 40. Blood Shadow 9-fold Proficiency 40. A massive beast gradually succumbed to the ground. Xia Ming glanced upward at the sky, realizing it was time to return to the basement. In an instant, Xia Ming vanished from sight. Minutes later, he reappeared in the basement. After a day spent hunting beasts, his injuries had completely healed, and his vitality had notably increased. Xia Ming summoned the system panel. Name: Xia Ming. Age: 17. Realm: 4th level of muscle conversion. Vitality: 10,000, 12,000. Blood Shadow 9-fold. 10,000, 15,000. Capable of unleashing 4 blood red blade energies. Minor success. The Seven Fiends Body Refinement Technique. 1000, a low-level mystical skill that refines the malevolent energy within one's body. After undergoing 7 arduous processes, one can achieve the Blood Fiend body, significantly enhancing physical strength. Here, the beasts possess a considerably higher realm, and as a result, the experience gained from vanquishing them is substantially greater. Today, in pursuit of rapid recovery from his injuries, Xia Ming was rather unrestrained, dispatching foes with remarkable swiftness. Thus, within a single day, he augmented his vitality by 5,000, elevating his realm to the 4th level of muscular transformation. With the 9th layer of Blood Shadow, he is now capable of unleashing 4 blood red blades of energy. Judging by his current pace, he is poised to reach the 6th level of muscular transformation by tomorrow, the 8th by the day after, and potentially the 9th shortly thereafter, with a chance to challenge the bone forging realm. He hopes that the captain of the team grants him a bit more time, for when the moment arrives, Xia Ming shall undoubtedly present a delightful surprise. After consuming some jerky and quenching his thirst, Xia Ming glanced at the system panel displaying the Seven Fiends Body Refinement Technique. Tonight's task is to diligently practice this technique. Xia Ming has undoubtedly slain thousands of beasts, a feat that many martial artists may not accomplish in their lifetime. With the enhancement of the 9th layer of Blood Shadow, exterminating these creatures is a rather effortless endeavor for him. However, for ordinary martial artists, the scenario is quite different. Their physical strength is often inferior to that of the beasts at the same level. Consequently, most martial artists form small teams to encircle and eliminate these beasts. This process is divided into several stages, and achieving a double-digit tally of slain beasts in a single day is considered a luxury. Hence, the malevolent energy within Xia Ming has accumulated significantly. Uncertain of the outcome, one wonders what heights the physical form might attain if all malevolent energy were to be refined. Xia Ming promptly settled into a meditative posture, commencing the practice of his technique. The initial step was to attune himself to the malevolent energy within. With a focused mind, Xia Ming delved deep into his sensations. Time slipped away unnoticed until he was suddenly struck by a chilling, violent aura emanating from within. Was this indeed the malevolent energy? Without hesitation, he summoned a small portion of this energy and infused it into his corporeal form. The instant the energy coursed through him, Xia Ming felt an overwhelming coldness, akin to being plunged into an Arctic abyss at 40 degrees below zero. Gritting his teeth, he persisted in channeling the malevolent energy, merging it with his vital essence. Initially, the two forces resisted each other vehemently, yet under Xia Ming's unwavering control, they began to amalgamate. As they fused, the malevolent energy flowed through his veins, gradually assimilating into his being. This soul-chilling sensation made him shudder, and a pallor crept into his complexion. Fortunately, as time passed, Xia Ming acclimated to the frigid feeling, and his body began to regain its sensitivity. He distinctly felt the malevolent energy intertwining with his vital essence as he practiced. At that moment, He perceived a marked enhancement in his physical prowess. Waves of strength surged from within. But soon the small portion of malevolent energy he had initially summoned proved insufficient for his body's growing demands. Without delay, Xiaoming summoned a greater quantity of this energy to satisfy his needs. After all, he had an abundance of malevolent energy at his disposal. As night swiftly passed, Xiaoming suddenly opened his eyes in the basement, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He inhaled deeply, revitalized. A faint trace of darkness lingered in the air. This was the residue of impurities left behind as Xiaoming absorbed the malevolent energy. Rising slowly to his feet, he found that after a night of cultivation, he had refined a substantial portion of the malevolent energy within him. His physical prowess had increased manifold. Xiaoming opened the system panel. 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique. 7,500 10,000 refined twice. After a night's effort, the 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique had surpassed 2 levels. One could only wonder to what extent his physique had grown through these 2 refinements. First, Xiaoming confirmed the situation with De Huang before stepping outside. He concealed his presence to observe and discovered that the squad leader had not entered Zone 0989. Relieved, he began to search the surroundings and soon found a second-tier 4th-grade demon beast. Towering at 4 meters, it resembled a small mountain as he approached. Earth Giant Ape. Realm. 2nd tier, 4th grade. The name, Earth Giant Ape, seemed oddly familiar to Xiaoming. Suddenly, he recalled a task he had accepted from Wang Ying to eliminate a 1st-grade Earth Ape of the 2nd tier. However, his last outing had been interrupted by a herd of rhinoceroses, preventing him from completing the mission. He could seek out one to slay upon his return, thus fulfilling the task. Revealing himself, Xiaoming approached the demon beast. The creature noticed him and displayed a hint of disdain. How dare this human approach him so brazenly? The Earth Giant Ape swiped at Xiaoming with a casual paw, just as it believed Xiaoming would be reduced to a mere pancake beneath its strike. It felt an inexplicable resistance, as if its paw could not descend any further. Turning its gaze, astonishment washed over its face. Xiaoming supported himself with one hand, displaying a broad palm while a trace of disdain graced his face. He sighed, expressing his surprise at the weakness of a 2nd-tier, 4th-grade beast. The Earth Giant Ape comprehended his words and instantly erupted with fury. How dare this human insult him so brazenly? The Earth Giant Ape clan is renowned for being the mightiest among beast kind. He was determined to make this human pay dearly for his insolence. With that, he swung his other hand towards Xiaoming. Yet, before his palm could descend fully, a flash of crimson blade light cut through the air. In the next instant, a sharp pain pierced his brow, and he suddenly lost consciousness. The Earth Giant Ape collapsed, and Xiaoming collected the beast materials with a sense of exhilaration. He departed the scene, thrilled by the fact that this 2nd-tier, 4th-grade beast was no match for him in strength. Moreover, its physical form was inferior to his own. Typically, an ordinary warrior could never hope to surpass the physical prowess of a beast of equal tier. Even those who practiced body refinement techniques could not compare to the corporeal might of the beasts. Yet, Xiaoming had achieved it. The 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique truly was formidable. Thus, he pondered, what could his limits possibly be? Curious, Xiaoming swiftly sought out a 2nd-tier, 6th-grade beast. He revealed himself and stood quietly. To his surprise, the beast cast a cautious glance at him before turning to flee. Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he dashed forward and swiftly ended the beast's life with a single stroke of his blade. He couldn't help but scoff, remarking, "How can a beast of the 2nd tier still be so cowardly?" Chapter 33. The Water Serpent in the Lake. Xiaoming once again encountered a 2nd-tier, 6th-grade beast, the Unicorn Lion. This time, however, the beast was not timid at all. Upon catching sight of Xiaoming, a powerful claw lunged towards him. Xiaoming instinctively raised his hand to fend off the assault, immediately feeling a tremendous force surge through his arm. Struck by this overwhelming power, Xiaoming was propelled several meters sideways. The outcome was now unmistakable. His physical prowess fell short of that of a 2nd-tier, 6th-grade beast. Yet, Xiaoming felt a sense of satisfaction. Having refined a substantial portion of the malevolent energy, he was able to withstand the attack from a 2nd-tier, 6th-grade beast. Should he fully refine the malevolent energy, his physical condition would undoubtedly reach the level of a 2nd-tier, 6th-grade beast. After testing his physical capabilities, Xiaoming resumed his relentless hunt for beasts throughout the day. Ding! Slaying a 2nd-tier, 5th-grade beast grants 35 vitality, proficiency in Blood Shadow 9-fold increases by 35. Ding! Slaying a 2nd-tier, 6th-grade beast grants 40 vitality, proficiency in Blood Shadow 9-fold increases by 40. At the entrance of Area 0989, a muscular man with tiger-like arms furrowed his brow. Xiaming remained within Area 0989, and it appeared he was engaged in hunting beasts. Confusion washed over him. Why? After facing an assassination attempt, was Xiaming so composed in his pursuit of beasts? Shouldn't he have hurried back to Fengtian for protection? He pondered this conundrum. At that moment, another individual approached the entrance of Area 0989. Upon noticing the muscular man, he exhibited a glimmer of wariness in his gaze. The muscular man promptly called out to him, "Brother, are you also here in Area 0989 to hunt beasts?" The newcomer paused and replied, "Indeed." The burly man chuckled and said, "Brother, I have spent 3 days slaying the beasts here, so I am quite familiar with the situation within. Feel free to ask me anything." The other man paused for a moment and replied, "I need to hunt a colossal earth giant." The burly man smiled and responded, "Such beasts can be found in the outer regions. There is no need to venture deep." The man nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for the reminder, my friend. May I inquire if you have any questions?" The burly man said, "I merely wish to ask if there have been any recent news regarding our hero, Xiaming, who saved the lives of 6 individuals in our city." The man pondered briefly and replied, "He seems to be quite low-key. Ever since that interview, there has been no news of him. Only a rumor surfaced suggesting he is still in high school, but nothing more." Upon hearing this, the burly man sighed in relief. "I am of an older generation and tend to pay close attention to such talented individuals. Thank you for the information." The man expressed his gratitude and entered the 0989 area. The burly man fell into deep thought. Xiaming had been absent from the city for 3 days, yet no one had shown any signs of concern. Could it be that Xiaming had planned to hunt beasts in the wilderness for several days? If so, it would indeed be advantageous for him, as he need not worry about anyone discovering his absence and searching for him. He cast a watchful eye on the figure of the individual who had just arrived. This person entering the 0989 area could potentially encounter Xiaming. If they did, he could not allow them to return. Fortunately, it was not long before the man emerged once more. He expressed his delight, saying, "Thank you, my brother. Upon entering the outer zone, I encountered a colossal earth ape." The burly man chuckled in response, "Congratulations, my friend." Curiously, the individual continued, "I just entered Area 0989 and witnessed a blood-red flash of a blade, one far more terrifying than that struck by Xiaming." Upon hearing these words, the burly man initially revealed a hint of murderous intent, then nodded, "Indeed, that is a friend of mine. We typically take turns hunting demon beasts, competing to see who can slay more." The man suddenly understood, casting an envious glance at the burly figure before taking his leave. Once the man had departed, the burly man returned to his dwelling. The mention of the blood-red blade had nearly provoked him into action. Fortunately, he quickly discerned that this individual was not Xiaming. The burly man found it peculiar. Had Xiaming truly made such remarkable progress in merely 3 days? After pondering for a moment, he reaffirmed his belief. No matter how swiftly Xiaming advanced, he could never surpass him. This confidence stemmed from his status as a formidable practitioner of the bone-tempering realm. Meanwhile, within Area 0989, Xiaming was engrossed in his slaughter when a tremendous noise suddenly erupted. He halted his actions, realizing the source of the immense sound originated from the center of Area 0989. Recalling the vast lake situated there, Xiaming swiftly ascended to a tall building. Leaning over the edge, he beheld a massive 2-headed water serpent emerging in the lake center. Its lower half bore a single serpentine tail, yet it possessed 2 heads, stretching at least 100 meters in length. Dual-born water serpent. Realm, 3rd rank, 1st grade. It turned out to be a 3rd-rank beast. Xiaming immediately lowered his posture. If this creature were to discover him, he would stand no chance of resistance. The dual-born water serpent cast a fleeting glance at the beast lurking by the lake. Suddenly, it emitted a piercing cry, a sound so penetrating that it left Xiaming disoriented. He swiftly seated himself atop a building, feeling somewhat alleviated. Peering down, he observed the lakeside beast seemingly receiving some form of signal. They all rose and began to advance towards the periphery. Astonishingly, they commenced an assault on the outer beasts. They slaughtered the peripheral creatures and subsequently dragged their carcasses back to the lake, casting them into the water. This dual-born water serpent was, in fact, enlisting their aid in its search for sustenance. Xiaming quietly watched as these lakeside beasts mercilessly decimated numerous outer creatures. A sudden pang of sorrow struck him. These were once his sources of experience. Now, they were being consumed by the serpent. Regrettably, he was powerless to intervene, forced to witness the carnage. Fortunately, not all of the peripheral beasts were slain. only a small fraction fell victim. The water serpent cast a languid glance at them before gradually submerging its form. As it descended, a colossal splash erupted, sending water soaring over 100 meters high. The beasts by the lake gradually fell silent. Xiaming descended to the ground. Resuming his hunt for beasts, he had devised a plan. Once he reached the bone-tempering realm, he would return to confront this water serpent. Before long, half a day had passed, and Xiaming achieved a breakthrough to the 5th layer of muscle transformation. He also ventured into the mid-level area to continue his hunt. Clang. Slaying a 2nd-tier, 7th-grade beast. Vitality 45, Blood Shadow 9-fold proficiency 45. Clang. Slaying a 2nd-tier, 7th-grade beast. Vitality 45, Blood Shadow 9-fold proficiency 45. Clang. Slaying. The mid-level region is predominantly inhabited by 2nd-tier, 7th-grade beasts, yielding greater vitality. However, there are occasional appearances of 2nd-tier, 8th-grade beasts. Currently, Xiaming is unable to dispatch a 2nd-tier, 8th-grade beast with a single strike. This area is in close proximity to a lake, and should he be discovered, he would undoubtedly face a deadly ambush. Hence, Xiaming exercises utmost caution. It is precisely for this reason that he has managed to remain undetected. The beasts have yet to comprehend why they frequently encounter the corpses of their comrades along the path. Chapter 34, Proactive Assault. A day swiftly elapsed, and before darkness fell, Xiaming returned to the basement. He opened the system panel. Name: Xiaming. Age: 17. Realm: 5th layer of muscle transformation. Vitality: 18000-20000. Blood Shadow 9-fold 18000-25000. Capable of unleashing 5 blood-colored blade intense. Minor achievement: 7 Fiend's Body Refinement Technique. 7,510,000 body refined twice. After a day of combat, Xiaming has not yet reached the 6th layer of muscle transformation. He has observed that with the increase in level, the vitality required for advancement multiplies significantly. The previous level required merely 4,000, yet this one demands a staggering 8,000. However, upon reflection, this seems reasonable. Some individuals remain at the stage of E-Gene throughout their entire lives. Although he cannot ascend 2 levels in a single day, progressing at a rate of 1 level per day is still quite acceptable. Xiaming took out some dried meat and began to eat. After finishing, he sat cross-legged on the ground and commenced his practice of the 7 Fiend's Body Refinement Technique. Before dawn, Xiaming gradually opened his eyes. He had successfully refined all the malevolent energies. He touched his skin, noting that while it felt smoother, there was no visible difference. Nevertheless, Xiaming was aware that his body had undergone a monumental transformation. 7 Fiend's Body Refinement Technique. 12,520,000 body refined 3 times, resulting in a minor enhancement. Bullets can no longer penetrate your skin. With a slight enhancement to his physical form, his skin had become more resilient than bulletproof fabric. Now at the 5th layer of E-Gene, his physical strength could rival that of a 2nd-tier, 7th-grade beast. Containing his excitement, Xiaming first called Yi Mingqing, concerned that she might worry. The call connected swiftly. "Hello," came Yi Mingqing's somewhat drowsy voice from the other end. Xiaming gently replied, "It's time to get up." There was a moment of surprise on the line, followed by Yi Mingqing's delighted exclamation, "Xiaming, you finally called me. I missed you so much." Xiaming offered reassurance, "I've been hunting beasts in the wilderness. I'll return in a few days." Yi Mingqing responded with a smile. "Let us go shopping together when you come back." Xiaming, I will follow your lead." Yi Mingqing chuckled softly, "Then I shall await your return at home." After exchanging a few words, they ended the call. Once he had tidied up his belongings, Xiaming stepped outside. Today, he intended to hunt demonic beasts in the central region. First, he surveyed the tranquil lake in the heart of the area. The water glimmered with verdant waves, exuding a serene atmosphere. The surrounding demonic creatures were also remarkably quiet, prompting Xiaming to venture forth into the central region to commence his hunt. In the morning, Xiaming encountered a 2nd-tier, 8th-grade feline demonic beast. His blade failed to deliver a fatal blow. Its furious roar attracted several other beasts. Fortunately, Xiaming's formidable physique allowed him to withstand their onslaught and break free from their encirclement, departing amidst their astonished glares. At noon, Xiaming took a moment to rest. The morning's battles had propelled his cultivation to the 6th layer of the muscle transformation realm. He promptly returned to the mid-level region. Before long, he spotted a 5-meter-long dragon-maned leopard sprawled asleep on the ground. Dragon-maned leopard, realm, 2nd tier, 8th grade, Xiaoming approached stealthily. The once relaxed dragon-maned leopard suddenly became alert, raising its majestic head to scan its surroundings. Observing its heightened awareness, Xiaoming chose not to conceal himself any longer. He dashed toward the dragon-maned leopard, drawing his battle knife, which gleamed with a crimson light. Recognizing Xiaoming as the one who had previously wounded it, the leopard let out a furious roar. However, the sound abruptly ceased. The dragon-maned leopard gazed at Xiaoming in disbelief. Earlier, the blood-colored blade aura had merely injured it, yet now, why did its once proud physique seem as fragile as plastic? The colossal body of the dragon-maned leopard gradually collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Summer Ming invigorated his blood and slowly exhaled, dispersing the haze. The body of the dragon-maned leopard was cleaved in two. Ding! You have slain a second-tier, 8th grade demon beast. Vitality 50, proficiency in Blood Shadow 9-fold 50. After gathering the materials from the demon beast, Summer Ming noticed that several other demon beasts had congregated around him, gazing at him with a hint of trepidation, refraining from making a move. They were wary, having witnessed him easily dispatch a foe of higher rank than themselves. Was he capable of effortlessly eliminating them as well? Summer Ming slowly rose to his feet, surveying the assembled demon beasts, all of which were second-tier, 6th grade. Not a single second-tier, 7th grade beast was present. Grasping his battle blade with his slender fingers, he suddenly vanished from sight. In the next instant, a flurry of crimson blade lights erupted. Mere seconds later, the heads of all the surrounding demon beasts lay severed. Summer Ming sheathed his blade, feeling a peculiar dissatisfaction from relying solely on blade energy to slay demon beasts. It dawned on him that the lack of sensation was the root of his discontent. The true essence lay in the act of striking. Throughout the afternoon, Summer Ming refrained from using blade energy, opting instead to wield his battle blade against the demon beasts. A flicker of really. Name: Xiaoming. Age: 17. Realm: 6 layers of muscle transformation. Vitality: 27, 00030, 000. Blood Shadow 9-fold force: 27, 00050. 000 capable of unleashing 6 Crimson Blade forces. Minor achievement: 7 Fiend's Body Refining Technique. 12, 520, 000 refined 3 times. In a single day's time, Xiaoming ascended to the 6 layers of muscle transformation. The Blood Shadow 9-fold force now permitted him to unleash 6 Crimson Blade forces. Yet his proficiency remained at a minor achievement. Xiaoming had an inkling that this was linked to the number of strikes he could deliver in an instant. Perhaps, if he could unleash 6 strikes simultaneously, he might transcend to a major achievement. After consuming some jerky and sipping a bit of water, he encountered a predicament. The water he had brought with him was nearly depleted. Although there was water available here, it contained a water snake, rendering it unfit for consumption. The water in his possession would sustain him for another day. It seemed that he would need to exert himself tomorrow. Xiaoming settled into a meditative posture, commencing the refinement of the malevolent energy accumulated within his body. The malevolent energy acquired from a day's hunt of beasts was scant, and soon, he had refined it completely. 7 Fiend's Body Refining Technique. 13, 520, 000 refined 3 times. He had only gained an additional 1,000 points. At this moment, Xiaoming understood why others refrained from practicing this body refining technique. The path to breakthrough was exceedingly arduous. After refining the malevolent energy accumulated within him, Xiaoming noticed an immediate deceleration in the cultivation speed of this technique. Fortunately, this method had significantly enhanced the strength of his physical form. Henceforth, by gradually slaying demonic beasts to accumulate malevolent energy, he could still continue to progress steadily. Xiaoming was suddenly filled with curiosity regarding the formidable power of the blood fiend body that would be achieved after 7 stages of body refinement. Chapter 35, Crimson Eyes. As night fell, dawn broke. Xiaoming emerged from the underground chamber. Grasping his battle blade, he resumed his hunt for demonic beasts. Ding! Slayed a second-tier, 7th-rank demonic beast. Vitality 45, proficiency in Blood Shadow 9-fold 45. Ding! Slayed a second-tier, 8th-rank demonic beast. Vitality 50, proficiency in Blood Shadow 9-fold 50. Ding! Slayed. Xiaoming was engrossed in hunting demonic beasts when he noticed a 4-member team of martial artists. They, too, had spotted him and were astonished that he dared venture into such territory. Despite being merely at the 2nd level of the muscle transformation stage, he had the audacity to hunt demonic beasts here. The team, all at the 6th level of the muscle transformation stage, hesitated to come alone. They greeted Xiaoming and cautioned, although this area is teeming with muscle transformation realm demonic beasts, Most are above the 5th level. It is exceedingly perilous for someone of your 2nd level to be here. Just as their words fell, they witnessed Xiaming effortlessly slice through a 2nd tier, 6th-rank demonic beast that had stealthily approached them. The crimson blade light made contact with the beast, first cleaving it in two, and then severing a nearby building in half. They collectively gasped in astonishment, incredulously gazing at Xiaming, who had merely been at the 2nd level of the muscle transformation stage just days prior. Now, astonishingly, one can vanquish a 2nd-tier, 6th-rank beast with a single strike. Xiaming paid little heed to this, merely cautioning, "There is a 3rd-tier beast in the lake. You should not approach." The others nodded in acknowledgement. "This creature is a venomous serpent, exceedingly cautious. We once dispatched a warrior of divine prowess to slay it. Yet it eluded capture by retreating beneath the lake's surface. The fact that it could evade a divine warrior's pursuit indicated that this aquatic serpent was indeed formidable." Xiaming expressed his gratitude and dismissed any thoughts of hunting beasts near the lake. On that day, Xiaming continued to hunt beasts in the central region. During the process, he distinctly perceived a significant reduction in the number of beasts, which diminished his efficiency in leveling up. As the sun began to set, Xiaming returned to the basement. Each evening, he would call Huang Yui to confirm the situation. De Huang reported that the Liu family had shown no signs of activity, which was to be expected, considering both he and the captain of that martial squad were present. The people of Fengtian should remain unaware of their whereabouts. Today, Xiaming had consumed only a small meal and half a bottle of water. Tomorrow would mark his final day of hunting beasts here. He gradually settled into a meditative posture, commencing his practice of the 7 killing body refinement technique. After an hour, Xiaming slowly opened his eyes and accessed the system panel. Name: Xiaming. Age: 17. Realm: 7th layer of muscle transformation. Vitality: 37. 00050. 000. Blood Shadow 9-fold Force: 37. 00050. 000. Capable of unleashing 6 blood red blade forces. Minor achievement. The 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique 15500. 20000 refined 3 times. After a day of fierce battles, his vitality surged by 10,000 points, enabling him to ascend to the 7th layer of the muscle transformation. He could barely unleash 4 strikes in an instant. However, the Blood Shadow 9th layer still remained unbroken. And the 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique was similarly stymied at this level, with no prospect of advancement in the near future. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiaming departed from the underground chamber. Now at the 7th layer of muscle transformation, his physical strength equated to that of the 9th layer. With the use of blade energy, he could effortlessly slay beasts of the 9th layer. He should be capable of easily dispatching the captain of that squad. Yet, Xiaming felt an unsettling disquiet. The captain, fully aware that he had slain his comrades of the 9th layer, stood guard at the entrance with an air of relaxed confidence, as if victory were assured. Considering the words of the assassin, Xiaming suspected that the captain was not a practitioner of the muscle transformation realm, but rather of the bone forging realm. Upon breaking through to the bone forging realm, one's skeletal structure undergoes a tempering process, capable of withstanding greater impacts. Consequently, a practitioner of the bone forging realm could exert a significant portion of their physical strength. Generally speaking, a bone forging warrior could easily overpower 10 practitioners of the 9th layer of muscle transformation. Thus, even with his own strength equivalent to the 9th layer, Xiaming would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with a practitioner of the 1st layer of bone forging. Therefore, Xiaming resolved to exert himself fully in slaying beasts today, striving to break through to the 9th layer of muscle transformation. Only then would he possess the capability to retaliate against a practitioner of the bone forging realm. Xiaming gritted his teeth and ventured deep into the depths of Area 0989. The mid-region's demonic beasts had already been decimated by his hand. If he wished to break through to the 9th level of muscle transformation, he must take risks. Xiaming first sought a vantage point and observed that the demonic beasts surrounding the lake were roughly divided into 4 territories: east, west, south, and north. They appeared to be 4 distinct factions, each remaining uninterfered with by the others. After calculating, Xiaming realized that luring them out one by one to eliminate them would be time-consuming. Fortune favors the bold. Without hesitation, Xiaming leaped from his elevated position, landing in the southern demonic beast settlement by the lake, wielding a brand new battle knife. Should there be any disturbance in the lake, he would retreat immediately. If not, he would annihilate these demonic beasts entirely. Xiaming charged forth with his blade, instantly attracting the attention of the demonic beasts, which erupted in furious roars as they surged toward him. Gripping the battle knife tightly, Xiaming accelerated the moment the beasts drew near. A flash of crimson blade light swept through the air, and in an instant, he severed the heads of the beasts before him. In the next heartbeat, he had broken through the first encirclement. However, ahead of him loomed several second-tier, 8th-grade demonic beasts, blocking his path. With a powerful leap, Xiaming brought his battle knife down with force. A blood-red blade aura, nearly 100 meters long, took shape in an instant. As the aura struck down, the bodies of 3 second-tier, 8th-grade demonic beasts slowly crumpled to the ground. With each strike against the second-tier, 8th-grade beast, Summer Ming felt a surge of vitality. Gaining 50 points of health and an equal increase in proficiency with the Blood Shadow Ninefold technique, he pressed forward, keenly observing the movements of the beasts around the lake and beyond. To his satisfaction, he noted that they made no effort to assist their kindred being slaughtered by him in the southern region. They merely watched with cold indifference. Encouraged by this, Summer Ming unleashed a frenzy of violence upon the beasts to the south of the lake. Except for the third-tier beast lurking within the waters, the most formidable adversaries here were merely second-tier, 9th-grade creatures, easily dispatched with a single blow. He nimbly danced through the throngs of beasts, his blade flashing crimson amidst the chaos. The roars and cries of the beasts intermingled, stirring the malevolent energy within him. At that moment, all he craved was destruction, disregarding even the assaults of the creatures around him. An hour later, the southern expanse of the lake lay in utter ruin, strewn with the corpses of the fallen beasts. Blood from their lifeless forms carved rivulets across the ground. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Within him, a relentless voice echoed, "Kill, kill, kill. Let rivers of blood flow. Let the heavens darken and the earth tremble." Shaking his head, he managed to quell the voice somewhat. A surge of power, as if endowed with boundless strength and a resilient physique. Yet the seething voice of rage within him must surely be a consequence of this martial art he practiced. Fortunately, Xiaming could still govern his body, preventing any profound influence. Moreover, this was not the moment to dwell on such minutiae. He needed to swiftly enhance his vitality. Xiaming lifted his gaze towards the other beasts. Upon encountering the crimson glimmer in his eyes, an inexplicable fear burgeoned within them, swiftly morphing into fury. How could they, creatures of ferocity, feel fear towards a mere human? They let out a collective roar, and in an instant, all remaining beasts surged towards Xiaming. Chapter 36. Slaughter. Witnessing the beast charging at him, a cruel smile crept across the corners of Xiaming's mouth. After decimating a swath of these creatures, his realm had ascended to the 8th layer of muscle transformation. Once he vanquished these remaining beasts, he might very well ascend to the 9th layer. Xiaming raised his blade, charging headlong into the fray of beasts. Ding! Slaying a second-order 8th-rank beast, vitality 50, proficiency in Blood Shadow 9th layer 50. Ding! Slaying a second-order 9th-rank beast, vitality 55, proficiency in Blood Shadow 9th layer 55. Ding! Slaying a second-order 9th-rank beast, vitality 55, proficiency in Blood Shadow 9th layer 55. From the morning until the afternoon, the carcasses of the beasts amassed like a mountain. Xiaming had eradicated all second-order 9th-rank beasts. The remaining creatures now regarded him with eyes that transformed from fury to sheer terror, emitting cries that resembled desperate pleas for help. Xiaming's pupils nearly morphed into a deep crimson. He seemed oblivious to the clamor of the demonic beasts, incessantly brandishing the battle blade in his grasp. He unleashed the baleful aura within him with reckless abandon. The confluence of baleful aura, murderous intent, and the eye core of the demonic beast threatened to stain the firmament crimson. Abruptly, a faint stir emanated from the lake's depths. A serpentine demon, 100 meters in length, gradually surfaced. Its twin heads flicked their elongated tongues, their frigid, vertical pupils fixated upon Xiaming, who was still frenetically wielding his blade. In the ensuing moment, it undulated its colossal form. The immense serpent's tail lashed out ferociously towards Xiaming. Undaunted, Xiaming advanced instead of retreating, his battle blade cleaving out with brutal force. In the subsequent instant, Xiaming was hurled backward, crashing violently into a derelict edifice, shattering the cerulean doorway. Cough, cough, cough. The crimson in Xiaming's eyes gradually receded. As the scarlet hue waned, Xiaming murmured, "Have I lost consciousness?" He merely recalled slaughtering demonic beasts. As he continued to slay them, he lapsed into unconsciousness. No sooner had he regained awareness than he found himself in this place. As Xiaming was about to access the system interface, he suddenly espied the 100-meter-long Hydra in the distance. Xiaming's eyes widened in alarm. Disaster! My excessive slaughter has drawn out this Hydra. Before Xiaming could further contemplate, the Hydra's immense tail had already struck with savage force. Realizing evasion was impossible, he braced his blade horizontally before his chest. Clang! Xiaming was instantly propelled away by the impact. After regaining his balance, Xiaming promptly distanced himself from the lake. He discerned that, although his strength was inferior to that of the Tier 3 Hydra, he only felt a slight numbness in his arm from the blow. He could now readily withstand the attacks of the Tier 3 Hydra. As Xiaming retreated, he accessed the system interface. Name: Xiaming. Age: 17. Realm: 9th layer of muscle transformation. Vitality: 75,100,000. Blood Shadow Ninefold Force: 75,100,000, capable of unleashing 7 Blood Red Blade forces, fully mastered. 7 Fiends Body Training Technique 15500-20000 successfully refined 3 times. Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended to the 9th layer of muscle transformation. The Blood Shadow Ninefold Force had also achieved complete mastery, enabling him to wield 7 Blood Red Blade forces. Xiaming sought out a beast, concentrating his energy, and in a mere second, executed 7 swift strikes. The beast was instantly torn apart by the blade aura. The ground split open, creating a fissure several meters wide and stretching a full 100 meters in length. Xiaming felt a surge of joy within. He was now confident in confronting any cultivator at the bone-refining realm. The serpent demon lurking in the waters remained cautious, refraining from pursuing Xiaming as he left the lake. Xiaming, in turn, did not hasten his departure. He first sought a place to rest, consumed a modest meal, and finished the remaining water. After ascertaining that his body bore no injuries, Xiaming rose and strolled leisurely towards the entrance of Area 0989. Upon arrival, he encountered a burly man adorned with a tiger tattoo on his arm. Xiaming scrutinized the man's internal vitality and confirmed that he was indeed a warrior of the bone-refining realm. Instantly, Xiaming recognized him as the captain of that particular team. He initially intended to feign ignorance and stealthily approach for a surprise attack. However, upon noticing Xiaming, a cruel smile crept across the face of the brawny, tiger-armed man. "I've been expecting you," he rumbled in a low voice. Xiaming's steps faltered abruptly, realizing he was firmly in the man's sights. Any further movement would undoubtedly provoke an immediate attack. After a moment of scrutiny, the tiger-armed man remarked with a sigh, "I didn't expect you to genuinely be a 9th-level muscle tendon transformation martial artist. Alas, your misfortune lies in crossing paths with me." With those words, the tiger-armed man's fingers curled into a claw as he lunged menacingly towards Xiaming. Instantly, Xiaming's battle blade was drawn, slashing towards the man's arm. A sharp, metallic clang echoed as the two forces collided. The tiger-armed man's brow furrowed slightly, surprised that Xiaming could withstand his initial strike. Having missed his mark, the tiger-armed man remained stationary, watching as Xiaming distanced himself. Once Xiaming was settled, the man chuckled, "I'll grant you 3 opportunities to strike. If you manage to wound me, I'll permit you to leave unscathed." In response, Xiaming shook his head, stating, "1 move will suffice." With that, Xiaming slowly closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, his pupils had transformed into a crimson hue. The tiger-armed man, observing Xiaming's eyes, suddenly sensed a hint of danger. His gaze shifted towards the crimson sky of Sector 0989 behind Xiaming. He had been puzzled by the cause of the blood-red sky. Now, it seemed, Xiaming was responsible. The tiger-armed man's smile gradually faded. He watched as Xiaming slowly raised his battle blade, noting the faint formation of a red blade aura. The burly man sensed a perilous aura emanating from the blade's energy. Instantly, he summoned every ounce of vitality within him, channeling his life force throughout his body. Suddenly, Xiaming's battle blade descended with ferocity, its 100-meter arc of crimson energy resembling a blood-red galaxy cascading downwards, almost instantaneously reaching the burly man. His expression shifted dramatically as he concentrated all his vitality into his arms, raising them defensively before him. In the next moment, the two forces collided, producing a resounding impact. Just as a fleeting smile of triumph appeared on his face, a cacophony of thuds and clangs erupted, emanating from the very blood-red blade energy. As the sounds reverberated, the burly man's complexion flushed crimson, and a gash began to emerge on his arm. The blade energy gradually sliced into his flesh, slow yet resolute, as if it were methodically declaring his demise. The energy delved deeper into the burly man's arm, 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar, his pores erupting with life force. Xiaming regarded him with an indifferent gaze. Was it too late to fight with all his might now? The burly man struggled to turn his head towards Xiaoming. Unable to comprehend how Xiaoming had advanced to the 9th level of muscle transformation after merely slaying a few beasts. Moreover, how could the blade energy be so terrifying? Despite his utmost effort, he found himself utterly unable to withstand it. When you come to kill me, you must be prepared to face your own demise. Xiaoming's pupils were fully consumed by a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Perish. The scarlet blade light sliced through the burly man's form with sudden ferocity. I am unwilling. The burly man with tiger-like arms stared wide-eyed at Xiaoming. His robust form slowly cleaving in two, blood splattering across the ground. Chapter 37. Returning to the heavenly capital. Xiaoming cast a cold glance at the lifeless body of the burly man, retrieving the storage ring from his finger. Initially, Xiaoming anticipated feeling a wave of revulsion. Yet, inexplicably, he experienced no discomfort whatsoever. Gradually, he reined in the murderous aura within him, and the crimson hue in his eyes began to fade. Just as he intended to depart, he noticed something peculiar within a nearby room, seemingly filled with an abundance of items. Approaching, he discovered 4 burlap sacks. Upon opening them, he was astonished to find them containing the very 4-man team he had encountered earlier that day. For reasons unknown, the burly man had bound them. Xiaoming proceeded to free them from their restraints, only to find them all in a state of unconsciousness, likely rendered so by the burly man's blows. They would soon awaken naturally. The room was relatively secure, and Xiaoming arranged them neatly against the wall before turning to leave. After Xiaoming's departure, a bald, muscular man gradually emerged. Yi Yong's beard had grown long, and his expression bore signs of fatigue. To safeguard Xiaoming, he had been following him stealthily. When he encountered those assassins of the 9th layer of body refinement, he nearly succumbed to the urge to intervene. Alas, Xiaoming had swiftly retaliated, slaying 3 of them and confiscating all their storage rings. Though Xiaoming spared the last one, Yi Yong would not. After dispatching that individual, he returned once more to protect Xiaoming. However, Xiaoming's performance had indeed taken him by surprise. He ruthlessly dispatched the demonic beasts, his vitality, physique, and swordsmanship continually ascending. By the end, the murderous intent and bloodlust emanating from Xiaoming had grown exceedingly formidable. Clearly, there were unmistakable signs of losing control. Fortunately, Xiaoming's will remained steadfast, allowing him to regain his senses in time. He had even advanced to the 9th level of the muscular transformation. Yi Yong pondered. Your talent is formidable, but surely you cannot transcend boundaries to slay a practitioner of the bone-forging realm? Yet, astonishingly, Xiaoming dispatched a practitioner of the 1st layer of bone-forging with a single strike. In that moment, Yi Yong realized that if Xiaoming could continue to elevate his prowess, perhaps he truly stood a chance to win over Yi Mingqing through his own efforts. On his way back, Xiaoming casually killed a 2nd-tier Earth Ape, completing the task assigned by Wang Ying. Upon reaching the 9th level of muscular transformation, Xiaoming's running speed surged to an impressive 90 meters per second. Within just half an hour, he returned to Fengtian City. The guards, witnessing a figure drenched in blood approaching, instinctively adopted a defensive stance, brandishing their weapons. As the figure drew nearer, a familiar voice resonated in their ears. Everyone, I have returned. The guards momentarily froze, sensing an uncanny familiarity in that voice. Why, you're Xiaoming? Someone exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at him. Xiaoming, perplexed, remained unaware until someone held a mirror before him. Only then did he realize he was covered in blood, his face barely discernible. Embarrassed, he chuckled. My apologies. The guards lowered their weapons, allowing Xiaoming to pass, jesting. Hurry home and take a shower, or you'll be making headlines again. Xiaoming hopped onto his bicycle and hurriedly departed. Once he left, the guard's expressions turned serious once more. Judging by his velocity, he must possess the mastery of the 9th level of the Tinted Transformation Classic. I was initially skeptical of their assertions that Xiaoming would be the next god of war. But now it seems he undoubtedly has the potential to ascend to that position. As twilight gradually descended, Xiaoming, conscious of his blood-soaked state, opted for a less frequented path. He occasionally encountered individuals who regarded him with trepidation, yet fortunately, none brandished a camera. Before long, Xiaoming arrived back at the tenement building. The matrons below were startled by his gore-covered appearance, nearly launching their bricks in alarm. However, Xiaoming promptly elucidated the situation, and they permitted him to return home to cleanse himself. After a soothing ablution and a change into fresh attire, Xiaoming dispatched a message to Huang Yui, informing him of his return. De Huang swiftly responded, I was petrified. I truly feared you wouldn't return. Perhaps we should sever our ties with the Liu family, and you could remain safely in Fengtian? I dread the prospect of suddenly losing contact with you. Xia Ming retorted. Why are you blubbering like a woman? De Huang replied with a dejected image. Xia Ming, concentrate on your studies and apprise me of any developments. De Huang acquiesced. Very well. Xia Ming deposited his phone into his pocket and departed. He intended to visit the martial arts tower. Riding through the new peace district of Fengtian City. Observing the leisurely pedestrians, Xia Ming's tense mind gradually unwound. The urban milieu stood in stark contrast to the desolate wilderness. Yet Xia Ming understood that countless martial artists had sacrificed their lives to create such a stable existence for the people. In a blink, he arrived outside the martial artist tower. He parked his bicycle in an empty bike rack and turned to enter the building. Upon reaching the third floor, he did not hasten to find Yi Mingqing, but instead made his way to the central area. During his absence, Wang Ying had sent him numerous messages, even expressing her distress, stating that he was the only male friend she could communicate with normally. Xia Ming felt somewhat speechless. As he approached the central area, he spotted Wang Ying from a distance. She sat there in a daze, seemingly burdened by some thoughts. Xia Ming walked over. Sister, I have come to sell beast materials. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Ying's body jolted slightly. She slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. When she saw Xia Ming and the hint of helplessness in his smile, her large eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. You're alive. How wonderful, you're alive, she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Xia Ming stood quietly, waiting for her to finish crying. After a moment of sobbing, Wang Ying, noticing Xia Ming's indifference, suddenly felt a mix of anger and amusement. I was so worried about you, and you didn't even care to ask about me? Xia Ming shrugged slightly. I was merely out hunting beasts. If you thought I had perished, what could I do? Wang Ying wiped her tears and, with a hint of jealousy in her tone, remarked, if Yi Mingqing were to cry like this in front of you, you certainly wouldn't just stand by. Xia Ming remained silent and handed her a storage ring. Within this passage lies a collection of materials sourced from mystical beasts. Please take your time to examine them thoroughly. Once you have completed your inventory, kindly place the ring in your possession. I shall return for it next time. At present, Xia Ming possesses 6 storage rings, from which he retrieves one to store the materials. Wang Ying accepts the ring and playfully remarks, brother has finally come into some wealth, utilizing storage rings now. Xia Ming chuckles and inquires, sister, do you know what gifts girls appreciate? Wang Ying asks, is this for Yi Mingqing? Xia Ming nods in affirmation. Wang Ying pouts slightly, saying, girls like anything you give them. Xia Ming scratches his head, responding, that is precisely the dilemma. After pondering for a moment, Wang Ying tilts her head and suggests, why not gift her a bracelet? With Yi Mingqing's exquisite complexion, a jade bracelet would surely complement her beauty. Xia Ming reflects on this and nods in agreement, exclaiming, sister, thank you so much. With that, he turns and departs. Wang Ying watches his retreating figure, her heart still brimming with joy. She recalls that Xia Ming had not visited for several days, prompting her to directly inquire with Wang Wenba. However, he seemed hesitant to divulge any information. At that moment, she feared that Xia Ming had encountered misfortune. Thankfully, he is returned alive. Wang Ying opens the storage ring and peers inside. She is momentarily rendered speechless by the sight before her mountains of beast materials. This marks the first time she has seen a storage ring brimming with such treasures. After leaving the central area, Xia Ming arrives at a shop dedicated to selling bracelets. The proprietors recognize him and regard him with utmost respect. After browsing the selection, he ultimately chooses a bracelet crafted from ice jade and Hitian jade. The bracelet is entirely white, adorned with flecks of green resembling clouds, truly exquisite. Despite costing over 100,000, Xia Ming feels no regret. Merely on the nutritional supplements he purchased for him, Yi Mingqing is unaware of the fortune spent. After a leisurely stroll, Xia Ming arrives at the entrance of the Qi Lu shop. Inside, Yi Yang's whereabouts are unknown. Yi Mingqing sits at the counter. Her lustrous black hair elegantly styled atop her head, porcelain skin, a quintessential beauty with an oval face, large eyes, and long lashes. In her hands, she holds a small figurine bearing Xia Ming's name. Yi Mingqing murmurs to the figurine, oblivious to her surroundings. Chapter 38. Reunion. As Xia Ming pushes the door open, he catches Yi Mingqing's words. Xia Ming, when will you return? Even if you can't come back, at least give me a call. Upon noticing someone enter, Yi Mingqing hastily conceals the figurine and looks up, meeting Xia Ming's warm gaze. You, how have you returned? Yi Mingqing's ears flush crimson, her gaze dropping shyly. Unable to meet Xia Ming's eyes. Who was just saying they missed me? Xia Ming teases as he approaches her. I was indeed thinking of you. What of it? Yi Mingqing suddenly raises her graceful neck, boldly confessing her earlier sentiments. Xiaoming pauses momentarily, then gently ruffles her hair, saying, I was thinking of you too. I knew you were. Yi Mingqing beams with joy. I brought you a gift. Xiaoming gently retrieved the bracelet. Taking Yi Mingqing's hand and slowly adorning her delicate fingers with the exquisite piece, Yi Mingqing watched in serene delight as Xiaoming placed the bracelet upon her soft hand, her eyes radiating happiness. Once adorned, Xiaoming gradually withdrew his hands. Yi Mingqing raised her wrist, aligning it with the light above. Wow, it's so beautiful, she exclaimed. Under the illumination, the Hetian jade bracelet sparkled with a translucent brilliance, enhancing the fairness of her wrist, which appeared even more luminous against the icy jade. Xiaoming smiled, remarking, I didn't anticipate that you would look even more enchanting wearing it. Yi Mingqing nodded thoughtfully. I never used to like wearing such things. Yet, since it is a gift from you, I inexplicably found myself drawn to it. She gazed at Xiaoming tenderly, her joy unmistakable. You just returned. You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. With that, she retreated into the inner room. Xiaoming called out, make sure to cook plenty. I intend to eat a lot. Yi Mingqing replied playfully, I understand. As she busied herself in the kitchen, Xiaoming remained outside, tending to the shop. Occasionally, customers entered, their expression shifting to surprise upon spotting him. Xiaoming clarified, I'm assisting a friend with their store, to which they nodded in understanding. And he decided to offer no further explanation. Before long, Xiaoming noticed Yu Yong entering the shop, although he had changed into a fresh outfit. The weariness in his eyes was evident, as if he had not rested for several days. Uncle Yi, Xiaoming greeted politely. Yu Yong glanced at him and, in a rare moment, replied with a simple hum. This left Xiaoming feeling somewhat uneasy, fidgeting in his seat. Yu Yong approached him and said, You may go inside. I will tend to the shop. Xiaoming stared blankly at Yu Yong for a moment, until Yu Yong suddenly shot him a warning look, prompting Xiaoming to finally enter the house with a sense of relief. On the dining table, a selection of dishes had already been prepared. Yi Mingqing was busy in the kitchen, clad in an apron. Suddenly, Xiaoming remembered that Yi Mingqing had a long day of classes and must have been exhausted as well. He couldn't simply sit back and indulge. Therefore, Xiaoming donned an apron and joined the fray in the kitchen. The two collaborated, and soon they had prepared a feast. As Xiaoming sat down, he began to enjoy the meal heartily. Lifting his gaze, he unexpectedly found Yi Mingqing smiling at him from across the table. Aren't you going to eat? He inquired. Yi Mingqing shook his head. I'm not hungry. I'm just watching you eat. This braised pork is pre-blanched and absolutely delicious. Do indulge yourself. Yi Mingqing propped his chin on his hand, quietly observing as Xiaoming devoured his meal. Indeed, Xiaoming was famished and consumed everything on the table. After finishing, he let out a satisfied burp and gave Yi Mingqing a thumbs up. Your cooking is truly delightful. Yi Mingqing nodded with a hint of pride. This is the result of my culinary experience. Subsequently, the two tidied up the dining table and settled on the sofa to play games. Previously, it was Yi Mingqing holding the phone. This time, it was Xiaoming. He pulled Yi Mingqing into his embrace, phone in hand. Yi Mingqing occasionally tapped the screen of her phone with her jade-like fingers, her face adorned with a radiant smile. As she played, her demeanor grew increasingly playful. Xiaoming felt her delicate hand brush against his idle one. He pretended not to notice and glanced down at Yi Mingqing, who was engrossed in her game. Just when he assumed her touch was accidental, her soft hand gently rested in his palm. In that instant, a wave of tingling warmth coursed through him as Yi Mingqing began to playfully scratch his palm with her fingers, reminiscent of a kitten, igniting a flutter of emotions within him. After a while, their in-game stamina was depleted, and Yi Mingqing reluctantly closed the game, her fingers still in motion as she cautiously turned to look at Xiaoming. He smiled and said, Let me share with you the events of my days away. Yi Mingqing nodded obediently and settled beside him. Just as Xiaoming intended to withdraw his hand, he found Yi Mingqing, with a determined expression, taking hold of it. He smiled helplessly and began recounting a condensed version of his recent experiences. Yi Mingqing listened with keen interest, her fingers exploring the contours of his defined palm. Occasionally lifting her hand to compare, she discovered that Xiaoming's hands were quite large and exceedingly warm. As he spoke, his voice gradually softened, and Yi Mingqing began to hear the soothing rhythm of his breath. When she looked up, she realized that Xiaoming had fallen asleep. He must have been deprived of rest during his days away. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she gently lifted him onto her back and carried him to the bedroom. Having tenderly tucked Xiaoming into his bed, she quietly retreated from the bedroom, gently closing the door behind her. Once outside, the joyous expression on Yi Mingqing's face gradually dissipated. She had noticed distinct pauses and moments of contemplation while Xiaoming recounted his experiences. Since the day Xiaoming had frightened Lu Xia into a stupor, Yi Mingqing had instructed Yu Yong to closely monitor the Lu family's movements. She also learned of the Lu family's 100 million bounty on Xiaoming's head. Through certain maneuvers, Yi Mingqing had altered the commission so that only those at the Yi Jin realm could view it. However, Xiaoming had only been at the 3rd level of Yi Jin when he departed. Concerned for his safety, she had Yi Yong follow him. Fortunately, Xiaoming returned unharmed, his qi and blood realm having advanced to the 9th level of Yi Jin. She was aware of Xiaoming's awakened talent, but even the most formidable talent could not account for Xiaoming's advancement through 6 minor realms in such a short span. She felt a sense of unease. Yi Mingqing proceeded into the shop. At this hour, only Yi Yong was present. Approaching Yi Yong, Yi Mingqing expressed, "Uncle Yi, I am grateful." As Yi Yong began to speak, Yi Mingqing interjected, "Uncle Yi, I wish to know the specifics of Xiaoming's experiences over the past few days, with as much detail as possible." Observing Yi Mingqing's earnest demeanor, Yi Yong sighed and conceded, "Very well, my young lady, I shall recount the events in their entirety." Chapter 39. The assertive Yi Yong recounted the events. Yi Mingqing's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "Are you suggesting that Xiaoming's talent is so potent that it defies current human understanding?" Yi Yong nodded, affirming, "In any case, I have not observed any adverse effects. It is merely an accumulation of malevolent energy that may lead to Xiaoming's potential loss of control." Yi Ming nodded in acknowledgement. As long as Xiaoming's talent poses no harm to himself, it is acceptable. There are specialized methods to dispel malevolent energy, as well as certain herbs that can mitigate its effects within the human body. I shall procure some for him later. As for the Lu family, Yi Ming's expression gradually turned icy. It seems they no longer wish to exist in this world. Yi Yong hastily interrupted Yi Ming's thoughts. "Xiaoming is not yet our Yi family's son-in-law. My lady, you must not recklessly mobilize the family's strength on his behalf." Yi Ming's gaze sharpened slightly as she looked at Yi Yong. Yi Yong instinctively recoiled, explaining, "I do not mean to abandon Xiaoming, but rather that the Lu family is hardly worth invoking our clan's power." Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's expression softened somewhat. Yi Yong continued, "Just the other day, did I not assist in resolving the beast tied in Fengtian? The commander stationed there owes me a favor. Furthermore, as members of the Yi family, he will undoubtedly treat us with respect. Considering Xiaoming's recent commendable deeds, it is likely he will issue a warning to the Lu family." Yi Ming nodded in agreement. "Then I entrust this matter to you, uncle." Yi Yong nodded in satisfaction. Were the family head to learn of Yi Ming's casual mobilization of the family's resources, she would surely face reprimand upon uttering those words. Yi Mingqing's sudden declaration left Yi Yong momentarily dumbfounded, causing him to wonder if the young lady had truly heeded his counsel. Atop the martial arts tower, on the 99th floor, the secretary informed Wang Wenba of a visitor named Yi Yong, instantly recognizing the name as belonging to the Yi family's renowned warrior. Wang Wenba promptly instructed his staff to escort Yi Yong to his office. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yong entered the office at a measured pace. Wang Wenba hastily rose to greet him with a handshake, simultaneously offering his business card. As they settled onto the sofa, Yi Yong articulated the purpose of his visit. "I am a straightforward man and shall dispense with idle chatter. I have come on behalf of Xiaoming." Wang Wenba's eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired, "Does this concern the Lu family?" Yi Yong cast a surprised glance at Wang Wenba before nodding in affirmation. "The Lu family's eldest daughter provoked my young lady, only to be driven to madness by Xiaoming. Consequently, the Lu family seeks to eliminate Xiaoming." Wang Wenba demurred, stating, "If Lu Xia were truly insane, the Lu family would be far less inclined to harm Xiaoming." Noticing Yi Yong's perplexity, Wang Wenba elaborated, "The Lu family has 2 daughters, Lu Xia, the current eldest daughter, and Lu Rushui, the second daughter, who lost her mother in childhood. Investigations suggest that her mother's demise was due to internal strife within the Lu family. Furthermore, the Lu family's patriarch suffered a sudden stroke and has been in a coma for quite some time, during which the family's affairs have been managed by the family steward. It was this steward who recently issued the bounty on Xiaoming." Upon hearing this, Yi Yong comprehended the situation. If Lu Xia were to go mad, then this steward would undoubtedly align himself with Lu Rushi. Should that truly be the case, Lu Rushi would never send someone to kill Xiaoming. Rather, she would express her gratitude towards him. Yi Yong pondered this for a moment, feeling as though his head might swell. Why am I being told all this? Yi Yong suddenly waved his hand impatiently. Just give me a definitive answer. Can we persuade the Lu family not to act against Xiaoming? Wang Wenba contemplated before responding. The Lu family operates with precision. I cannot directly intervene with them. However, I can issue a warning. Yi Yong scoffed. Merely a warning? Wang Wenba sighed. The Lu family has established deep roots in Fotian, with countless branches. Moreover, they possess a war god within their ranks. I cannot act against them lightly. Yi Yong reflected for a moment, then spoke solemnly. I shall offer them an opportunity, as long as they refrain from taking action against Xiaoming. We shall let the matter rest, should they dare to strike again. As his words trailed off, Yi Yong unleashed a murderous aura akin to that of a war god. Wang Wenba found himself unable to lift his head under the weight of it and reluctantly replied, at that time, I will personally intervene and bring all relevant members of the Lu family to justice. Yi Yong instantly restrained his aura and assisted Wang Wenba to his feet. Grinning, I knew the commander would grant me this favor. With that, Yi Yong took his leave. Wang Wenba grimaced and rubbed his sore neck, letting out a bitter laugh before dialing the Lu family. Fengtian City Central Hospital. Lu Xia sat upon her hospital bed, her complexion markedly improved. Suddenly, with a sharp motion, she hurled her phone to the ground. Why? The assassination had failed. Moreover, Wang Wenba had blatantly chosen to protect Xiaoming. On what grounds? The Lu family had sacrificed so much for the safety of Fengtian City. Xiaoming had merely saved a 6-member team. And yet Wang Wenba had kicked us aside to assist him? Within the room were 2 others, a steward and Lu Rushi. Lu Rushi quietly peeled a pomelo. Seemingly oblivious to the commotion, the steward hurriedly approached Lu Xia, whispering, I overheard a mention of the Yi family on the phone. Could it be the Yi family from Kyoto? The failure of the assassination might very well be due to their intervention. Lu Rushi shook her head, replying, the Yi family has been entrenched in Kyoto for quite some time. How could they possibly come to Fengtian? Furthermore, our Lu family has operated here for an extended period. Even if a few members of the Yi family were to arrive, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Lu Xia gazed at the pristine white walls, her hands viciously tearing at the white back covers. Xiaoming must die. The steward nodded, saying, however, Miss, after our initial attempt was discovered, it will be exceedingly difficult to make another move. Lu Xia furrowed her brow, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. At that moment, Lu Rushi had finished peeling the pomelo. She slowly rose and approached Lu Xia, smiling as she placed the fruit into her sister's hands. Sister, with Xiaoming being so exceptional, he will surely participate in the martial arts competition in May, won't he? Lu Xia's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Indeed, the martial arts tournament was a matter of life and death, and if Xiaoming truly dared to participate. She turned to her younger sister with a faint smile, saying, Good sister, you have truly grown up, even thinking of alleviating your sister's burdens. Lu Rushi smiled in response. Sister, I merely felt that you have suffered unfairly, and thus, I thought to remind you. But I have classes tomorrow, so I shall take my leave for today. With that, Lu Rushi slowly exited the hospital room and made her way out of the hospital. Oh, dear sister, if you do not take action against Xiaoming, I fear I shall never attain the position of family head. Chapter 40. Dragon Scale Silver Blade. The next day, when Xiaoming awoke, Yi Mingqing had already left for school. He sat down to enjoy the breakfast prepared for him on the table, contemplating the tasks of the day ahead. Checking the balance on his card, he found it to be 35.6 million. It appeared that Wang Ying had already transferred the proceeds from the sale of the monster materials to his account. Subsequently, Xiaoming downloaded the Alliance Home app. After verifying his identity, he discovered his accumulated points, 14,500. With a 1-star contribution, he could enjoy a 10% discount within the martial arts tower. To his astonishment, he had achieved a 1-star contribution in less than half a month. This meant future purchases would come at a discount. While 10% may seem modest, saving 10,000 on a 1 million purchase was no trivial matter. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was De Huang. Brother, the Lu family will not take action against you for now. They plan to make their move during the martial arts tournament. Brother Ming, in my opinion, we should refrain from participating in that martial arts competition. It is far too perilous. Xiaoming replied, Understood, I shall go. De Huang exclaimed. Did you even hear what I just said? Oh, I see. Xiaoming responded before abruptly ending the call. He then tidied the dining table and slowly exited the Qiglu Tavern. Xiaoming first made his way to the central area of District 3 to retrieve his storage ring before ascending to the second floor. He no longer intended to return to that quaint little shop, as he had reached the 9th level of muscle refinement. Any further equipment purchases would require items suitable for the bone tempering realm, which was beyond the scope of what that small establishment offered. Xiaoming headed directly to the central area of the 2nd floor, where the bold red characters spelling Dragon Gate caught his eye. This was an official store established by the Alliance, boasting an extensive assortment of martial arts techniques, weaponry, and skills, all of which held significant value for martial artists. Previously, Xiaoming had refrained from entering, primarily due to the higher prices compared to other shops and the fact that the items within were intended for those above the muscle refinement realm. Upon entering, Xiaoming found the Dragon Gate shop to be a testament to the Alliance's investment, resplendent with golden decor that evoked the ambience of an auction house. The spacious interior was adorned with glass display cases, each equipped with card-swiping devices. One could select desired items and simply swipe their card to complete the purchase and take their items home. Before Xiaoming's arrival, several martial artists had already been present, selecting their goods. He walked past the muscle refinement section and proceeded to the bone tempering section, first arriving at the weapons area, where knives, spears, staffs, and swords were displayed. A diverse array of weaponry is at hand. Xiaoming directly approaches the area designated for bladed weapons. The 7 Luminaries blade, forged from 7 Luminaries stone combined with various high-strength alloys, boasts unparalleled hardness, making it suitable for warriors at the 5th level of bone tempering and above. It weighs 300 kilograms and is priced at 10 million. Is this blade crafted from 7 Luminaries stone? Xiaoming possesses some knowledge about this material, which is a recently discovered extraterrestrial iron exhibiting hardness several times greater than that of diamond. Weapons forged from such a substance undoubtedly possess remarkable strength. There is a notably considerate feature here, the opportunity to test the weapons. After swiping his card, the glass cabinet opens immediately, displaying a 10-minute trial period on the screen. Xiaoming promptly seizes the battle blade. The weapon feels icy to the touch and is remarkably sturdy. As he swings it slowly, he realizes that the 300-kilogram weight is somewhat light for him. He decides to explore further in search of the blade that best suits his needs. As Xiaoming traverses the area, he notices that most battle blades suitable for those in the bone tempering realm do not exceed 300 kilograms, which presents a dilemma for him. Should he compromise and purchase a blade just to make do? As he wanders deeper into the space, an entirely silver blade reflecting a chilling light suddenly captures his attention. The dragon scale silver blade, crafted from the scales of a 4th-tier demonic beast, the Silver Flood Dragon, is extraordinarily sharp and significantly heavy, thus requiring careful consideration before selection. It is recommended for warriors at the 9th level of bone tempering and above. Weight, 500 kilograms. Price, 20 million. Is it exceedingly heavy? Xiaoming glanced at the weight of 500 kilograms, and indeed, it was quite substantial. He wondered if he could lift it. Without hesitation, Xiaoming swiped his card. His actions caught the attention of a nearby martial artist at the 5th level of bone refining, who could not help but interject. Young brother, that weapon weighs 500 kilograms. You cannot lift it. Xiaoming turned to glance at him, then effortlessly lifted the broadsword with one hand. The man was taken aback, then remarked, even if you can lift it, you wouldn't be able to wield it in combat. This could be fatal. Heed my advice. Do not strain yourself for the sake of pride. Put down the sword. Xiaoming did not respond, merely waved the dragon scale silver blade in his hand as if it were a wooden sword. You. The man stared in disbelief at Xiaoming, exclaiming, you are clearly at the 9th level of muscle transformation. How can you wield that broadsword? Xiaoming replied, thank you for your advice, but I find the weight of this sword to be just right. After saying this, he swiped his card and departed. Initially priced at 20 million, Xiaoming paid only 18 million for the broadsword. To his astonishment, he also received a 1-star contribution reward from the martial artist building. Could it be that his contribution points had reached 10,000? The man suddenly looked at him with envy. He had toiled for over a decade and had only attained a 1-star membership. The comparison was disheartening. Once Xiaoming had walked away, he approached the glass cabinet housing the dragon scale silver blade. Originally, there were 3 dragon scale silver blades, but Xiaoming took one, leaving only 2 behind. He approached and swiped his card, curious if the weight was amiss. He had previously attempted to wield this blade, managing to lift it with great effort. Yet he could hardly swing it. He extended a hand towards the dragon scale silver blade and slowly lifted it. However, his hand trembled incessantly in the air. Silently, he summoned his other hand, and only then did his arm cease to shake. The weight was indeed correct. Thus, this young man at the 9th level of muscle transformation had already surpassed him in strength by a considerable margin. How could this be possible? Even if he had not practiced body refinement techniques, it should not be the case that a young man at the 9th level of muscle transformation possessed such strength. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of familiarity regarding this individual. His eyes widened in realization. This person resembled Xia Ming. He had progressed from the 2nd to the 9th level of muscle transformation within a mere week. After purchasing the battle blade, Xia Ming proceeded to the protective gear section. The protective suits here were form-fitting, designed to be worn beneath clothing. Xia Ming glanced around and noted that the protective suit suitable for the bone refinement realm cost 15 million. He hesitated, deciding to postpone the purchase for now, opting to hunt a few demon beasts first. After all, earlier that morning, De Huang had informed him that the Lu family would not make a move against him for the time being. They intended to act during the martial arts competition, granting Xia Ming a period of reprieve to hunt demon beasts. As for the reason behind the Lu family's reluctance to target him, Xia Ming speculated it might be due to Yu Mingqing or Commander Wang Wenba. Among the two, the likelihood of Wang Wenba being involved seemed minimal. After all, he had merely saved 6 lives, a contribution that seemed rather trivial compared to the Lu family's offerings to Feng Tian. It must have been Yu Mingqing who intervened. His current realm of power is still too low. If he possessed the strength of a battle god, there would be no need for such calculations. If anyone dared to oppose him, he could simply subdue them directly. Chapter 41. The ailment of Lu Rushi. Xia Ming turned away from Longmen, intending to return to the Qiglu shop. To his surprise, he encountered Yu Yong just as he stepped outside. Yu Yong waved him over. Xia Ming noticed that Yu Yong's expression was quite normal, devoid of that ravenous look, which put him at ease as he approached. Uncle Yi, good morning. Yu Yong nodded, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, I forgot to bring the keys to the shop. To think he simply forgot the keys. Xia Ming stifled a laugh internally, though his face remained serious as he said, I was just thinking of heading back. Let us go together. The two walked back to the shop together. Upon their arrival, just as Xia Ming intended to sneak back to his room, he noticed Yu Yong beckoning him to sit down. Xia Ming hesitated momentarily. Tell me honestly, have I ever struck you? As he spoke, Yu Yong glared at Xia Ming. Only then did Xia Ming obediently take a seat. Initially, he had thought Yu Yong was merely a slightly stronger martial artist. However, after breaking through to the Yijin realm, Xia Ming suddenly realized that the energy and blood within Yu Yong were as vast and powerful as a boundless ocean, far beyond what he could contend with. Fortunately, he had held great respect for Yu Yong during his childhood, refraining from any disrespectful words. You should know that it was the Lu family who attempted to take your life. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming narrowed his eyes slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that Yu Yong would come to discuss this matter with him. Xia Ming asked, was it Yu Mingqing who assisted me? Yu Yong nodded. That assassination was indeed orchestrated by the eldest young lady, as only assassins at the Yijin level were sent. Furthermore, she has been quite worried about you at home, yet you haven't even bothered to make a phone call. Xia Ming retorted, I did make one. Yu Yong shot him a fierce glare. You dare to say you made one? Seeing Xia Ming's honest demeanor, Yu Yong's anger began to subside. He then recounted his visit to Wang Wenba. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming suddenly realized who had allied with De Huang. The second young lady of the Lu family sought vengeance, aiming to eliminate the eldest young lady of the Lu family. Moreover, once she succeeded, Lu Rushi could seamlessly ascend to the position of the Lu family head. It was a twofold gain. However, he and De Huang only possessed some rudimentary information. This information was indeed crucial for Xia Ming, yet he felt somewhat at a disadvantage. He looked up and asked, Uncle Yi, could you assist me in obtaining Lu Rushi's phone number? Yu Yong, noticing Xia Ming's earnest expression, nodded. I can. I will send you her phone number. Shortly after, Xia Ming received a string of digits. Yu Yong had evidently prepared this in advance. Xia Ming was somewhat taken aback. Yu Yong explained, I have a habit of keeping everything prepared ahead of time for unforeseen circumstances. Xia Ming nodded in agreement. A good habit. Observing Xia Ming's silence, Yu Yong inquired, aren't you upset about Wang Wenba's attitude? Xia Ming had just saved 6 individuals, only to be targeted for assassination by the Lu family. This matter, regardless of where it is placed, is a grave offense. Yet, Wang Wenba asserts that he will only intervene when the Lu family makes their next move. This clearly indicates his stance. As long as the Lu family refrains from engaging in underhanded tactics, they will be granted another opportunity to eliminate Xia Ming. Should Xia Ming survive the next encounter, Wang Wenba will align himself with Xia Ming. If misfortune befalls Xia Ming, Wang Wenba will side with the Lu family. This predicament would infuriate anyone. Xia Ming shook his head and remarked, he weighs the pros and cons, believing the Lu family to be of greater importance than me, which I can comprehend. It is also my weakness that I lack the strength to catch his attention. However, from this moment onward, I shall sever all ties with him. Starting today, I shall rely solely on myself to ascend to the realm of the god of war, proving to them that their choice was misguided. Upon witnessing the resolute expression on Xia Ming's face, Yi Yong displayed a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. He patted Xia Ming on the shoulder and said, "Perhaps you truly have a chance." Xia Ming rubbed his shoulder, which had stung from the pat, and managed to smile. "Uncle Yi, I will head back to my room now." Yi Yong waved his hand. "Go ahead." Once Xia Ming returned to his room, he made a phone call to Lu Rushi around noon. "Hello," a soft voice answered from the other end. "This is Xia Ming," he stated. After his words, there was a pause of several seconds from the other party. "Ah, it is indeed the great hero in my heart. Stop pretending." Xia Ming promptly interrupted her. "Hey, how did you know I was pretending?" Xia Ming coldly remarked, "Your tone, your greetings, everything about you is mere pretense. What you exhibit is nothing but your facade." After Xia Ming uttered these words, Lu Rushi fell silent once more. "I find you to be even more astute than Huang Yui. How did you discern that?" Xia Ming replied, "A person who lost their mother in childhood and has never experienced kindness will inevitably wrap themselves in a fade, concealing their true self to become the ideal child in the eyes of others. Yet, within her heart, she may be unaware of the extent to which she is twisted." Suddenly, a peculiar laughter emanated from the phone. "You are indeed quite amusing." Xia Ming frowned and said, "Do not maintain any further contact with Huang Yui. Communicate solely with me. I discern your intentions. Therefore, you will assist me, correct?" Lu Rushi's voice unexpectedly deepened, taking on a haunting quality. Xia Ming replied coldly, "What benefit do we gain from assisting you? The information you provided could be easily acquired otherwise." After a moment of contemplation on the other end of the line, the question arose, "What are your terms?" "First, after I assist you in becoming the head of the Lu family, you must not act against De Huang. Second, in becoming the Lu family head, you owe me 3 favors." Laughter once again reverberated through the phone. "Very well, I agree to all your conditions." Her tone noticeably elated. Lu Rushi inquired, "I've recorded our conversation. Shall I send it to you? Then you can use it to coerce me." Frowning, Xia Ming perceived a certain instability in Lu Rushi's demeanor. However, possessing only her phone number proved somewhat restrictive. Consequently, Xia Ming added her as a contact. Soon after, the recording arrived. "Lu Rushi, I even agreed with Huang Yui not to involve you, yet you dove right in. What about Huang Yui?" Xia Ming, act as if everything is normal. "Lu Rushi, you two are quite close, aren't you?" Xia Ming, of course, I care deeply for my De Huang. Furthermore, I must caution you, should you dare to harm De Huang, I will personally end your life. Lu Rushi, yes, darling. I understand. Xia Ming, speak properly and cease being repulsive. Lu Rushi, I apologize. Upon ending the call, Xia Ming emitted a prolonged sigh of relief. The extent of Lu Rushi's psychological derangement was alarming. Fortunately, he intervened. Otherwise, De Huang might have been manipulated at her whim. Chapter 42. Infinitely more than favorite. Xia Ming spent the entire day at home. Aside from preparing a delectable meal, he essentially did nothing, indulging in a day of rest. However, even this brief respite engendered a sense of guilt, as though he had shirked his responsibilities. Xia Ming consoled himself, resolving to slay demons with fervor the following day, compensating for today's shortcomings. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. Yi Mingqing dashed into the living room and leaped into Xia Ming's embrace. Xia Ming quickly rose to catch her securely. "I'm hungry." Yi Mingqing languidly melted into Xia Ming's arms. Xia Ming, both amused and exasperated, inquired, "Did you not have lunch?" Yi Mingqing pouted. "Did you not send me a message saying you prepared a sumptuous feast? I saved my appetite for your culinary creations." Xia Ming gently set her down and bowed slightly. "Beautiful lady, I have made all the necessary preparations for your meal." Yi Mingqing chuckled, clearing her throat. "Oh, my dear butler, you have worked hard." They exchanged smiles, and although Yi Mingqing was indeed hungry, her manner of eating was far more refined than Xia Ming's voraciousness. She savored each bite, yet the food seemed to vanish at a remarkable pace. It was only when the table bore little left that Yi Mingqing paused, contentedly patting her slightly rounded belly. Suddenly, she noticed Xia Ming's beaming expression. Her ears flushed crimson. "You don't mind that I ate so much, do you?" Xia Ming replied. Eating heartily signifies your enjoyment of my cooking. I could not be happier. How could I possibly find fault? Yi Mingqing then giggled. I knew you would never hold it against me. After Xia Ming tidied up the dining table, Yi Mingqing suggested they go shopping for clothes. Before heading out, she took great care in her appearance. In Xia Ming's recollection, Yi Mingqing seldom donned skirts. However, today she adorned herself in a white dress, accentuated by a delicate green bow at the neckline. On her wrist, she wore a white and green jade bracelet gifted by Xia Ming. Yet, in order not to keep him waiting, Yi Mingqing opted not to apply any makeup. How do I look? She inquired, twirling on the spot. The hem of the skirt blossomed like a lotus flower. Xia Ming momentarily lost his composure. You look beautiful. Observing Xia Ming's dazed expression, Yi Mingqing promptly took his hand. If we don't hurry to buy clothes, they will close soon. The two exited the Qinglu shop, with Yi Yong merely watching them depart, his expression unchanged. Nevertheless, despite Yi Yong's glare, Xia Ming was determined to take Yi Mingqing shopping for clothes. Most of the shops in the martial artist building sold items beneficial to martial artists, including several stores for everyday necessities. Several clothing boutiques were located on the second floor, which they soon reached. Along the way, they encountered numerous martial artists, both male and female, all captivated by Yi Mingqing's stunning beauty. Some young men even forgot to walk, gazing blankly as they watched her pass by. Remarkably, throughout their journey, Xia Ming did not hear anyone call his name. Yi Mingqing, interlinking her arm with Xia Ming's, smiled brightly. With a little adornment, I still look quite lovely. If you like it, I can wear skirts every day. Xia Ming replied gently, in that case, I shall have to buy you a wardrobe full of clothes. That won't do. If we must shop, we can only purchase half. Xia Ming, puzzled, asked, why only half? Yi Mingqing gestured with her hand, saying, because this half is mine, and the other half is yours. In that instant, Xia Ming felt as though his heart momentarily skipped a beat, and his cheeks flushed slightly. At that moment, they arrived at the entrance of the clothing store, where the staff had already pulled open the glass door. Xia Ming and Yi Mingqing slowly stepped inside. Are you two here to purchase couple outfits? The attendant inquired, catching Xia Ming off guard. Hesitant, he was about to respond when Yi Mingqing exclaimed, Sister, I'm here to buy clothes for my boyfriend. The attendant immediately understood, smiling as she replied, Oh, so you're buying clothes for a boy. In all my years working here, I've rarely encountered a girl who buys clothes for her boyfriend. Yi Mingqing proudly displayed her wrist, saying, This was a gift from my boyfriend yesterday. The attendant admired the jade bracelet adorning Yi Mingqing's wrist, exclaiming, What a beautiful bracelet. It looks particularly lovely on you. Turning her gaze towards Xia Ming, she added, Your boyfriend has excellent taste. Xia Ming offered a polite smile, appreciating the attendant's commendation. It was evident that she possessed a remarkable talent for flattery, capable of elevating the spirits of ordinary patrons in the martial arts building. One could easily be swept away by her compliments and end up purchasing an entire wardrobe. Well, you really know how to flatter. Yi Mingqing joyfully pointed at Xia Ming, declaring, Let us try on every piece that suits him. Xia Ming's expression suddenly froze. I actually have quite a few clothes. Reluctantly, under Yi Mingqing's insistence, Xia Ming succumbed to the role of a male model, trying on outfit after outfit. The attentive sales assistant continuously praised him. These pants make your legs appear longer. This shirt certainly enhances your spirited demeanor. This ensemble exudes an air of refined elegance, and this one. Yi Mingqing interjected, All right, buy it. Yes, let us purchase this. And this one too. Before long, Xia Ming had tried on the majority of the garments. Before he could catch his breath, the sales assistant eagerly approached him with yet another item in hand. Xia Ming hurriedly waved his hands in surrender, exclaiming, all right, that's enough. If I try on any more, you'll be closing the shop. The sales assistant glanced back at Yi Mingqing, who nodded in agreement. Since he no longer wishes to try, let us not. Please wrap these few items up. Xia Ming craned his neck to see that Yi Mingqing had selected several outfits. He finally let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he was not actually purchasing every single piece. After the sales assistant neatly packaged the clothes, she turned to Xia Ming and asked, Would you like to take a look at the women's section? Your girlfriend is so lovely. Shouldn't you buy her something? Xia Ming glanced at Yi Mingqing, then resolutely turned back and declared, Let us try them all on. In an instant, the roles reversed. Yi Mingqing began trying on various outfits, while Xia Ming and the sales assistant offered their critiques. However, Xia Ming did not allow Yi Mingqing to try on every single item. Instead, he selected one of each style. Allow Yi Mingqing to try on the clothes. Originally, Xiaoming had no intention of purchasing everything. However, he suddenly realized that Yi Mingqing looked stunning in whatever she wore. He found himself unable to make a decision and ended up reserving all the garments. Before long, Yi Mingqing had tried on all the clothes and approached Xiaoming. Upon seeing the pile of clothing behind him, she was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoming explained, "You simply look exquisite in everything, and I am at a loss for what to choose." Yi Mingqing gazed earnestly into Xiaoming's eyes and replied, "When you adore them all, it is best to select the one you cherish most." Xiaoming, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Why did you help me choose so many pieces?" Yi Mingqing responded, "Because I like you, and that feeling surpasses mere preference by countless times." Chapter 43. No longer indulging in the realm of tenderness nearby. The shop assistant covered her mouth, her face alight with envy as she observed the two. She never anticipated that her workday would be filled with the sweetness of their affection. Yi Mingqing, feeling a bit shy, smiled and asked, "Could you assist me in selecting a dress?" The shop assistant glanced at Xiaoming, contemplating how to subtly inform him, when Xiaoming spoke up. "How about this black dress with a white collar? It highlights your complexion beautifully, and the black will accentuate your figure." At that moment, Xiaoming felt somewhat distressed by his limited vocabulary. Those were all the words he could muster. To his surprise, Yi Mingqing chuckled softly. "Since my boyfriend wishes to admire my figure, I shall heed his suggestion." Xiaoming suddenly felt something amiss, yet he steeled himself and nodded. "Then this one." After the clothes were neatly packaged, Xiaoming instinctively reached for his wallet, but was halted by Yi Mingqing. "It was I who insisted on buying you the clothes." Faced with Yi Mingqing's resolute gaze, Xiaoming had no choice but to surrender with a raised hand. "All right, I will follow your lead." Yi Mingqing proceeded to pay. The pair exited the clothing store, one hand carrying bags while the other remained intertwined. "Are you happy today?" Xiaoming inquired. Yi Mingqing chuckled softly. "I feel joyful when I am with you." Xiaoming smiled in return. "I feel the same." Before long, they returned to the Qiglu shop. Xiaoming greeted Yi Yong, but Yi Yong merely regarded them with a complex expression, remaining silent. The two then entered the living room, placing the clothes into the washing machine. After the cycle was complete, they hung the garments out on the balcony. Yi Mingqing retreated to her room to change into light blue shorts and a white short-sleeved shirt. Typically, she did not expose her legs, but now, as they were revealed, Xiaoming was struck by their length. They were straight, smooth, and fair, evoking an irresistible desire to touch them. Noticing Xiaoming's serious demeanor, Yi Mingqing playfully asked, "So, you like long legs?" Xiaoming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shook his head. "I just didn't expect your legs to be this long." Yi Mingqing's lips curled into a slight smile. "Would you like to touch them?" Xiaoming candidly replied, "Yes." Yi Mingqing huffed playfully, "But you can't touch them now. If you do, you might get too handsy." Xiaoming nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. After the first time, one gradually becomes accustomed to it. However, on this occasion, for reasons unknown, Yi Mingqing did not settle onto his lap, but rather chose to sit beside him on the sofa. With a hint of caution, he reminded, "We mustn't engage in any inappropriate actions." Yet, before long, Xiaoming felt Yi Mingqing's fingers gently scratching his palm. A sigh escaped Xiaoming's heart. Previously, he had been somewhat supported by Yi Mingqing, feeling restrained from making any unusual movements, forced to endure his situation. Now, with the roles clearly reversed, why was he suddenly bound by this unwritten rule again? In his troubled thoughts, Xiaoming noticed that Yi Mingqing had already delved into a mobile game. He found it puzzling that despite having completed over 30,000 levels, the game seemed endless. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, and soon it was 11:30. The two retreated to their respective bedrooms. Lying in bed, Xiaoming couldn't help but reflect on the day's events. Everything felt so delightful, so splendid. Yet, he understood that if he did not strive for improvement, such moments would inevitably fade away. Xiaoming silently reminded himself to avoid the allure of complacency. Tomorrow, he would confront the demon beasts. The following day, Xiaoming rose early. After breakfast, he departed the warrior tower alongside Yi Mingqing. Climbing onto his bicycle, he leisurely made his way towards the city gate. The guards at the gate greeted him warmly upon his arrival. "Little brother Xia, already heading out again after just one day's rest?" Xiaoming replied, "A day of rest feels quite lengthy. If I do not venture out soon, I fear I shall be plagued by guilt." With that, he came to a halt on his bicycle. He dashed towards the wilderness, inspiring the guards who observed his departing figure, igniting their own fervor. At that moment, a young man approached leisurely. The guards recognized him as Song Jiangtao, the second son of the Song family, a martial artist at the third level of the easing muscle technique. Upon seeing them, Song Jiangtao, slightly fatigued, greeted them, "Good morning. It has been a while since I ventured beyond the city. Have there been any developments outside lately?" The guards suddenly recalled that Song Jiangtao's father had tasked them with tracking his excursions beyond the city. They retrieved their notebooks and noted that his outings for the month amounted to 0. Rather than responding to Song Jiangtao's inquiry, they began to converse among themselves. Some feel their lives are wasted if they do not step outside the city for a day, while others might not venture out even once in a month. No wonder some ascend to the 9th level of easing muscle in merely half a month, while others remain stagnant at the 3rd level for 6 months. Upon overhearing their discussion, Song Jiangtao immediately recognized their mockery directed at him. Enraged, he exclaimed, "How dare you mock me in such a manner?" The guards merely replied nonchalantly, "Your father granted us this authority." Song Jiangtao's previously haughty demeanor faltered significantly. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly adopted a conciliatory tone. "Brothers, I apologize. Might you refrain from disclosing my lack of outings this month to my father? If you agree, I would be honored to treat you to a meal." One of them scoffed. "A meal? Am I the kind of person who would be swayed by such a trivial offer?" Song Jiangtao smiled. The Dongzuan Grand Hotel on the 5th floor of the martial artist tower. The guard's expressions shifted to one of astonishment. For a banquet, there would undoubtedly cost no less than 100,000. The man touched his nose and quietly said to a colleague, "Call me when we leave." In the wilderness area, specifically Region 0990, the beasts were somewhat stronger than those in Region 0989, predominantly consisting of second-tier creatures, with a few third-tier beasts among them. Summer Ming, no longer timid in the face of third-tier beasts, felt confident enough to escape if necessary. Thus, he strode boldly into the area. Upon entering, he encountered several second-tier, 7th-grade beasts. With a swift stroke, he dispatched them. Ding, killed second-tier 7th-grade beast. Vitality 45, Blood Shadow 9-fold Proficiency 45. Ding, killed second-tier 7th-grade beast. Vitality 45, Blood Shadow 9-fold Proficiency 45. As he continued his slaughter, Summer Ming ventured deeper into the region. The commotion he stirred attracted the attention of a third-tier beast. Summer Ming furrowed his brow as he gazed up at the towering buildings. Atop one of them perched a massive golden eagle. Iron-winged golden eagle. Grade. 3rd tier 1st grade. The eagle looked down upon Summer Ming, seemingly assessing whether to add him to its menu. Summer Ming, now composed, refrained from his earlier casual demeanor. Among the 3rd tier beasts, flying creatures were increasingly prevalent. Naturally cautious, they typically observed humans closely before striking unexpectedly. Humans could only ascend to the skies with the aid of rare specialized equipment, usually reserved for the mightiest warriors. Therefore, for Summer Ming at this moment, this 3rd-tier beast posed a significant threat. Chapter 44. Breaking through the bone-forging realm. However, flying beasts are typically quite cautious. It is feasible to make a move to intimidate it. Yet, Xiaoming contemplated whether he could seize the opportunity to slay it when it attacked. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged that his physical strength was equivalent to a 2nd-tier, 9th-grade beast. Even if he were to endure a strike from this 3rd-tier, 1st-grade golden eagle, the injury would not be severe. Thus, Xiaoming refrained from recklessly revealing his prowess and instead avoided engaging with the 2nd-tier, 9th-grade beasts, opting instead to eliminate the 2nd-tier, 8th-grade ones with ease, as if he were merely an ordinary 9th-layer practitioner of the easy muscle technique. As Xiaoming had anticipated, after a brief moment of hesitation, the golden eagle suddenly soared high into the sky, its sharp gaze firmly fixed upon him. Xiaoming promptly raised his head, fixated on the circling golden eagle above. Suddenly, the eagle emitted a piercing cry. In an instant, its massive body dove down like a bolt from the blue, hurtling towards Xiaoming. Xiaoming angled his battle knife, silently calculating the distance. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. When the golden eagle was merely 100 meters away, he swiftly slashed his knife through the air. In the next moment, a crimson galactic river hung, suspended in the sky. The golden eagle, undeterred, crashed into this blood-red galaxy with fierce momentum. Clang! A sharp, explosive sound resonated. The crimson blade aura collided violently with the eagle's claws, which spanned several meters in length. Clang, clang, clang. Following this, several more piercing sounds erupted. With this strike, Xiaoming unleashed 7 slashes in an instant, marking his most formidable blow. As he executed this move, He even sensed a slight stagnation in the flow of his vital energy within. His arms ached and felt weak, rendering him incapable of delivering a series of swift strikes. He pondered whether this single blow would suffice to vanquish the third-tier beast before him. In the fleeting moment that Xia Ming cast his gaze upon the creature, the golden eagle emitted a piercing cry. In an instant, a crimson arc of light had traversed the vast expanse of its body. A blood-red silver line gradually formed upon the eagle's frame. With a resounding thud, the immense body of the golden eagle split in two and fell helplessly to the ground, crashing against the hard concrete slab. Ding! You have slain a third-tier beast. Vitality 75, Blood Shadow Ninefold Proficiency 75. Xia Ming approached slowly, discovering that the golden eagle had completely succumbed to death. This encounter granted him a renewed understanding of his own strength. He realized that he could now eliminate third-tier beasts with a single, full-force strike. Such creatures no longer posed a threat to him. Observing the carcass of the golden eagle, he noted that its feathers could be fashioned into weapons, a rare and valuable resource. Although Xia Ming lacked the skills for forging, selling these materials to the Warrior Guild would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. Without delay, he began collecting the beast materials. Once these tasks were completed, Xia Ming pressed onward, relentlessly slaying more beasts. Before long, afternoon had arrived, and the sun began its descent in the west. As Xia Ming continued his hunt, he suddenly felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body. A wave of excitement surged within him. He recognized that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Quickly, he sought refuge in an underground chamber and settled into a meditative posture. In the realm of the I Ching, his vital energy was primarily utilized to refine the sinews within his body. As he approached the latter stages of the I Ching, Xia Ming felt a remarkable enhancement in his physical flexibility and a pronounced increase in his control over his own body. The manner in which he wielded the blade underwent subtle alterations. It was precisely this transformation that allowed Xia Ming to cultivate the Blood Shadow Ninefold force with greater ease. The once incessant flow of vital energy coursing through his meridians gradually shifted direction, now surging into the 206 bones within his body. The instant the energy flowed in, a delightful tingling sensation spread throughout him. Xia Ming sensed that the density of his bones was steadily increasing, rendering his physique increasingly resilient, capable of withstanding greater power. After a brief interval, this transformation began to stabilize, and the vital energy within him started to circulate in an orderly fashion. Slowly, Xia Ming opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Name: Xia Ming. Age: 17. Realm: Bone Forging Level 1. Vital Energy: 105, 000, 150, 000. Blood Shadow Ninefold Force: 105, 000, 200, 000. Capable of unleashing the Eightfold Bloodblade Force. Achieved Mastery. 7 Fiend's Body Refinement Technique: 15, 520, 000. Refined 3 times, he had transcended the bone forging realm. This breakthrough further enhanced his mastery over his body, and it seemed as though his strength had multiplied manifold. Xia Ming retrieved the battle blade and was immediately struck by the realization that this 500-kilogram weapon now felt as light as a feather in his grasp. This was the most suitable weapon he had discovered after exploring the entire bone forging region. Even now, a sense of lightness has begun to envelop him. This transformation is a result of the mastery attained in the 7 Fiend Body Cultivation Technique. This practice is by no means inferior to the Blood Shadow Ninefold technique. Nevertheless, Xia Ming has no intention of replacing his blade, for it is valued at no less than 20 million. It is only prudent to ensure he recoups his investment. Suddenly, Xia Ming notices a faint crimson hue unexpectedly appearing on the once pristine, white blade. This blood-like tint seems to have been absorbed into the blade, solidifying yet remaining undispersed. Crafted from the scales of a serpent, this blade may indeed possess some extraordinary qualities, though Xia Ming remains oblivious to the specific reasons behind this phenomenon. Fortunately, the edge remains razor-sharp, unaffected in its capacity to vanquish demonic beasts. He resolves to consult some references later. With the battle knife stowed away, Xia Ming gradually departs from Zone 0990. As he returns, he passes through Zone 0989, and a thought strikes him. What of the water serpent in the lake? Should he not seize this opportunity to test his strength? Without hesitation, he strides into Zone 0989. Upon entering, he immediately perceives a significant reduction in the number of demonic beasts present. Clearly, many have fallen to his hand. With this realization, he decides to eradicate them all. Drawing forth the dragon scale silver blade from his storage ring, the gleaming blade reflects glimmers of cold light. Gripping the hilt firmly, Xia Ming ventures deeper into Zone 0989. The demonic beast he encounters falls swiftly to his blade, each dispatched with a single stroke. He recognizes that this blade is indeed far sharper than the previous one valued at 500,000. A mere flick of his wrist releases a blade of energy capable of easily dispatching beasts of the 9th layer of muscle transformation. During his last visit, Xia Ming treaded with caution. This time, however, he walks boldly along the path, revealing his presence without any attempt at concealment. Before long, he arrived at the vicinity of the lake. Previously, Xia Ming had vanquished a significant portion of the beasts that roamed this area. Now, only a sparse few dozen creatures remained, creating an atmosphere of desolation. With a few deft strokes of his blade, Xia Ming dispatched them effortlessly. Ding! Slayed a second-tier 8th grade beast. Vitality 50, Blood Shadow 9-fold Proficiency 50. Ding! Slayed a second-tier 8th grade beast. Vitality 50, Blood Shadow 9-fold Proficiency 50. After a brief period of slaying, the surrounding beasts had dwindled to nearly nothing. As Xia Ming gazed at the lake, he noticed that the water serpent had yet to surface. He recalled that during the last encounter, a cacophony of distress from the beasts had drawn the serpent out. Would he need to employ the same tactic this time? Without hesitation, Xia Ming herded several second-tier beasts together. Before he could intimidate them, they emitted cries of desperation. In the next moment, the vast lake trembled violently. A colossal water serpent, measuring 100 meters in length, gradually emerged from the depths. Chapter 45. Slaying the 100-meter water serpent. The serpent's two enormous heads turned towards Xia Ming. He flicked his wrist, adjusting his battle blade, but refrained from striking immediately. Although the two-headed serpent had revealed itself, it lingered too close to the water's edge. Should it be injured, it could retreat into the lake, rendering him powerless. He needed to lure the serpent from its watery refuge first. To achieve this, he had to provoke it. Without delay, Xia Ming unleashed his blade, swiftly dispatching the nearby second-tier beasts. The water serpent, sensing the provocation, violently lashed its powerful tail towards him. Xia Ming raised his battle blade defensively and, with a swift motion, was propelled backward over 1,000 meters. Xia Ming gradually steadied himself. Though his body was covered in dust, he bore no injuries. He lifted his gaze toward the water serpent in the lake and noted that it remained by the water's edge, showing no inclination to pursue him. Thus, Xia Ming resorted to slaying several nearby demon beasts, hoping to provoke the serpent into a fit of rage. However, it was evident that the creature possessed considerable intelligence. It merely regarded Xia Ming with a cold stare, seemingly impervious to his actions. A sense of irritation surged within Xia Ming. Such a beast, refusing to engage and instead lurking in the shadows, was indeed exasperating. Very well, I shall take direct action. Xia Ming swiftly mobilized the blood and energy within him, propelling himself forward. In mere seconds, he reached the lake's edge, where the serpent's robust tail swept toward him. Sheathing his weapon, he seized the water serpent's tail with his bare hands. Realizing that Xia Ming had a firm grip, the serpent attempted to retract its tail, but Xia Ming held on tightly, making it impossible for the creature to escape. Come forth, he commanded, as his internal energy surged and his arms swelled with strength. In the next moment, he yanked the serpent from the water, hurling it violently against a distant skyscraper. The building crumbled instantly, a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Without granting the serpent a moment's respite, Xia Ming promptly drew his weapon and struck at the serpent's tail. With a resounding crack, the tail was severed at the base. The serpent writhed violently, its massive form demolishing countless structures in its fury. Just as Xia Ming prepared to strike again, a sudden shower of green droplets began to descend. His expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily retrieved a tiger skin from his storage space, raising it as a shield before him. In the fleeting moment when the green raindrop descended upon the tiger's skin, it melted away as swiftly as snow under the sun. Xia Ming promptly discarded the tiger's skin and retrieved a leopard pelt to shield himself. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly retreated to a place of safety. The area he had just vacated was now riddled with deep pits, evidently corroded by the venom of the water snake. Xia Ming's expression turned grave. Given the current resilience of his physical form, he feared he would struggle to withstand such caustic poison. He gazed upward, noting that the haze had yet to dissipate. Without delay, Xia Ming concealed himself and hastened toward the snake's head. Before the smoke cleared, he had positioned himself above the water snake, focusing on the creature's vulnerable spot. He leaped from the upper level. The blood-red aura of his battle blade began to coalesce in his hand. As he descended midway, the water snake became aware of his movement, raising its massive head in response. In the next instant, it opened its foul, gaping maw, unleashing several green venomous arrows. Xia Ming was granted scarcely a second to react. There was no time to retrieve items from his storage space. He curled his body, attempting to shield himself behind the battle blade. Most of the green arrows evaporated upon contact with the fierce aura of the blade, yet a small fraction penetrated the defense, striking his right arm. With a sizzling sound, the flesh where the venom landed disintegrated instantaneously, exposing the bone beneath. A searing pain coursed through him. Yet Xia Ming merely furrowed his brow slightly. With determination, he brought down his battle blade with ferocity. Crack! The battle blade struck the water snake at its vulnerable spot, severing its bone with precision. The snake's head rolled away, landing on the ground with a dull thud. Ding! Killed a third-tier first-grade demon beast, health 75. Blood Shadow ninefold proficiency 75. Xia Ming slowly sheathed his blade, glancing at the injury on his right arm, grimacing as he muttered, "Damn, that hurts." He quickly focused his inner energy to expel the snake venom, yet there were no signs of healing at the wound. He pondered whether the system could assist in his recovery. Xia Ming first collected the snake's gallbladder and scales before commencing the hunt for the remaining demon beasts in the 0989 area. To his delight, he discovered that the system could indeed aid in restoring his body. In no time, the wound on his right arm had transformed into merely a red scar. While still somewhat painful, it was no longer a significant hindrance. As twilight descended, Xia Ming departed from the 0989 area. Before long, he arrived at the gates of Fengtian City. The guards noticed his tattered clothing and the red scar on his right arm, immediately recognizing that he was injured. "Young brother Xia, are you hurt?" they inquired. Xia Ming smiled and explained, "I encountered a venomous snake today and was caught off guard." After his explanation, he mounted his bicycle and pedaled away. Observing his departure, one guard chuckled. What kind of formidable demon beast must it be to injure Xia Ming? A peak second tier? Their captain, however, shook his head solemnly. No, it was a third-tier demon beast. The crowd immediately turned their gaze towards their captain, perplexed. The captain elucidated. Xia Ming tempered his pace, thus obscuring the fact that he has already achieved the bone-forging realm. A collective gasp rippled through the group. They were all at the muscle transformation realm, levels 1 or 2, with only the captain having attained the bone-forging realm. Given the captain's assertion, it was most likely the truth. If memory serves, he's not even 18 yet, is he? As the words faded, the others swallowed hard, a knot of awe tightening in their throats. Dismounting from his bicycle at the foot of the warrior tower, Xia Ming proceeded directly to the third floor. Wang Ying greeted him with a radiant smile. "Little brother, welcome back." Xia Ming approached, extending a storage ring towards her. "I ventured outside the city today and culled a few demonic beasts." Wang Ying chuckled, her eyes dancing with curiosity. "What tier of demonic beasts did you encounter this time? Surely, there couldn't have been any of the third tier, could there?" Xia Ming merely smiled, a hint of mystery in his eyes. "You'll see for yourself in a moment." With that, Xia Ming took his leave. After his departure, Wang Ying opened the storage ring. As expected, the young prodigy had already proven capable of slaying third-tier demonic beasts. A wave of wistful sentiment washed over Wang Ying. If only I had met Xia Ming sooner. Upon returning to the Serene Stream shop, Yi Mingqing had not yet been dismissed from school. Xia Ming first indulged in a refreshing shower, then changed into a set of azure casual sportswear, a gift from Yi Mingqing from the previous day. Having completed these tasks, Xia Ming examined the wound on his arm. The scar was a vivid crimson, still swollen to the touch. A sharp, stinging sensation accompanied his touch. Thankfully, this minor injury would not impede Xia Ming's culinary endeavors. He prepared 3 dishes, then settled onto the sofa to await Yi Mingqing's return home. Chapter 46. Jealousy of Yi Mingqing. I have returned. As Yi Mingqing stepped into her home, she immediately enveloped Xia Ming in a warm embrace. Xia Ming chuckled. "You've worked hard." Yi Mingqing shook her head. "You endured the hardship of slaying beasts outside the city." Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Xia Ming's right arm. "You're hurt." Yi Mingqing grasped his arm, her eyes welling with tears. "Such a large scar. It must have hurt terribly when you were injured." She reached out, intending to touch the inflamed wound, but hesitated, fearing it might cause him pain. Seeing Yi Mingqing's cautious demeanor warmed Xia Ming's heart. It's just a minor injury. It will heal by tomorrow. Yi Mingqing lifted her delicate face, sorrow etched in her features. Should we apply ice to it? Xia Ming smiled. Let us eat first, and we can discuss it afterward. Yi Mingqing shook her head firmly. We should apply it first before dining. Subsequently, she assisted Xia Ming in placing an ice pack on the wound. The two then sat at the dining table. Throughout the meal, Yi Mingqing continuously served Xia Ming, ensuring his bowl was brimming with food. Though his bowl remained full from the beginning, it was still overflowing by the end. After finishing their meal, Yi Mingqing did not permit Xia Ming to join her in gaming, but insisted he take time to recuperate. Faced with her resolute stance, Xia Ming had no choice but to comply. The following day was Saturday, marking the commencement of registration for the martial artist competition. Xia Ming awoke somewhat late and, upon rising, noticed Yi Mingqing was not at home. He found this curious, considering the school was on break. However, a breakfast, already prepared, awaited him on the table. Xia Ming sat down without ceremony. After finishing his meal, he settled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. The monster materials sold yesterday had yielded 11,008,000 contribution points. Now, Xia Ming's account held 28.6 million, and he also possessed 22,500 contribution points. He planned to purchase a protective suit. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yi Mingqing returned, holding a bag containing clothing. Xia Ming raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Another shopping trip? Yi Mingqing handed him the garment, saying, "This is a gift for you." Upon opening the bag, Xia Ming was astonished to find a protective suit tailored for martial artists at the bone-tempering stage, worth a staggering 15 million. He gazed at Yi Mingqing in disbelief. This is too expensive. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Mingqing's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. It was precisely because you lacked a protective suit that you were injured. Are you truly going to refuse my gift? After a moment's hesitation, Xia Ming nodded and replied, "Thank you." Yi Mingqing had always been quite affluent. Although Xia Ming was unaware of the extent of her wealth, it was evident that it far exceeded his assumptions. Once Xia Ming tucked away the suit, Yi Mingqing beamed with delight. "Are you planning to register today?" she inquired. Xia Ming affirmed with a nod. "The registration is on the first floor of the martial artist building." Yi Mingqing pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Shall we go together?" Xia Ming replied with a smile, "Of course. I'll go change into something suitable." With a playful grin, Yi Mingqing retreated into her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged gracefully from the room. Yi Mingqing let her hair cascade down, the silky strands flowing like a waterfall, gracefully framing her shoulders. She adorned herself in the black dress with a white collar that Xia Ming had selected for her the previous day. Her wrist remained adorned with a beautiful bracelet. With her large, glimmering eyes fixed upon him, her rosy lips parted slightly, she playfully inquired about her figure. As she spoke, she placed her hands on her delicate waist. Xia Ming appraised her from head to toe, nodding in affirmation. "In my eyes, you possess the most perfect figure." Yi Mingqing erupted into a delightful giggle. "When did you become so adept at flattery?" Xia Ming, gazing deeply into her eyes, replied, "This is my sincere sentiment." Under his attentive gaze, Yi Mingqing's cheeks flushed a gentle pink. Shyly lowering her head, she stammered, Why do you say such things all of a sudden?" The two soon arrived at the first floor of the Warrior Building. Despite the early hour, a considerable number of people had already gathered, with some forming lines. Spotting a queue with relatively few individuals, Yi Mingqing eagerly pulled Xia Ming towards it. As soon as she entered the crowd, she instantly captured the attention of everyone present. "What a stunning girl!" someone exclaimed. "Does anyone know her? I believe I've seen her in the stores of the Warrior Building. Who is that man beside her? Could he be her boyfriend?" Yi Mingqing, resembling a princess, became the focal point of conversation, surrounded by curious onlookers. She offered no response, merely intertwining her arm with Xia Ming's. Unfazed, Xia Ming remained composed as they quietly awaited their turn in line. After a 10-minute wait, it was finally Xia Ming's turn. The registration fee was 100, with the understanding that participants bore their own risks. A contract was presented for him to sign, accompanied by a polite smile from the staff member. Xia Ming nodded and inscribed his name. This grand competition employed dedicated personnel to maintain order and ensure the safety of the contestants. However, even with such measures in place, unforeseen incidents could not be entirely avoided. To mitigate potential disputes, the contract was deemed necessary. As Xia Ming signed, the staff member noticed Yi Mingqing beside him. A look of astonishment crossed her face, for she had never encountered such a beautiful girl, seemingly untouched by makeup. a true natural beauty. Upon completing the signing, the staff member informed him, the competition will officially commence on May 1st. All martial artists are required to gather on the first floor of the martial arts building at 8 a.m. that day. She then handed Xia Ming a distinctive badge, explaining, this serves as a mini projection device for monitoring rankings. During the competition, you can check everyone's scores. And we will also utilize this to determine your position. Simply press the button below the badge, and it will signify your withdrawal. Rest assured, upon your withdrawal, we will prioritize your safety. Xia Ming nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude before departing. As he left, he observed Wang Ying frowning while handing a special badge to another martial artist, seemingly recruited for work. Noticing her busy demeanor, he refrained from interrupting. Yi Mingqing also caught sight of Xia Ming's gaze. Should she extend a greeting? Xia Ming gazed at Yi Mingqing's forced smile, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. He explained, I merely sold some materials from the magical beasts to her. Yi Mingqing nodded, intending to speak, when she noticed Wang Ying waving at Xia Ming, a broad smile adorning her face. Humph. Yi Mingqing snorted coldly, causing Xia Ming to immediately sense something amiss and turn around. Wang Ying was looking at him with a mischievous grin, continuously beckoning him. Xia Ming shook his head in refusal, only to see Wang Ying pull out her phone, opening her album and even making a shushing gesture. Xia Ming quickly forced a smile and nodded. He nearly forgot. His embarrassing past was still in Wang Ying's possession. Why was this woman suddenly targeting him? Xia Ming turned to Yi Mingqing and suggested, shall we go and listen to what she has to say? Upon hearing Xia Ming's words, Yi Mingqing felt a pang of jealousy. When Xia Ming mentioned that a female friend would visit his home, it had already stirred a sense of urgency within her. Yet, this friend was a striking beauty. Although she claimed to have no interest in Xia Ming, everyone knew that women seldom spoke the truth, especially in the presence of another pretty girl. Yi Mingqing tightened her grip on Xia Ming's arm and said, all right, let us go see. Chapter 47. Wang Ying is actually wealthy? Xia Ming and Yi Mingqing navigated through the crowd and approached Wang Ying. Good morning, sister, Xia Ming greeted with a sheepish smile, hoping Wang Ying would not cause him trouble. Wang Ying glanced at Yi Mingqing behind Xia Ming and teased, you brought your girlfriend along for the registration? Yi Mingqing preemptively interjected, sister, it was I who requested to accompany him. Wang Ying immediately displayed an expression of understanding. It seems your relationship is quite harmonious. However, you must have completed your registration, haven't you? Xia Ming nodded. Wang Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since there's nothing else to attend to, do come and assist me. With that, she winked at Xia Ming. Xia Ming's eyes twitched slightly. We are not staff members of the Warrior Tower. That matters little. The task is quite simple, Wang Ying replied, gesturing toward the substantial stack of contracts on the table and then pointing to a nearby box. Within the box lay the distinctive badges provided by the Warrior Tower. All we need is for them to fill out these contracts and collect a badge. Wang Ying regarded Xia Ming with a mischievous grin. Xia Ming sighed. All right, I will help you. Observing the subtle exchange between the two, Yi Mingqing sensed something amiss. Could it be that they were concealing something from her? Ah, Yi Mingqing, you should lend a hand as well. Xia Ming will explain how to fill out the contracts, and you can distribute the warrior badges. Wang Ying stepped back, creating a space for the two. Yi Mingqing hesitated for a moment before slowly moving to Xia Ming's side. Xia Ming sat down, quickly getting into the groove of the task. Yi Mingqing politely began distributing the special badges to the participants, while Wang Ying casually pulled up a chair behind them, leisurely engrossed in her phone. Despite Wang Ying's courteous demeanor towards Xia Ming, she exhibited no such politeness toward others. As she posed several questions, her brows furrowed tightly. Initially, the queue on Wang Ying's side was not particularly lengthy. However, ever since Yi Mingqing arrived, the line expanded dramatically, multiplying in length several times over. Moreover, the individuals in line became markedly more refined, refraining from inquiring about the contents of the contract and simply signing their names, seemingly fearful of leaving a poor impression on Yi Mingqing. Furthermore, when Yi Mingqing distributed the special badges, they would feign gentlemanly behavior, producing their phones to request her contact information. At first, Yi Mingqing smiled and declined. Yet the more gentle she became, the bolder they grew. Some even expressed dissatisfaction after being turned down. Xia Ming felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Damn it! She is my girlfriend. With this exclamation, the boys in the back finally took notice of him. Oh, my apologies. Are you two in a committed relationship? You just referred to her as your girlfriend? Observing this, Yi Mingqing quickly stepped forward to affirm, He is my boyfriend. At this declaration, the crowd fell silent. With such a statement, what could they possibly say? Nevertheless, even queuing to glimpse at a beautiful girl seemed worthwhile. Gradually, the crowd regained its composure. Wang Ying approached Yi Mingqing and remarked, "In this situation, we cannot afford to show them any kindness." With that, she adopted a stern expression and moved next to Xia Ming, who was in the midst of explaining the contract to a young man. The individual appeared to nitpick, feigning ignorance no matter how Xia Ming elucidated the details. Suddenly, Wang Ying slammed her palm on the table, declaring, "If you do not wish to sign the contract, then get the hell out." Wang Ying's voice resonated powerfully, instantly silencing the bustling martial artists building. Startled, the man abruptly lifted his gaze, meeting Wang Ying's fierce, penetrating stare. He instinctively recoiled, obediently signing his name. Yi Mingqing observed the scene with contemplative interest, while Xia Ming discreetly gave Wang Ying a thumbs up. Initially, he had perceived Wang Ying as a gentle older sister, but it now seemed he had been rather naive. Once the man had affixed his signature, he approached Yi Mingqing. "Your badge," he stated. A sudden chill crept into Yi Mingqing's tone. Xia Ming turned to glance back, noting that the smile had vanished from Yi Mingqing's face, replaced by an air of detached indifference, even bordering on reprimand. Xia Ming instinctively shrank back, recalling a similar tone from Yi Mingqing when he had been caught sneaking out to earn some money. After being subjected to the persuasive influence of the two women, the crowd became significantly more compliant, and the efficiency of registration surged. However, even with this newfound order, Xia Ming and Yi Mingqing found themselves occupied until well past 6 in the evening. Wang Ying, though not entirely disengaged, took on a role beyond mere oversight. Her every gesture seemed imbued with a certain leadership quality. As they packed up, Xia Ming remarked to Wang Ying, "I can't help but feel you don't resemble a mere staff member." Wang Ying replied with a smile, "What do you think I should be doing?" Xia Ming responded, "You possess a leader's charisma." Wang Ying paused momentarily, then smiled again. "I'll take that as a compliment." Meanwhile, Yi Mingqing quietly organized the boxes, a hint of dissatisfaction evident as he pursed his lips at the exchange. "You have assisted me greatly. Would you care to join me for dinner at my home?" Xia Ming was about to shake his head in refusal when Wang Ying quietly whispered to him about the porcupine meat she had given him last time. Xia Ming's lips twitched slightly, but he remained silent, saying, "Sister, it's all up to you. Just refrain from speaking carelessly." Wang Ying nodded with a smile. Turning to discuss the matter with Yi Mingqing, Xia Ming noticed her crouched on the ground, quietly packing her box, her demeanor somewhat forlorn. He hurriedly knelt beside her to assist. Although Yi Mingqing did not stop him, she remained silent. Xia Ming softly said, "Wang Ying invited us to her home for dinner. Shall we go together?" Yi Mingqing maintained a stern expression. "Do you wish for me to attend?" Xia Ming grasped her hand. "If you do not go, then I shall not go either." Glancing at the chuckling Wang Ying, Yi Mingqing replied, "Since we have lent her a hand, why not go?" Xia Ming eagerly concurred, "Yes, let us feast heartily and deplete her resources." Feeling the warmth of Xia Ming's concern, the slight discontent in Yi Mingqing's heart quietly dissipated. After tidying up, the two followed Wang Ying home. However, instead of exiting the martial artist building, Wang Ying entered the elevator. Xia Ming, puzzled, asked, "Sister, do you live in the martial artist building?" Wang Ying smiled enigmatically. "Follow me, and you shall find out." Thus, Xia Ming boarded the elevator. Moments later, the elevator arrived at the 88th floor. The martial artist building comprises 99 floors, with the top 10 floors housing the offices of its core personnel, who are responsible for overseeing the safety of Fengtian City. Beneath these 10 stories lies the most opulent residential district in Fengtian. Given that the Martialist Tower is the most impregnable defensive structure, this location is undoubtedly the safest, rendering the real estate prices staggeringly high, certainly beyond Xia Ming's current means. Yet, at this moment, Xia Ming trailed behind Wang Ying, slowly entering room number 1 on the 88th floor. Chapter 48. A rapidly advancing acquaintanceship upon entering the abode. Wang Ying retrieved slippers for the trio, casually discarding her high heels. "There aren't any men's slippers here, so, dear brother, just avail yourself of a pair." Xia Ming, with unwavering composure, accepted the pink slippers Wang Ying offered, remarking, "These will suffice splendidly." Having changed his footwear, Xia Ming proceeded to the living room. The apartment's decor leaned towards a Western style, exuding an atmosphere of noble resplendence from every corner. Xia Ming clicked his tongue. "I wouldn't have guessed you were such a wealthy woman. Living in such a magnificent dwelling, you must be quite affluent. Why then?" Do you choose to work for the Marshallist Tower? Xia Ming inquired, perplexed. Yi Mingqing also edged closer, evidently keen to participate in the discussion. Wang Ying responded with a smile and a counter-question. You're so astute. Venture a guess? Xia Ming posited. Surely it's not to experience the quotidian grind, is it? Wang Ying pondered for a moment before replying. Not quite the definitive answer. Yi Mingqing interjected suddenly. Did you perhaps run away from home? Xia Ming. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Ying's eyes. While not entirely accurate, it's broadly along those lines. How did you surmise that? Yi Mingqing cast a glance at Xia Ming, contemplating the potential for one to flee from home when personal desires clash with familial expectations. Wang Ying concurred, remarking that individuals often act impulsively. As long as their loved ones are reassured of their safety, all would be well. Suddenly, Wang Ying noticed Xia Ming's silence, his demeanor peculiar, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Are you feeling warm? She inquired. Xia Ming wiped his brow and replied, I am taken aback by your status. Wang Ying chuckled. Please do not feel restrained because of my wealth. Let us indulge in a feast today. Xia Ming nodded in agreement, suggesting, let us commence our preparations. Wang Ying gestured towards the kitchen, saying, this is the kitchen. Feel free to explore while I change my attire. Xia Ming acknowledged her with a nod and, accompanied by Yi Mingqing, stepped into the spacious kitchen, which was equipped with an array of pristine culinary tools. As he opened the refrigerator, he observed an assortment of neatly arranged vegetables and meats, indicating Wang Ying's meticulous nature and evident passion for cooking. However, his attention was soon drawn to the kitchen's trash bin, which contained various unappetizing remnants, emitting a faint scent of charred refuse. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside the kitchen. Glancing up, Xia Ming caught sight of Wang Ying's somewhat evasive gaze. I forgot to take out the trash, she explained awkwardly. Xia Ming regarded the refuse in silence, and it was Yi Mingqing who broke the stillness, asking, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Wang Ying promptly retreated to Yi Mingqing's side, as if fleeing. Tonight, we shall feast on grilled meats, Wang Ying declared, directly opening the refrigerator's freezer compartment and extracting a substantial cut of meat. Xia Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of recognition wash over him. Was this not the very piece he had gifted to Wang Ying? How about we partake in this mystical beast meat? She proposed. Not only will it augment our internal qi and blood, but it shall also enhance our beauty. Although Wang Ying addressed Yi Mingqing, her gaze remained fixed upon Xia Ming with a cheerful smile. Xia Ming responded, barbecue sounds delightful. I concur. Yi Mingqing nodded in agreement. Wang Ying nodded in satisfaction. Since you both are in agreement, let us proceed with the delegation of tasks. Xia Ming, you shall assemble the grilling apparatus, while Yi Mingqing and I shall attend to the preparation of the pork. With the assignments distributed, Xia Ming proceeded to the balcony to assemble the grill. It must be said that the balcony possessed a truly expansive area, with sufficient space to accommodate over a dozen individuals for a communal meal. Xia Ming, occupying this vast expanse, leisurely assembled the grill, occasionally pausing to admire the fading glow of the setting sun. From the kitchen, the hushed tones of their conversation occasionally drifted. Alas, the distance between them rendered the specifics of their discourse unintelligible to Xia Ming. Within the confines of the kitchen, Yi Mingqing and Wang Ying were engaged in a discussion pertaining to Xia Ming. However, the exchange primarily consisted of Wang Ying posing questions. When did you two first become acquainted? How many years have you been romantically involved? Yi Mingqing selected one of the questions to answer. We have known each other for a decade. Wang Ying responded with a smile. Childhood sweethearts, then? Yi Mingqing nodded in affirmation. Wang Ying inquired once more. Are you currently in a romantic relationship? Yi Mingqing succinctly replied, indeed. Wang Ying nodded, observing. It is evident that you care for him. However, you have yet to engage in that particular act, correct? Yi Mingqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she shook her head, replying. We have not yet reached adulthood. Upon witnessing Yi Mingqing's reaction, Wang Ying couldn't help but burst into laughter. It appears that both of them are quite innocent. Wang Ying then adopted a serious tone, stating, in any case, you are not married yet. Yet, I see that your affection for Xia Ming has grown immensely, to the point where you are treating him exceptionally well. Wang Ying added, this approach is unwise. If this continues, Xia Ming will inevitably lose interest in you. Upon hearing these words, Yi Mingqing felt a flicker of doubt. Could Wang Ying be trying to compete for Xia Ming's affection? Wang Ying continued, you must understand that Xia Ming, at merely 17 years of age, has already reached the bone refinement stage. I have yet to encounter any other prodigy who has attained such a level at this young age. Currently, Xia Ming remains rather low-key, and few are aware of his exceptional talent. However, he is poised to showcase his abilities in the upcoming martial arts competition. Witnessing such talent in Xia Ming would astonish even me, let alone others. At that time, who knows how many women will vie for his attention? Realizing the truth in Wang Ying's words, Yi Mingqing pondered. So, you are genuinely trying to assist me? Wang Ying smiled. I understand that you suspect there is something between Xia Ming and me, but I assure you, it is merely a playful jest among friends. With that, Wang Ying stepped outside and called out, "Little brother, hurry up." The voice of Xia Ming echoed, "With so many items, I can't possibly pack them all alone. So please stop urging me." Wang Ying raised her hands in exasperation towards Yi Mingqing. Do you see how right I am? There was a distinct lack of the tenderness in Xia Ming's tone that he reserved for Yi Mingqing. Only then did Yi Mingqing feel reassured, turning to Wang Ying and asking, "What should I do then?" Noticing the bewildered expression on Yi Mingqing's face, Wang Ying couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "My dear Qingqing is so beautiful. How could I allow you to suffer?" she declared. "First and foremost, Xia Ming must not be allowed to touch you as freely as I do, nor should he be permitted to accompany you home at will." Yi Mingqing responded, "But we have always lived together, haven't we?" Wang Ying was taken aback for a moment. "You two have always lived together?" Yi Mingqing reluctantly explained the circumstances, and Wang Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, Xia Ming is being supported by you?" Upon saying this, Wang Ying began to pace back and forth in exhilaration. "This is quite intriguing, truly fascinating. With such a history, you can assert yourself more boldly." On the balcony, as Xia Ming was assembling the barbecue grill, he suddenly realized he was missing a tool. He returned to the living room in search of it, only to catch a glimpse of Wang Ying whispering to Yi Mingqing. Xia Ming stole a glance, only to be met with a fierce glare from Wang Ying. It seemed their relationship was progressing rapidly, as they had already begun sharing secrets. Chapter 49. Is my childhood friend brewing herbal medicine for me? After about 10 minutes, Xia Ming successfully completed the grill. Wang Ying and Yi Mingqing had also prepared the ingredients and made their way to the balcony. Xia Ming anticipated that Yi Mingqing would sit beside him, and he had already made space in advance. To his surprise, Yi Mingqing hesitated for a moment and chose to sit opposite him instead. Xia Ming assumed that Yi Mingqing felt shy due to the presence of others. "Master Xia, could you kindly help us grill the meat? We truly appreciate your effort." Wang Ying cheerfully handed over 2 large plates to Xia Ming. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xia Ming accepted the plates. As he grilled the meat, he distributed the cooked pieces to the 2 of them, occasionally indulging himself with a few bites. As the meal progressed, Xia Ming sensed something amiss. Yi Mingqing appeared preoccupied, only responding slightly when Xia Ming offered him the grilled meat. With a furrowed brow, Xia Ming cast a suspicious glance at Wang Ying, suspecting she might have said something to Yi Mingqing. However, Wang Ying simply raised her hand with a smile, exclaiming, "I want to grill meat too." Although Xia Ming was puzzled, he felt it inappropriate to pry into the whispered exchanges between the girls. He reluctantly placed the grilled meat onto Wang Ying's plate. Throughout the meal, only Wang Ying seemed truly delighted. Once they had eaten their fill, Xia Ming and Yi Mingqing stood to take their leave. Wang Ying accompanied them to the elevator, cheerfully saying, "You can come over to my house to play again when you have time." Xia Ming nodded on the surface, but inwardly resolved never to return. After just one visit, Yi Mingqing had grown noticeably distant. He glanced at Yi Mingqing, whose round face bore a slight frown, clearly lost in thought. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 3rd floor. As Xia Ming stepped out, he reached for Yi Mingqing's hand, and to his relief, Yi Mingqing did not resist, willingly taking his hand. "If there are matters that baffle you, take your time to ponder, for we have ample time ahead." Xia Ming's gentle voice resonated in Yi Mingqing's ears, warming his heart unexpectedly. "Indeed, I shall contemplate slowly." Upon their return to the Qinglu shop, Yi Mingqing's demeanor had significantly improved. With her spirits lifted, she refrained from indulging in her phone and walked directly into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Xia Ming settled on the sofa, engrossed in her device. The trending topics were awash with reports on the martial artists competition, alongside several posts discussing the rules. Xia Ming clicked to explore further. The competition was set to take place in the wilderness zone, with participants required to possess realms of martial prowess: Yi Jin, Duan Gu, Roshan, and Lian Shui. The structure of the event was based on a points system, devoid of preliminary or final rounds. Spanning a month, it consisted of a singular contest, with rankings determined by the points accrued by the martial artists. The sole means of earning points was through the slaying of monstrous beasts. Teams could collaborate, yet the points earned would be evenly distributed among members. The higher the tier of the slain beast, the greater the points awarded. Thus, the competition was inherently inequitable. Those with greater strength would secure higher ranks and more substantial rewards. Naturally, competing in the wilderness zone posed the risk of unforeseen circumstances, such as encountering exceptionally formidable beasts. In such scenarios, pressing the rescue button on a special badge would summon staff monitoring the arena to provide assistance. However, the instant one activated the rescue button, they would be disqualified. Hence, the outcome of this competition was far from certain. Throughout the annals of the Warrior Tournament's history, numerous practitioners at the Bone Forging realm have achieved remarkable results. As he glanced at his phone, Xia Ming was suddenly struck by the bitter scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafting through the air, seemingly emanating from the kitchen. Curiosity piqued. He stealthily approached the kitchen door and peered inside. Yi Mingqing was diligently preparing a pot of herbal concoction, the dark yellow broth bubbling away. A jolt of surprise coursed through Xia Ming. Was this brew intended for him? Surely, consuming it wouldn't lead to his demise? Returning to the living room, he hesitated, contemplating whether to retreat to his dormitory. Just then, the kitchen door swung open, and Yi Mingqing emerged, cradling a bowl of herbal medicine in her hands. Xia Ming, it's time to take your medicine, she declared. Xia Ming shuddered involuntarily. But I don't recall being ill, he protested. Yi Mingqing extended the bowl towards him, insisting, once you drink it, you'll understand. Hesitant, Xia Ming shook his head. Unless you elucidate the effects of this medicine, I cannot bring myself to consume it. Seeing his adamant refusal, Yi Mingqing felt compelled to clarify. You have slain numerous fierce beasts, accumulating a significant amount of malevolent energy within you. This potion is designed to expel that energy. Reassured by her words, Xia Ming began to relax, yet a flicker of uncertainty still lingered. The Seven Fiends body refinement technique relied on malevolent energy for cultivation. If he were to purge it from his body with this concoction, however, upon gazing into Yi Mingqing's bright, eager eyes, filled with anticipation, he ultimately expressed his gratitude and accepted the herbal brew from her hands. Taking the bowl, Xia Ming gingerly sipped a small mouthful. As the potion entered his system, it swiftly transformed into a warm energy that radiated throughout him. He immediately felt a comforting warmth enveloping his body. Ever since he began practicing the Seven Fiends body refinement technique, Xia Ming had noticed a significant drop in his body temperature. This should be a side effect of the Seven Fiends body refinement technique. Currently, this herbal concoction appears to alleviate such an effect. Subsequently, Xia Ming gulped down the entire potion. After finishing, Yi Mingqing promptly placed a piece of rock candy into his mouth. Although this small sweetness could not immediately dispel the bitterness lingering within, Xia Ming felt considerably better. Yi Mingqing furrowed his brow and remarked, the accumulation of malevolent energy within you is excessively heavy and stubborn. It has intertwined with your very being. This potion can merely suppress the malevolence temporarily. It cannot eradicate it. So, that was the reason. However, Yi Mingqing was unaware that Xia Ming had practiced the Seven Fiends body refinement technique, thus believing that the malevolent energy only posed detriment to him. Observing Yi Mingqing's troubled contemplation, Xia Ming felt a pang of sympathy and decided to disclose the matter of the Seven Fiends body refinement technique to him. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingqing cast an indignant glance at Xia Ming, saying, this is not a mainstream body refinement method. Did you really practice it so recklessly? Xia Ming hurriedly explained. At the time, I thought that since I had slain numerous beasts, retaining the malevolent energy within would be a waste, so I practiced it. But have you noticed that at times, you are controlled by the malevolent energy? Yi Mingqing pressed. Xia Ming nodded, acknowledging the issue, yet he had no immediate solution. Hand over the technique to me. I will have Uncle Yi take a look at it. Yi Mingqing extended his hand. Obediently, Xia Ming relinquished the technique. Yi Mingqing then stepped outside, and after a short while, he returned to the living room, handing the technique back to Xia Ming. Though the origins of this martial art are dubious, it is indeed true that a technique resembling it can be found in the Longmen shop on the 3rd floor of the Warrior's Tower. Since that particular technique is available for sale, it is evidently not as perilous as this one. Shall we go and take a look? Xia Ming glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock, and all the shops in the Warrior's Tower had closed. Perhaps it would be better to visit tomorrow? Yi Mingqing checked the time as well and reluctantly replied, then we shall go tomorrow. Chapter 50. Provocation. The next day, Yi Mingqing had to step out for an urgent matter. Xia Ming had no choice but to visit the Longmen shop on the third floor alone. Yi Mingqing had already prepared the necessary information and sent it to him. The technique he intended to purchase was named Yuan Sha Lian Tiju, a foundational body refining method for those at the bone refining stage. Before long, Xia Ming arrived at the Longmen shop and pushed the door open. Unlike other establishments, this shop had no staff. Patrons were responsible for their own payments. Thus, the atmosphere within was quite serene, with everyone quietly selecting their desired items. Xia Ming made his way directly to the section for bone refining techniques. From a distance, he could see hundreds of different methods on display. He began to search through them one by one. Halfway through, Xia Ming suddenly sensed someone approaching him. He looked up to see two young men in their 20s, adorned with gold chains around their necks and solid gold watches on their wrists. Frowning slightly, Xia Ming thought to himself that these two did not appear to be of good character, and it would be wise to avoid conversing with them. With that thought, he quickened his pace to leave, noticing that the two young men had taken notice of him and were approaching. The two men pursued him, exclaiming, "Ah, is that not the renowned figure from Fengtian City, Xia Ming? Do not be in such a haste to depart." Realizing he could not evade them, Xia Ming paused and turned to face the pair. "May I inquire if we are acquainted?" The two men exchanged sly smiles, responding, "It matters not if you do not recognize us. All you need to know is that we are affiliated with the Lu family." At that moment, Xia Ming comprehended their identity. "What business do you have with me?" The men casually patted Xia Ming on the shoulder, saying, "We noticed you perusing the items in the bone forging district and thought it only courteous to offer our assistance. After all, we have both attained the bone forging realm, while you are merely at the muscle refining stage, are you not?" They wore expressions that suggested they were genuinely concerned for his welfare. Furrowing his brow, Xia Ming was not intimidated by them. Rather, he was aware that the martial artist's building forbade any physical confrontations. He chose silence and continued his search for the martial arts technique. The two men, like an unwelcome adhesive, clung to him. "This martial arts technique is quite excellent, suitable for practitioners of the first layer of bone forging or below. I trained with this very technique 2 years prior. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me, ha ha ha." Xia Ming remained unfazed and proceeded deeper into the building. Noticing his disregard, one of the men's faces twisted into a scowl. It was utterly arrogant for a mere muscle refining practitioner to select techniques in the bone forging district. The other sneered, "In a few days at the martial artists tournament, he shall meet his demise at the hands of the Lu family. We shall see how he retains his arrogance then. Let us follow him and discover what kind of martial arts he is searching for. We can then inform our family and earn some merit in the process." They hurriedly trailed behind Xia Ming, who paid them no mind whatsoever. After a thorough search lasting over 10 minutes, Xia Ming finally uncovered the elusive martial art in a remarkably concealed corner. The Yuan Sha Body Refinement Technique. Bone Forging Realm Body Refinement Art. Description: this technique fuses the malevolent energy within the body with the vital yang energy, achieving a balance of yin and yang. Upon mastery, the body experiences significant enhancement, and the self-healing ability is greatly improved, allowing for the regeneration of severed limbs. Note: this technique requires the extermination of numerous demon beasts to accumulate malevolent energy, and the practitioner must be a virgin. Price: 10 million. Xia Ming promptly made the payment with his card, securing the martial art without hesitation. He met the required conditions. After a 10% discount, the price was reduced to 9 million. The two onlookers, upon witnessing Xia Ming's discount, exchanged astonished glances. They were both at least 5 years his senior and had yet to attain a 1-star membership at the Martial Artist Tower. How had Xia Ming managed to acquire it? Surely, he wasn't using someone else's card, was he? Suddenly, the two drew closer to Xia Ming. "Is that card belonging to the affluent woman who sponsors you?" At these words, Xia Ming's expression turned icy. They had investigated him and Yi Mingqing. In an instant, the martial art in Xia Ming's hand was snatched away by the two. "This technique appears quite impressive. May we borrow it for a moment, dear Xia?" they said. "Rest assured, we shall return it after our examination, though the timing of its return is uncertain." Upon finishing his words, a hearty laugh erupted from the two. "Is it the Lu family that has bestowed upon you the audacity to provoke me?" A voice, as chilling as that from a frigid abyss, resonated. The cacophony of laughter abruptly ceased as they perceived a seismic shift in Xia Ming's demeanor. The figure before them was no longer the lamb awaiting slaughter. Instead, he bore the semblance of a fearsome beast awakening from a long slumber. With great difficulty, they swallowed hard, feeling their bodies paralyzed with trepidation. Why am I afraid of him? Does he not merely possess the strength of the muscle transformation realm? Suddenly, Xiaoming lifted his gaze with a fierce intensity. His pupils had transformed into a vivid crimson. In that fleeting moment of connection, they glimpsed a myriad of beastly corpses and heard the anguished wails of countless creatures. The aura of lethal intent emanating from him was utterly terrifying. How many beasts must he have vanquished to unleash such ferocity? At that moment, the oppressive aura Xiaoming exuded was akin to that of a god of war. The two were ensnared in his gaze, unable to stir. As time trickled by, their breaths became increasingly labored. Suddenly, Xiaoming approached them with deliberate slowness, gently retrieving the body-refining techniques from their hands. Return and inform Lucia. I await her arrival to end my life. His words lingered in the air as he departed. Once Xiaoming was gone, the formidable pressure dissipated, leaving them gasping for breath. They exchanged a glance, their hearts still trembling with fear. Thankfully, they were within the martial artist building. Xiaoming would not dare act recklessly here. Had they been in the wild, they were certain he would have struck them down without hesitation. However, just a few days ago, Xiaoming was merely at the muscle transformation stage. Could it be that he has truly ascended to the bone refinement stage now? Although they had surmised from the overwhelming aura that Xiaoming had slain numerous demon beasts, what significance does the quantity of slain beasts hold? Killing demon beasts does not enhance one's vitality. We must convey this information to our clan members. We cannot afford to be complacent in this upcoming martial arts competition. They touched their backs, now soaked with perspiration, and hastily departed from the Longmen trading house. Soon, they arrived at a bar. Upon entering, they swiftly traversed the establishment and made their way to the rear courtyard, which belonged to the Liu family. The Liu family's descendants frequented this place for leisure, though they indulged in their amusements within the confines of the courtyard rather than outside. Upon entering the courtyard, they noticed numerous rooms surrounding it, some of which emitted sounds that were beyond description. Suddenly, a disheveled woman burst through the wooden door of one of the rooms, crashing onto the cold ground of the courtyard. Her body was battered, and fresh blood marred her forehead. After she was ejected from the room, a young man's chilling voice echoed from within. Throw her into the wilderness. The voice was devoid of emotion. The Liu family descendants, upon hearing this, instinctively lowered their heads. Ignoring the woman's moans, they silently dragged her away. Chapter 51. The sense of crisis for Yi Mingqing. Young Master Liu, we encountered Xiaoming today. The two stood outside the door, respectfully addressing the individual inside. After a prolonged pause, a voice emanated from within. Xiaoming? As the words fell, a robust young man, bare-chested, emerged from the room. He gently wiped his hands with a handkerchief, stained with specks of vivid crimson. He was none other than the strongest young man of the Liu family's generation, Lu Honglin. At merely 29 years of age, he had already attained the blood refinement realm. Indeed, he was the very individual the young lady had instructed them to eliminate. The two spoke with trepidation. We encountered him at the Warrior's Tower and discovered he has progressed to the bone-forging realm. Moreover, the murderous aura he exudes is utterly terrifying, rendering us incapable of movement. Upon hearing their words, Lu Honglin finally cast a glance in their direction. A mere bone-forging realm has instilled such fear in you? Furthermore, if he can suppress you to the point of immobility, I assure you, I can do far worse. As he concluded his statement, the two felt an overwhelming and terrifying aura envelop them. Under the immense pressure, they immediately fell to their knees. They hastily explained, Young Master, you have already reached the blood refinement realm. Killing Xiaoming would be as effortless as raising a finger. How could Xiaoming possibly compare to you? Lu Honglin's expression remained unchanged as he slowly discarded the handkerchief. You have come to disturb me over such trivial matters? With his words, the pressure surrounding the two intensified abruptly. Cold sweat had already drenched their backs, and under the sudden surge of pressure, they found themselves utterly unable to speak. Their breaths grew increasingly labored. Lu Honglin was truly contemplating their demise. Lu Honglin, in his relentless pursuit of higher martial realms, had never regarded human life lightly. Yet, he had never raised a hand against the offspring of the Liu family. While he might slay ordinary individuals without hesitation, why did he now seek to eliminate them? Brother Liu, although Xiaoming may currently lack the strength to catch our eye, he is still quite young. Another youth approached slowly, emanating a powerful aura that dispersed Lu Honglin's energy. This individual, too, was a master of the blood refinement realm. The pressure on the two of them suddenly alleviated, allowing them to exhale deeply and sit, drenched in sweat, upon the bluestone slab. Turning back, a slender young man approached. He was Lu Mu, the second of the younger generation of the Lu family. Lu Honglin scoffed disdainfully. What does it matter if he possesses great talent? He shall still meet his end at our hands. Lu Mu shook his head, replying, even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it does so with all its strength. We must not underestimate any opponent. Ah, so you have your own schemes in mind? Lu Honglin sneered. Your nature has always been such, calculating in everything you do, which is precisely why you shall never surpass me. Lu Mu chose not to argue but smiled instead. Brother Lu is correct. This is indeed a minor flaw of mine. However, is it truly wise for you to devote yourself entirely to martial pursuits? Lu Honglin cast a casual glance his way and replied, as long as my strength is formidable enough, all schemes become irrelevant. Lu Mu remained non-committal, stating, Xia Ming has saved lives. His standing among the citizens of Fengtian is quite high. If we were to strike him down now, how would the public perceive the Lu family? Lu Honglin shook his head. That is not my concern. I merely need to fulfill my own mission. Lu Mu nodded. Therefore, elder brother, there are certain matters that I must undertake. After conducting an investigation, I discovered that Xia Ming's girlfriend is the eldest daughter of the Yi family. We merely need to disseminate this information online and subtly steer the direction of public opinion. At this juncture, Lu Mu suddenly remarked, in a few days, elder brother will witness the outcome. Lu Honglin furrowed his brow. He despised individuals who spoke only halfway through their thoughts. In a restaurant within the martial artists' building, Yi Mingqing frowned as she regarded a young man clad in a tailored suit. His name was Yi Ting, hailing from the Yi family in Kyoto, and his purpose was to convey that the family elders wished for her return. Yi Mingqing nodded. Once I have celebrated Xia Ming's birthday, I will return. Yi Ting, with an air of refined elegance, responded, though Xia Ming's parents saved your life, the eldest daughter has repaid that debt over the span of 10 years, which should suffice. The clan will initiate the succession ceremony on June 6th, a ceremony that can only be conducted for those under the age of 18. This is the eldest daughter's final opportunity to receive the inheritance. As he spoke, Yi Ting's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Thus, this time, the eldest daughter must return. Yi Mingqing remained steadfast. We had previously agreed that I would care for Xia Ming for a decade, after which I would return. However, since the 10 years have not yet elapsed, I will not go back. Yi Ting looked into Yi Mingqing's eyes and suddenly smiled. If Xia Ming were to learn of this matter, would he not wish for the eldest daughter to return? Before arriving here, he had already learned about the experiences of Xia Ming and Yi Mingqing from Yi Yong, as well as the newly forged relationship between the two. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingqing's expression immediately turned frosty. Yi Ting hurriedly gestured. Miss, I assure you, I have no connection with Xia Ming. However, I believe if Xia Ming truly harbors feelings for you, he will certainly encourage you to return to your clan to accept the inheritance. Yi Mingqing furrowed her brow. She was aware of Xia Ming's affections for her, and she was certain that he would indeed wish for her return to the clan. Yet, Wang Ying's words from yesterday instilled within her a sudden sense of urgency. It felt as though, should she depart, another woman would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. This thought left her feeling both anxious and uncertain. Thus, before leaving, she yearned to create more cherished memories with Xia Ming to deepen their bond. She wished to prepare yet another birthday gift for him. Miss, upon noticing Yi Mingqing's hesitation, Yi Ting recognized he had found the right angle. Xia Ming possesses an extraordinary talent, with a remarkably swift enhancement of his vital energy. If you do not accept the inheritance, your cultivation speed will surely lag behind his, and in the future, you will be no match for him. How would Xia Ming regard you then? At this point, Yi Mingqing felt a sudden tightening in her heart. Yi Ting wore a gentle smile. As long as you return to the clan, your cultivation speed can match Xia Ming's, or even surpass it. In that case, you will retain absolute initiative and will not become a subordinate to Xia Ming. One carefully tailored argument after another gradually dismantled Yi Mingqing's psychological defenses. Yi Mingqing's expression was somewhat flustered, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally nodded. I need to discuss this with him. Yi Ting smiled and stood up to bow. Then we shall await the young lady's news. With that, Yi Ting slowly rose and departed. Chapter 52. The overwhelming public opinion after acquiring the cultivation method. Xia Ming returned to the Qinglu shop. Yi Yong intercepted him, and, after reviewing the method, inquired, You haven't engaged in that matter, have you? Xia Ming rolled his eyes. Yi Mingqing meticulously accounted for every penny he spent, no matter where he went. She always inquired with concern. She even forbade him from early romance. Did he have any opportunity for that? As expected, before Xiaoming could respond, Yi Yong gazed at him and remarked, "Considering how strict the young lady is with you, you likely haven't had such an opportunity." Xiaoming wearily raised the cultivation method in his hand. "I am going to cultivate." Without waiting for Yi Yong's reply, Xiaoming made his way back to his room. Name: Xiaoming. Age: 17. Realm: Bone Refinement Level 1. Vitality: 105, 000 150, 000. Blood Shadow Ninefold Force: 105, 000 200, 000. Capable of unleashing the 8th Bloodblade Force, fully mastered. The Seven Fiends Body Refinement Technique: 15500, 20000 refined 3 times. The Yuan Fiends Body Refinement Technique: 0-10,000, an intermediate level technique suitable for warriors in the bone refinement realm. Xiaoming sat cross-legged on his bed. Immediately commencing his cultivation, he felt a surge of intense heat emanating from his dantian. As this force coursed through his body, the malevolent energy within him suddenly became agitated, seemingly attempting to evade this newfound power. However, the force relentlessly sought out all traces of the malevolent energy, intertwining with it. This entanglement gradually established a peculiar balance, and Xiaoming's body began to warm up. After an indeterminate period, all of the malevolent energy within Xiaoming fused with the primordial yang energy. Slowly, he opened his eyes and approached the mirror. He observed that although this session of cultivation had marginally enhanced his physical strength, the improvement was minimal. Its greater significance lay in liberating him from the potential control exerted by the malevolent energy. This was likely due to his prior cultivation of the Seven Fiends Body Refinement Technique, which had completely refined the malevolent energy within him. Xiaoming glanced at the system panel. Yuan Fiends Body Refinement Technique 15500, 200 primarily serves to assist the Seven Fiends Body Refinement Technique, aiding in the control of internal malevolent energy. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with Xiaoming's conjecture. Nonetheless, the risk of being controlled by the malevolent energy was undeniably perilous, and expending 9 million to resolve this issue seemed quite worthwhile. Xiaoming attempted to manipulate the malevolent energy within him, raising his head only to realize that his eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue. Xiaoming stroked his chin, unable to deny the fact that he looked rather handsome. Having resolved this hidden concern, he stepped out of his bedroom, only to discover that it was already evening. His gaze shifted towards the kitchen, where Yi Mingqing was busily preparing dinner. As Xiaoming approached, he caught sight of Yi Mingqing adding traditional Chinese herbs into a pot. Quick as a flash, Xiaoming hurriedly intervened. "I am now able to control the malevolent energy within me." Startled by Xiaoming's sudden exclamation, Yi Mingqing shot him a mildly reproachful look. "These are not herbs for dispelling malevolent energy," she explained. "I purchased them to concoct a healing ointment for injuries." As she spoke, Yi Mingqing grasped Xiaoming's arm, drawing his attention to the redness and swelling on his skin. "Look, your skin is still inflamed. The ice pack from last night was ineffective, so I thought of this remedy. Besides, in a couple of days, you will be participating in the martial arts competition, spending a month in the wilderness and inevitably encountering battles with ferocious beasts, which may lead to injuries. Before you leave, take the ointment I prepare. Just apply a little if you get hurt listening to Yi Mingqing's incessant chatter." Xiaoming felt as though a gust of wind had stirred the calm surface of a lake, creating ripples of emotion within him. He smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. "I will certainly achieve an excellent result." Yi Mingqing swatted his hand away and pouted. "I am not asking for any particular ranking. All I desire is your safe return." With a hint of jest, Xiaoming replied, "What would you do if I didn't come back?" Yi Mingqing suddenly placed her finger on Xiaoming's lips. "No more nonsense. If you continue to speak like that, I want to allow you to go." Her voice took on a slightly tearful tone. Xiaoming hurriedly embraced Yi Mingqing, exclaiming, "Your boyfriend has ventured out of the city numerous times and has only sustained injuries once. This is a testament to his cunning. As long as he participates in the competition with his wits about him, I am certain your boyfriend will endure till the very end." Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, Yi Mingqing's tears transformed into laughter. "What you speak of is not cunning. It is rather a display of caution." Xiaoming chuckled, only to be suddenly pushed away by Yi Mingqing, who flashed a sly smile. "We have only been on one date, and you are already eager to embrace. Don't you think that is a tad too hasty?" Xiaoming was taken aback. Hadn't Yi Mingqing been the one hastening their pace? After just one date, she insisted that he could only hold her hand. Yi Mingqing gently patted Xiaoming's shoulder. Only after our next date can we indulge in such embraces. Xiaoming suddenly realized that this hesitance was likely influenced by Wang Ying. If it weren't for the past she held over her. Xiaoming, feeling disheartened, exited the kitchen and sank into the sofa. Just as he retrieved his phone, he noticed several messages from De Huang and Wang Ying urging him to view a particular post. Upon opening it, he discovered a post detailing Yi Mingqing's identity. Squinting at the screen, he comprehended that her background was certainly not something an ordinary individual could uncover. If one were to assess who bore the greatest suspicion, it would undoubtedly be the Liu family. As Xiaoming continued reading, his expression shifted drastically. This individual had thoroughly unveiled Yi Mingqing's background, even revealing the heart-wrenching truth that her parents had sacrificed themselves to save her. Yi Mingqing perhaps stayed here to care for him as a means of compensation. In that moment, Xiaoming suddenly comprehended everything. He mused that Yi Mingqing would certainly not support him without reason. This was the underlying cause. Xiaoming continued to read on until he encountered the mention of their relationship. The poster claimed they were in a romantic relationship and added a question. Does anyone know how they got together? This prompted a flurry of speculation. When Xiaoming ventured into the comments section, he discovered that some had indeed speculated he had used this reason to coerce Yi Mingqing. Nevertheless, the majority seemed to applaud their story, believing Yi Mingqing to be both affectionate and loyal. However, the perception of Xiaoming took a sudden downturn. Did Xiaoming consider this an indulgence of 10 years? If such fortune were to fall upon him, he would awaken from dreams with a smile. Suddenly, he felt unworthy of Yi Mingqing. Given Yi Mingqing's stature, he likely had no shortage of suitors more distinguished than Xiaoming. Xiaoming silently observed these comments. He had not anticipated that the Liu family would stoop to such depths. Yet, he deemed these rumors as mere trifles. He understood the immense debt he owed to Yi Mingqing. Had it not been for Yi Mingqing, he might have perished from hunger long ago. Ultimately, these public opinions stemmed from his own lack of strength. If he were a warrior of formidable prowess now, would they still speak of him in such a manner? Xiaoming, are you all right? I think you should disregard these people. They merely engage in idle chatter. I have witnessed your hard work firsthand. De Huang sent a message to Xiaoming, seemingly concerned about the potential impact on him. Xiaoming replied, De Huang, your vitality hasn't surpassed 100 yet, has it? De Huang retorted, damn it. If you're fine, why must you come and hurt me? Xiaoming urged, quickly go and cultivate. De Huang lamented, wah. Subsequently, Xiaoming messaged Wang Ying, assuring her not to worry. Wang Ying responded with a cheering emoji. Suddenly, Yi Mingqing approached, inquiring, who are you messaging? Chapter 53. Yi Mingqing's decision. Startled by Yi Mingqing's sudden appearance, Xiaoming instinctively turned off his phone screen. Observing Yi Mingqing's curious expression, he was perplexed as to why he felt guilty. Wasn't it merely a normal conversation? Noticing Xiaoming's reluctance to show her the phone, Yi Mingqing, with a huff, demanded, are you chatting with another woman? I'm not. I didn't tea. Xiaoming hastily protested. Yi Mingqing extended her hand, playfully huffing, let me check. Reluctantly, Xiaoming placed his phone in her hand. Yi Mingqing took the phone and deftly entered the password. Upon discovering his conversation with Wang Ying, she shot him an admonishing glance. However, as Yi Mingqing's fingers danced across the screen, her brow slowly furrowed. Xiaoming realized she had seen that post. He clarified. It must have been orchestrated by the Liu family. Yi Mingqing also recognized this, a look of indignation crossing her face. That day, after Liu Shiya had made a fool of herself at the school gate and was taken to the hospital, she had directly confronted Xiaoming upon regaining consciousness. The assassination squad has been entrusted with the task of eliminating Xiaoming. They are now inciting public opinion online to exert pressure on him. Yi Mingqing suddenly felt a surge of heat rush to her head, as a voice in her mind incessantly urged her to employ her family's influence to eradicate the Liu family. She was genuinely infuriated. Hey, calm down. I'm not that upset myself, so why are you about to explode? Xiaoming remarked, observing the rising and falling of Yi Mingqing's chest as he pulled her onto the sofa. I am angry precisely because they are speaking about you. Yi Mingqing retorted vehemently. They know nothing and yet dare to speak of you like that. Xiaoming chuckled softly. It is precisely because they are ignorant and merely being manipulated that we should not allow ourselves to be angered by them. What truly matters to me is whether you have feelings for me. Of course I do. Yi Mingqing confessed without hesitation. Xiaoming gently patted her head. That is all I need to hear. However, their comments leave me feeling uneasy. Do not worry. Once the martial arts competition concludes, they will fall silent. Xiaoming reassured her with a smile. Perhaps by that time, they will even proclaim us a match made in heaven? Yi Mingqing pouted. You must deliver a resounding slap to their faces. Xiaoming nodded. I shall prove that my family's young lady possesses impeccable taste. Yi Mingqing suddenly laughed, playfully slapping Xiaoming's thigh. Who is the young lady? I am practically becoming a maid. Having this thought, Xiaoming nodded inwardly. The maids and stewards aren't bad either. But it's still more exhilarating with the young mistress. After the two had finished their meal, the medicinal poultice was also ready. The once grayish-black decoction had transformed into a viscous ointment. Once the temperature had decreased somewhat, Yi Mingqing applied the poultice to Xiaoming's arm and wrapped it with a white bandage. If left on overnight, it would be mostly healed by the next morning. After giving Xiaoming her instructions, Yi Mingqing allowed him to return to his bedroom to rest. Lying alone in bed, Xiaoming suddenly felt a longing for the times when they would sit together and play games. After Xiaoming returned to his bedroom, Yi Mingqing also came to a resolution. She would return to the Yi family in the capital to improve her aptitude and vitality. Although she was the Yi family's young mistress, her influence was not significant enough, and she was restricted in every way, unable to mobilize all the family's resources. The family's power, after all, was not her own. If her personal strength was not strong enough, she would not be able to be together without any worries for long. The next day, Xiaoming woke up early. He discovered that the swelling on his arm had completely subsided. There was no stinging sensation when he touched it. Ordinary traditional Chinese medicine certainly would not have this effect. This ointment was truly miraculous. Xiaoming looked at the dark ointment, and his heart was at ease. During the martial arts competition, even if he was injured, he would be able to recover quickly. This was an unexpected delight. After breakfast, Xiaoming went directly to the wilderness area. This time, he put on the combat suit that Yi Mingqing had bought for him. The suit was extremely flexible and clung tightly to his body. Wearing it posed no discernible discomfort and did not impede his movements in the slightest. After a day of vanquishing demonic beasts, Xiaoming returned to Fengtian. While waiting for the elevator at the martial artists' building, he encountered familiar faces, those guards he often crossed paths with. Xiaoming remarked on the fact that he had only seen one guard upon entering today. Upon recognizing him, the guards enthusiastically greeted him, asking, "Shall we dine together?" Xiaoming chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Someone is preparing a meal for me at home." The guards, aware of whom he referred to, exchanged knowing glances but soon shifted topics, instead introducing a gentleman among them whom Xiaoming did not know. "This is Song Jiantao, the second son of the Song family. He is the one treating us to a meal. And this is Xiaoming. I believe he requires no further introduction." Song Jiantao approached, extending his hand. "So, this is the young brother Xiaoming, who has saved the lives of 6 warriors. His renown precedes him." Xiaoming returned the gesture politely. "Greetings, young Master Song." Song Jiantao scrutinized Xiaoming from head to toe, realizing he could not discern Xiaoming's current realm. Curiously, he inquired, "Young brother Xia, when you rescued those warriors last time, you were at the 2nd level of muscle transformation, correct?" Xiaoming nodded. Song Jiantao continued, "May I be so bold as to ask what your current realm is?" Xiaoming smiled and replied, "Bone refinement." Song Jiantao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Bone refinement? Has it only been a little over 10 days since then?" The guard beside them wore an expression of amusement. "Do you recall our conversation about someone elevating to the 9th level of muscle transformation in merely half a month?" Song Jiantao opened his mouth, realizing, so, it wasn't merely a statement meant to undermine me. There truly exists someone capable of such a feat. At that moment, the elevator arrived, and the group stepped inside. Song Jiantao managed to regain a semblance of composure. Once calmed, he immediately recalled the post from the previous night. The Song family was indeed a prominent clan in Fengtian, and he had learned that the Lu family was targeting Xiaoming, while the reasons behind their antagonism remained unclear. With Xiaoming's talents now coming to light, a sudden notion took root in Song Jiantao's mind. Given that the Lu family was their competitor, if they were to focus their efforts on Xiaoming, could they not then draw him to their side? Furthermore, Xiaoming was set to participate in the martial arts competition on May 1st. Although he would not compete himself, there were family members who would. When the Lu family turned their attention to Xiaoming, the Song family could seize the opportunity to bolster their favor. Ah, indeed, acquaintance is a form of fate. Shall we exchange contact information? Instead of offering a business card, Song Jiantao took out his phone, intending to exchange numbers with Xiaoming. Although surprised, Xiaoming acknowledged that the second son of the Song family was a respectable individual, especially with the guard's amiable rapport with him. Thus, he willingly shared his contact details. Moments later, the elevator arrived, and as Xiaoming stepped out, he said, "I'm heading home now. Enjoy your meal." The guards patted their chests, declaring, "Young Master Song has plenty of wealth. We shall certainly indulge." Song Jiangtao nonchalantly produced a card, exclaiming, "Let us go. My father has just gifted me 100. Chapter 54. The competition begins. As he bid them farewell, Xiaoming returned to the Qinglu Inn. After shedding his outer coat, he gazed at the protective gear adorning his body. To assess the quality of the attire, Xiaoming had deliberately endured a blow from a third-tier demon beast today. Had he not been clad in this protective suit, he would undoubtedly have sustained injuries. However, upon meticulous examination, he discovered that he remained unscathed while wearing it. Xiaoming couldn't help but reflect on the wisdom behind the adage that speaks to the value of quality. With this suit, he could hunt third-tier demon beasts with abandon. After removing the protective gear, Xiaoming took a refreshing shower. Once he emerged, Yi Mingqing handed him a large transparent water bottle, stating, "Inside is some healing medicine. Please store it in your storage ring." Accepting the medicine with a smile and a nod, Xiaoming tucked it away, and the two of them settled at the dining table. As they dined, Xiaoming noticed that Yi Mingqing appeared somewhat distracted, seemingly grappling with some indecision. Assuming that she was still contemplating the whispered conversation with Wang Ying, he refrained from inquiring further. After finishing their meal and clearing the table, Xiaoming sank into the sofa. Tomorrow marked the final day before the martial artist competition commenced, and he had no intention of venturing outside. He needed to prepare for the impending contest. Food, water, clothing, and medical supplies all required his personal attention. Furthermore, the specific rules and rewards for the martial artist competition had been announced. The scoring system was as follows. First-tier demon beasts awarded 1 to 9 points. Second-tier 11 to 30 points. Third-tier 40 to 100 points. And fourth-tier 150 to 300 points. The fifth-tier demon beasts yield between 400 to 800 points. Xiaoming smacked his lips. He is currently at the bone refining realm and can only defeat third-tier demon beasts at most. Interestingly, the points acquired from slaying 10 third-tier demon beasts equate to those earned from vanquishing a single fifth-tier beast. This realization indeed renders the pursuit of a top rank rather arduous. Xiaoming continued to peruse the details. Rewards. For the top 100, junior officer rank. For the top 500, a monetary prize of 100 million and 10,000 contribution points. For the top 1,000, an opportunity to enter the military's martial arts library to acquire a martial technique. From the 1,001st to 5,000, a monetary prize of 10 million. From 5,001st to 10,000, a monetary prize of 1 million. The total number of participants is 234,641. Xiaoming shifted his gaze towards the positions within the top 1,000. The chance to break into the top 100 seemed slim. However, striving for the top 1,000 was still a worthy endeavor. Xiaoming had heard that the military's martial arts library housed many formidable techniques, including methods like the Seven Fiends body refining technique, which utilizes malevolent energy for cultivation. Although the recently acquired Yuan Fiend body refining technique had helped him control the malevolent energy within, it was merely of the mystical tier. As the malevolent energy in his body gradually increased, this technique would ultimately become obsolete. Abandoning the path of malevolent energy body refinement was not an option for him. Thus, he must find a solution to manage the malevolent energy within. At that moment, as Xiaoming was engrossed in his phone, Yi Mingqing approached him. "What are you looking at?" She playfully blinked. Xiaoming placed his phone in front of them. The rules of the martial artist competition. Yi Mingqing glanced at it and remarked, "The rewards for the martial artist competition are indeed enticing. The officer status and the chance to select a martial technique are quite impressive. It is possible that the military possesses techniques capable of completely controlling the malevolent energy within one's body." Xiaoming nodded in agreement. "Hence, my objective this time is to place within the top 1,000. Yi Mingqing remarked earnestly. "Rankings are of secondary importance. What matters most is your safe return." She contemplated that if Xiaoming did not achieve satisfactory results, she would seek assistance from her family to inquire within the military on his behalf. Suddenly, she felt Xiaoming grasp her hand. A faint smile graced Yi Mingqing's lips as she playfully clasped his hand in return. Is it true that girls enjoy toying with boys' hands? With her plan to deepen their bond through hand-holding thwarted, Xiaoming could only helplessly occupy himself with his phone using his free hand. The following day, Xiaoming ventured out to procure supplies. Upon returning to the Qiglu shop, he was called over by Yi Yong. You seem to be in good spirits. That post did not affect you, did it? Xiaoming shook his head. They are merely trying to provoke me. Yi Yong nodded in understanding. I support your participation in the martial arts competition. If you rank within the top 100, you will be rewarded with the status of an officer, allowing you direct entry into the military. Xiaoming humbly replied, I am merely at the bone refinement stage. To even consider the top 100 is far too ambitious. Achieving a position within the top 1,000 would suffice. Yi Yong nodded. Although the reward for placing within the top 1,000 is merely the opportunity to select martial techniques from the military's arsenal, it is still quite suitable for you. As he spoke, Yi Yong's expression turned contemplative. I recall that the military's arsenal contains several tomes on refining malevolent energy, which should be quite fitting for you. Xiaoming felt a sudden surge of joy. Indeed, he had discovered the martial arts technique he required. Yi Yong glanced at Xiaoming and said, I called you here to inform you of something important. Yi Miqing is returning to Kyoto. Yi Miqing is returning to Kyoto? Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Noticing Xiaoming's expression, Yi Yong suddenly inquired, Did you already know she was leaving? Xiaoming nodded slightly. Yi Yong continued, You now have two paths to choose from. The first is to rely on your own efforts to join the military and undergo training. With your talent, you should be able to advance and rank swiftly. Once you achieve success, you can seek out the young lady in the capital. Xiaoming fell into silence. If that were the case, it might be quite a while before they would see each other again. Yi Yong elaborated. The second option is to apply to a university in Kyoto, where the young lady will likely attend as well, allowing you both to meet whenever you wish. Upon hearing this second option, Xiaoming resolutely shook his head. I will not attend university. At this, Yi Yong nodded in satisfaction. If Xiaoming were to choose university merely for a brief encounter with Yi Miqing, he would indeed be disappointed in him. Xiaoming lifted his head, his gaze firm, and declared, I will definitely go see her. Yi Yong stood up with a smile, patting Xiaoming on the shoulder. You've chosen the most arduous path. So don't falter along the way. Having experienced military life himself, he understood the challenges that lay ahead. However, he always believed that no man who emerged from the military was weak. Yi Yong gazed at Xiaoming, who was grinning and rubbing his shoulders. As soon as this fellow arrives in Kyoto, I shall certainly treat him to a splendid feast. The following day, Xiaoming rose early, only to discover that Yi Miqing was already awaiting him in the living room, adorned in the black dress he had gifted her. After they tidied themselves up, the two departed from the Qinglu Inn at a leisurely pace. The first floor of the Warriors building was bustling with activity. Wang Ying, overwhelmed with busyness, still managed to catch sight of Xiaoming and waved at him. He nodded in response. On May 1st, at 8 o'clock in the morning, all the warriors departed from the Warriors building, heading towards the wilderness from all corners of Fengtian City. Xiaoming bid farewell to Yi Miqing. I am leaving. I shall await your return. As he watched Xiaoming depart, a figure clad in a suit suddenly appeared beside Yi Miqing. It was Yi Ting's voice that rang out. Miss, have you made a decision? Yi Miqing replied, I will leave with you after he returns. She gazed towards the direction in which Xiaoming had vanished, silently contemplating. When he returns, he should not be alone. Chapter 55. Pursuit. Just as he exited the city, Xiaoming sensed several piercing gazes directed towards him. Turning his head, he observed that members of the Lu family had gathered, numbering over 20. The two at the forefront exuded an exceptionally potent aura, likely the strongest among the Lu clan. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. The night prior, Lu Rushi had disclosed the names and strengths of the Lu family disciples to him. Among them, two were at the blood refinement stage, one named Lu Honglin, a second-tier blood refinement warrior, and the other, Lu Mu, a first-tier. The burly man leading the group was presumably Lu Honglin. The slender man beside him was Lu Mu. Noticing Xiaoming's gaze, Lu Honglin cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Lu Mu responded with a smile and a nod. Xiaoming did not reciprocate and turned to leave. At present, he was only at the bone refining stage, lacking the ability to confront them directly. He needed to enhance his vitality and blood essence while ensuring his safety. Only by elevating his vitality to the blood refining stage could he stand against the Lu family. As Xiaoming hurried away, Lu Mu addressed the two individuals behind him adorned with gold chains. You two, follow him and keep an eye on him. Are we not supposed to confront him directly? They hesitated, intimidated by Xiaoming's imposing presence at the martial artists' building. Lu Mu chuckled. Are we merely to observe Xiaoming's demise and disregard our own achievements? They had their own ambitions for participating in the martial arts competition. Although they could not disregard the ladies' orders, fulfilling their own goals was paramount. With a month-long competition ahead, they had ample time to act gradually. With this thought, Lu Mu turned to the two. You only need to monitor him. No need for direct confrontation. Once my brother and I secure enough points, we will come to you. Upon hearing this, the hesitation in their expressions diminished significantly. Lu Mu's lips curled into a slight smile. Moreover, if you execute this task well, I shall ensure you are credited with a significant merit. At this proclamation, a spark of eagerness ignited in their eyes. Both were fifth-level bone refiners, with a far superior level to Xia Ming. As long as they maintained a safe distance, there was absolutely no danger in this endeavor. With ease, one could achieve a remarkable feat. Why not seize such an opportunity? Grateful for the favor bestowed by the second young Master Xia, we shall certainly ensure that this task is executed splendidly. Having said this, the two turned and departed, following closely behind Xiao Ming. Lu Honglin cast a perplexed glance at Lu Mu. Could we not simply eliminate him and then slay the demon beasts to accumulate points? Lu Mu elucidated. Although we are in the wilderness zone, there are numerous personnel dedicated to safeguarding the lives of martial artists, along with satellites broadcasting live feeds. We cannot afford to brazenly attack Xiao Ming. He continued, we must orchestrate some unforeseen circumstances. Lu Honglin, visibly irritated, shot a glance at Lu Mu and muttered, how troublesome. After departing from the city gate, Xiao Ming swiftly traversed several novice zones. The number of martial artists around him gradually diminished. It was not until he reached Zone 0990 that Xiao Ming paused and entered a building. During his journey, he noticed that he was being followed. The two individuals tailing him were evidently stronger, maintaining a well-calibrated distance. This prevented Xiao Ming from discerning their faces. It was almost certain they belonged to the Lu family. Was it possible they intended to strike him at the onset of the competition? Xiao Ming deemed this likelihood to be slim. On his way to Zone 0990, he had observed numerous individuals clad in military uniforms. They were troops dispatched from the Tian Division to assist in the martial arts tournament. In addition to the military presence, the martial artists building had also deployed a considerable number of personnel, all dressed in formal attire and sporting sunglasses, exuding an imposing aura from a distance. When a contestant presses the rescue button on the special badge, assistance will be rendered to them. However, this rescue is not absolute. Contestants must still prioritize their own safety to the greatest extent possible. Contemplating this, Xiao Ming gazed through a window into the distance, where he spotted two figures entering the 0990 zone, lurking in the shadows. Could it be those two individuals he encountered at the martial artist building? He did not anticipate that they were stealthily following him. Indeed, they were slightly stronger than Xiao Ming, being fifth-tier martial artists. Should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. After waiting for a while with no sign of movement from the two, Xiao Ming hesitated before activating the special badge. Within it lay a unique network established by relevant personnel, allowing him to view his score and the overall rankings of all participating martial artists. Name, Xiao Ming points, 0 ranking, 233390. The leaderboard for the martial arts competition featured. First, Song Shubin, 125. Second, Lu Honglin, 104. Third, Wang Chun, 92. Fourth, Lu Mu, 78. Fifth, Lu Honglin and Lu Mu were prominently positioned at the forefront of the rankings. If they were indeed pursuing him, they would not possess such high scores. It seemed they intended to eliminate the demon beasts first. Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Honglin and Lu Mu did not directly engage him, the situation would be in his favor. As for the two individuals trailing him, they were likely sent by Lu Mu to monitor his movements. With protective gear in place, he faced no threat from the fifth-tier martial artists. Yet, it was surprising that Lu Honglin was only in second place. The individual who holds the top rank bears the surname Song, presumably hailing from the esteemed Song Jiangtao lineage. It is rather surprising that, despite Song Jiangtao's apparent lack of dedication to cultivation, his family harbors such a remarkable figure. Fortunately, he harbors no enmity towards the Song family. As for the third-ranked Wang Chun, Lu Rushi has mentioned him before. He is the most formidable member of the younger generation of the Wang family and a practitioner at the blood refinement stage, possessing a close relationship with Lu Mu. Xiao Ming's lips twitched slightly. Excellent, excellent. Now 3 out of the top 4 intend to hunt him down. However, they are currently occupied with the extermination of demon beasts, granting him a temporary reprieve. Xiaoming glanced at the building beside him and slowly stepped out of the door. Since these two wished to follow him, he would allow it. Once he elevates his vitality to the 5th level of bone tempering, he would deal with them. With this thought, Xiaoming drew out the dragon scale silver blade and briskly made his way towards the depths of the area. As the martial artist competition commenced, the martial artist building in Fengtian City had already initiated a live broadcast. This broadcast displayed 100 simultaneous feeds captured by satellites, allowing viewers to select their preferred view. The main broadcast feed would cyclically switch between these 100 visuals, prioritizing the one with the highest viewer engagement. At this moment, the primary live feed was divided into 4 segments, showcasing the top 4 competitors as they journeyed further into the wilderness. They had already encountered numerous 3rd-tier and even 4th-tier demon beasts. 3rd-tier demon beasts correspond to practitioners at the bone tempering stage, while 4th-tier demon beasts are akin to those at the body refinement stage. All 4 of them are at the blood refinement stage, meaning 4th-tier demon beasts stand no chance against them. They merely swept their hands towards the demonic beast, and in an instant, their vital essence erupted forth, resembling a slender line of blood that swiftly reached the neck of the 4th-tier beast. In the next moment, bright red blood gushed from the creature's throat. Chapter 56. The connections of the class teacher. With every movement, they effortlessly dispatched several 4th-tier demonic beasts. This spectacle stirred the hearts of the onlookers, resulting in a rapid increase in the number of viewers in the live stream. In Fengtian City, at the Lu residence, Lu Xia had already left the hospital. She was seated in the opulently decorated living room, watching the live broadcast on television. Upon witnessing Lu Honglin and Lu Mu directly confront the demonic beasts instead of seeking out Xiaoming, she remained unperturbed. Lu Mu had already informed her of their plans in advance. Lu Xia understood that the act of eliminating Xiaoming must not appear overly urgent. Moreover, discussions regarding Xiaoming were intensifying, and it was inevitable that someone would take notice of him. Lu Xia glanced at the barrage of comments, and indeed, a considerable number of viewers were inquiring about Xiaoming's whereabouts. The scene of Xiaoming and Yi Mingqing registering on the 1st floor of the martial artists building had been shared online, and everyone was aware that Xiaoming was also participating in the martial arts competition. As the comments multiplied, an additional frame suddenly appeared on the screen that previously displayed 4 views. In this new frame, Xiaoming was engaged in a fierce battle with a 3rd-tier, 1st-grade demonic beast wielding his battle knife. After delivering several slashes of knife energy, he barely managed to slay the creature. Observing this moment, some viewers promptly commented in the barrage, "It seems that Xiaoming is significantly lagging behind the top 4. The top 4 are all warriors of the blood refinement realm, effortlessly slaughtering 4th-tier beasts as if they were mere dogs. Yet, for Xiaoming, even defeating a 3rd-tier beast proves to be a formidable challenge. Currently, Xiaoming's rank stands at 160,000, and it seems unlikely that he will secure any noteworthy position. Having only been a warrior for less than a month, he is already capable of slaying 3rd-tier beasts. What reason is there to compare him to them?" Upon reading this comment, Lu Xia huffed in displeasure. However, this remark was soon drowned out by an overwhelming tide of discussions. At Fengtian Second Junior High School, Huang Yui was secretly glancing at his phone. That previous comment was his own. He was genuinely infuriated by the unfair comparison of Xiaoming, who has worked so hard. Suddenly, another comment floated by. "He truly does not deserve Yi Mingqing." Huang Yui felt an immediate surge of anger. Who are you to judge Xiaoming in such a manner? These individuals know nothing of the truth, while he, Huang Yui, has witnessed the nuances of their relationship firsthand. Xiaoming lost his parents at a young age, yet he has never complained, always donning a cheerful demeanor. Yi Mingqing is exceptionally beautiful and treats Xiaoming with kindness, considering his words earnestly. If his sister-in-law were to see these comments, she would undoubtedly be furious. Just as Huang Yui was seething with indignation, his homeroom teacher, Su Qingwei, suddenly appeared behind him. "Why are you playing on your phone during class?" Su Qingwei immediately adopted a stern expression, his demeanor serious. Usually, if caught, Huang Yui would dare not even breathe audibly. However, at that moment, for reasons unknown, Huang Yui felt as though something within his chest was on the verge of bursting forth. Suddenly, he stood up and exclaimed, "Teacher, I have something to say." Su Qingwei, suspecting Huang Yui was about to make excuses, coldly inquired, "What is it?" Huang Yui turned to address his classmates in the classroom, shouting, "Xiaoming has entered the martial artist competition, yet people online are claiming that Xiaoming lacks strength and is unworthy of Yi Mingqing. We cannot stand idly by. The classroom fell into a profound silence, as everyone had seen the online post that had, albeit subtly, swayed public opinion in that direction. Huang Yui continued. Xiaoming has broken through to the bone-forging realm in just 1 month, and even assisted School Belle Yi in dealing with Lu Xia from Class 1. We have all witnessed this. We cannot allow them to slander Xiaoming in such a manner. After Huang Yui finished speaking, the students remained unexpectedly silent. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. It is akin to working diligently to elevate your rank from 26th to 9th, only for others to assert that you are inferior to the person in second place and unworthy of the first. Who can endure that? As his words resonated, one student rose to their feet. Though Xiaoming has taken our School Belle Yi, I stand with Xiaoming. With the first voice of support, another soon followed. And one by one, many began to stand in solidarity. At that moment, Yi Mingqing slowly entered the classroom, casting a curious glance at the standing students. Someone explained the situation to her, and she smiled softly. I am truly grateful for how much you all care for Xiaoming. Yi Mingqing bowed to the crowd, stating, however, there are certain matters beyond our control. For now, let us focus our attention on the college entrance examination. Su Qingwei took over the conversation, affirming, Yi Mingqing speaks wisely. These issues are not within your purview. While your concern is commendable, it is imperative that you prioritize your studies. As Su Qingwei approached the podium, he added, during class time, I expect you to concentrate on your studies. What transpires during recess is of no concern to me. Upon finishing his remarks, he turned his gaze towards Yi Mingqing and said, please accompany me for a moment. The two made their way to the office, where Su Qingwei rapped his knuckles on the desk and instructed, please recount the events to me. Aside from matters concerning the Liu family, Yi Mingqing relayed the facts to Su Qingwei without reservation. After listening attentively, Su Qingwei's brow furrowed in concern. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoming was participating in the martial arts competition, an event fraught with danger. The moment he considered Xiaoming's safety, Su Qingwei began to dismiss the surrounding rumors. He then addressed Yi Mingqing, saying, very well, I now understand. Please return to the classroom. As the class monitor, it is your responsibility to soothe your classmates' emotions. Yi Mingqing nodded in acknowledgement and took his leave. Once Yi Mingqing departed, Su Qingwei retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello? Lu Cheng, it's me. Old Su, what brings you to call? Have you remembered our previous agreement for a hot pot meal? Su Qingwei hesitated before responding. I am aware that you are doing well in the military in Fengtian City. Could you assist me with a favor? The two individuals have shared a bond since high school, having been classmates since 1978, and thus speak without reservation. Noticing a serious tone in Su Qingwei's voice, Lu Cheng inquired, what is the matter? Su Qingwei proceeded to explain the situation. Lu Cheng immediately grasped his intent. For the upcoming martial arts competition in Fengtian, we indeed have a major assisting us, and I will reach out to him to ensure he looks after Xiaoming. Upon hearing that a major would be available for supervision, Su Qingwei's tone lightened somewhat. This student of mine, at just 17 years old, has already slain a third-tier beast. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. A 17-year-old bone refining realm martial artist? Su Qingwei chuckled. What do you think? Wouldn't he be considered a genius in your military? If that is the case, I must take a closer look. Lu Qing suddenly found himself intrigued by Xiaoming. A 17-year-old in the bone refining realm, if not utilizing any underhanded methods, is bound to achieve the status of a war god within a decade, perhaps even surpassing him. After hanging up, Lu Qing promptly utilized an emergency contact line to reach out to the war god present at the Fengtian martial arts competition. Chapter 57. The 114,514th name outside Fengtian City. In a wilderness area, atop a tall building stood a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 30s. Hands clasped behind his back. Clad in military uniform, a dazzling golden star adorned his shoulder insignia, flanked by 2 gleaming golden stripes. He was Major Su Dingming, dispatched by the military to assist in organizing the martial arts competition in Fengtian. Moments ago, Commander Lu Cheng of the Fengtian Military District contacted him, urging him to pay attention to an individual named Xiaoming. He furrowed his brow as he examined the rankings provided by the Warriors Tower. This name did not appear among the top 100. Why would the commander specifically mention him? Major, there are 3 individuals named Xiaoming participating in the Warriors competition. A young officer reported from behind him, having just uncovered this information. Upon hearing this, Su Dingming felt a wave of frustration. The commander had not specified which Xiaoming he was referring to. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Dingming instructed, Deploy 3 warriors at the 5th Bridge Realm to ensure their safety. Beyond the Blood Refinement Realm lies the 5th Bridge Realm, where the warriors possess capabilities vastly superior by 100-fold or more. As long as these Xiamings do not recklessly provoke 6th-tier monstrous beasts, they should be able to survive until the conclusion of the warriors' competition. As twilight descended, Xiaming found refuge in a basement. Once he confirmed his safety, he effortlessly accessed the system panel. Name: Xiaming. Age: 17. Realm: Bone Forging Level 2. Vitality: 165, 000, 250, 000. Blood Shadow Ninefold Force: 165, 000, 200, 000. Capable of unleashing the Eightfold Bloodblade Force, fully mastered. 7 Fiend's Body Refinement Technique: 15, 520, 000. 3 refinements completed. Yuan Fiend Body Refinement Technique: 15, 520, 000. Primarily assists the 7 Fiend's Body Refinement Technique, aiding in the control of internal malevolent energy. On a day filled with bloodshed, he gained 60, 000 vitality. With protective gear adorning his body, Xiaming unleashed his full potential, charging at any beast he encountered with his blade drawn. This relentless assault was the reason behind his remarkable accumulation of vitality. As for the 2 members of the Lu family trailing behind him, Xiaming harbored no concerns. His apprehension lay with the blood-refining warriors of the Lu clan. Thus, he frequently glanced at the leaderboard. If the scores of Lu Mu and Lu Honglin were on the rise, it indicated they had yet to seek him out. He surveyed his own score. Name: Xiaming. Score: 33, 000. Rank: 114, 514. As the day progressed, his ranking settled into a more moderate position, aligning with Xiaming's mental expectations. The participants in this contest were all under the age of 30, required to possess a cultivation level above the muscle transformation stage. For an average bone-refining warrior, achieving a mid-tier score was commendable. However, for Xiaming, this achievement was far from satisfactory. His aspirations extended into the top 1,000. He scrutinized the leaderboard further. First place: Song Shubin, 182, 300. Second place: Lu Honglin, 180, 100. Third place: Wang Chun, 152, 500. Fourth place: Lu Mu, 151, 200. Fifth place. Their overall standings remained relatively unchanged, yet their accrued points were 5-fold compared to his own. Nevertheless, they were not his targets. Xiaming continued to delve deeper into the rankings. 100th place: 122, 100. 1000th place: 95, 400. 3 times, perhaps? Xiaming calculated that he could slay over 600 demon beasts in a single day. If he aspired to rank among the top 1,000, he would need to hunt 4th-tier demon beasts. Only martial artists at the physical body realm could accomplish this with ease. Thus, it was likely that the top 1,000 were predominantly martial artists of the physical body realm and above. If he were to exert himself fully, he could elevate his cultivation by 1 level each day. In just 10 days, he would ascend to the physical body realm. Moreover, by the time Lu Honglin and Lu Mu sought him out 20 days later, he would have reached the blood-refining realm. At that juncture, he would no longer need to conceal himself with trepidation. After consuming a modest meal, Xiaming sat cross-legged. Having slain so many demon beasts today, he had accumulated a measure of malevolent energy within him. He pondered whether refining this malevolent energy would enable the 7 malevolent refinement technique to break through to the next realm. On the 3rd floor of the martial artist building, in the Qinglu boutique, Yi Mingqing locked the shop door and settled in her bedroom to watch the live broadcast. As night fell, nearly all martial artists retreated into the buildings, conserving their strength for the ensuing battles of the following day. The barrage of comments in the live stream gradually diminished. Yi Mingqing stared vacantly at the television screen, her heart weighed down with concern for Xiaming's safety. She had contemplated sending Yi Yong to protect him. But given the multitude of participants in the martial artist competition, Yi Yong's presence could incite unnecessary trouble, so he refrained from going. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a message from Yi Yong. "Young miss, do not be swayed by the opinions circulating online. We are well aware of Xia's extraordinary talent. Mark my words. By the conclusion of the martial artist competition, Xiaming will undoubtedly leave them in awe." Upon receiving the message, Yi Mingqing couldn't help but smile. Indeed, how could she possibly lack confidence in Xiaming? She was eagerly anticipating his triumphant return. "Sister Qing, I hope you weren't upset by those comments you saw today." Another message arrived, this time from Huang Yui. She responded, Xia Ming had informed me well in advance. I shan't be angered by them. Nevertheless, thank you. Huang Yui replied. Not at all. I was also overwhelmed by my sudden frustration and just wanted to defend Xia Ming. Yi Mingqing was suddenly reminded of Xia Ming's words before his departure. Please convey to De Huang that he must work diligently. Most importantly, remind him that I have achieved the bone refinement stage. Yi Mingqing replied, Xia Ming asked me to remind you to put forth your best effort. He has already reached the bone refinement stage. However, I believe your talent is commendable as well. With dedication, you have a substantial chance of gaining admission to a reputable university. Huang Yui responded, Xia Ming only discourages me, but Sister Qing is truly kind to me. Tears of gratitude. JPG. The following day, as the sun rose gently, Xia Ming slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique 19500-20000, 3 refinements completed. After refining all the malevolent energy the previous night, he was on the cusp of a breakthrough with the 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique. Yet, Xia Ming could distinctly sense that his physical form had grown stronger yet again. He gradually exited the basement. Today heralded yet another day of vigorous vitality. After Xia Ming engaged in battle with the demonic beasts, 2 figures emerged from a corner. Indeed, they were members of the Lu family. Being martial artists of the same realm as Xia Ming, it was impossible for them to stealthily track him without being noticed. They had already realized that Xia Ming was aware of their presence. However, he chose not to act against them, seemingly disregarding their existence. This incited a degree of irritation within them. Despite the formidable aura of killing intent emanating from Xia Ming, their own prowess far exceeded his. Suddenly, with a single stroke, Xia Ming dispatched a 3rd-tier, 2nd-grade demonic beast. The two swallowed hard, exchanging glances, their earlier annoyance dissipating. Hadn't he only been capable of slaying a 3rd-tier, 1st-grade demonic beast just yesterday? We must inform Lu Mu. After activating their special badges for team communication, they promptly contacted Lu Mu, young master. Xia Ming was only able to slay a 3rd-tier, 1st-grade demonic beast yesterday, and today he astonishingly managed to kill a 3rd-tier, 2nd-grade beast. Lu Mu's voice came through the intercom. Yes, I am aware. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, they inquired, shouldn't we take action soon? Lu Mu chuckled, no matter how much he advances. It is impossible for him to elevate to the blood refinement realm within a month. As long as he remains beneath that threshold, he is not my match in a single strike. Moreover, I have already informed Lu Zhan, who is en route to your location. Just keep an eye on him. Hearing the name Lu Zhan, the two felt a rush of excitement. Lu Zhan was indeed a martial artist of the body refinement realm. Dealing with Xia Ming was more than sufficient. The two individuals instantly felt a surge of confidence and hastily followed in Xia Ming's wake. Ahead, Xia Ming was relentlessly slaying the monstrous beasts, completely indifferent to the two trailing behind him. Once he broke through to the 5th layer of bone tempering, he would eliminate these 2 pesky followers. Moreover, he needed to vanquish more beasts to accumulate points. Securing a place among the top 1,000 was his primary objective. After effortlessly dispatching a 3rd-tier beast with a mere 3 strikes, Xia Ming ventured deeper into the region. Along the way, he encountered several other martial artists at the bone tempering stage. Some of these warriors, evidently unfamiliar with aerial beasts, found themselves in a state of chaos. Swiftly snatched into the air, should they be thrown down, they would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Left with no choice, they activated the rescue button on their special badges. Upon doing so, a figure clad in military attire suddenly emerged from a nearby building. Standing firm, he unleashed a powerful punch, instantly shattering the body of the 3rd-tier beast in midair. In the next moment, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring into the air to catch the plummeting contestant. Xia Ming's pupils constricted slightly. Had that punch landed on him, his fate would likely not differ much from that of the beast. Furthermore, the sheer power of a punch delivered from 100 meters away was astonishing. What could be the true extent of this man's strength? As Xia Ming turned to regard him, the soldier smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Though Xia Ming did not recognize him, he reciprocated the gesture. Following this brief exchange, Xia Ming resumed his search for the beasts, while the soldier trailed behind. He had been patrolling the area when he received orders to ensure Xia Ming's safety. The major's intent was clear, to safeguard Xia Ming amidst the chaos. He cast a glance at Xia Ming, who was fervently slaughtering the beasts. Most individuals exercise caution when hunting demon beasts, often forming teams for such endeavors. Once a team is assembled, they would not recklessly engage in slaying demon beasts. Downstairs, Xia Ming skillfully dispatched yet another horned demon beast, deftly severing its horn and swiftly stowing it away in his storage space. His movements were fluid and practiced. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as his gaze gradually shifted away from Xia Ming. Why was he being followed? Furthermore, he should have already realized this. Could this be considered a latent danger? Should he intervene? According to the regulations of the martial arts competition, as long as these warriors refrained from utilizing the rescue button on their special badges, they were prohibited from taking action. However, the major had instructed him to ensure Xia Ming's safety. If Xia Ming were to be ambushed and unable to press the rescue button, should he step in? Why couldn't the major articulate his thoughts more clearly? In the evening, Xia Ming discovered a 3-story villa. Upon entering the basement, he felt tremors emanating from the ground, indicating a dense concentration of demon beasts in the vicinity. Xia Ming retrieved a vial of powder from his storage space. This powder, derived from the excrement of the Subdragon clan, emitted a scent that warned the demon beasts, deterring them from approaching too closely. Last night, when he camped on the outskirts, the scarcity of demon beasts rendered it unnecessary to use. Now, in pursuit of a tranquil environment, Xia Ming encircled the villa with a line of powder. Indeed, as soon as he completed the circle, an immediate calm enveloped the area. Xia Ming felt reassured and proceeded to open the system panel. Name: Xia Ming. Age: 17. Realm: Bone Forging Level 3. Vitality: 265, 000 350, 000. Blood Shadow Ninefold Force: 265, 0001, 000. 000 capable of unleashing the Ninefold Blood Red Blade Force, fully realized. Seven Fiends Body Refinement Technique: 19, 520, 000 has undergone body refinement 3 times. Yuan Fiend Body Refinement Technique: 19, 520, 000 primarily serves to assist the Seven Fiends Body Refinement Technique, aiding in the control of internal malevolent energy. Today, I ventured into the depths of the region, where the number of had significantly increased. Rarely did I encounter solitary. Most were clustered in small groups. Clad in protective gear, I charged recklessly through the area, disregarding all attacks from them. Within a single day, my vitality surged by 100,000. The Blood Shadow Ninefold Force also reached a breakthrough, enabling me to unleash the Ninefold Blade Force. However, as I can presently execute only 8 strikes instantaneously, I have yet to attain complete mastery. The price for these achievements was that my attire had been reduced to tatters, with only the protective gear remaining unscathed. I tore off the remnants of my clothing and donned a fresh outfit. Fortunately, Yi Mingqing had procured numerous garments for me. Otherwise, I feared I would be left in a state of undress. Yet, with the increase of 100,000 in vitality, such sacrifices were indeed worthwhile. After consuming some food, I settled into a meditative posture. Tonight, his Seven Fiends Body Refining Technique is set to reach a breakthrough, not far from the tranquil villa where Xia Ming resides. A robust young man stands silently in a basement. Before him, 2 members of the Lu family regard him with deference. Lu Zhan's brow furrows with impatience. For a mere bone forging realm practitioner, must I accompany him? The 2 exchanged glances and hastily replied. This task has been entrusted to us by the young lady. Ensuring his safety is indeed a significant achievement. Lu Zhan, a martial artist of the flesh realm, had hoped to steadily slay demon beasts and secure a place among the top 1,000. Now, he finds himself reluctantly forfeiting that opportunity to follow Xia Ming. A substantial resentment brews within him. At this juncture, it is essential to elucidate the advantages of this undertaking. As anticipated, after the 2 explained, Lu Zhan's irritation abated somewhat. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although he had lost the chance to access the military's martial arts repository, he realized that achieving a great feat could grant him access to the Lu family's most coveted body refining techniques. This technique is the pinnacle of their family's training, capable of effortlessly propelling him into the blood refining realm, a prospect he has long coveted. Lu Honglin and Lu Mu have widened the gap between them, having utilized this technique to their advantage. As they share a lineage with the young lady, they enjoy such privileged resources, while ordinary descendants like him must toil to ascend and gain access to these teachings. Observing the ever-growing distance between him and Lu Honglin and Lu Mu, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. This time, he must achieve merit. Lu Zhan's eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of danger. Xia Ming is merely a practitioner of the bone-forging realm. He is confident he can easily subdue him. Although Lu Mu forbade him from taking action, Fu Guwei was determined to seek opportunities amidst peril. Tomorrow, once the military and the personnel from the martial arts building have dispersed, he would strike at Xia Ming. Chapter 59. Why do I always feel like someone is watching me? The next day, in the basement of the small villa, Xia Ming slowly opened his eyes. As the crimson hue in his pupils gradually faded, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique, 24,000, 35,000 refined 4 times, minor success. After refining the malevolent energy throughout the entire night, the 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique finally reached a breakthrough. He had now refined his body 4 times. With 3 refinements, his physical strength was equivalent to that of a demon beast at the same realm. After 4 refinements, would his physique surpass that of a demon beast at the same level? After tidying up briefly, Xia Ming departed from the villa. The previous day had marked the second day, and his score had risen to 73,100, placing him within the top 100,000. Among the over 20,000 participants, approximately 2,000 had already been eliminated. The competition was exceedingly fierce. As soon as he stepped outside, Xia Ming observed a 4-member team pursuing a 3rd-tier demon beast. The quartet coordinated flawlessly, effortlessly intercepting the creature. One of the women, armed with a dagger, swiftly dispatched the demon beast. Without pausing for a moment, they immediately charged towards another 3rd-tier demon beast not far away. Throughout the entire process, they did not cast a single glance in Xia Ming's direction. Xia Ming glanced at the sky. The sun had just begun to reveal itself halfway. Ah, so this is how it is it? Very well, I shall join in. Assessing the surrounding situation, Xia Ming promptly locked onto 3 3rd-tier demon beasts that had gathered together. Xia Ming wielded his battle blade with a deft grip, his waist and back propelling him forward in a fierce charge. As a flash of crimson light sliced through the air, 3 monstrous beasts fell lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Slayed a 3rd-tier, 3rd-grade beast. Vitality 125. Proficiency in Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique 125. Ding! Slayed a 3rd-tier, 3rd-grade beast. Vitality 125. Proficiency in Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique 125. Ding! Slayed a 3rd-tier, 3rd-grade beast. Vitality 125. Proficiency in Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique 125. It seemed the commotion had caught the attention of a nearby 4-member team. Their gazes converging upon him, revealing a glimmer of astonishment in their eyes. Xia Ming cast a wary glance their way before swiftly collecting the materials from the beasts and turning to depart. He was formidable, effortlessly dispatching 3rd-tier beasts. Alas, he appeared quite cautious, harboring no intention of engaging with them. How splendid it would be to have him join their ranks. The dagger-wielding woman at their side remarked coolly. He remains a lone wolf, evidently with no plans of forming a party. Understood, Sister Song. The team clearly revolved around the dagger-wielding woman, and upon her statement, they nodded in unison. Let us depart. The woman cast a final glance at Xia Ming before turning away. Xia Ming navigated swiftly through the depths of the area. Ever since his Blood Shadow Ninefold Technique had reached its 9th level, he could dispatch 3rd-tier, 4th-grade beasts with a single strike. However, if he sought to perfect this blade technique, he needed to cultivate it to the point where he could draw his blade 9 times in an instant. These beasts did not even afford him the opportunity to practice. This inspired Xia Ming to delve deeper. At the heart of Area 0990 lay numerous 3rd-tier, 6th grade, 7th grade, and even 8th grade beasts, with protective gear adorning his form. Xia Ming shed any hesitation and ventured into the core region. Upon entering, he encountered a 3rd-tier, 6th grade beast, the Crimson-Scaled Lion. Its surface was adorned with numerous crimson scales that shimmered with a chilling gleam, indicating their formidable hardness. Xia Ming swiftly approached the Crimson-Scaled Lion and unsheathed his battle blade in a flash. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed 7 strikes, each imbued with the force of 9 layers of blade intent. The sounds of clashing metal resonated as his strikes met their mark. In a mere half-second, the scales of the lion were pierced by his blade. With the defensive barrier shattered, the blade continued its relentless trajectory, cleaving the beast in twain. Notification: slayed a 3rd-tier, 6th grade beast. Vitality 250, proficiency in 9 layers of Blood Shadow Technique 250. The higher the grade of the beast, the greater the vitality gained upon its defeat. As the grades of these beasts increased, so did their strength and the rapidity of accumulated experience. Thus, slaying a 3rd-tier, 6th grade beast yielded double the vitality compared to a 3rd-tier, 3rd grade one. Indeed, This place was a treasure trove for enhancing vitality. Xiaoming promptly gathered the materials from the slain beast and resumed his search for the next target. He could effortlessly execute 7 strikes. While only in rare instances could he achieve 8, he still had a way to go before mastering the 9 layers of blood shadow technique. Today, he would hone his skills while vanquishing beasts. As evening descended after a day spent vanquishing monstrous beasts, Xiaoming arrived at a chosen underground chamber. Just as he was about to enter, he sensed a prying gaze fixate upon him. Whirling around abruptly, he found nothing amiss. Throughout the day, he had intermittently felt this unsettling scrutiny, yet the source remained elusive. In addition to this singular gaze, there were 2 others belonging to members of the Lu family. These individuals posed no threat to him, and thus, he was not particularly concerned. However, he noticed a marked increase in their audacity, as they trailed him much closer than before. Could it be that the Lu family had dispatched skilled assassins to eliminate him? Without hesitation, Xiaoming accessed the leaderboard, confirming that Lu Honglin and Lu Mu remained within the top 5. It appeared that it was other scions of the Lu family who were pursuing him. After carefully spreading powder at the entrance, he waited until twilight fully enveloped the surroundings before finally entering the underground refuge. As he munched on his provisions, Xiaoming pondered the gravity of the situation. The inability to identify his adversary indicated that their cultivation level was significantly superior to his own. Fortunately, he was capable of slaying 3rd-tier, 6th-grade beasts, whose physical strength equated to that of a 9th-level human martial artist. Even if a martial artist of the physical realm were to confront him, he would not be without his chances. However, it seemed that cultivating today would be out of the question. He needed to remain vigilant regarding any disturbances at the entrance. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Not far away, Lu Zhan paced restlessly within the underground chamber. He had been tempted multiple times to make a move today, yet each time he contemplated action, that sharp gaze would settle upon him, instilling a sense of trepidation. The intensity of that gaze suggested the presence of someone affiliated with the military. Lu Zhan felt a throbbing headache. Why were the military personnel persistently tailing him? Surely, they could not have obtained any internal information regarding the Lu family. Elder brother Lu, why are we not taking action today? Observing the 2 timid Lu family disciples before him, Lu Zhan suddenly felt a surge of anger. Action, action. All you know is to act. Do you not realize that someone is watching us? The expressions of the 2 disciples shifted dramatically. Were they not supposed to be following Xiaoming? How could they be tracked as well? Moreover, they had been completely oblivious to it. What level of cultivation did their pursuer possess? Lu Zhan muttered. The one tracking us is at least a full realm above me. In such a scenario, if Xiaoming pressed the rescue button, this individual could undoubtedly rescue Xiaoming before Lu Zhan could intervene, resulting in the failure of their mission. Could it be that this military person is following us because we are from the Lu family? Lu Zhan pondered for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. There is a possibility. I will investigate further tomorrow. I refuse to believe he can shadow us indefinitely. Chapter 60, 8th Layer of Bone Forging. On the rooftop of a tall building, the officer tasked with protecting Xiaoming stood vigil. Beside him lay the corpse of a 4th-tier beast. As night fell, this beast, which had seemingly appeared from nowhere, had launched a surprise attack, but met its demise at the hands of the officer, its skull shattered by a single blow. Now, the carcass of this beast would deter lower-tier creatures, ensuring a peaceful night without disturbances from lesser monsters. His name was Zhuo Jiaoyang, a lieutenant assigned with the mission of safeguarding Xiaoming. Today, he had been following Xiaoming, observing him slay monstrous beasts throughout the day. To be candid, Xiaoming surprised him. Despite merely being at the 3rd level of bone tempering, he was capable of vanquishing beasts of the 3rd rank, 6th grade. Moreover, he had broken through to the 4th level of bone tempering in just one day, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. Xiaoming must have awakened some latent talent. Reflecting on this, Zhuo Jiaoyang's eyes revealed a glimmer of envy. Among a million, there might not be a single person who has awakened such a talent. Yet, those who do are invariably prodigies. Apart from those who perished in their youth, most of these individuals could ascend to the status of a war god. Xiaoming possesses the potential of a war god. However, Zhuo Jiaoyang's gaze gradually shifted toward a nearby structure. The 3 individuals, who were neither slaying beasts nor departing, merely shadowed Xiaoming. The martial artist at the physical realm occasionally exhibited murderous intent. Fortunately, after receiving some warnings, he managed to suppress his bloodlust. Did they have some sort of enmity? To provoke a martial artist of the physical realm at the bone tempering stage is indeed a remarkable feat. Zhuo Jiaoyang rubbed his temples. Regardless of their grievances, he must ensure Xia Ming's safety. As the fourth day dawned, long before the sun had risen, Xia Ming slowly opened his eyes in the basement. Last night, aside from the disturbances caused by the passage of some beasts, everything had remained remarkably tranquil. It appeared that this person was also here to monitor him. What cultivation level could they possess? With this thought, Xia Ming gradually opened the system panel. Name: Xia Ming. Age: 17. Realm: Bone Forging 4th Layer. Vitality: 465, 500, 000. Blood Shadow Ninefold Force: 465, 0001, 000. Capable of unleashing a ninefold Crimson Blade Force. Perfected. 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique. 24, 00035, 000. Body refined 4 times. Yuan Fiend Body Refinement Technique. 24, 00035, 000. Primarily serves to assist the 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique, aiding in the control of internal malevolent energy. Following the fierce battle yesterday, he has ascended to the 4th layer of bone forging, drawing closer to the 5th layer. His ranking has improved to over 80,000, with a score of 124,500. Everything is progressing steadily. As dawn broke, Xia Ming tidied his belongings and slowly stepped out of the door. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed, marking the 7th day of the martial artist competition. During this time, Xia Ming has been relentlessly slaying monstrous beasts each day. Though monotonous, the sight of his vitality steadily increasing brings him immense joy. Xia Ming opens the system panel. Name: Xia Ming. Age: 17. Realm: 8th Layer of Bone Forging. Vitality: 1, 050, 0001, 250, 000. Blood Shadow Ninefold Force. 1, 050, 0001, 250, 000. Capable of unleashing the ninefold blood-colored blade force. Perfected. 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique. 50, 00060, 000. Has undergone body refinement 5 times. Original Fiend Body Refinement Technique. 50, 00060, 000. Primarily serves to assist the 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique, aiding in the control of internal fiendish energy. In a span of 3 days, he has ascended to the 8th layer of bone forging, surpassing his initial expectations. This accelerated progress can be attributed to the abundant vitality provided by the demonic beasts, as well as the proximity to the depths of Region 0990, where such beasts are plentiful. The outcome has exceeded the sum of its parts. However, as the number of demonic beasts in the deeper areas of Region 0990 has noticeably diminished, remaining here would result in a deceleration of his vitality growth. Xia Ming tightened his grip on the battle blade and gazed into the distance. It was time to depart. He swiftly exited the area, heading north towards Region 0996, which is inhabited primarily by 4th-tier demonic beasts. Xia Ming's confidence in this venture stems from the breakthroughs he has achieved in both the 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique and the Blood Shadow Ninefold Force. With 5 refinements completed and the Blood Shadow Ninefold Force perfected, he possesses a solid foundation to rely upon. Upon realizing the perfection of the Blood Shadow Ninefold Force, he also noticed an experience bar. Now, the experience bar has overflowed, yet the Blood Shadow Ninefold power remains unchanged. Is there some special condition that must be met for it to level up again? Xia Ming cannot fathom this for the moment, so he decides to put it out of his mind. Soon, he arrives at Area 0996. As he steps into this territory, he encounters a 4th-tier, 1st-grade monster, the Howling Moon Blood Wolf. Realm: 4th-tier, 1st grade. Both parties nearly simultaneously detect each other. However, the speed of the Howling Moon Blood Wolf is evidently superior to that of Xia Ming. In the blink of an eye, it closes in on him, its sharp claws poised at his throat. In a moment of peril, Xia Ming extends a hand and seizes the wolf's paw. Instantly, the immense force propels him several meters off balance, yet he ultimately regains his composure. Subsequently, he swings his combat knife fiercely at the Howling Moon Blood Wolf. A flash of crimson light ensues, and the wolf's body collapses limply. Ding! Slayed a 4th-tier, 1st-grade monster. Vitality 800. Blood Shadow Ninefold Power Proficiency 800. The 4th-tier monster has been effortlessly dispatched. After collecting the monster's materials, Xia Ming gradually advances deeper into Area 0996. This area is densely forested, necessitating utmost caution. Not far off, Lu Zhan observed Xia Ming entering the woods, suddenly falling into silence. On the first day, he admonished himself to refrain from impulsiveness. Aware that someone was tailing them, he firmly believed that this person would leave the following day. Yet, the next day arrived, and that person remained. Furthermore, Lu Zhan has an unsettling intuition that this individual is not merely following them, but is instead shadowing Xia Ming. This realization renders him even more hesitant to act recklessly. On the third day, he noticed that Xia Ming's level was advancing rather rapidly, which gradually made him somewhat irritable. Was he doomed to merely wait? By the fourth day, Xia Ming had broken through to the 8th level of bone refinement. The blood-red blade aura he unleashed was truly terrifying. Nevertheless, he still believed his chances of victory were substantial. Now, on the 5th day, when Xia Ming immediately entered Zone 0990, he found himself pondering why he had to leave. It was only moments ago, after Xia Ming had slain a 4th-tier beast, that he realized Xia Ming no longer feared such creatures. As for himself, a mere first-layer martial artist, he was even less of a match. To advance a level each day was undoubtedly a testament to his awakened talent. A genius who had awakened his gifts? Had he surpassed him in just a few short days? Lu Zhan suddenly felt that this world was rather surreal. Some prodigies were beyond their comprehension. With a weary sigh, he addressed the two behind him. Let us catch up. The two exchanged glances. It seemed Lu Zhan had also suffered a significant blow. They simultaneously turned their gaze toward the direction Xia Ming had departed. As they sensed the terrifying aura of slaughter emanating from him, they both realized that Xia Ming was not someone they could provoke. It appeared that not only were they unable to engage him, but even Lu Zhan, a martial artist of the fleshly realm, had been severely impacted. Chapter 61. The Wolf Pack in the Mist Zone 0996 was a forest, devoid of any human structures or signs of habitation. Upon entering this area, Xia Ming found the mist peculiar. It seemed that within the white fog, there was a trace of vitality intermingling. Xia Ming paused on a branch, extending his hand towards the white mist before him. If one were to absorb this ethereal mist into their body, it could undoubtedly enhance their vital energy. However, Xia Ming refrained from doing so, uncertain whether the mist contained any other substances. After all, the risk of poisoning was a grave concern. Moreover, the silence in this area felt unnaturally excessive. In the preceding regions, one could frequently hear the roars and clashes of ferocious beasts, yet here, there was an unsettling stillness. Almost eerily silent, Xia Ming continued to leap cautiously among the branches, yet he encountered no beasts whatsoever. The surrounding mist thickened gradually, limiting his visibility to a mere 10 meters. Additionally, a trace of crimson began to seep through the white fog, intensifying the ambience of vitality within it. Aside from the 4th-tier beast he had encountered at the edge of the area, he had yet to face any other creatures. The environment here instilled a profound sense of unease in Xia Ming. Undoubtedly, something was amiss, and he could not afford to venture deeper. He halted abruptly. At the very moment Xia Ming turned to retreat, a sudden rustling sound echoed through the previously silent forest, emanating from the depths of the fog, obscured from view. He froze in place, as if time itself had paused. Suddenly, a figure materialized beneath the branch where he perched, followed by two more appearing behind him. It was none other than members of the Lu family. Upon recognizing them, relief washed over Xia Ming. The leader among them was a martial artist at the first layer of physical cultivation. If he were to focus on slaying beasts, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 1,000. Yet, to track him down, they willingly relinquished such an opportunity. Soon, the martial artist became aware of Xia Ming above him and promptly looked up. The two individuals locked eyes, and Xia Ming immediately tensed his body. This was his inaugural encounter with a martial artist of the physical realm. Just as Xia Ming anticipated a confrontation, the martial artist unexpectedly chuckled awkwardly and said, "Ahem, we are merely passing through." Xia Ming was taken aback. He had only reached the 8th level of bone refinement, so why would a physical realm warrior exhibit such courtesy? Although he could easily dispatch this martial artist with a single strike, the latter's politeness made Xia Ming hesitant to initiate an attack. Just as Xia Ming lingered in uncertainty, the physical realm warrior took his leave. However, the moment he turned to take his first step, a shadowy figure surged forth, swiftly slicing through his neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and his head vanished from sight. Xia Ming's pupils constricted sharply. That creature seemed to be the howling moon blood wolf he had encountered at the edge of the territory, yet this beast's speed was markedly superior. Xia Ming felt uncertain about his ability to evade this lethal strike. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from a bone refinement warrior. His sleeves hung empty, as if something had devoured his arm. His words trailed off abruptly. Before him, another bone refinement warrior lay with his neck severed, his head drooping limply, eyes wide open, still reflecting the terror of death. Amidst a haze tinged with crimson, the Howling Moon Bloodwolf slowly Howling Moon Bloodwolf, Fury, Mutation, Rank, 4th Tier. 6th Grade. Originally a 1st Grade 4th Tier Howling Moon Bloodwolf, it has mutated into a 6th Grade 4th Tier beast, capable of effortlessly slaying martial artists at the first layer of body refinement. Xia Ming held his breath, praying that these beasts would remain oblivious to his presence. However, the lone surviving martial artist of the bone refinement realm suddenly lifted his gaze towards him, tears glistening in his eyes, pleading, "I beg you, save me." As his words echoed in the air, the beasts collectively turned their attention to Xia Ming. In that instant, Xia Ming felt his heart skip a beat. Regaining his composure moments later, he darted through the forest with great haste. As he ran, a torrent of curses surged within him. If you're going to die, then die. Why drag me into this mess? These two were targeting him within the martial artist tower, and now, even in their dying moments, they sought to drag him down with them. They deserved their fate. As for that martial artist of the body refinement realm, following him like a shadow, he too deserved what was coming. Before long, Xia Ming noticed several Howling Moon Bloodwolves closing in on him. They pursued relentlessly, diminishing the distance between them. He was on the verge of being caught. Xia Ming immediately summoned all his energy, yet he could not create the necessary distance. Suddenly, a warm, rancid breath brushed against the nape of his neck. Instinctively, Xia Ming ducked. In the blink of an eye, a Howling Moon Bloodwolf soared over him. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met, and Xia Ming was struck by the insatiable greed and bloodlust reflected in the wolf's gaze. Should he fall into its clutches, his demise would be nothing short of horrific. Gritting his teeth, Xia Ming swiftly pivoted, charging towards a space devoid of wolves. Yet, before long, the bloodthirsty beasts were upon him once more. Xia Ming was compelled to change his course again. However, this time, a wolf's claw viciously tore through Xia Ming's arm, instantly shredding his third-level protective suit. After numerous attempts to escape, Xia Ming was gradually becoming exhausted. Was he truly destined to perish here? He hesitated, contemplating whether to press the distress button on his special badge, only to realize that it had lost its signal. Could it be the effect of this thick fog? This was indeed a dire situation. As he glanced back at the approaching beast, noticing the drool dripping from its maw, he suddenly felt a wave of revulsion. Rather than continue fleeing, he resolved to fight with all his might. Through the crimson fog that had inexplicably thickened, Xia Ming spotted an opening 5 meters wide. The ground surrounding the entrance was level, offering a clear line of sight. Without hesitation, he hastened toward the cave, drawing his combat knife. He turned to brace for the wolves' assault. However, the pack halted several dozen meters from the cave, incessantly whimpering in its direction. Observing the immobile wolves, an inkling of suspicion arose within Xia Ming. Was there something within the cave that instilled fear in them? Moreover, the red fog appeared to have intensified, its hue growing ever more vivid. Peering at the dark mouth of the cave behind him, he felt no relief from having narrowly escaped. If all went as expected, there was likely a more formidable beast lurking within. Nevertheless, reassured by the wolves' hesitation, Xia Ming slowly leaned against the cave wall, having barely escaped the wolves' pursuit. His vitality was nearly depleted. He needed a moment to rest, and his clothes were in tatters, his protective suit rendered useless. Chapter 62. The source of the thick fog. After waiting for an hour, Xia Ming felt that his internal energy and blood had nearly recovered. He glanced at the surrounding pack of wolves. Although they dared not approach, it was evident that they were unwilling to relinquish the easily accessible prey, continuously emitting low growls. It seemed that escaping from this place in the short term was not feasible. As for this cave, it surely served as the dwelling of some formidable beast. Perhaps he could enter and find a way to dig his way out. Gritting his teeth, Xia Ming decided to take a chance. Hoping that the beast within was either away or asleep. Prepared, he immediately ventured into the cave. The moment he entered the dim cavern, Xia Ming felt as though he had gone blind. Fortunately, after a brief period of acclimatization, he was able to perceive his surroundings. Aside from some scattered stones, there was nothing else within. Xia Ming cautiously lowered his footsteps and advanced slowly. To his surprise, the fog within the cave thickened even further. It appeared that the source of the mist was indeed here. Xia Ming swallowed hard and delved deeper. Meanwhile, in the forest outside, Zhuo Jiaoyang, clad in military attire, was hindered by the fog and lost track of Xia Ming. As he walked, he inadvertently stepped out of the boundaries of Area 0996. Zhuo Jiaoyang turned back, but before long, he found himself outside Area 0996 once more. This fog seemed rather peculiar, as if it was rejecting him. Zhuo Jiaoyang furrowed his brow. He had initially been following Xiaoming, yet whenever he retraced Xiaoming's steps, he inexplicably veered off course. His expression grew increasingly grave. Xiaoming had slipped from his grasp. This fog was certainly sinister. Zhuo Jiaoyang promptly dialed Major Su Dingming's number. "Report, Major, I have lost track of Xiaoming." On the other end, Su Dingming's voice was somewhat somber. "Lost track?" Zhuo Jiaoyang replied. "In Area 0996, a sudden fog has emerged. I was following Xiaoming, but unknowingly found myself on the periphery of the area. I suspect this fog has disoriented me." On a rooftop, Su Dingming furrowed his brow. "White fog? And it can impede martial artists of the Five Organs realm?" He inquired. "Are you certain Xiaoming entered Area 0996? Zhuo Jiaoyang assured him. "Absolutely certain." Su Dingming nodded. "Wait there. I will bring people over immediately." With that, he hung up the phone. He picked up 3 files, all bearing the name Xiaoming. Among them, 2 were of the muscle transformation realm, and 1 of the bone forging realm. The beasts in Area 0996 were all of the 4th tier. It was likely only this bone forging Xiaoming would dare to venture there. Su Dingming focused on the file. 17 years old for the bone forging realm? A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze as he glanced at the 2 muscle transformation Xiaomings, aged 25 and 26. The order from the commander was to protect Xiaoming. He was uncertain which one was to be safeguarded, but it now seemed highly probable that it was this bone-forging individual. So, is this where the incident is occurring? Su Dingming's heart raced. This absolutely cannot go wrong. He immediately instructed the 2 lieutenants beside him. "You 2 will take my place here. I am heading to Area 0996 at once." After speaking, Su Dingming unexpectedly threw a small orb, which instantly transformed into a sleek, black battle armor, enveloping his form in an instant. He leaped from the building, defying gravity mid-fall as he soared into the air. In the next moment, Su Dingming, clad in armor, vanished from sight. The 2 lieutenants exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. What could have transpired to compel a major to deploy the nanograde armor? A privilege reserved for warriors of the War God realm? This armor was not only exorbitantly priced, but also remarkably resilient. Most importantly, it enabled warriors of the War God realm to fly for extended periods. In a mere 5 minutes, Su Dingming arrived at Area 0996. Zhuo Jiaoyang gazed at the armored major with an expression of disbelief. "Major, is there truly a need for such haste?" Su Dingming replied curtly. "Protecting Xiaoming is an order from the commander. If anything happens to him, you shall bear the first responsibility." Zhuo Jiaoyang's countenance shifted abruptly. "Major, you must hurry inside and find him. These 5 minutes are driving me to distraction." Su Dingming shot him a glance before following him into the forest. Soon, they emerged at the edge of Area 0996, and Su Dingming's expression darkened. Despite his prowess in the War God realm, he found himself unable to locate Xiaoming. The mist here seemed to disrupt mental acuity. Although he was a warrior of the War God realm, his expertise did not lie in mental strength. Moreover, the surroundings were exceedingly peculiar. It was imperative to notify the commander. Just as Su Dingming prepared to make the call, his phone rang. It was a call from Commander Lu Cheng. Su Dingming answered the call, his hands trembling. Immediately, Lu Cheng's voice resonated from across the line. "Hey, why can't we see Xiaoming on the live stream? Please notify the warrior building to secure a dedicated feed for him." "Is the Xiaoming you mentioned the one at the bone refining stage?" Su Dingming cautiously inquired. Lu Cheng frowned and replied, "He is a student." Su Dingming's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Xiaoming had vanished. What? Vanished? In the Fengtian military district. Lu Cheng suddenly slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. Just moments ago, old Su had called him, inquiring about Xiaoming's abrupt disappearance. His voice laden with concern. This prompted Lu Cheng to contact Su Dingming for confirmation. Now, the young man was indeed missing. "Explain to me why even a bone refining warrior cannot be kept under watch," Lu Cheng demanded, his tone serious. Su Dingming's voice was tinged with bitterness. "A strange mist has emerged in Area 0996, capable of disrupting mental faculties. Even I could not evade it. It was here that I lost track of Xiaoming." Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng's brow furrowed with added worry. What sort of mist could thwart even you? Although Su Dingming was relatively young and less experienced among the war gods, he still held considerable prowess, yet he had been halted by a mere thin fog. I shall dispatch another war god proficient in mental abilities, along with several warriors at the internal organ stage, to encircle the area and devise a strategy. Lu Cheng declared before ending the call. He hoped fervently that Xia Ming possessed a resilient spirit, for he was, after all, a gifted 17-year-old at the bone refining stage. If he could survive, it might be beneficial for him to join the military for some training. In the cave, Xia Ming was unaware of how long he had been walking. Suddenly, a peculiar vibration resonated through the air. Leaning against the wall, he heard a rhythmic thumping sound, akin to a heartbeat. It seemed he was nearing the depths of the cave. Narrowing his eyes, Xia Ming drew his combat knife and proceeded cautiously. The red mist grew denser, and the heartbeat sound intensified in strength. Visibility had dwindled to less than 2 meters. Xia Ming pressed against the wall, advancing with care. Suddenly, a large hole appeared on his right. The mist within was exceedingly thick, surging forth as if in a rush. Could this be the source of the mist? Xia Ming slowly approached the entrance, which stood over 2 meters high. Inside, the fog was so dense that visibility was reduced to less than half a meter. He could scarcely see his own feet. As he moved forward, he suddenly felt his foot slip. In the next instant, Xia Ming fell unceremoniously into the abyss. Chapter 63, Dragon's Blood, A Mighty Roar. Splash. After stepping into the void, Xia Ming felt as though he had plunged into a pool of liquid. The substance within the pool seemed to differ from water. It was more viscous, and a searing sensation enveloped his skin upon contact. Quickly regaining his composure, he surfaced with urgency. Looking down, he was astonished to find the pool shimmering a deep crimson, exuding a strong metallic scent. This is blood. Xia Ming's pupils constricted sharply. It was a blood pool. Instinctively, he sought to escape this ominous liquid, rising swiftly to make his way to the edge of the pool. As Xia Ming was about to leave the pool, the ground suddenly trembled, reminiscent of the footsteps of some monstrous beast. Moreover, the sound of footsteps at the entrance grew increasingly closer. Xia Ming immediately halted, submerging his entire body into the pool's depths. The footsteps approached relentlessly, eventually coming to a stop just above his head. Xia Ming could only discern that a colossal creature loomed nearby, but the viscous blood obstructed his view, preventing him from seeing its form clearly. With a splash, the immense creature stepped into the blood pool. Xia Ming's heart raced, and his muscles tensed. Had it discovered him? The beast slowly advanced in Xia Ming's direction, and he could feel the swirling blood brushing against his skin. He tightened his grip on the combat knife in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, the creature gradually moved past him. Xia Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he remained undetected. The beast continued to the center of the pool and abruptly halted there. In the water, Xia Ming suddenly felt an intense heat radiating from his skin, as if it had been scorched. He touched his body and realized that his clothing had mysteriously vanished, leaving only tattered protective gear. The special emblem on his chest was also gone. Why was the temperature of this blood so high that it could dissolve his garments? Pondering this perplexity, Xia Ming cautiously bent down to search the ground. Fortunately, the unique material of the emblem had not melted away. However, he was reluctant to leave the emblem exposed to the strange blood for too long, so he stored it safely in his storage ring. As Xia Ming carefully secured the unique badge, a sudden roar erupted from the center of the blood pool, resonating with a hint of a dragon's cry. A jolt of apprehension surged through him. Could this beast possess a trace of draconic lineage? The evolution of such creatures is notoriously arduous, with the strength of their bloodline directly influencing their potential and rate of advancement. Generally speaking, any being with even a sliver of dragon blood holds the potential to ascend to the 7th tier of beasthood, equivalent to the divine warrior status among humans. Typically, only territories inhabited by 7th or even 8th tier beasts would harbor creatures of draconic descent. Yet here, in the realm of 4th tier beasts, how could one with dragon blood manifest? Suddenly, Xia Ming recalled the blood pool. Draconic bloodlines need not be innate. Ordinary beasts, if tainted by dragon blood, might also evolve into beings of such lineage. Coupled with the searing sensation the pool had inflicted upon him, Xia Ming was now utterly convinced that the fluid within was indeed dragon's blood. However, beasts that acquire draconic blood through such means cannot be termed true dragons. They are but serpents. Only through the continuous purification and amplification of that meager draconic essence within them could they ever hope to become true dragons. After the beast's roar subsided, a powerful heartbeat resonated from the center of the pool, surpassing even the previous roar in intensity. Xia Ming felt as though his heart was gripped by an unseen force. rendering his blood stagnant. He swiftly summoned his internal vitality, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat. Fortunately, the formidable heartbeat persisted for only a few moments. After a brief interval, the beast gradually withdrew. Once he confirmed the fading footsteps, Xiaoming finally surfaced from the blood pool. What is the source of the heartbeat resonating at the center of the pool? After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoming cautiously approached the heart of the water. In the dim visibility of less than half a meter, a colossal egg suddenly emerged from the crimson mist. Approximately one-third of the egg was visible, while the remaining two-thirds were submerged in dragon's blood. The surface of this egg was adorned with a layer of scales, vivid and blood red, glistening with a brilliant sheen. The rhythmic sound of a heartbeat emanated from within, though it was considerably fainter than before. Is this creature nurturing its offspring with the dragon's blood here? The previous beast, possessing merely a trace of draconic lineage, had been formidable enough to intimidate a pack of 4th-tier, 6th-grade wolves. If this egg, steeped in dragon's blood, were to successfully hatch, it would undoubtedly pose an immense threat to humanity. However, since his storage space could not accommodate living beings, and he could not possibly carry this 2-meter-high egg away, he first needed to devise a method to escape and then inform the military of his discovery. Xiaoming was acutely aware that this was beyond his current capabilities. Nevertheless, having come this far, he certainly could not return empty-handed. For an ordinary person, the dragon's blood contained not only a vast amount of blood essence, but also the terrifying malevolence left behind by dragons before their demise, making direct absorption unfeasible. Yet for Xiaoming, it represented a tremendous boon. The Seven Fiends body refinement technique could rapidly enhance his strength. Most importantly, the abundant vital energy within the dragon's blood could facilitate his swift breakthrough. Should he manage to refine the entirety of this pool of dragon's blood, it would undoubtedly suffice for him to ascend to the god of war realm. However, the beast had not wandered far. He certainly could not refine the dragon's blood here. Xiaoming promptly retrieved various jars and containers from his storage space to collect dragon's blood. During the collection process, he noticed that his dragon scale silver blade seemed to be absorbing the dragon's blood as well. The originally gleaming blade became adorned with several crimson veins. This battle blade, forged from the scales of a serpent, surprisingly had the capacity to absorb dragon's blood. This was fortuitous, for with such a vast pool of dragon's blood, Xiaoming knew he could not transport it all. Thus, he resolved to take as much as he could carry. He fully submerged the battle blade in the pool of blood and continued his collection. However, the temperature of the dragon's blood was exceedingly high, rendering ordinary plastic containers useless. Before long, various ceramic jars were filled to the brim, yet the dragon scale silver blade ceased to absorb any more blood. The surface of the blood pool had only receded by less than an inch. Was this truly all he could take? Xiaoming's eyes flickered with determination. In the next moment, he slowly bent down and began to drink deeply from the pool. As he drank, he mused to himself, a sip of dragon's blood equates to a day's worth of battle. The blood felt akin to molten lava, pouring down his throat and into his stomach. Fortunately, he was able to endure such extreme heat. It was not until he could consume no more that he ceased his actions, observing the water level in the pool drop another inch. Xiaoming contentedly patted his round belly and let out a satisfied belch. The dragon's blood was laden with a strong metallic taste, making it quite unpalatable. Yet, it was an exceedingly rare treasure, tightly controlled by the prominent families, truly a serendipity to encounter. However, after drinking, why did he feel that the energy within him was somewhat unruly? Chapter 64. Missing for 10 days. Having consumed such copious amounts of dragon's blood, he must urgently find a place to refine it. Xiaoming swiftly emerged from the blood pool, donning a complete set of garments. Although the monstrous creature had vacated the chamber, it had not strayed far. Xiaoming was uncertain of the creature's rank. Should he venture further into the depths beyond the room, the likelihood of being detected loomed large. A sudden thought struck him. The 5-meter-wide cavern he had traversed earlier contained numerous interconnected passages. Yet, hesitating at the prospect of potential peril, he refrained from entering these tunnels. It was only upon discovering the source of the crimson mist that he had ventured in. Evidently, some of these passages led to small chambers while others potentially opened to the outside world. Steeling his resolve, Xiaoming decided to retrace his steps, aiming to escape through the small corridors encountered along the way. Should he find no exit to the outside, he would seek a more distant location to dig himself out. Holding his breath, he cautiously departed from the room housing the blood pool. After traversing a dozen meters, he stumbled upon a dark passageway. This tunnel, merely a meter in height, compelled Xiaoming to bend low as he squeezed through. However, he soon retreated. A massive boulder obstructed the passage. The proximity to the blood pool dictated that he must avoid making excessive noise. Once more, he ventured outward, only to discover a second passage, similarly blocked. The third tunnel revealed a mere narrow space, devoid of any pathway. As time waned, beads of sweat began to form on Xiaoming's brow. Despite consuming copious amounts of dragon blood, he had yet to refine it, resulting in a tumultuous upheaval within his body. Moreover, the malevolent aura of the dragon blood incessantly assaulted his nerves. The mind has begun to feel somewhat hazy. Time is of the essence. Xiaoming once again entered the fourth small passage. This time, he traversed more than 100 meters without encountering any obstacles. Perhaps this passage holds promise. Xiaoming's eyes brightened. Sensing the increasingly turbulent energy within him, he immediately quickened his pace. After over 30 minutes, he spotted a glimmer of light at the cave's entrance. Without hesitation, he dashed forward. After a brief moment of blindness, a gentle breeze brushed against his face. Xiaoming knew he had completely exited the cavern. It had been over 40 minutes since he had consumed the dragon's blood. He felt his body ablaze, the energy within him surging wildly, as if it might burst forth at any moment. Influenced by the malevolent aura, his emotions were exceedingly volatile. He required a safe haven to refine the dragon's blood. A cursory glance around revealed that he had arrived in the city. Without a moment's hesitation, he sought out a basement and settled into a meditative posture to cultivate. As the internal techniques commenced their flow, Xiaoming felt his condition gradually improve. At the very least, the danger of exploding had receded. Now, he could consider himself entirely out of peril. Next, he could focus on peacefully assimilating the benefits he had obtained. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. It was now the 17th day of the martial arts competition. In the martial artist building of Fengtian City at the Qiglu shop, Yu Mingqing was lost in thought while staring at the television screen. Yi Yong stood nearby, watching her with concern. Xiaoming had not appeared on screen for a full 10 days. During this period, the martial artist building, in conjunction with the military, had sealed off the 0996 zone. The reason lies in the fact that Xiaoming, along with 3 other individuals who ventured into the area 0996, has gone missing, while the other 3 have met with death. Among the deceased was a martial artist of the corporeal realm, seemingly felled by a single strike from a beast. The news of Xiaoming's disappearance was confirmed 7 days ago. Since then, Yu Mingqing has taken a leave of absence from school, spending her days staring blankly at the television. This has caused great concern for Yi Yong. He sighed deeply, recognizing that a peculiar transformation had evidently occurred in Area 0996, a circumstance that Xiaoming unfortunately encountered. Even with unwavering faith in Xiaoming, the fact that a martial artist of the corporeal realm was slain leads him to fear that Xiaoming may have met with misfortune. However, in the presence of Yi Mingqing, he cannot voice such thoughts and can only offer continuous consolation. Yet, the young lady appears as if she has lost her soul, neglecting her meals and fixating on the television, with the spark in her eyes dimming day by day. At this rate, her health will undoubtedly deteriorate. Yi Yong suddenly felt a surge of anger. Xiaoming, weren't you quite capable? If so, why not stay alive? You've caused the young lady such distress. In the classroom of the second year, the atmosphere was rather heavy. Everyone was aware of the news regarding Xiaoming's disappearance. Moreover, with 10 days having passed, the likelihood of his survival had diminished considerably. Frankly speaking, he was a good person, and we were striving to become martial artists while he had already reached the bone-forging realm. I had initially believed he would achieve remarkable success. Alas, it is a pity. I had hoped he could bolster the reputation of our second school and quell the arrogance of the first school. As the crowd conversed, their gazes instinctively turned toward Huang Yui, who sat in the back row. Huang Yui sat in the classroom, yet his thoughts were consumed by concerns for Xiaoming. Xiaoming, how I envy you. Will you not return to boast before me? Moreover, you promised to resolve matters concerning the Liu family. You cannot simply perish without a trace. Huang Yui tightened his grip on the pen. You must still be alive, right? In the office, Su Qingwei clenched his fists, overwhelmed by guilt. If only I hadn't allowed him to participate in the martial artists competition. The nearby teachers, witnessing his distress, approached him with comforting words. Teacher Su, he is merely missing. There is still hope. Surely, Xiaoming will provide us with a miracle. Yet, despite their reassurances, they all understood that the likelihood was exceedingly slim. On the top floor of the martial artists building, Wang Qingba stood among a group of staff, with Wang Ying by his side. Have you found him? Wang Qingba asked. Anxiety etched across his face as he scrutinized the satellite map. No, one of the staff members responded, shaking his head. As long as he wears the special badge, we can track his location. However, there are no indications of Xia Ming on the map at present. Wang Ying bit her lip, a fierce determination gleaming in her eyes. Xia Ming is certainly not dead. Continue the search. The staff member glanced at Wang Qingba, who nodded affirmatively, real-time monitoring. In a dimly lit basement, the tranquil Xia Ming slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. The overwhelming presence of this colossal beast sent the surrounding creatures into a frenzied retreat. Xia Ming exhaled a cloud of stale air, glancing at the time, only to realize that he had been immersed in cultivation for an astonishing 10 days. This was indeed during the competition. Such a protracted period of training had seemingly squandered a full 10 days. However, even with this lapse of time, given his current prowess, he only needed to effortlessly eliminate a few beasts to secure a position within the top 1,000. Xia Ming donned a special badge, grasped the blood-red battle knife with a casual tilt, and slowly emerged from the subterranean chamber. Chapter 65. Xia Ming is still alive upon exiting the basement. Xia Ming discovered that he was in the 0968 area. A month prior, he had encountered a herd of rhinoceroses here. At that time, an unusual tremor had caused the herd to go into a frenzy. It now seemed evident that this tremor originated from the passage through which Xia Ming ascended to the surface. This disturbance could very well have been caused by the heartbeat emanating from the mysterious egg. If the mere sound of a heartbeat could create such a commotion, how formidable would the creature within the egg be once it matured? It was imperative to inform the military of this development. Yet, the military personnel were scattered, making them difficult to locate. Thus, he resolved to first venture into the region of 4th-tier beasts to acquire some points. Should he encounter any military personnel along the way, he would relay this information to them. With a firm decision made, Xia Ming set off, simultaneously activating the system panel. Name: Xia Ming. Age: 17. Realm: 8th layer of physical body. Vitality: 4, 600, 0005, 100, 000. Blood Shadow Ninefold Force: 1, 050, 0001, 000. 000 capable of unleashing a ninefold blood-red blade force, perfected. 7 Fiend's Body Refinement Technique: 100, 000 100, 000 successfully refined the body 7 times, perfected. Yuan Fiend Body Refinement Technique: 100, 000 100, 000 perfected. After refining all the dragon blood, Xia Ming's vitality surged dramatically, propelling him directly to the 8th layer of the physical realm. The malevolent energy contained within the dragon blood also led to the successful perfection of the 7 Fiend's Body Refinement Technique. You have perfected the 7 Fiend's Body Refinement Technique. Achieving the Blood Fiend Body. Blood Fiend Body. The strength of the physical body is significantly enhanced. The malevolent energy can protect the vulnerable areas of the body. When the malevolent energy is abundant within, even if severely injured, one can recover instantaneously. Upon perfecting the Blood Fiend Body Refinement Technique, his physical strength was further augmented. While ordinary martial artists at the physical realm can regenerate severed limbs, this process requires a certain amount of time. In the event of severe injury, they would need a period of recuperation. However, Xia Ming is different. Not only can he regenerate severed limbs, but he can also recover instantly even from grievous wounds. Moreover, the malevolent energy will safeguard the more fragile parts of his body, namely the internal organs that he has yet to refine, alleviating any concerns regarding internal injuries. Now, he has significantly enhanced his survival capabilities, enabling him to fully unleash his combat prowess. However, the rapid elevation of his realm leaves Xia Ming somewhat struggling to control his newfound strength. Each time his foot strikes the ground, it creates a substantial crater, indicating that he requires additional time to acclimate. Fortunately, the dragon scale silver blade in his grasp has absorbed ample dragon blood, transforming its blade into a vibrant crimson hue. Its weight has also increased considerably, now feeling substantial in his hand. It seems there is no immediate need to replace his weapon. A slight smile graces Xia Ming's lips as he contemplates that once he has vanquished the monstrous beasts, it will be time to settle accounts with the Lu family. At the martial artist building on the top floor, a staff member suddenly exclaimed, "Xia Ming has appeared. He is still alive." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingba immediately approached him, instructing, "Broadcast the live footage featuring Xia Ming." Wang Ying also leaned in, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the screen. In the footage, Xiaoming was sprinting at an astonishing speed, a faint smile adorning his face. This sight allowed Wang Ying to exhale in relief. Throughout the past few days, she had sent numerous messages to Yi Mingqing, yet he had not responded to a single one. If anything had truly befallen Xiaoming, it was undoubtedly Yi Mingqing who would be most affected. Anxiety gripped Wang Ying's heart. Now that Xiaoming was alive, she felt compelled to share this news with Yi Mingqing. Without hesitation, she opened her phone and typed, "Yi Mingqing, watch the live broadcast. Xiaoming is alive." Meanwhile, in the dimly lit living room of the Qinglu boutique, Yi Mingqing was curled up on the sofa, her heavy dark circles and chapped lips betraying her mental state. Suddenly, the phone beside her illuminated. Yi Mingqing's vacant gaze slowly shifted, finally focusing on the bright screen of her phone. Upon seeing the message on the screen, Yi Mingqing's gaze momentarily froze. He is still alive? Slowly, Yi Mingqing lifted his head to gaze at the television screen. A familiar figure was sprinting across the display. The attire seemed quite recognizable, reminiscent of what she had purchased for Xiaoming. Yi Mingqing's eyes gradually sparkled with realization. He is still alive. In an instant, the surrounding environment brightened, and Yi Mingqing leapt from the sofa, advancing towards the television. He reached out to touch Xiaoming on the screen. Unbeknownst to him, crystalline tears had begun to cascade down his pale cheeks. "This is wonderful. You are still alive." The news of Xiaoming appearing in the live broadcast spread rapidly. Before long, everyone in Fengtian was aware of the development. Huang Yui and Su Qingwei both felt a wave of relief. However, Lu Xia clenched her teeth in anger as she stared at Xiaoming on the screen. It would be best if he had perished in the accident. If he had not, then the Lu family would have to take matters into their own hands. Outside Area 0996, Major Su Dingming also breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. The mission assigned by his superior had not been botched. Su Dingming turned to Lieutenant Zui Jiaoyang beside him. "Continue to protect him." Zui Jiaoyang nodded earnestly before turning to depart. Su Dingming set the live broadcast aside, remaining vigilant regarding Xiaoming's situation. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the dense fog of Area 0996. His name was Li Mu, a warrior sent by the Fengtian military district to resolve the fog issue, also holding the rank of major. "I have located the source of the fog. It is a cave." Li Mu nodded at Su Dingming and said, "However, the mist in this cave is exceedingly dense, capable of obstructing mental energy. Even I cannot extend my mental reach beyond 10 meters." Su Dingming stroked his chin and inquired, "Should we venture down to take a look?" Li Mu shook his head and replied, "The emergence of such thick fog is rather peculiar. I suspect there may be a 7th-tier beast within this cave." Su Dingming's expression suddenly turned grave. "A 7th-tier beast appearing in an area designated for 4th-tier beasts?" Li Mu responded uncertainly, "This is merely my conjecture. The ultimate decision lies with you." After pondering for a moment, Su Dingming concluded, "Let us first seal off this area. We shall devise a plan after the martial arts tournament concludes." An hour later, Xiaoming arrived at Area 1046, predominantly inhabited by 4th-tier beasts, with the occasional 5th-tier beast present. Upon entering this region, Xiaoming encountered 3 4th-tier, 8th-grade beasts. Simultaneously, these 3 beasts noticed Xiaoming and charged at him with furious roars. Xiaoming casually swung his sword, and a blood-red blade aura surged forth over 400 meters, resembling a blood moon hanging low in the sky, and swiftly sliced through the necks of the beasts. In the next instant, the 3 beasts' heads fell to the ground in unison, their necks severed with edges as smooth as a mirror. With a swift stroke, I vanquished the 4th-tier, 8th-grade beast, gaining 1200 vitality and enhancing my mastery of the Blood Shadow Ninefold technique by an additional 1200. The same fate befell another beast of equal rank, yielding the same rewards. A mere strike suffices to eliminate creatures of the same tier. Chapter 66. It is my turn to vanquish you. Xiaoming meticulously gathered the materials from the slain beasts and ventured deeper into the depths of Area 1046. The path was primarily inhabited by 4th-tier, 8th-grade beasts and lower, though a few 4th-tier, 9th-grade beasts crossed his path. Xiaoming initially believed they could withstand the casual swing of his blade. Regrettably, before the onslaught of crimson blade energy, the corporeal forms of these 4th-tier, 9th-grade beasts crumbled as if they were mere tofu. Xiaoming's endeavors transcended mere beast hunting. He was also acclimating to the surging vitality within him. Moreover, he discerned a subtle yet profound difference. Previously, when exerting force, he felt as though he could not fully unleash the power residing within him. His control over his body insufficiently robust. Now, However, he sensed a significant enhancement in his bodily mastery. Each time he exerted force, he could distinctly perceive the energy surging forth from his cells, as well as the vitality coursing through his body, invigorating him. This is one of the remarkable advantages of attaining the corporeal realm, the substantial augmentation of bodily control. An hour later, Xia Ming reached the innermost depths of Area 1046, where he encountered throngs of fourth-tier beasts. Yet, his focus did not linger on them. Instead, it was drawn to a nearby middle school football field. A colossal beast, stretching several dozen meters in length, lay languidly upon the ground. The creature, known as the Black Armored Lizard, was classified as a Tier 5, Grade 1 entity. Its back was sheathed in a layer of obsidian armor, providing formidable protection for its form. Was this beast renowned for its defensive capabilities? Perched atop a building, Xia Ming gazed down at the creature, his battle blade already unsheathed. In the next instant, he leaped into the air, descending rapidly. A crimson blade of light cleaved downward. The ebony armor withstood the strike for but a brief moment before the red energy pierced through its body. With the armor rendered ineffective, the black armored lizard was swiftly cleaved in two. Nearby, other beasts watched in horror as the scene unfolded on the football field, hastily turning to flee. Xia Ming made no attempt to pursue them. Instead, he began to gather the materials from the fallen beast. The physical strength of a Tier 5 Grade 1 beast was comparable to that of a martial artist at the third level of blood refinement. Xia Ming was now capable of dispatching a martial artist of that level with a single strike. The strongest among them, Lu Honglin, was merely at the second level of blood refinement. Now, it was not they who hunted him, but rather he who would hunt them. In Zone 1050, Lu Honglin and Lu Mu stood atop a tall building, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. To their surprise, Xia Ming had yet to perish. He truly was tenacious. Lu Mu waved his feather fan, chuckling lightly. Lu Honglin spoke gravely. It is time for us to take action. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Lu Mu nodded in agreement, casting his gaze into the distance. There, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Both had discarded their weapons, resorting to close-quarters combat. Their vital energies surged around them as they clashed, producing a resounding cacophony. The combatants were none other than Wang Chun and Song Shubin. Once we have dealt with Song Shubin, we can easily eliminate Xia Ming as well. Upon finishing his words, Lu Mu joined the fray, closely followed by Lu Honglin. With their entrance into the battle, Song Shubin found himself at a distinct disadvantage, and soon numerous crimson wounds marred his body. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chun smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. With the three of us united, your chances of victory have dwindled. I advise you to concede gracefully and withdraw from the martial arts competition. Song Shubin, a practitioner of the second level of blood refinement, was being relentlessly pressed by Wang Chun, who was merely at the first level. Having endured the brunt of Song Shubin's assaults, Wang Chun harbored significant resentment. Now, seeing Song Shubin struggling under their combined efforts, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Lu Mu added with a chuckle, even if you are stronger than all three of us, what does it matter? You are but a solitary figure. Song Shubin cast a cold glance at the trio, his voice icy. Neither of your families are virtuous. You bully the weak and commit countless misdeeds. How could I ever stoop to associate with you scoundrels? With that, he drew forth a silver spear. As the red tassel at its tip fluttered, Song Shubin's figure abruptly vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Wang Chun. Wang Chun's expression shifted dramatically. Song Shubin possessed a family inheritance technique that could amplify his speed to a terrifying degree, though it inflicted considerable strain on his ankles, limiting its use to just a few instances, a final resort in his arsenal. Yet now, he had chosen to employ this tactic. Did he intend to end this swiftly? Wang Chun did not turn around. Instead, he summoned his entire vitality, forming a crimson shield behind him. In the very next moment, the razor-sharp tip of the spear struck the blood-red shield with a thunderous boom. A resounding crack emanated from the tip of the gun, followed closely by the sharp sound of the crimson shield shattering. Wang Chun's expression shifted abruptly. It was disastrous. He had failed to defend himself. In the next moment, the blood-red shield formed from his vital energy burst apart, releasing a torrent of force. Wang Chun could sense the fierce wind slicing through the air behind him. Suddenly, with a sharp clang, the gun's tip grazed the side of his face, leaving a crimson gash in its wake. He quickly distanced himself, casting a grateful glance at Lu Honglin, who had just intervened to save him. Turning his gaze towards Song Shubin, who wielded the long gun, A flicker of anger and wariness crossed Wang Chun's eyes. Lu Mu approached him, brandishing a feather fan and chuckling lightly. Song Shubin initiated a surprise attack with his strongest trump card, yet he failed to eliminate you. He has squandered his only opportunity. From here onward, we shall strike together. Pay close attention to his footwork, for he shall have no further chances. Wang Chun nodded in agreement. Let us act in unison. With that, he drew a battle blade. Not far away, Song Shubin regarded the three with cold disdain. Even if he could not retreat unscathed today, he would ensure they paid a price. In the next instant, the vital energy within Song Shubin surged violently. Lu Mu shot him a surprised glance. You have actually ignited your blood? Igniting blood was a unique technique of warriors at the blood refinement stage, allowing them to unleash their full potential by burning their internal vital energy. However, this method could lead to a regression in cultivation, requiring an extended period of recuperation. Yet now, Song Shubin had chosen to ignite his blood. Was it truly worth such a risk for mere competition? Initially, Lu Mu's intention was merely to force Song Shubin out of the martial arts competition, preventing his interference in the pursuit of Xiaoming. Now, even at such a cost, Song Shubin refuses to withdraw. Suddenly, a chilling expression crossed Lu Mu's face. Since you wish to engage in this manner, then I shall oblige you. I intend to demonstrate that against the three of us, all your efforts are in vain. As the words faded, the vitality around Lu Mu surged intensely. Witnessing this, Wang Chun and Lu Honglin also ignited their blood essence without hesitation. In the next instant, the trio vanished. Song Shubin's eyes narrowed abruptly, his spear raised defensively before him. Clang, clang, clang. Three distinct sounds echoed as Song Shubin's face flushed crimson, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Mu's figure gradually reappeared, gazing down upon Song Shubin. Against the three of us, you are utterly defenseless. Song Shubin spat out blood, retorting with a cold laugh. To force you all to ignite your blood essence, I consider it a worthy exchange. Lu Mu's expression hardened, ready to strike again. Abruptly, 100-meter-long crimson blade aura materialized before Lu Mu without warning. Chapter 67. Who said I could only unleash one strike? Lu Mu's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively brandishing his feather fan to parry the incoming blade aura. Clang. The feather fan collided with the blade aura, emitting a piercing, grating sound. Blocked it? Just as Lu Mu began to relax, he sensed an immense force emanating from the crimson blade aura once more. Clang, clang, clang. In rapid succession, a series of metallic clangs resonated from the feather fan. Within the blade's aura lay countless manifestations of lethal intent, and this aura was not a mere single strike. Rather, it was the result of someone unleashing 8 swift blows in an instant. The prowess of this individual was truly terrifying. Overwhelmed by the immense force, Lu Mu could only retreat passively, attempting to diffuse this palpable pressure. Suddenly, the feather fan in Lu Mu's hand emitted a sharp crack. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Come and assist me." At this moment, Lu Honglin and Wang Chun finally grasped the urgency, hastily intervening to dissipate the crimson blade aura that extended for 100 meters. As he gazed at the vanishing blood-red aura, a lingering dread filled Lu Mu as he looked at the folding fan in his grip. This fan was a weapon of the blood refinement realm, crafted from materials such as feathers and ribs sourced from 5th-tier demonic beasts, procured at great expense. Just moments ago, it had nearly been severed by a single strike. Had it not been for the fan's protection, he would undoubtedly have met a grim fate. Who on earth was this assailant? When did such a figure emerge in Fengtian? Could they be an operative from the martial artist building or the military? Yet, operatives do not resort to such brutal measures. He had distinctly sensed the breath of death moments earlier. Could it be an ally of the Song family? Lu Mu glanced at Song Shubin beside him, whose face was equally etched with astonishment, clearly unaware of the identity of the intruder. Suddenly, a youthful figure materialized 100 meters away. Lu Mu squinted, and his countenance turned pale. Was it Xiaoming? Had this terrifying crimson blade aura been unleashed by Xiaoming? Confusion enveloped Lu Mu's mind. At the onset of the martial arts competition, Xiaoming had merely been a practitioner of the bone-forging realm. How could he possibly be on par with them now? They had spent an entire decade progressing from the bone-forging realm to the blood refinement realm. As Xiaoming slowly stepped forward, Lu Mu's gaze gradually shifted to the blood-red battle knife in Xiaoming's hand. Lu Mu swallowed hard and inquired, "Have you already reached the blood refinement realm?" Xiaoming shook his head, replying, "I am at the body refinement realm." Lu Mu appeared momentarily stunned. The body refinement realm? A smile unexpectedly crept onto Lu Mu's face. You dare to challenge a blood refinement warrior at the body refinement realm? Had he not ignited his blood, that blade of energy would likely have claimed his life. Such a terrifying aura must be Xia Ming's trump card. It undoubtedly placed a tremendous burden on his body. He could not possibly unleash it a second time. With this thought, Lu Mu resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor. Surely, that blood-red blade energy could be used only once, right? Come, I shall grant you a chance. If you can injure me, I will let you go. Meanwhile, Song Shubin, observing Xia Ming, had assumed him to be a blood refinement warrior. Xia Ming's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Why would one think he could only strike once? He could unleash as many blows as he desired. At that moment, Song Shubin promptly interjected, all three of them are blood refinement warriors. You are merely at the body refinement realm and cannot match them. It would be wise to leave quickly. I will hold them back for you. With that, Song Shubin stepped in front of Xia Ming, brandishing his spear. Xia Ming, with a resigned smile, moved forward and gently pulled Song Shubin aside. Brother Song, there's no need to worry. If I cannot win, I will certainly flee. Moreover, as Xia Ming dragged the battle knife along the ground, advancing slowly, he declared, who says I can only strike once? As the words faded, Xia Ming unleashed a devastating strike. In the blink of an eye, a crimson blade aura, stretching 400 meters, took form. Resembling a blood-red crescent moon hanging ominously in the sky, nearly engulfing the entire heavens. The very atmosphere was tainted with a sanguine hue. Lu Mu's expression shifted dramatically. Quick. Unleash all your strength. As the command left his lips, Lu Mu channeled all his vitality into his feather fan. Wang Chun, too, was struck by horror. Lu Mu had merely requested assistance against a bone refinement realm warrior, yet how could such an adversary now corner them into a desperate plight? Beside them, Lu Honglin, usually unflappable, revealed a hint of solemnity as he summoned his full vitality, concentrating it within his fists. In the next instant, the blood-red crescent descended. The trio's defensive measures shattered like fragile glass, splintering under the force. The crimson arc swept through their bodies, leaving behind a massive scar on the ground. Stretching 100 meters, Lu Mu's eyes widened in terror as he desperately pressed down on his body, which threatened to sever at the waist. How is this possible? Xia Ming, how could you possess such prowess? You are merely a flesh refinement realm warrior. The disbelief echoed within him. No, it cannot be true. It must be. The remnants of his vitality surged from the fissures around his waist. Lu Mu's complexion visibly paled. Gradually, his voice dwindled. No, I wish to live. I refuse to die. Lu Honglin clutched his lower body and crawled away into the distance. Meanwhile, Wang Chen's face turned increasingly pale as he looked at Xia Ming with a mixture of defiance and desperation. Kill me, and the Wang family will never let you off. Xia Ming remained unfazed. With the death of the Lu family's young elite, Wang Qingba would undoubtedly align himself with Xia Ming, aiding him in dealing with Lu Xia. This would provide Lu Rushi an opportunity to seize control of the Lu family, especially since she owed him 3 favors. The Lu family would certainly stand by his side. And the Song family was likely to adopt a neutral stance. The Wang family posed no significant threat. As Xia Ming pondered these thoughts, a voice interrupted him. Are you Xia Ming? Xia Ming nodded. Indeed, I am. Song Shubin expressed his surprise. Before the martial arts competition commenced, my younger brother Song Jiangtao mentioned that if possible, he would lend you assistance. At this point, Song Shubin chuckled self-deprecatingly. I never imagined the outcome would be you aiding me instead. Your younger brother? Only then did Xia Ming take a moment to truly assess Song Shubin, noticing a resemblance to Song Jiangtao. So, they were indeed related. Having a favorable impression of Song Jiangtao, Xia Ming smiled. Song Jiangtao. We encountered each other at the martial arts tower. He is quite a decent person. Even suggested treating the guards in Fengtian to a meal. Song Shubin's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. He was aware that his father had instructed the guards to document the frequency of Song Jiangtao's departures from the city. Could it be? With an awkward smile, Song Shubin said, Thank you, Brother Xia, for bringing this to my attention. Xia Ming found this odd, but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he approached the 3 lifeless bodies and collected their storage rings. Chapter 68. This is called borrowing. Did you kill them? Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment echoed. Xia Ming turned to look. Behind him stood a soldier, approximately 30 years of age, clad in military attire. Xia Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing he had not sensed the man's presence until now. This individual was at least a practitioner of the 5 organs realm. Rising to his feet, Xia Ming stated, They attempted to take my life, and I was compelled to act in self-defense. He can testify on my behalf. He gestured towards Song Shubin, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Before affirmatively nodding, "Yes, I can vouch for him." Observing the exchange between the two, Zhuo Jiaoyang's lips twitched slightly. The major had dispatched him to protect Xiaoming. Yet he arrived only to witness a murder. This posed quite a dilemma. However, who were the deceased? Zhuo Jiaoyang approached the trio of corpses and bent down to examine them. Lu Mu, Wang Chen, and Lu Honglin, all deceased? Zhuo Jiaoyang inhaled sharply. Almost everyone in the Fengtian military district enlisted from Fengtian City. They were well aware of the three prominent families of Fengtian, the Lu, Wang, and Song families. Each of these families harbored formidable warriors of the war god level. Thus, even though the scions of the Lu and Wang families were notoriously arrogant and unscrupulous, no one dared to provoke them lightly. Yet, Xiaoming had managed to offend two of these families simultaneously. Zhuo Jiaoyang glanced at Xiaoming, who was lost in thought, seemingly engrossed in the collection of spoils. "Hey, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. Can you not be so nonchalant about it?" Yet, how did he manage to eliminate these three individuals? If memory served correctly, Xiaoming was merely at the bone refinement realm at the onset of the competition. The three individuals were all at the blood refinement stage. Zhuo Jiaming immediately scrutinized Xiaoming's level, discovering to his astonishment that Xiaoming appeared to be at the 8th or 9th layer of the blood refinement stage. What? Zhuo Jiaming suddenly found himself unsettled. After a period of absence, he had returned and descended a significant tier? Had he perhaps encountered some fortuitous opportunity? Given that Xiaoming had survived, he must possess knowledge regarding the mist. The military certainly required such information. Zhuo Jiaming turned his gaze towards Xiaoming. "The matter of your killing does not fall within the jurisdiction of our military. Once the tournament concludes, the Martial Artists Association will address this issue. However, the military has detected some anomalies in Zone 0996, and we need your cooperation." Zhuo Jiaming's expression grew solemn. "I hope you can accompany me for a while." Xiaoming nodded. "Very well. I happen to have information to share with you." Subsequently, he turned to Song Shubin and said, "We shall take our leave now." Song Shubin nodded, watching the two departing figures, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. The formidable adversaries he had regarded as such, Lu Honglin and Lu Mu, had perished, slain by a mere 17-year-old. This youth had executed his deeds with such nonchalance. Seemingly unperturbed by the aftermath, Song Shubin's resolve gradually solidified. Xiaoming must be befriended at all costs. Even if the Lu and Wang families conspired against him, the Song family would extend their support. In Fengtian City, the scene involving Xiaoming had been broadcast into countless households. The Lu and Wang families had long engaged in oppressive behavior, and the populace had harbored grievances for years. Yet, due to the presence of martial artists at the war god stage within their ranks, no one dared to voice their opinions openly. Now, Xiaoming has astonishingly eliminated the young prodigies of both families, avenging their grievances with a single stroke. In an instant, the world is left in awe of Xiaoming's formidable prowess. Online discourse surrounding him has shifted dramatically from skepticism regarding his abilities to hailing him as a youthful god of war. Praise and envy swirl like a tempest. Within the martial artist building, atop the highest floor, Wang Qingba observed this unfolding spectacle and abruptly instructed his secretary in a hushed tone, "Arrest all individuals affiliated with Lu Shiya." The secretary's expression shifted, and he replied solemnly, "Commander, do we possess evidence for their capture?" "I have the evidence," Wang Qingba gestured toward the screen. "Moreover, there exists something even more crucial than mere evidence." After the secretary departed, Wang Qingba slowly approached the window, astonished that Xiaoming had indeed survived, even going so far as to eliminate members of the Lu family. As for the Wang family, his eyes narrowed slightly. The moment they expelled him from the Wang family, he severed all ties with them. Should the Wang family dare to act against Xiaoming, he would not hesitate to act in the name of righteousness, even if it meant turning against his own kin. In the wilderness zone, Xiaoming was swiftly accompanied by a soldier. "I am Zhuo Jiaming, a lieutenant, dispatched by our Major Su Dingming to ensure your protection. He is a formidable warrior of the god of war realm. Furthermore, upon discovering the peculiar mist in Area 0996, another warrior of the god of war realm, named Li Mu, has come to assist." Zhuo Jiaming succinctly outlined the situation. The deployment of two warriors of such caliber for this enigmatic mist is indeed a fortuitous development. The monstrous creature within the cave has undoubtedly absorbed a considerable amount of dragon's blood, should it indeed reach the 7th tier. Even a formidable warrior of the divine realm may find it challenging to subdue. Before long, the two arrived at a towering structure outside the 0996 zone. There stood two imposing figures, One appeared relatively youthful, while the other exuded a sense of maturity and composure. Both emanated an overwhelming aura that pressed heavily upon Xia Ming, who recognized that he was certainly not their match in a single strike. After Xia Ming paid his respects, he introduced Xia Ming to the two individuals and proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. Su Dingming turned his gaze to Xia Ming, stating, "Though both our families possess warriors of the divine realm, rest assured that if you join the military, we shall ensure your safety." A surge of joy filled Xia Ming's heart at this prospect, as he had indeed contemplated joining the military. Upon hearing this, Su Dingming smiled and remarked, "Once the martial competition concludes, you may register. Given your current prowess, there should be no obstacles to your enlistment. However," he added, "for now, let us discuss the situation in the 0996 zone." Xia Ming nodded and briefly outlined the circumstances. After listening attentively, Su Dingming turned to Li Mu. "The source of the mist appears to be a pool of dragon's blood." Li Mu pondered for a moment and replied, "This mist is likely the work of the creature within. Only warriors below the visceral realm remain unaffected." Su Dingming noted, "It can influence one's psyche," indicating that this creature has likely attained the 7th tier. Li Mu nodded in agreement. With such an abundance of dragon's blood, reaching the 7th tier is merely a matter of time. What troubles me most is that egg, which has already sprouted dragon scales. If we act recklessly, the beast will undoubtedly flee with the dragon egg, and it would be exceedingly difficult for us to detain it. Su Dingming turned his gaze towards Xia Ming. "Do you remember the narrow path you took when you left?" Xia Ming nodded. "I do, but the path is exceedingly narrow, rendering it impossible to bring the dragon egg out." Li Mu extracted a ring from his hand. This is a life ring capable of storing living beings. It also contains several porcelain vials. "Now, I must issue you a command. Steal the dragon egg and the dragon's blood." Su Dingming coughed lightly. Nowadays, matters concerning scholars are often referred to as borrowing. Chapter 69, Borrowing the Dragon Egg. To my surprise, even a warrior of the God of War realm can jest. Xia Ming chuckled inwardly and replied, "I can undertake this, but it must wait until the martial arts competition concludes. I wish to secure a position within the top 100. Li Mu nodded. "During the competition, we shall certainly refrain from taking action. I plan to act after the competition concludes. Afterward, I will return here to rendezvous with you, and then I shall proceed to borrow the dragon egg." Li Mu stated, "This task is solely within your capability. Should you succeed, you may very well attain a higher military rank." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming's eyes brightened. Since he aspired to join the military, a higher initial rank would undoubtedly be advantageous. Therefore, he resolved to approach this matter with utmost seriousness. Upon departing from Area 0996, Xia Ming made his way directly to Area 1051, which was predominantly inhabited by 5th-tier demon beasts, equivalent to warriors of the blood refinement realm. Xia Ming found it effortless to vanquish them. In the days that followed, he alternated between slaying these beasts and refining the malevolent energy within his body. Moreover, during his confrontation with Lu Mu and his companions, Xia Ming successfully executed 9 consecutive strikes. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had grasped something profound. However, regrettably, he was unable to fully comprehend it before the insight vanished. It appeared that attaining the pinnacle of the Blood Fiend Ninefold still led to even deeper realms of understanding. With the remaining 12 days, he hoped to achieve further enlightenment. Throughout this period, Xia Ming focused on exterminating demon beasts, encountering very few individuals, as he remained in the territory of 5th-tier beasts. Apart from Song Shubin, it was likely that no other competitors dared to provoke such formidable foes. Before long, the final day arrived. Xia Ming turned towards Area 0996 with urgency. The leaderboard had been finalized, revealing the ultimate results. Xia Ming, 4.88 million. Song Shubin, 2.95 million. Xu Jie, 2.02 million. After over 10 days of slaying demon beasts, Xia Ming's score surged to first place. Song Shubin remained steady in second, although his upward momentum had significantly diminished. The third position was occupied by an unfamiliar competitor. As for Lu Mu and his 2 companions, their scores were still within the top 100. Unfortunately, for the deceased, rewards held no value. During these past several days, Xia Ming's cultivation had also seen rapid advancement. Name, Xia Ming. Age, 17. Realm, Blood Refinement Level 8. Vitality, 10. 0000011 0000000. Blood Shadow Ninefold Force, 10. 0000010 000. capable of unleashing the ninefold Crimson Blade force, achieving perfection. 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique 100, 100, refined the body 7 times, perfected. Primordial Fiends Body Refinement Technique 100, 100, perfected. Xiaming has ascended to the realm of blood refinement level 8. He has also comprehended the next stage of the Blood Fiend Ninefold Force, the unity of 9 blades. This sword technique has successfully reached the realm of perfection. Upon achieving the unity of 9 blades, the Crimson Blade aura Xiaming unleashes has the power to stain half the sky red, as the blade aura in the air resembles a blood-red crescent moon. He has aptly named this technique Moon's Lament. However, both the 7 Fiends Body Refinement Technique and the Primordial Fiends Body Refinement Technique have reached their limits. Even if he purifies the fiendish energy within his body, the enhancement gained is exceedingly minimal. It appears that a new technique must be sought. Fortunately, having placed among the top 100, he will attain the rank of an officer and gain access to the military's martial arts library to acquire a martial skill or technique, thus filling the gap in his ability to refine the fiendish energy. With this thought in mind, Xiaming has arrived at the outskirts of Zone 0996. Su Dingming steps forward to greet him. Congratulations, young brother Xia, on securing first place in the martial arts competition. Xiaming humbly remarked, I was fortunate this time. At that moment, Su Dingming suddenly cast a surprised glance at Xiaming. He had just realized that Xiaming had already reached the 8th level of blood refinement. In merely a span of 10 days, he had progressed from the 8th level of physical body cultivation to the 8th level of blood refinement. What a remarkable pace of cultivation. Su Dingming's eyelids twitched, and he chuckled. It is fortunate that you did not directly break through to the organs realm. Otherwise, you might find yourself unable to undertake the mission. Xiaming smiled in response, knowing that had he not deliberately restrained his speed in slaying demon beasts, he might have indeed ascended to the organs realm. At that moment, Li Mu approached, patting Xiaming on the shoulder. With the successful execution of this mission, you will at least be awarded the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Complete your task diligently. We are all here to support you. Xiaming glanced behind him and noticed dozens of officers at the organs realm following Li Mu. It seemed the military had firmly resolved to eliminate this demon beast. Su Dingming advised Xiaming, of course, the mission is secondary. If we are discovered, prioritize your escape. I would not want our military to lose a top-tier genius over this matter. Xiaming nodded, fully aware of the significance of life over duty. After bidding farewell to the two, he made his way directly to the 0968 area. Without wasting much time, he soon located the small passage. This passage was situated within an abandoned garden, overrun with rampant vegetation that effectively concealed the entrance. Had Xiaming not had a recollection of this place, finding it would have been quite challenging. Without hesitation, he entered the cave and proceeded deeper within. Half an hour later, Xiaming slowly emerged from the narrow passage once more. The mist in this place remained thick, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. He instinctively lowered his steps, edging along the wall as he cautiously ventured deeper. Before long, he arrived at the chamber that housed the dragon egg. Xiaming paused outside, listening intently for any signs of movement, and only after confirming the absence of the beast did he step inside. Inside, a vast pool of dragon blood lay before him, and he approached it with deliberate care. At the center of the pool, the egg rested quietly, pulsating rhythmically as if alive. He realized that attempting to seize the egg first could easily lead to detection, so he resolved to collect the dragon blood instead. Xiaming retrieved all the porcelain jars he had, beginning the process of filling them with the precious liquid. These jars were not solely those given to him by Li Mu. He had gathered additional ones along his journey. If he were to use Li Mu's jars for the dragon blood, it would ultimately belong to the military. And Xiaming was not foolish enough to relinquish all the benefits to them. He intended to reserve some dragon blood for his own cultivation in the future. Previously, Xiaming had exerted all his effort to lower the water level of the pool by 2 centimeters. However, this time, within mere minutes, the blood pool's level had already dropped by 10 centimeters, and even the surrounding mist seemed to have thinned. Upon noticing this change, a sense of unease washed over him. Would this alteration attract the attention of the beast? As anxiety gripped him, Xiaming hastened his movements. Ultimately, the beast did not appear, and he found his porcelain jars filled to the brim, including several from Li Mu, roughly filling 5 large jars in total. Due to the relatively small size of the porcelain jar belonging to Xiaming, he could only obtain an amount equivalent to that of 2 large jars of dragon blood. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Observing the blood pool, he noted that the water level had receded by over a meter, and the surrounding mist had noticeably thinned. It was time to depart. Chapter 70. Beast Tide. Xia Ming swiftly approached the dragon egg. With a mere thought, the life ring in his hand burst forth with a brilliant emerald glow. In the next instant, the dragon egg vanished without a trace. As it disappeared, an eerie silence enveloped the room, a silence that was almost palpable. After securing the dragon egg, Xia Ming promptly turned and, without making a sound, summoned every ounce of speed he possessed. Before long, he arrived at the exit passage. Just as he was about to step into the corridor, he was startled by a furious roar from behind him. Heart racing, he dove into the passage and sprinted with fervor. In the next moment, he felt a terrifying roar echo behind him, the immense sound causing his head to spin. Quickly, Xia Ming invigorated his vital energy, regaining his composure just in time. Turning back, he beheld a pair of enraged vertical pupils glaring from the darkened entrance. He exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the beast had not pursued him, but was instead expressing its impotent fury. Shortly thereafter, Xia Ming emerged in Area 0968. No sooner had he stepped out than Li Mu contacted him via a special badge. "Xia Ming, did you obtain the item?" Li Mu's voice was tinged with excitement. "Yes, I have," Xia Ming replied succinctly. There was a brief pause from Li Mu before he urged urgently, "Hurry, return to Feng Tian at once." Upon discovering that the dragon egg had been stolen, the beast had succumbed to a furious wrath, although we managed to restrain it. Confining it to the outskirts of Zone 0996, its call had summoned a tide of beasts from all directions. These swarms were heading towards Feng Tian, intent on bringing destruction upon the city. At this moment, your safety is of utmost importance. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xia Ming replied, "I shall return to Feng Tian immediately, and once there, I will assist in repelling the beast tide. Of course, this will only be after ensuring my own safety." Li Mu responded, "It is good that you understand. The safety of the dragon egg now rests upon your shoulders." After hanging up the phone, another voice emerged from the special badge. "A beast tide is currently attacking Feng Tian, and its scale is unprecedentedly vast. All warriors from the wilderness are to return to Feng Tian to help the city through this crisis." It was the voice of Wang Qingba. Clearly, this beast tide was even more perilous than he had anticipated. Without delay, Xia Ming set off for Feng Tian. Along the way, he encountered numerous waves of beasts. This area mostly hosted second-tier monsters, resulting in merely a second-level beast tide. With a single strike of Moon's Desolation, he could vanquish thousands of these creatures. However, in the face of a tide numbering in the millions or even billions, these beasts were but a drop in the ocean. As Xia Ming hastened towards Feng Tian, yet another message arrived. It turned out that a small team was being pursued by a third-tier beast tide. Glancing at the map, he realized he was the nearest to them. A sudden sense of familiarity washed over him. Though somewhat taken aback, Xia Ming did not hesitate and immediately rushed to rescue the individuals in peril. Even when faced with a level 4 beast tide, he felt confident in his ability to triumph effortlessly. The endeavor to save others posed nearly no risk. In Fengtian City, Wang Qingba incessantly issued commands from the central command room. The staff surrounding him continuously reported updates. It had been confirmed that there were 188 level 1 beast tides, 102 level 2 beast tides, 80 level 3 beast tides, 30 level 4 beast tides, 10 level 5 beast tides, and 1 level 6 beast tide. The number of monstrous beasts exceeded 100 million. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingba's expression darkened significantly. The intensity of this beast tide was unprecedented in history. If not managed effectively, the entire Fengtian could succumb to devastation. Wang Qingba promptly raised his hand and declared, "The classification of this beast tide has been elevated from its original special level to catastrophic level." Fengtian mobilized all available forces, unleashing every weapon at their disposal, and summoned all warriors to join the fray. This battle might very well be Fengtian's final stand. In the wilderness, a quartet of individuals fled in a state of utter panic, pursued by an ominous and formidable beast tide. At the forefront was a woman, carrying an injured companion on her back. The wounded woman groaned in pain, pleading, "Sister Song, just put me down. My presence will only hinder your escape." The lead woman clenched her teeth resolutely and retorted, "I have plenty of strength left. I can endure for a while longer. As long as we hold out until help arrives, we will find our way to safety." They were acutely aware that the likelihood of rescue in such dire circumstances had dwindled to almost nothing, yet they were unwilling to surrender. As they gazed back at the approaching tide of beasts, a flicker of despair crept into their expressions. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters, the monstrous horde drew ever closer, as if poised to rend them apart in the next instant. Suddenly, the sky transformed into an eerie crimson hue. A blood-red crescent moon appeared overhead, having seemingly materialized from nowhere. This crescent abruptly plummeted from the heavens, crashing down upon the third-tier beast tide comprised of third-grade monsters. The earth was instantaneously torn open, creating a gaping chasm 100 meters long. The tide of beasts behind them vanished without a trace. They all stood agape, incredulous. Was this a Blade's aura? What terrifying power! While they were momentarily stunned, a figure appeared before them. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. It was then that they recognized the individual before them. Was this not Xiaming? A collective thought surged through their minds. Hadn't Xiaming been of the same realm as them at the onset of the martial arts competition? How was he now capable of annihilating a third-tier beast tide with a single strike? The foremost woman was the first to regain her composure and address Xiaming. I am Song Zhiyun, a member of the Song family. You have saved me this time, and we will remember your deed. With that, she turned to depart. Though she had been the first to regain her calm, the shock within her heart was no less than that of the others. Moreover, prior to participating in the martial arts competition, the second son of the Song family, Song Jiangtao, had cautioned her to take heed of someone named Xiaming, whose remarkable talent warranted befriending. It was shortly after entering the wilderness zone that she encountered Xiaming. At that time, Xiaming was merely a martial artist at the bone refinement stage, so she paid little attention to him, considering him merely a slightly more gifted talent. However, it has now become evident that Xiaming's potential has surpassed her understanding. She firmly believes that he possesses the capacity to become a war god, perhaps even within a few short years. The Song family must undoubtedly align themselves with Xiaming. After rescuing the four-member team, a voice suddenly emanated from the special badge once more. Just as Xiaming thought he would be called to save others again, Wang Qingba's voice abruptly rang out. Xiaming, run. A dozen beast tides are approaching you, including a 6th-level beast tide. Xiaming was momentarily taken aback. A 6th-level beast tide, which equates to 6th-tier demon beasts. His expression changed drastically. He was being targeted. Chapter 71. Laser cannon at the entrance of Xinan District in Fengtian City. The main gate was left ajar, allowing passage for the martial artists who had yet to return. Numerous guards had ascended the city walls, standing ready for the impending beast tide. Suddenly, a dark spot appeared in the wilderness, and as it drew nearer, the crowd realized it was a person. Xiaming had returned. Some recognized him, noting his remarkable speed, a testament to his status as a blood refinement martial artist. Others were astonished by how swiftly he reached the city gate, nearly in the blink of an eye. But then, they noticed the ominous shadow looming behind him. As they turned to look, they were met with a vast ocean of beast tides. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Xiaming's rapid pace was a result of the beast tide pursuing him. Anyone in his position would have raced desperately as well. The captain of the guard immediately shouted hoarsely, "Quickly, close the city gates. Prepare the laser cannons." Below, at the very moment Xiaming entered through the gates, the laser cannons atop the walls had already charged their energy. As the gates descended, the cannons unleashed a barrage upon the densely packed horde of beasts, turning entire swathes of the monstrous creatures to ash. Xiaming ascended to the battlements, where nearly all the beasts struck by the laser beams lay lifeless. However, each discharge of the laser cannons required a specific duration for recharging, and after several consecutive firings, a cooling period was necessary. At this moment, a relentless tide of dark beasts was steadily advancing towards Fengtian City. The captain turned to the warriors behind him, declaring, "The laser cannons require time to recharge, and during this interval, we must rely on our collective strength. Fengtian needs your assistance." Observing the beasts that had reached the wall, the captain was the first to draw his battle blade. "Warriors, for Fengtian, for our families, fight! Fight!" The warriors roared in unison, unsheathing their blades to strike at the beasts that had begun to scale the walls. Under the furious resistance of the human fighters, the monstrous creatures found it impossible to ascend the ramparts. The situation was not yet dire. Xiaming refrained from intervening for the time being, choosing instead to observe the warriors upon the wall. A few like him stood quietly, refraining from action, most of them being practitioners at the 5th Vitality Realm. Among them, an elderly man with white hair caught Xiaming's attention. Despite his advanced age, the old man exuded vitality, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Most importantly, Xiaming sensed a profound blade intent emanating from him. The blade intent of the white-haired elder diverged from the ordinary. It embodied a gentle essence, akin to the caress of a spring breeze. Yet, Xiaming could discern the underlying murderous intent concealed within this gentility. A blade, after all, is wielded for the purpose of slaying demonic beasts, and it is impossible for it to lack an air of lethality. The elder noticed Xiaming's gaze and offered a subtle nod, which Xiaming returned with a courteous gesture. Although the elder's vitality had begun to wane, the sheer magnitude of his life force remained formidable. His cultivation level undoubtedly surpassed Xiaming's, and he might even be a peak practitioner of the five organs realm. Soon, the second round of the laser cannon was fully charged. At the captain's command, the cannon roared forth, unleashing devastation upon the horde of beasts below the city walls. However, the solitary 6th grade beast wave remained unvanquished. The laser cannon inflicted catastrophic damage upon demonic beasts of the 5th grade and below, yet could only severely injure those of the 6th grade. As for the 7th grade beasts, equivalent to human war gods, they exhibited no fear of the cannon's might. The severely wounded 6th grade beasts, filled with fury, charged towards the city walls with ferocious roars. Just as Xiaming hesitated on whether to intervene, the white-haired elder spoke up. "Gentlemen, it is time for us to handle these 6th grade beasts." A middle-aged man beside him cracked his knuckles, saying, "Isn't this precisely what we've been waiting for? Leave those injured ones to me." The elder chuckled. "Wounded beasts are often more challenging to deal with. You must exercise caution." The man laughed boldly. "My fists are not to be trifled with." With that, he was the first to leap into the fray. The elderly man with white hair turned to the assembled warriors of the five organs realm and remarked, "This 6th-tier beast tide consists of over 1,000 6th-tier demon beasts. We are merely a group of 30 or so. Caution is paramount." After speaking, the elder addressed Xiaming, saying, "If you wish to descend as well, stay close to me, and I shall offer you guidance." Xiaming hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Can you assure my safety?" The white-haired elder nodded confidently. "As long as you do not stray, I guarantee your safe return to Fengtian." With that assurance, Xiaming nodded and followed the elder down from the city wall. In this beast tide, no one could remain untouched. Moreover, there were those he cared about within Fengtian, and he was determined to protect it. Although he was merely at the blood refinement stage, he possessed the capability to slay 6th-tier demon beasts. Even when faced with multiple 6th-tier foes, he still had a chance to escape. However, as soon as the two reached the base of the wall, the elder sensed something amiss. The demon beasts, which had been scaling the wall, suddenly turned their gaze toward him. Following the beast's line of sight, the elder's attention was drawn to Xiaming. In the next instant, all the beasts charged towards Xiaming. The elder felt a twinge of confusion, yet his battle blade was already drawn. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a strike. However, Xiaming felt a sudden jolt of alarm. That single slash emanated an overwhelming sense of peril. True to his intuition, in the blink of an eye, the demon beasts within a radius of several dozen meters were obliterated by the swirling green blade aura. Xiaming gazed in astonishment at the continuously rotating green energy, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. He had always wielded the blade to cleave a straight line of sword energy. Yet he had never fathomed the possibility of manifesting such energy in this manner. The elder employed his vital essence to guide the sword aura, causing it to circulate around his body as if he were the center of a colossal meat grinder. Any beast foolish enough to approach would meet a gruesome demise. However, this technique demanded an extraordinary mastery over the sword aura, which now curved in an unusual arc rather than remaining linear. Xiaming instinctively observed the flowing sword energy around him, drawing his battle blade and beginning to practice vigorously. The white-haired elder, witnessing this spectacle, revealed a satisfied smile. He decided to unveil his most treasured technique, eager to assess Xiaming's innate talent. After all, Xiaming had proven to be an unexpected contender in the martial arts competition, a true dark horse. It was said that he had slain a 5th-tier beast within a mere 2 months, honing a terrifying sword aura in the process. Having previously witnessed the sword energy Xiaming unleashed, the elder noted its flamboyance, reminiscent of his own youth, though it lacked refinement, indicating he had not been properly instructed. This unexpected encounter sparked the elder's desire to test Xiaming's capabilities. Should Xiaming demonstrate sufficient talent, the elder would impart some knowledge. Otherwise, he would not squander his time. As it appeared, Xiaming indeed possessed noteworthy potential. quickly grasping the operation of this small domain, which had taken the elder decades to comprehend. However, he anticipated that Xiao Ming would soon encounter challenges, at which point he could step in as a mentor and elucidate the intricacies of the technique. Chapter 72. The astonishment of the elder with white hair on the battlefield beyond the city walls. A secure zone formed by the essence of blades encircled the elder with white hair. This was the soul sanctuary amidst chaos. Within this space, only two figures resided, Xiao Ming and the elder clad in white. The elder gradually advanced toward the distant sixth-tier beast. He should have reached there swiftly. Yet the relentless onslaught of these beasts surged forth, causing the blade essence within their small domain to deplete rapidly. The elder found himself periodically replenishing the blade essence with his own efforts. Casting a glance back at Xiao Ming, the elder noted that he remained lost in his own thoughts, murmuring softly to himself. The elder turned his attention once more to the approaching pack of fifth-tier beasts, a wave of contemplation washing over him. What had Xiao Ming done to provoke such fury from these creatures? Could it be that he was the catalyst for this beast tide? Swiftly, the elder dismissed the notion. How could a mere martial artist at the corporeal realm summon forth such a formidable horde? However, the ferocity of the beasts surged forth, and the elder's aged body began to strain under the pressure. Fortunately, with his pinnacle cultivation of the 5 organs, he could endure. Otherwise, he might not have withstood the advance toward the sixth-tier beasts. With this thought in mind, the elder skillfully unleashed a blade essence to mend a newly formed gap in their sanctuary. At this juncture, Xiao Ming was likely on the brink of encountering a dilemma. Surely, he would seek to inquire how this blade essence took on such a form. Turning back, the elder observed that Xiao Ming had indeed emerged from his reverie. Yet, instead of the anticipated confusion, he bore an expression of profound enlightenment and excitement. I understand now. I truly comprehend. Xiao Ming excitedly called out to the elder. Upon finishing his words, he swiftly executed a slash, the blade twisting peculiarly along its trajectory. In the next instant, a blood-red blade aura, identical to that within the realm, suddenly took form. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. During a decade of seclusion, he had spent 7 years pondering the precise shape this blade aura should take. Yet now, Xiao Ming had comprehended it in merely 10 minutes? The silver-haired elder felt a profound sense of shock. Xiao Ming, exhilarated by the blade aura he had conjured, failed to notice the elder's unusual expression. Although he could manifest such a blade aura, his control over his vital energy remained insufficient to create a similar realm. Xiao Ming objectively assessed his current state. Indeed, your command over vital energy is still quite rudimentary. The elder's voice carried a hint of melancholy. However, your ability to grasp the technique in such a brief period showcases remarkable talent. It was only then that Xiao Ming discerned the elder's peculiar demeanor. He promptly responded, I truly admire the elder for pioneering such a technique. With your precedent set before me, I merely followed a systematic approach to learn and thus came to this understanding. Compared to you, my talent is trivial. Observing the sincerity in Xiao Ming's eyes, the elder's mood instantly brightened. He beamed at Xiao Ming, saying, Not at all. To develop this technique, I dedicated several years, and your ability to master it so swiftly indicates a level of talent that I have never encountered before. In a remarkably brief span of time, Xiao Ming had mastered his skills to such an extent that he felt a twinge of embarrassment to admit he had dedicated a decade to his training. Observing the elderly man's beaming expression, Xiao Ming couldn't help but internally scoff. These elders are particularly fond of maintaining appearances. Nevertheless, he accompanied the old man to the vicinity of the sixth-tier beast zone. Here, several fifth-chamber martial artists were engaged in fierce combat with the beasts. Among them, a middle-aged man stood out with his vigorous demeanor, his fists slicing through the air with remarkable force. In mere moments, he dispatched a sixth-tier beast with a few powerful punches, indicating that he too was a pinnacle fifth-chamber warrior. However, the vitality within him had not yet waned, suggesting he still had an opportunity to break through to the God of War realm. Upon noticing the white-haired elder, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. Your domain is truly effective. The elder chuckled. If you are willing to switch to the sword technique, I would be happy to teach you. Perhaps not. I still prefer the visceral sensation of hand-to-hand combat, the middle-aged man replied, glancing at Xiao Ming beside him. Oh, you are quite bold, daring to venture into the territory of sixth-tier beasts with merely a physical body. To be cautious, you wouldn't want to meet your demise here. No sooner had he spoken than a pack of over a dozen sixth-tier beasts charged towards Xiao Ming. His expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the elder for confirmation. Are you certain you can ensure my safety? The elder, observing the approaching beasts, felt his skin twitch slightly. Why do I get the impression that these beasts are targeting you? Xiaming remained silent. The beasts were likely not after him, but rather the dragon egg he held in his possession. Suddenly, Xiaming froze in place, prompting the elder to widen his eyes and exclaim, "Could it truly be that they are after you?" Xiaming shook his head, asserting, "It is merely your delusion." With that, Xiaming edged closer to the white-haired elder. At that moment, hundreds of rank 6 demonic beasts surged towards Xiaming from afar. The elder's countenance underwent a drastic transformation, and he promptly retreated with Xiaming at a rapid pace. "Is this what you meant by they are not after you?" the elder questioned, gritting his teeth as he gazed at Xiaming. Xiaming innocently replied, "You did pledge to safeguard my well-being." Observing the rank 6 demonic beasts charging directly towards them, the elder abruptly halted. The destructive force of these beasts was exceedingly formidable, and he could not permit them to breach Fengtian. "Here is where we shall slay them." As the words escaped his lips, the elder's aura underwent a dramatic shift. The gentle and refined old man of before transformed into a formidable deity of carnage. The verdant blade aura that once surrounded him was now tainted by frigid, baleful energy, morphing into an eerie shade of gray. The elder's gaze was devoid of all emotion as he casually unleashed several blade auras. As the blade auras proliferated, the elder's blade aura domain expanded exponentially, reaching a radius of 100 meters. The instant the domain materialized, hundreds of rank 6 demonic beasts recklessly charged into the chaotic array of blade auras. The first beast was instantly cleaved in two, but the blade aura expended its power and quietly dissipated. The elder swiftly unleashed a torrent of blade auras, decimating the majority of the demonic horde. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and some managed to slip through the cracks, entering the 10-meter perimeter around him. At this distance, the beasts could close in within a mere instant. Xiaming anxiously glanced at the elder, whose arms were trembling slightly, indicating that he was exerting his utmost power. Suddenly, a monstrous beast forcefully breached the barrier of blade energy, charging directly towards Xiaming. Without hesitation, Xiaming instinctively unleashed the blade energy he had just recently acquired. In the blink of an eye, a crimson domain of blade energy took shape. In that fleeting moment, the 6th-tier beast was already a mere 5 meters away from Xiaming. The swirling crimson blade energy struck the beast, penetrating its flesh and leaving a wound deep enough to reveal bone. However, the blade energy swiftly dissipated. The ferocious beast, undeterred, swiped at Xiaming with its claw. Xiaming steadied his mind, and, in a flash, struck out with another slash. The clash of blade energy against the beast's lethal claw produced a deafening sound. Yet, Xiaming was merely in the blood refinement stage. No matter how potent his blade energy, it could only marginally injure the 6th-tier creature. This strike merely served to temporarily slow the beast's advance. Xiaming glanced towards the elderly man with white hair beside him. The elder let out a cold snort and swung his battle blade with force. In the next instant, a gray-green blade energy materialized, effortlessly cleaving the 6th-tier beast in two. Not far away, a middle-aged man engaged in a fierce battle with another beast noticed the commotion and cast a surprised glance at Xiaming. He was astonished to see the old man's signature technique being replicated so swiftly. This was a skill the elder had meticulously honed over more than a decade since becoming a master of the blade. How could Xiaming have grasped it in such a short time? He suddenly felt curious to witness the old man's expression. It must have been quite a sight to behold. The venerable elder fixed a gaze upon Xiaming, his countenance devoid of emotion. Xiaming, unsettled by the scrutiny, gestured towards the demonic beasts outside, remarking, "Senior, there remains a multitude of 6th-order demonic beasts lurking outside." Xiaming feigned innocence as an unusual surge of vitality emanated from the white-haired elder, causing even the domain of blade energy to quiver. Xiaming observed the elder with curiosity, noting that the senior's vital energy seemed to have faltered momentarily, resulting in a transient stagnation of blood flow. Nevertheless, the senior's mastery over his vital energy was truly remarkable. Ordinarily, such a disruption in a martial artist's vital energy would have profound repercussions, potentially exposing vulnerabilities in their techniques. However, the elder merely swayed slightly, with no significant impact on the domain of blade energy. At that moment, several more 6th-order demonic beasts lunged towards Xiaming. Neither of them dared to lower their guard. The white-haired elder effortlessly dispatched the beasts, maintaining a grayish-green blade domain with a radius of 100 meters. Xiaming, exercising caution, also sustained a crimson blade domain of approximately 10 meters. However, even maintaining this diminutive domain caused Xiaming's vital energy to dissipate rapidly. while undeniably potent. This domain-based skill exacted a heavy toll on his vital energy. Xiaoming estimated that he could sustain it for only a scant few minutes. Noting the precipitous decline in Xiaoming's vital energy, the white-haired elder inquired, "How much longer can you endure?" Xiaoming, merely an 8th-level blood refinement martial artist, possessed a relatively meager reservoir of vital energy. At his current level, the ability to sustain it for even a few minutes was commendable. After assessing his vital energy, Xiaoming replied, "Approximately 16 minutes, perhaps." The white-haired elder cast a look of astonishment upon Xiaoming. He had not anticipated the remarkable vigor coursing through the lad's veins. A mere few minutes? The white-haired elder pondered momentarily. Initially, he intended to escort Xiaoming back to the city to ensure his safety. Yet, it seemed that the span of mere minutes was sufficient for him to vanquish these 6th-tier demonic beasts. Gripping his battle knife firmly with both hands, the elder proclaimed, "Today, fate has brought us together. Since you have mastered the application of knife energy, I shall extend my benevolence and offer you further guidance." Upon finishing his words, the elder executed a sweeping slash. The gray-green knife energy surged forward, slicing through the bodies of the demonic beasts. In the next instant, several 6th-tier beasts collapsed to the ground not far ahead. The white-haired elder took a step forward and addressed Xiaoming, saying, "This is knife energy, a symbol of entering the realm of knife techniques. I observe that your knife energy is remarkably solid, indicating considerable practice. I shall refrain from elaborating on that." Xiaoming followed closely behind, silently nodding in agreement. This elder had immersed himself in the art of knife techniques for many years, achieving a formidable level of mastery. And he had discerned Xiaoming's familiarity with knife energy at a glance. Suddenly, the elder struck again with a knife, which instilled in Xiaoming an overwhelming sense of pressure, a force that seemed insurmountable. Xiaoming bowed his head in contemplation. Although he had perfected the Blood Fiend's 9-layered momentum, he always felt that something was amiss. It turned out he had yet to grasp the essence of knife momentum. The white-haired elder continued, "Knife momentum is the second threshold of the path of the knife. At this stage, we must cultivate our own knife momentum. In this realm, the objective pursued by all is singular, the might of the knife momentum. Mighty." A glimmer of realization flickered in Xiaoming's eyes. "I understand now." His tone suddenly grew resolute. When wielding a blade, one must embody a spirit of boldness and relentless advance. Although he had been vanquishing the demonic beasts with caution, this very prudence had diminished the ferocity of his strikes, rendering them devoid of the unstoppable aura that emanated from the white-haired elder. In a mere moment, a palpable transformation enveloped Xiaoming. He stood tall and proud, imbued with newfound confidence. Observing this revitalized version of Xiaoming, the elder nodded in satisfaction. "I see traces of the blade's essence within you, yet you lack a slight nudge to truly comprehend what the essence of the blade entails. Now follow me, and let us explore the ultimate realm of the sword intent." The elder gradually advanced toward the vast throng of demonic beasts. Of course, this was merely the final realm known to humanity. No one had yet traversed into the next echelon. After approximately 10 minutes, few 6th-tier beasts remained. Yet, the elder refrained from unleashing the sword intent, opting instead to annihilate the surrounding beasts with his blade chi domain. Just as Xiaoming pondered this, a colossal golden eagle soared through the sky. Golden-winged giant eagle. Rank: 6th tier, 9th grade. Xiaoming's pupils constricted. Among the 6th-tier beasts he had encountered, this was the only one nearing 7th grade. It was likely the leader of the 6th-tier beast horde. Thus, was the elder intent on slaying this giant eagle with his sword intent? A piercing cry echoed through the air. Suddenly, the colossal eagle emitted a piercing cry and dove towards the two individuals on the ground. A jolt of alarm surged through Xiaoming's heart as he raised his battle blade, simultaneously glancing at the elder beside him. The white-haired old man lifted his gaze to the heavens, a smile unexpectedly curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 74. Opposition? Then I must be in the right. The moment the golden giant eagle entered the 100-meter domain, subtle changes began to unfold around the elder. Xiaoming felt a refreshing breeze, infused with vitality, reminiscent of the very first time he encountered the elder. However, in the blink of an eye, that invigorating sensation dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming aura of dread. The once vibrant greenery vanished, giving way to a chilling silence that crept upon Xiaoming's skin. The elder's previously snow-white hair had morphed into an eerie shade of gray. His demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling a detached swordsman steeped in melancholy. For the first time, Xiaming was engulfed by an oppressive terror, an intimidating will that rendered him incapable of resistance. The Elder's blade intent was not even directed at him, yet Xiaming felt as though he could scarcely breathe. At last, the Elder swiftly unleashed a single stroke, cleaving the massive golden eagle in midair, which fell silently, lifeless. After dispatching the beast, the Elder retracted his formidable blade intent. Xiaming finally drew in deep breaths, akin to a parched fish gasping for air on the shore. The Elder, visibly pleased with Xiaming's reaction, smiled and remarked, "What do you think of my strike?" After a moment's pause, Xiaming sincerely replied, "I am in awe, esteemed Elder." The elderly man with white hair chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Ha, it's nothing extraordinary. I am not a deity of war, so there's no need for admiration." Observing the old man's grin stretching from ear to ear, Xiaming rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, it seems he relishes flattery. Nevertheless, Xiaming refrained from undermining the Elder. After all, the old man had imparted much wisdom to him. Upon inspecting the surroundings and confirming that no sixth-tier beasts were present, the Elder began to lead Xiaming away at a leisurely pace. Each individual comprehends the essence of the blade differently. Do not merely mimic me. Discovering what suits you best is paramount. Xiaming nodded in agreement. Every person possesses unique experiences, thus their insights inevitably vary. To forcefully emulate another's understanding would be akin to a mere caricature, leading to self-deprecation. Xiaming had his own journey, his own individuals to safeguard, and a resolute aspiration for strength. His blade's essence should embody relentless advancement. Now, the comprehension of the blade's essence is not something easily attained. You should ponder it thoroughly upon your return. Before he could finish, the Elder gazed at Xiaming in astonishment. Within Xiaming's being, an extraordinarily unique will was gradually coalescing. Could it be the essence of the blade? The Elder regarded Xiaming with a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. Initially, he had intended to merely test Xiaming's potential, and if it proved satisfactory, to offer guidance. However, at this juncture, he felt as though he was being eclipsed. In his prime, he was hailed as a prodigy of swordsmanship in Tian City. Yet now, it seemed that Xiaming was the true genius. As the Elder mulled over this realization, the essence within Xiaming had only coalesced halfway before it came to a halt. Xiaming slowly opened his eyes. The Elder suddenly leaned closer to Xiaming, his voice laced with urgency. "What transpired? Could it be that you have failed?" Startled by the Elder's abruptness, Xiaming took a step back and replied, "I believe my current emotions lack sufficient intensity, and my comprehension of the blade's essence is not profound enough. Thus I have chosen to suspend my understanding of it." The Elder paused, visibly taken aback by this revelation. To grasp the essence of the blade would elevate one to the status of a master, bringing with it wealth, prestige, and renown. More importantly, the understanding of the blade's essence is not something that can be attained by everyone. It is a rarity, with perhaps only one in a million capable of achieving it. Moreover, an individual typically possesses but a single opportunity to comprehend this essence, with only a select few granted a second chance. There was once a young prodigy who, in pursuit of a more potent understanding, forsook his initial opportunity, only to pass from this world without ever attaining a greater mastery of the blade. Yet now, Xiaming had seemingly relinquished this invaluable chance. This left the white-haired Elder in a state of bewilderment. He hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose this matter to Xiaming. Tentatively, he inquired, "Are you certain you can attain the essence of the blade once more?" Xiaming nodded, a renewed resolve emanating from him. However, this determination soon waned. He demonstrated this several times, leaving the Elder utterly astonished. Isn't the understanding of the blade's essence akin to an epiphany, requiring specific circumstances, times, and events? Can such enlightenment truly be manipulated at will? The Elder recalled the immense sacrifices he had made for his own second understanding. Yet now, Xiaming seemed to grasp the essence at will. Meanwhile, Xiaming discreetly glanced at the system panel, where a progress bar had materialized. Understanding of sword intent progress, 54,100. Remaining points for comprehension, 20. Each point corresponds to a unit of progress. Xiaming recognized that he could not comprehend the sword intent at this moment, so he chose to pause. However, the elderly man appeared to be quite anxious. Xiaming felt compelled to demonstrate his abilities. The old man's gaze remained vacant for an extended period until he finally regained his composure. Cough, cough. You can actually comprehend sword intent in this manner. Your innate talent is indeed remarkable, he remarked, before slowly making his way toward the city gate, his movement seemingly stiff. Xiao Ming observed the departing elder without pursuing him. With the absence of 6th-tier demonic beasts in the vicinity, the threat posed by ordinary 5th-tier beasts was minimal. It was time for him to commence hunting the beasts. After all, during the Beast Tide, the Martial Artist Guild would eagerly acquire various materials from the demonic creatures, and points would be awarded based on the quantity of beasts slain. Once the tide subsided, individuals could exchange their accrued points for corresponding rewards. More importantly, the abundance of demonic beasts here represented a significant source of vitality for him. Xiao Ming called out to the elder, "Senior, please close your domain. I am about to hunt the beasts." The elder offered no response, merely retracting his domain and effortlessly swatting away a nearby beast that had charged at him. He desired nothing more than tranquility. After the elder's departure, a throng of demonic beasts surged towards Xiao Ming. He maintained his 10-meter domain, causing all 4th-tier and lower beasts to be instantaneously vanquished by his sword energy. Only a few 5th-tier beasts could withstand a single strike of his Blade-S energy. However, this demand was exceedingly taxing on Xiao Ming. Within a brief span, he felt his vitality waning considerably. He needed to draw upon his life force to channel the sword energy. Thus, he pondered, was there anything that could substitute for his vitality? Xiao Ming suddenly beheld the lifeless body of a headless monster, oozing blood in a grotesque display. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could the monster's vital essence serve as a substitute? Without hesitation, he harnessed the blood essence of the beast that lingered in the air, skillfully manipulating it to wield blade-like energy. Indeed, the monster's essence was usable. A surge of exhilaration washed over Xiao Ming. As long as the beast fell swiftly, a continuous flow of vital essence would replenish his domain. Was this not akin to becoming a perpetual motion machine? Moreover, as the number of slain beasts increased, the essence within his realm gradually intensified, causing the area to expand. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Upon reaching a 30-meter radius, Xiao Ming halted the expansion. His mental strength was insufficient to extend it further. Yet, such a domain sufficed for his needs. My vital essence, I am coming. Xiao Ming sprang into action, racing towards the densest congregation of monsters. On the city walls, a middle-aged man observed Xiao Ming on the battlefield, his eyes widening in astonishment. An elderly man with white hair glared furiously, exclaiming, "How dare he utilize the blood essence of monsters to operate my meticulously researched domain? He is defiling my creation." Chapter 75. I was wrong. Yet unchanged approximately 2 hours later, the warriors had eradicated all the monsters outside the city of Fengtian. At the entrance of the Xianan district, where Xiao Ming stood, only a few beasts remained. He dissipated the domain enveloping him and prepared to return to the city walls. In just 2 hours, the number of monsters he had slain surpassed that of an entire day in the wilderness, propelling him to the 9th level of blood refinement. As Xiao Ming ascended the city wall, his countenance beamed with joy, only to be met by the fiery gaze of an elderly man with white hair. Beside him stood a middle-aged gentleman, whose face was alight with a smug satisfaction as he observed Xiao Ming. An unsettling feeling washed over Xiao Ming. Sure enough, as he approached, the elder exclaimed in indignation, "The domain I have researched is not meant for you to wield in such a manner." Xiao Ming replied softly, "I was mistaken. Insufficient vitality should never be utilized with the blood of beasts." Before he could finish, the elder abruptly paused. Did Xiao Ming just admit his fault so unequivocally? Clearing his throat, the elder continued, "Since you have recognized your error, refrain from such usage in the future. When wielding a blade, one's focus must be unwavering. Do not become enraptured by mere technique. I offer this counsel for your own benefit." Xiao Ming nodded in agreement, stating, "If no unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall certainly refrain from employing the essence of beasts again. I have a matter to attend to. May I be excused?" He gestured towards his phone, which was ringing. The elder contemplated for a moment, conceding that Xiao Ming's reasoning held merit, and waved him off with a gesture of dismissal. As he descended, Xiao Ming pondered that upon his appearance on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly become a focal point for the beast's concentrated assault. Surely, this could be deemed an unforeseen circumstance, could it not? Upon reaching the foot of the city wall, Xiao Ming retrieved his phone and connected the call to Yi Mingqing. Her voice resonated through the line. "Hello, has the beast tide subsided on your end?" Xiao Ming replied, "Yes, it has concluded. However, this wave of beast tide is merely a minor offensive. A more formidable surge is yet to come. Indeed, we must remain vigilant for our safety. Furthermore, you have secured the top position in the martial arts competition. Upon your return, I shall ensure a grand celebration in your honor." The joyous voice of Yi Ming resonated from the other end of the line. Xia Ming smiled and replied, "Certainly, once the beast tide concludes, we shall revel in a splendid celebration." Before long, the signal deteriorated, rendering communication impossible, and Xia Ming had no choice but to end the call. Subsequently, he ascended to the city wall, where he discovered a virtual projection had materialized. In the image, two formidable warriors, Su Dingming and Li Mu, were engaged in combat with a massive, several dozen meters long, black-scaled dragon. The dragon possessed two enormous wings and could unleash scorching flames from its maw. At that moment, the dragon was drenched in blood, its body marred by numerous wounds. The combined might of the two warriors was indeed formidable. Just as Xiaoming pondered this, he noticed the dragon igniting with crimson flames. Its eyes began to shimmer with a golden hue. Suddenly, someone gasped, "This dragon is igniting its blood. It intends to fight with all its might." The dragon in the projection sprang into action. With its blood ablaze, its speed surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon the two warriors. They barely had a moment to react before being thrust into the earth by the beast. Obscured by a cloud of dust, their figures vanishing from sight. The atmosphere atop the city wall instantly grew tense and hushed. Could it be that their formidable warrior has fallen at the hands of this serpent dragon? After achieving victory with a single strike, the serpent dragon emitted a triumphant roar. In the next moment, countless beasts began to surge towards Feng Tian like an unstoppable tide. The expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically. The true army of beasts was only just beginning its assault. The serpent dragon soared into the sky, gazing in the direction of Feng Tian. Xiaoming's heart raced with trepidation. This was bad. It was coming for him. He glanced towards the scene where clouds of dust billowed. "Hey, you two, hurry up. I can't contend with a 7th-tier beast alone. Surely, the warriors cannot be so fragile as to be felled by a single blow." At that moment, the dust in the image suddenly cleared, revealing only a cracked ground resembling a spider's web. In the next instant, the serpent dragon's head appeared to suffer a tremendous blow. Plummeting downward, warrior Li Mu materialized above the serpent dragon. His divine armor bore some damage, and a pained expression flickered across his face. With a smirk, he clenched his fist and began to rain blows upon the serpent dragon's head. The serpent dragon thrashed violently but was incessantly harassed by Su Dingming above, unable to shake off Li Mu. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the serpent dragon was mercilessly brought down to the ground by Li Mu's relentless strikes. Xiao Ming's eyelids twitched. These warriors were truly ferocious. Seeing the divine warrior remain standing invigorated the spirits of the crowd, who eagerly plunged into the impending beast tide. Before long, everything was in readiness. The headquarters of Feng Tian also relayed specific information regarding the beast tide. Feng Tian City was divided into 8 districts, each experiencing varying numbers of beasts surging forth from beyond their walls. In most urban areas, there are merely 2 to 3 waves of 6th-tier beasts. However, in Sinan District, they must contend with 6 waves of 6th-tier beasts, over 50 waves of 5th-tier beasts, and countless waves of 4th-tier beasts. Upon hearing this news, a heavy silence enveloped everyone. While they had recently triumphed over a single wave of 6th-tier beasts with relative ease, facing 6 waves was a daunting prospect that would likely require them to endure through sheer tenacity. At that moment, the military of Feng Tian issued an announcement that several warriors of the Divine Realm were hastening to their aid, expected to arrive in approximately 2 hours. This news provided a semblance of relief. If they merely had to hold their ground until reinforcements arrived, the task seemed far less formidable. Suddenly, the earth trembled with a thunderous roar. The crowd turned their gaze toward the horizon, where an endless swarm of monstrous beasts surged toward them. The sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. Should they descend from the city walls to engage in battle, even the mightiest of warriors would be torn to shreds in an instant. Every individual involved in this operation remained atop the walls, their sole objective being the defense of their stronghold. Among them, an elderly man with white hair exuded an air of authority, commanding the attention of all. Without hesitation, he fixed his gaze and promptly assigned tasks. Each warrior of the 5th tier was designated to oversee a specific area. Ultimately, the old man turned his attention to Xia Ming, instructing him to remain by his side. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming immediately felt discontent. The elder's domain was vast, effortlessly eliminating the lesser beasts. Where would he find the vitality to sustain himself? Although the elder was undeniably formidable, continuously trailing behind him made Xia Ming apprehensive about losing his own edge. With sincerity, he replied, "Elder, I, too, wish to contribute to Fengtian." Chapter 76. Since you have said so, after a moment of hesitation, the elder ultimately acquiesced to Xia Ming's request. However, for the sake of Xia Ming's safety, he insisted that Xia Ming accompany the middle-aged man. His name was Long Fu, a martial artist at the level of the 5 organs, slightly weaker than myself. Xia Ming dared not regard Long Fu with any semblance of disdain. The physical strength of a martial artist is inferior to that of the same tier beasts. A martial artist capable of effortlessly crushing a beast of equivalent rank with their fists is undoubtedly a paragon of that realm. Xia Ming spoke respectfully, "Senior Long." Long Fu placed a hand on Xia Ming's shoulder, saying, "Good lad, I see you've mastered your swordplay, and your physical strength is commendable. Have you considered training your body with me?" The white-haired elder, who had been observing the beast tide, suddenly turned around and glared at Long Fu, exclaiming, "The beast tide is upon us, and you are taking on disciples?" Long Fu waved his hand dismissively. All right, I stand corrected. It was merely my eagerness to recognize talent that prompted my inquiry." With that, Long Fu led Xia Ming to a section of the city wall. Along the way, he introduced the white-haired elder to Xia Ming, once a prodigious talent in the art of the blade. The elder had interrupted his initial comprehension of the blade's intent in pursuit of a deeper understanding. He subsequently ventured into a perilous abyss, where he faced life-threatening challenges. Ultimately, amid the brink of death, he attained his own blade's intent. Long Fu revealed a bittersweet smile. "I lack his audacity, and since that day, a disparity has arisen between us. I shall refrain from disclosing his name. When he wishes to share it, he shall do so of his own accord." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming comprehended why the elderly man with white hair had been so astounded when he repeatedly grasped the essence of the sword. However, according to Long Fu, they belonged to the same era. Yet, the disparity in their appearances was perplexing. Suddenly, Xia Ming recalled the sword intent of the white-haired elder. That kind of life-and-death sword intent was exceedingly domineering and could very well consume one's life force. At that moment, the captain of the guard abruptly shouted, "Laser cannons, fire!" Dozens of cannon barrels illuminated simultaneously. In the next instant, a brilliant beam of white light descended upon the dark horde of beasts below. Where the light passed, the monstrous creatures melted away like snowflakes. However, the fastest among the horde was surprisingly a 6th-tier beast. The laser cannons could only inflict injury upon them, failing to pose a fatal threat. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the city walls, scaling them with ease. Aware that he was not a match for the beasts at present, Xia Ming swiftly positioned Long Fu in front of him. As a 6th-tier beast charged up, it was met with a punch from Long Fu that dislodged its jaw, causing several teeth to fall. Long Fu followed up with another blow, caving in the beast's face. With a howl of agony, it plummeted downwards. Perhaps due to their location within the city of Fengtian, these beasts did not seem to target Xia Ming specifically. However, the laser cannons were still charging, and a second wave of beasts had already surged forth, including some lower-tier creatures. Without hesitation, Xia Ming unleashed his sword Qi domain. Slay all low-tier demon beasts within a 10-meter radius. Long Fu flexed his wrist and glanced back at him. Possessing such an advantage made things considerably easier. Finally, he need not squander time dealing with those low-tier creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Fu ascended to the city wall and unleashed a powerful punch downward. In Xia Ming's perception, several 6th-tier demon beasts that had just broken through the blade aura domain were instantly obliterated. Xia Ming promptly absorbed the vitality of these 6th-tier beasts into his blade aura domain. He then furtively glanced at the aged man with white hair not far away. On the 100-meter city wall, he was the only one present alongside his gray-green blade aura domain. The white-haired elder cast a fleeting glance at him, uttering no words. Xia Ming interpreted this as tacit approval, considering the urgency of the situation. He immediately intensified his siphoning of the demon beast's vitality. Before long, the originally 10-meter radius of his blade aura domain expanded to 30 meters. The elder's eyelids twitched slightly, yet he remained silent. His blade aura domain was perpetually confronted by thousands of demon beasts, placing him under immense pressure. As time elapsed, an hour swiftly passed. The laser cannons had fired 3 rounds, all now in cooldown. The pressure on everyone had escalated significantly. Fortunately, within just an hour, Xia Ming had already transcended to the 5 organs realm. Upon entering this realm, the vitality within him surged rapidly, and his mental strength also received enhancement. Even without external assistance, Xia Ming's blade aura domain had achieved a radius of 15 meters. If he were to utilize the vitality of the demon beasts, the radius of his blade aura domain could extend to 40 meters. With the aid of the demon beast vitality, Xia Ming found himself scarcely needing to expend much of his own. With merely a flick of blood-red blade energy, one could sustain a semi-permanent realm of sword aura. As the sounds of slaying beasts echoed in his ears, Xia Ming felt an overwhelming sense of contentment with this world. During moments of ennui, he would occasionally observe his surroundings, and soon enough, his gaze fell upon the white-haired elder. He noticed beads of perspiration forming on the elder's forehead, and his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. A sudden thought struck Xia Ming. Could it be that the elder was suffering from a depletion of vital energy? Before long, the elder's body began to tremble slightly. Xia Ming comprehended the situation. Indeed, the elder was deficient in energy. Remembering how confidently the elder had declared his independence when assigning tasks, Xia Ming struggled to suppress a chuckle. With such a plethora of beasts attacking, relying on the realm for combat would demand an immense toll on both vitality and mental fortitude. The fact that the elder had managed to endure for such a duration was truly remarkable. However, the elder remained obstinate in not employing the technique Xia Ming had discovered. If this continued, he surely would not last much longer. Xia Ming promptly shouted to the elder, "You only need to draw the beast's vitality into the sword aura realm to conserve a significant amount of energy." The elder, however, remained unmoved by his words. Xia Ming felt a twinge of frustration. This old man was exceedingly stubborn. Suddenly, a voice from beside him, that of Long Fu, interjected, "This is an urgent situation." Xia Ming's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Elder, this is indeed a critical moment." After a brief hesitation, the elder responded, "Since you insist, I shall resort to emergency measures." With that, the white-haired elder drew all the vitality of the demonic beasts into the realm of sword aura. The speed left Xia Ming utterly astonished. It turned out that the old man had long been prepared to employ the blood essence of the demon beasts. However, out of respect, he had refrained from doing so until now. Xia Ming couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation as he turned to Long Fu and said, "Senior Long, you truly understand him." Long Fu chuckled softly, replying, "He has always been this way since childhood. Once you become more acquainted with him, you will likely find him less intimidating." Suddenly, Xia Ming felt an overwhelmingly powerful aura of blade energy enveloping him. He turned to see that the old man's domain had expanded from 100 meters to 200 meters. Wait a moment. Did this range also include the demon beast beneath his feet? Xia Ming's eyes widened in realization. Oh no, my blood essence. Chapter 77. Sacrifice. Fortunately, after the white-haired elder extended the blade energy domain to 200 meters, Xia Ming and Long Fu moved to assist in other areas along the city wall. It was then that Xia Ming could continue to reap the lives of the demon beasts. Having entered the Five Organs realm, Xia Ming was now capable of slaying 6th-tier demon beasts, albeit only those of the 1st or 2nd rank. With that, Long Fu found himself with some leisure time, choosing to sit by the edge of the city wall and observe the surroundings. Should any area experience a sudden influx of demon beasts, Long Fu would promptly lend his aid. Each time Long Fu beheld Xia Ming's blood-red domain, extending over 40 meters, he couldn't help but reflect on how, just a month ago, Xia Ming had been merely a bone-forging realm warrior, and now he was nearly on par with them. At that moment, an hour and a half had passed since the onset of the beast tide, and the onslaught of demon beasts intensified abruptly. The number of monstrous beasts surged abruptly, and Xia Ming found himself unable to match the speed at which his blade energy was depleting. Instantly, he felt his strength waning, his complexion paling. Long Fu noticed this and immediately rose to stand before Xia Ming, his fists poised and charged with power. At that moment, the captain of the guard began to issue commands. "This is the most ferocious assault from the monstrous beasts we have encountered. If we can hold out just a little longer, reinforcements from the realm of the war god will arrive to aid us." The onlookers gazed at the dense, dark tide of beasts surging beneath the city wall, their faces reflecting a pallor of fear. Yet, inspired by the captain's words, a steely resolve filled their eyes. They continued to fight valiantly against the invading beasts. Xia Ming too felt the immense pressure. Amidst the suddenly intensified onslaught, he soon discerned several 6th-tier beasts breaching his domain. Without delay, he conveyed this alarming news to Long Fu. With a grin, Long Fu unleashed a powerful punch, directly annihilating several 6th-tier beasts, which plummeted helplessly from the city wall. However, As time passed, the number of sixth-tier beasts penetrating Xia Ming's domain increased significantly. Despite being a formidable force at the fifth visceral realm, he still struggled to stem the tide of beasts, let alone the other areas. The city wall had sustained numerous breaches, and the horde of monstrous beasts had surged forward, beginning to hunt down the warriors of the human race. Some warriors were even devoured whole by the beasts. In an instant, the battlements were awash with blood. Xia Ming felt a surge of urgency in his heart but dared not act recklessly. Merely maintaining his position on the 100-meter city wall drained him of all his strength. Fortunately, the elderly man with white hair, having harnessed the vitality of the beasts, wielded a terrifying blade energy domain within a radius of 200 meters around him. No beast could breach the defenses. The elder still had the strength to care for the surrounding warriors. Fire the laser cannon. The captain of the guard, having lost an arm at some point, had a gaping wound where blood had already congealed into a dark brown. He hoarsely shouted to the remaining few guards. These beasts had developed a rudimentary intelligence. Their first act upon scaling the city walls was to destroy the laser cannons and hunt the warriors. A significant portion of the city walls had already fallen, and the laser cannons were dwindling in number. With the assistance of numerous warriors, these guards fought valiantly to protect the few remaining laser cannons. Upon hearing the captain's command, the guards rushed to the firing positions of the laser cannons and activated them. A blue-white beam of light immediately engulfed a large area of the beasts below the walls. However, this display incited the fury of the beasts atop the walls, and they lunged towards the guards operating the laser cannons. Although some warriors intervened, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and the guards were almost instantly annihilated. Only those within the domain of the white-haired elder managed to survive. In the area covered by Xia Ming's domain, there was also a laser cannon. Seeing a horde of beasts suddenly charge at the guard manning the laser cannon, Xia Ming swiftly summoned his blade energy, concentrating it to barely save that guard. Yet, while Xia Ming could rescue one, he could not save them all. On the walls, death was an ever-present specter. The faces of nearly everyone were pale. They were uncertain how long they would have to fight. Surrounding them lay the bodies of their comrades, not to mention those devoured by the beasts. On that day, Xia Ming encountered the true essence of devastation for the first time, amidst the onslaught of the monstrous tide. The martial artists at the corporeal realm appeared as helpless as lambs destined for slaughter, utterly devoid of any means of resistance. They were effortlessly grasped by the sixth-tier beasts, who, with gaping maws, consumed them whole. With a sickening crunch, a sudden, piercing scream echoed into Xia Ming's ears. He turned to gaze upon a beast several meters long, savoring the flesh of a martial artist with a gluttonous gleam in its eyes, greedily surveying its surroundings. Beside him, Long Fu's expression had grown grave. Most martial artists possessed only limited experience in hunting beasts, and now, confronted with the brutal slaughter of so many comrades, they faltered. Corpses and entrails littered the ground, and chaos ensued. He glanced at Xia Ming's ashen visage and inquired, "Can you hold on?" Xia Ming nodded, albeit with great difficulty. Suddenly, a colossal golden eagle swooped down, seizing the captain of the guard from the city wall and soaring into the urban expanse with astonishing speed, leaving Xia Ming momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he turned to look back, only to hear the captain's voice resonate from the air. "Do not mind me. Focus on halting the beast tide." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the guards turned pale. They closed their eyes in anguish, none daring to look back. Moments later, a sound, reminiscent of something heavy hitting the ground, reverberated through the air. Xia Ming, too, succumbed to despair and shut his eyes, fully aware of the calamity that had just transpired. He had encountered the captain of the Xianan district guards numerous times before, always exchanging greetings prior to their departures. And those guards, witnessing the familiar faces fall one by one, deepened the anguish in Xia Ming's heart immeasurably. This torment was accompanied by an unrestrained fury erupting from Xia Ming's chest. "Kill! Slay the beasts, do it!" A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, urging him incessantly. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Ming's eyes had transformed into a crimson hue. A sudden smile broke across his face. "Then let us kill." Beside him, Long Fu noticed Xia Ming's peculiar behavior and immediately called out, "Hey, what do you intend to do?" Xia Ming remained silent, yet the malevolent aura surrounding him intensified dramatically. The blood-red field of blade energy around him morphed into a bizarre grayish red. Upon witnessing this ominous transformation, Long Fu's pupils constricted in shock. Such terrifying malevolence. It was known that this aura accumulated only through the slaughter of beasts. Initially, this malevolence was formless, merely evoking a chilling sensation. Only after slaying tens of thousands of beasts could it manifest externally. Yet, the malevolence enveloping Xia Ming was on the verge of becoming tangible, clearly indicating that he had ascended to the next stage. This kind of malevolence was something he had only witnessed in the presence of formidable warriors. Chapter 78. The god of war's ambush. The malevolence could manipulate the human heart, and with such a terrifying essence within him, Xia Ming was utterly beyond control. No wonder he had suddenly become so strange. It was the malevolence within him that had taken charge. Under Long Fu's gaze, Xia Ming leaped from the city walls. Long Fu's expression changed drastically. Just as he intended to follow, he was ensnared by several sixth-tier beasts. This was dire, given that Xia Ming had only just entered the realm of the five organs. He would likely be torn to shreds by the multitude of sixth-tier beasts in an instant. Once Long Fu dealt with the creatures surrounding him, he immediately looked down towards the base of the walls. The anticipated devastation did not manifest. Instead, a solitary figure stood quietly upon the battlefield. Enveloped in a domain of ash-red hues, the air around him crackled with the energy of blades and malevolence. Any beast that dared to approach would be swiftly torn asunder by the sanguine blade aura. Gradually, a tendril of dark energy emanated from the creatures, slowly infiltrating Xia Ming's being. However, the sheer multitude of beasts beneath the city walls was overwhelming. Soon, several sixth-tier beasts became aware of Xia Ming's presence. Roaring as they charged toward him, Long Fu's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively sought to intervene. Yet, the overwhelming number of beasts on the walls rendered him unable to break free. Xia Ming appeared to be facing certain doom. As such thoughts consumed Long Fu, he suddenly witnessed several newly emerged sixth-tier beasts being rent apart by the blood-red blade aura, their forms cleaved asunder. Nevertheless, a few sixth-tier beasts effortlessly breached Xia Ming's blade domain, all of which were of the 6th tier, 8th rank, or even 9th rank. Hurry, flee. Long Fu's heart raced with urgency, yet he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. In the blink of an eye, the beast stood before Xia Ming, who remained unperturbed. Rather than retreating, he thrust his battle blade into the ground. Upon witnessing this, Long Fu could hardly bear to watch any longer. As predicted, one beast lunged forward, tearing off one of Xia Ming's arms, blood gushing forth. Yet, Xia Ming seemed impervious to pain, a manic smile creeping upon his lips. In the next moment, he seized the creature's body with his remaining hand, utilizing its momentum to pull it closer. In the span of mere minutes, the severed arm of Xia Ming began to regenerate at an astonishing pace. With his newly grown hand, Xia Ming grasped the battle knife from the ground and plunged it directly into the neck of the beast. A flicker of human-like astonishment appeared in the creature's eyes. Yet Xia Ming had already withdrawn the blade from its body. Blood gushed forth as the beast's eyes widened, and it gradually succumbed to the ground. On the city wall, Long Fu was momentarily taken aback. Although martial artists of the fleshly realm could regenerate severed limbs, such a process required time. Even those at the God of War level needed a certain span to mend their bodily injuries. Why was Xia Ming able to heal his wounds in the blink of an eye? Long Fu looked on in confusion. On the battlefield, Xia Ming repeatedly dispatched sixth-tier beasts using this very technique. Before long, the ground around him was littered with the corpses of these creatures. Long Fu finally noticed that in the instant Xia Ming regenerated his severed limb, it seemed to consume some of his vitality and malevolent energy. Moreover, Xia Ming's physique appeared to emanate a dense aura of malevolence. Could it be some form of body refinement technique? Yet, even he hesitated to harness malevolent energy for such purposes, as it was notoriously difficult to control. Soon, Xia Ming attracted the attention of numerous beasts on the battlefield. A large horde immediately redirected their charge towards him. The warriors atop the city wall breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was then that some noticed a figure below the wall. Was he truly seeking his demise by descending alone? No, that couldn't be right. He possessed a domain of blade energy and had nothing to fear from lower-tier beasts. I recall that only the Elder and Xia Ming wield such a domain of blade energy here. Suddenly, someone scrutinized the scene more closely and pointed at the figure in the arena, exclaiming, "That is Xia Ming." What? He is Xia Ming? Some individuals immediately turned their attention towards the scene. On the battlefield, Xia Ming was ensnared by the aura of blades and malevolence, and due to the considerable distance, they had not previously discerned the identity of the person within. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was indeed Xiao Ming. Typically, he maintained a remarkably low profile. Had it not been for his recent triumph in the martial arts competition, coupled with his mastery of the blade aura, they would never have surmised that this individual was Xiao Ming. Nevertheless, his actions had successfully diverted the attention of the monstrous beasts, significantly alleviating their pressure. The number of beasts that breached the city walls and entered Fengtian City diminished. However, as Xiao Ming had just recently entered the realm of the five organs, it was presumed that he could not endure for long. At that moment, they beheld Xiao Ming, despite one of his arms having been torn off by a beast, wearing a smile as he thrust his battle blade fiercely into the creature's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth. The onlookers were astounded by Xiao Ming's ferocious combat style. Yet, astonishingly, his arm began to regenerate instantaneously. What a terrifying physique. With Xiao Ming present, they were certain they had a chance to endure until a formidable warrior of the God of War realm arrived. As they watched the dwindling number of beasts atop the city walls, one person suddenly exclaimed. The others, upon hearing this, felt their spirits surge with renewed determination. Xiao Ming was now surrounded by an overwhelming number of beasts, with sixth-tier monsters continuously invading his blood-red blade aura domain. Despite the injuries he sustained, he seemed to grow ever more valiant. The malevolent energy surrounding him intensified. Gradually, Xiao Ming regained a semblance of consciousness, though not fully. He felt as if he were an outsider, his awareness residing outside his body, observing as the malevolent energy controlled him, slaying the beasts. Although it was not his own hand that struck down the monsters, the sounds of their demise echoed in his ears. The energy and blood within the body continuously surge. Although being a laborer is quite comfortable, Xiao Ming fears he may not be able to return to his body. Therefore, he attempts to enter his physical form. As a chilling sensation envelopes him, Xiao Ming feels a restoration of control over his body. However, without deliberate intent, the malevolent energy continues to manipulate his body to slay the demon beasts. Xiao Ming endeavors to reclaim authority over his physical vessel. At that moment, the malevolent energy perceives his intention and immediately begins to resist. Nevertheless, its opposition is as feeble as that of a child, allowing Xiao Ming to effortlessly seize control. Yet, this time, he distinctly senses the emergence of a will within him that does not belong to him. It conveys a sense of grievance, akin to a child deprived of their lollipop. Xiao Ming's expression instantly transforms with intrigue. Within him, a new consciousness has been birthed, seemingly coalesced from the malevolent energy. It appears that further study is warranted upon his return. Just as Xiao Ming is lost in thought, a horde of demon beasts suddenly lunges at him. As he prepares to execute the sword technique Moon's Lament, an overwhelming sense of dread washes over him, mingled with a hint of murderous intent. In the next instant, a terrifying attack descends upon the ground beside Xiao Ming in the blink of an eye. He does not even catch a glimpse of what assails him. Yet, he comprehends that this is undoubtedly the strike of a warrior at the God of War level, for the residual force of that single blow nearly cleaved his body in two. However, a being of such prowess surely possesses alternative methods to address this situation. Why resort to such a devastating approach against him? Moreover, what is the source of that faint aura of murderous intent? Chapter 79. The God of War of the Lu family. Fortunately, Xiao Ming has perfected the 7 demonic body refinement technique, attaining the blood fiend body. As long as he is not struck down directly, he can restore his physical form in an exceptionally brief span of time. After a moment, Xiao Ming fully healed his injuries and lifted his gaze toward the figure suspended in the air. It was a man of the God of War realm, clad in nano-level combat armor, hovering above. From him, Xiao Ming sensed a distinctly palpable aura of malice directed at him. When had he provoked a formidable warrior of the God of War realm? Suddenly, the thought of the Lu family crossed his mind. Could he be the God of War from the Lu clan? In that instant, an immensely terrifying presence began to coalesce. Xiao Ming instinctively tightened his grip on the battle blade, his expression darkening abruptly. The residual force from the earlier strike by the God of War nearly claimed his life. Should he endure a direct hit, even with the blood fiend body, survival would be improbable. At that moment, Xiao Ming beheld the weapon wielded by the Lu family's God of War, a diminutive battle knife, roughly 20 centimeters in length. Yet, there were 5 of them in total. These blades danced with agility, swirling around him. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming unleashed the blade aura that had dissipated from his previous injuries, firmly grasping his battle knife. In the next heartbeat, The god of war from the Lu family merely gestured lightly, sending 5 flying knives hurtling towards Xiao Ming. Realizing he could not react in time, he unleashed the moon's morning. Instantly, the heavens transformed, and the entire battlefield was awash in crimson. Xiao Ming heard a resounding clang as immense force surged through his hand, causing his palm to throb painfully. Subsequently, the battle knife in his grip emitted a resonant quiver. With a sudden sound of a break, an almost invisible flying knife grazed past Xiao Ming's neck. Had he not instinctively tilted his head upon hearing the sound, he might have already collapsed to the ground. However, there were still 4 more flying knives to evade. How could he possibly dodge the subsequent 4? Suddenly, a figure silently appeared before Xiao Ming. He unleashed a potent surge of vital energy, intercepting all the flying knives. Lu Cheng, you may cease your actions. I have no interest in the affairs of the Lu family. But Xiao Ming's safety is imperative. Lu Cheng cast a fleeting glance at him. Su Wencheng, the area you oversee does not encompass this one. Su Wencheng replied with a smile. Indeed, I am not responsible for this territory, but the area I am tasked with has been secured, and I am here to assist you. Lu Cheng regarded Su Wencheng, who was steadfastly protecting Xiao Ming, and suddenly remarked, in that case, your assistance is appreciated. With that, Lu Cheng turned and departed. Su Wencheng muttered, is a mental energy master really that impressive? He then turned to Xiao Ming with a grin. Ah, you must be Xiao Ming. It is the commander who has sent me to safeguard you. Although Xiao Ming was puzzled as to why their commander wished to assist him, he respectfully replied, thank you, God of War Su, for your timely intervention. Su Wencheng waved his hand dismissively. The credit primarily belongs to your resilience. Otherwise, by the time I arrived, you would have been a lifeless corpse. However, to withstand a strike from a god of war with only a 5th visceral realm cultivation showcases your remarkable strength. Su Wencheng patted Xiao Ming on the shoulder. Forget about attending any university. Join our military instead. Once you do, you shall be an officer. Xiao Ming smiled faintly and said, I have already promised the god of war, Li Mu, that I shall join the military. Su Wencheng chuckled and replied, since you are willing to join, there is no problem. Let me first clear out the demon clan here, and then we shall discuss further. With that, Su Wencheng led Xiao Ming directly to the city wall. Upon reaching the city wall, Xiao Ming observed the worried expressions on the faces of the crowd. They had witnessed a god of war attacking Xiao Ming, yet astonishingly, he was still alive. An elderly man with white hair, his expression grave, inquired, how did you attract the attention of a god of war? Xiao Ming grinned and replied, I did not provoke them. They insisted on killing me. Noticing the confusion etched on the old man's face, Xiao Ming proceeded to summarize the events that had transpired. The elder nodded in understanding. The Lu family indeed wields considerable power. They have more than one god of war in their ranks. Xiao Ming's heart sank at the revelation. More than one. The elder continued, I am not entirely sure how many, but it seems there is also another party protecting you. Xiao Ming sighed, I am uncertain why, but it appears the commander of the Fengtian military is looking out for me. The elder's demeanor relaxed significantly. The commander of the Fengtian military is the most prominent figure in Fengtian. With his protection, the situation should not be dire. However, it would be prudent for you to head to the military as swiftly as possible. It is the safest haven under his watch. Xiao Ming nodded in agreement. In the wilderness, should a god of war set their sights on him, survival would be utterly unattainable. Moreover, even in death, no one would know who had orchestrated his demise. Although the formidable warrior of the Lu family was indeed within the military, he refrained from taking rash actions amidst the multitude of powerful beings at the god of war level. The elderly man with white hair expressed his discontent. Internal conflict is strictly prohibited among the human race. To strike against one's kin is a capital offense. Beside him, Long Fu sighed, lamenting, regrettably, he is a god of war. Such individuals form the backbone of our race and cannot be executed for matters of this nature. From my understanding of the military, he will likely face only a minor reprimand. Long Fu's expression grew solemn as he turned to Xiao Ming, stating, thus, Xiao Ming, you must hasten your ascension to the god of war realm. Only then will you possess the power to stand unafraid before anyone. Xiao Ming nodded emphatically, acknowledging that only by becoming a god of war could he truly govern his own fate. Shortly thereafter, in a mere span of minutes, Su Wencheng had already eradicated the majority of the demon kin. The remaining lower-tier beasts were dispatched by the warriors stationed upon the city walls, as slaying these creatures would earn them military merit. However, Xiao Ming refrained from engaging. The meager vitality these beasts offered was insufficient. Su Wencheng approached Xiao Ming. first greeting Long Fu and the elder before departing with Xiaoming. A breach had been made in the walls of Fengtian City, and numerous warriors were actively clearing the demons within. While these creatures inflicted some damage upon Fengtian, fortunately, most had not penetrated deep into the city. A thorough cleansing would suffice to restore order. Xiaoming pondered where Su Wenqing intended to take him. To his surprise, after an hour of walking, they arrived at a narrow alleyway. Upon entering the alley, a delightful aroma of meat wafted through the air. Su Wenqing approached a bakery, announcing, "Boss, 10 meat-filled buns and 2 bowls of lamb soup." An elderly woman with graying hair emerged from the shop. The moment she spotted Su Wenqing, her face lit up with a smile. "Ah, Xiaoqing, have you returned for a visit?" Su Wenqing returned her smile, saying, "I'm back on a mission, and I'm here to help tackle the beast tide." The elderly woman chuckled warmly. "I knew you would come back to lend a hand. The buns have been prepared for you." With that, she went back into the shop and brought out 2 baskets brimming with freshly baked buns. As they dined, Su Wenqing regaled Xiaoming with stories. The elderly woman's surname was Du, and he had frequented her establishment since childhood. After joining the military, he made it a point to visit whenever he returned home. Without a hint of decorum, Su Wenqing devoured the food, his mouth glistening with grease, while incessantly inquiring, "Aren't these buns delicious?" Once they had satisfied their hunger, they finally turned to serious matters. The Lu family boasted 3 formidable warriors. One was an ordinary martial artist, while the other 2 had enlisted in the military. One of them was the very Lu Qing Xiaoming had encountered. At this juncture, Su Wenqing turned to Xiaoming and asked, "How did you offend the Lu family?" Reluctantly, Xiaoming found himself explaining the situation once more. Upon hearing his account, Su Wenqing appeared unsurprised. The Lu family, with their formidable warriors safeguarding their interests, wielded considerable influence and power, and their arrogance was not a recent development. Su Wenqing was not unfamiliar with the situation. He remarked, "As far as I know, the 2 war gods in the Fengtian army are staunch supporters of Lu Xia, and they seem to share a close relationship with her." Xiaoming nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Do you think our superior will protect me?" Suddenly, Su Wenqing burst into laughter. "Of course they will protect you. If not you, then who?" After saying this, he patted Xiaoming on the shoulder. "You are a genius who entered the 5 organs realm at merely 17. Even if you offend the 2 war gods, the superior will undoubtedly ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming exhaled a sigh of relief. Su Wenqing cautioned, "However, you must remain vigilant. The military district is not entirely secure." Xiaoming nodded, aware that one cannot rely solely on others. Ultimately, it all hinges on oneself. The 2 engaged in conversation for a while longer before Su Wenqing took his leave. They were to assemble in Area 0968. After dealing with the dragon, they would investigate the cave. He would remain in Fengtian for some time, and they could depart together when he left. Xiaoming readily agreed, recognizing that having a war god as a bodyguard significantly enhanced his safety. He still possessed the dragon egg and dragon blood, yet Li Mu had yet to seek him out. Xiaoming, too, could not proactively search for him, so he returned directly to the martial artist building. Yi Mingqing had just sent him a message, indicating that he had returned home. As Xiaoming entered the Qinglu snack shop, he spotted Yi Yong attending to the store. Yi Yong scrutinized Xiaoming from head to toe and suddenly remarked, "The young lady was quite worried during the days you went missing." Xiaoming paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that he had not worn the special badge in recent days, rendering it impossible for the satellite to locate him. A sense of unease washed over him as he contemplated how heartbroken Yi Mingqing must have felt during this time. The thought was daunting. Nevertheless, Xiaoming found the courage to push open the door. Yi Mingqing, seated on the sofa, instantly sprang to her feet and rushed to Xiaoming, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The force of the impact caused Xiaoming to stumble slightly. He gently patted her back and whispered, "I'm back." As his words hung in the air, Yi Mingqing's body began to shake uncontrollably, her shoulders heaving. Xiaoming could feel the warmth of her tears cascading onto his arm. Gradually, her soft sobs transformed into heart-wrenching cries. Xiaoming stood silently, allowing her to release her emotions without interruption. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Mingqing finally broke free from Xiaoming's embrace. Gazing at her tear-streaked face, he reached out to wipe away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. It was only then that she began to regain her composure. Her delicate nostrils flared as she spoke, a hint of reproach in her voice. "Please don't scare me like that again." Xiaoming nodded earnestly. "I promise I won't." Soon after, they returned to their usual rhythm. sharing a meal together as if nothing had changed. Following dinner, Yi Mingqing informed Xia Ming of her impending departure. Although he had anticipated this moment, the news struck him with an unsettling pang in his heart. Despite feeling a twinge of reluctance, he masked his emotions. Yi Mingqing, however, was resolute. I must return to elevate my abilities, and then I will come back to protect you. Xia Ming smiled helplessly, pondering whether he would be destined to consume such soft rice for a lifetime. Subsequently, Yi Mingqing presented him with a birthday cake, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Although your birthday has not yet arrived, I wish to celebrate it with you before departing. Xia Ming nodded in agreement. Yes, our birthdays. Just the two of them. They lit the candles, made wishes, and extinguished the flames. They joyfully indulged in the cake, playfully smearing frosting on each other's faces. As night fell, Yi Mingqing produced a bottle of red wine, mysteriously acquired, insisting they sample it to commemorate their coming of age. Xia Ming took a few sips, maintaining his composure. But Yi Mingqing's cheeks flushed, and she uncontrollably collapsed onto the sofa. Observing her in such a disheveled state, rambling incoherently, Xia Ming found her unexpectedly endearing. Yet, Yi Mingqing insisted, I'm not drunk, as she continued to pour more wine. Amused, Xia Ming swiftly seized the bottle, chuckling, look at your condition. You should head to bed. Just as he was about to escort Yi Mingqing to the bedroom, she suddenly asked, do you know why I have cared for you for 10 years? Without waiting for his response, she continued, 10 years ago, your parents sacrificed themselves to save me. At this revelation, Xia Ming's body momentarily froze. Do you hate me? Yi Mingqing fixed her gaze upon him. Xia Ming shook his head. My parents acted heroically to save others, and I deeply respect them. They are my role models. As for the individual who was rescued, it is sufficient that they are able to live well. Furthermore, I express my gratitude for your care over the past decade. As Xia Ming spoke, he noticed Yi Mingqing's breathing gradually becoming steadier. Xia Ming found himself in a blend of amusement and exasperation. Had she truly fallen asleep just like that? He gently placed Yi Mingqing back in the bedroom. Upon leaving, he tenderly kissed her forehead. With the closing of the door, the youthful, vibrant bedroom fell into a serene silence. In the darkness, Yi Mingqing suddenly opened her eyes. Although her face was obscured, she could feel a warmth rising in her cheeks as if they were aflame. She touched her forehead and broke into a silly grin. Her greatest concern had been alleviated. Xia Ming bore her no ill will. The next day arrived, and Yi Mingqing was preparing to depart. They ascended to the top floor of the martial artist building, where a refined gentleman in a suit awaited alongside Yi Yong. Xia Ming presented half of the dragon's blood to Yi Mingqing. There was no need to elaborate on its purpose. She was already aware of its immense value. Yi Mingqing wished to leave the earnings she had accumulated over the years for Xia Ming, but he declined. On one hand, he was not in need of funds. On the other, Yi Mingqing would be returning to her clan, where the money might prove useful. Unable to leave the funds with Xia Ming, Yi Mingqing furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, in front of many onlookers, she rose onto her toes and gently pressed her lips against Xia Ming's. Immediately after, she dashed into the airplane. I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself. After Yi Mingqing's departure, Xia Ming returned to the Serene Stream shop. He activated his mobile device and perused the preceding day's news. Li Mu and Su Dingming, two formidable figures at the God of War level, had already inflicted grievous injuries upon the 7th Order Flood Dragon. Subsequently, with the addition of several more God of War level powerhouses, the monstrous beast was effortlessly vanquished. As for the contents of the cavern, the military, naturally, would not permit such information to be disseminated. At that juncture, Li Mu initiated a call, proposing a rendezvous at the martial arts tower. Xia Ming divulged the address of the Serene Stream shop. Shortly thereafter, Li Mu entered the Serene Stream shop. Xia Ming rose to greet him, concurrently securing the shop's entrance, surmising that Li Mu was there to retrieve the dragon blood and dragon egg, an affair that could not be exposed to prying eyes. After they had settled into their seats, Li Mu surveyed the surroundings and remarked with a smile, You certainly appreciate the gravity of this matter. Xia Ming, with a smile, produced the life-sustaining ring. Circumspection is the cornerstone of my survival in the wilderness. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Prudence is indeed a virtue. Upon receiving the ring, Li Mu examined it with a contemplative gaze. After a moment of deliberation, he unexpectedly inquired, Xia Ming, it appears you managed to procure a substantial quantity of dragon blood, no less than 3 large porcelain vessels. Xia Ming's countenance faltered. He recalled filling 5 large porcelain vessels. Moreover, Would the military truly remain oblivious? Xia Ming inquired tentatively. There should still be a considerable amount of dragon's blood in the pool within the cave. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, replying, "That dragon was destroyed before it could lay waste to the cave, and the pool has since been buried beneath earth and stone. Although we have managed to extract some dragon's blood, none can ascertain the original quantity that resided in the pool." Xia Ming suddenly enlightened, exclaiming, "Indeed. I have filled 3 large porcelain jars." Upon hearing this, Li Mu revealed a satisfied smile and promptly handed one of the large jars to Xia Ming, retaining another for himself. Without delay, Xia Ming carefully placed the dragon's blood into his storage ring. Li Mu patted Xia Ming on the shoulder, saying, "Had you not discovered this in advance, that 7th-tier monstrous beast could have inflicted immeasurable devastation upon Fengtian. You have accomplished a significant feat. Both the military and the martial arts guild will bestow upon you certain rewards. While I am uncertain of what the martial arts guild will offer, I suspect the military will provide you with a choice between dragon's blood and a military rank." After a moment's contemplation, Xia Ming realized he still possessed a substantial amount of dragon's blood. Moreover, he had yet to fully absorb the blood he had already consumed from the pool. Dragon's blood is exceedingly potent, requiring a period of respite before one can utilize it again. Nevertheless, his primary means of advancement remained the slaying of monstrous beasts. Thus, he outright dismissed the option of dragon's blood. Instead of voicing his thoughts directly, Xia Ming posed the question, "What do you recommend, Li Zhanshun?" Li Mu replied, "My suggestion is to opt for the military rank, as you will likely need considerable time to absorb all this dragon's blood." Xia Ming nodded in agreement. This had indeed been his initial inclination. Having acquired the dragon's blood and dragon egg, Li Mu had no intention of lingering longer and prepared to take his leave. "I must hasten back to the Fengtian military district. If fate allows, perhaps when you join the military, I may even find myself as your superior," he said, half in jest, before departing from the Qing Lu shop. In the ensuing days, Commander Wang Qingba of Fengtian sought out Xia Ming once, primarily to inform him that Lu Xia from the Lu family had been apprehended. They were in the process of following protocol, and it was anticipated that the final verdict would be death. Moreover, Wang Qingba appeared particularly resolute this time, asserting that even the mightiest of war gods would not shield Lu Xia from the consequences of her heinous acts against her fellow countrymen. Observing his unwavering conviction, Xia Ming reluctantly found himself believing him this time. As for the rewards bestowed upon Xia Ming by the martial artist building, the first was the prize from the martial arts competition, where he had claimed first place. This accolade granted him the rank of private, a monetary reward of 100 million, 10,000 contribution points, and a singular opportunity to select a martial technique from the military's arsenal. The second reward was for his efforts in repelling the beast tide, amounting to approximately 500 million and an additional 170,000 contribution points. Consequently, Xia Ming now possessed over 600 million in funds and nearly 200,000 contribution points. He had also attained the status of a 2-star member of the martial artist building, affording him a 20% discount on purchases. With his battle blade shattered and his protective gear damaged, Xia Ming set out to acquire some new equipment. Within the Dragon Gate shop, he discovered that even the most modestly priced blades for martial artists at the Visceral Realm were priced at a staggering 200 million. After testing the least expensive option and finding it somewhat insubstantial, he reluctantly opted for a superior blade, spending 400 million. It was the most expensive weapon available among those of the Visceral Realm. Feeling the gazes of the surrounding martial artists upon him, Xia Ming found himself somewhat embarrassed. He is not trying to show off. It's merely that the knife is sufficiently heavy and comfortable to wield. After purchasing the combat knife, Xia Ming chose not to venture into the protective gear area. Protective gear would undoubtedly be more expensive, and since he could not afford it, he decided against going. That evening, Xia Ming prepared his backpack, for tomorrow would be June 7th, the first day of the college entrance examination. Although the exam held no significance for him anymore, he felt obligated to attend, having promised his homeroom teacher he would. As for the Lu family, Lu Rushi had not messaged him during this period. Xia Ming was not anxious. He understood that for someone as young as Lu Rushi to seize control of such a vast entity as the Lu family would not be an easy task. He was quite patient and willing to grant her some time. Additionally, from Huang Yui, he learned that Lu Rushi was also attending their school in the second year. Oh, a minor aspiring to dominate the Lu family. Her ambition is indeed grand. The next day, Xia Ming arose lazily, washed up briefly, and stepped outside. Ever since he had been on his own, he found himself disinterested in cooking. On his way, he casually picked up a bit of breakfast, hastily consuming a few bites before arriving at school. Along the way, several classmates recognized him. "This is Xia Ming, the champion of the martial arts competition." "Ah, I'm still preparing to break through the martial artist realm, and he has already become a war god? Hey, do you still wish to compete with him?" "Naturally. That would be unwise, but the first high school has always looked down upon our second high school. This time, with Xia Ming emerging from our ranks, we have finally managed to firmly place the first high school beneath our feet. How exhilarating." The voices of these individuals were notably subdued. However, Xia Ming, being a martial artist of the fifth realm, could effortlessly overhear their discussions. As he listened to their enthusiastic chatter regarding the frictions among students from different schools, he couldn't help but find the high schoolers rather innocent. Before long, he entered the classroom, where Huang Yuhui, unusually alert, was not asleep. Upon noticing Xia Ming, Huang Yui immediately waved at him with excitement. As Xia Ming approached, he quickly discerned that Huang Yui had become a martial artist. Xia Ming was taken aback. "You have actually become a martial artist?" Huang Yui, with hands on his hips, proudly declared, "I usually refrain from showcasing my talents. This time, I merely exerted a little effort, and naturally, I became a martial artist with ease." A classmate, who shared a good rapport with the two, quietly remarked to Xia Ming, "He has received special attention from the martial arts instructor, practicing double the amount we do daily." Huang Yui quickly countered, "I refuse to acknowledge that I worked hard. It is purely my talent." "Talent? Do you understand?" Xia Ming stifled a laugh and nodded. "Indeed, all your achievements today are solely attributed to your talent." Chapter 82. I want it. Will you give it to me? During the college entrance examinations, students might not necessarily take the tests at their own school, as interschool exchanges took place. Fortunately, Xia Ming was scheduled to take the exam at his own school, while Huang Yui had been assigned to the first high school. Huang Yui could only leave with a pitiful expression, following the school bus. The day passed swiftly. Xia Ming distinctly sensed an increased air of reverence from his classmates, which also fostered a sense of distance. "The large yellow one is still the best. Even during lunch, I did not forget to send him a message." The college entrance examination here lasts only a day. The morning session is dedicated to the liberal arts, while the afternoon is reserved for the sciences. Xia Ming feels relatively content with his performance this time. Although he did not engage in any revision, his results should align closely with his usual standards. However, he inadvertently caused his examination equipment to explode, a rather embarrassing incident. Xia Ming believes this cannot be solely attributed to him. He exerted nearly all his effort, yet still encountered this mishap. Fortunately, the examiner did not penalize him and awarded him full marks. Nevertheless, as he was leaving, he noticed a peculiar expression of relief on the faces of those around him. Contemplating this, as he prepared to ride his bicycle away from the school, he spotted his homeroom teacher, Mr. Su, approaching him. "Come with me to the office," he said. Upon their arrival in the office, Mr. Su inquired about his future plans. Xia Ming candidly replied, "I wish to join the military." This time, Mr. Su did not discourage him. Instead, he remarked, "You have reached a crucial stage, and as long as you exercise caution, self-preservation should not be an issue. Since you have this aspiration, I shall not stand in your way." Xia Ming nodded in agreement. Previously, there was a student who had to repeat a year due to his disinterest in school and had not attended classes. However, shortly before the college entrance examination, Mr. Su personally arranged for this student to receive tutoring at his home without any charge. This initiative, brought forth by Mr. Su himself, revealed to Xia Ming that he is undoubtedly a considerate teacher who prioritizes his students while eschewing rigidity. In the military district of Fengtian, I have a long-standing friend named Lu Cheng. Old Su pondered for a moment before continuing. "However, I am uncertain of his exact military rank. You might try to seek him out when you go." Xia Ming nodded in agreement. "I will visit the military district and look for an opportunity to meet Uncle Lu." Old Su scrutinized Xia Ming for a moment and said, "You may leave now. There is nothing more. Also, please take care of your safety." Xia Ming waved his hand. "When I return, I will certainly bring something good to show you." After Huang Yui finished his exam, he was directly picked up by his mother at the entrance of the first high school, while Xia Ming left the school on his own. However, just after stepping out of the school gate, Xia Ming heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw a girl who bore a resemblance to Lu Xia standing at the entrance. "Is this Lu Rushi?" As Xia Ming approached, Lu Rushi said, "There are too many people here. Let us meet elsewhere." Xia Ming followed her. Before long, the two arrived at a towering commercial building. The employees inside greeted Lu Rushi with utmost respect. Soon, they reached the office on the top floor. Lu Rushi adeptly settled onto the sofa in the office. Xiaoming also took a seat, remarking, "It seems you have already secured the Lu family's assets?" Lu Rushi toyed with her nails, softly responding, "What do you think?" Xiaoming let out a cold laugh and stood up to leave. Lu Rushi hurriedly rose to block his path, saying, "I was merely joking. Don't be so hasty to leave." Xiaoming glanced at her, stating, "I will give you one last chance. Do not disgust me." Lu Rushi finally settled herself properly on the sofa. "I have already helped you gain control over the Lu family. You promised to assist me 3 times. The first request is to prevent the war god of the Lu family from taking action against me." Lu Rushi shook her head, but noticed the immediate change in Xia Ming's expression, which darkened significantly. She hastily clarified, "Our Lu family has 3 war gods, but only the one free warrior stands with me. The other 2, from the military, firmly support Lu Xia. Although the Lu family is indeed under my control now, I cannot command the powerful beings of the war god realm." Xiaoming furrowed his brow. Lu Rushi was still too young. Utilizing these 3 opportunities now would not yield the greatest benefits. However, if she waited until she had established her footing, it might not be as advantageous later. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoming stated, "Then I require a piece of war god-level armor." Lu Rushi's expression shifted instantly. Indeed, their family possessed a piece of war god-level armor. Yet, this item was exceedingly precious and could not be so easily relinquished. With a somewhat strained smile, Lu Rushi replied, "We do not have war god-level armor, but we do possess quasi-war god-level armor." Xia Ming's eyes brightened. He had merely been testing the waters with his inquiry. It was ideal to have it, but its absence would not have mattered. Unexpectedly, while there was no war god-level armor, there was indeed quasi-war god-level armor. Lu Rushi elucidated. This quasi-war god armor can withstand attacks from war god realm experts, but it does not assist with flight. The advantage is that it can be utilized by those at the 5 organs realm. Xiaoming nodded and said, "Then it shall be this. I would like one." Lu Rushi discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief, picking up the nearby cup and taking small sips. Xiaoming continued, "The second condition is that I require 10 of your family's shares." Upon hearing this, Lu Rushi nearly spat out the water she had just sipped. Even she possessed only 30 of the shares. How could Xiaoming audaciously demand 10 outright? Absolutely not. Xiaoming anticipated Lu Rushi's reaction, smiling as he said, "Once you invest, we will be allies. Although I am currently at the 5 organs stage, within a year, I will ascend to the realm of the war god. Are you certain you wish to forfeit an ally of such caliber?" Lu Rushi fell into contemplation upon hearing this. She was well aware of how swiftly Xia Ming advanced in strength. When she believed Xia Ming was merely at the physical body stage, he had already refined his blood. When she thought he had just begun this process, he had already reached the 5 organs stage. Such an opponent was indeed terrifying. Each time she remembered that they were allies, she felt a profound sense of relief. If she could truly secure an ally at the war god stage, she would gain complete authority within the Lu family, unrestrained by anyone. Suddenly, Lu Rushi's breath grew heavier as she gazed intently at Xiaoming, asking, "Can you guarantee you will reach the war god stage within a year?" Xiaoming nodded, replying, "It will take less than a year." Lu Rushi seemed to have made a decisive resolution, nodding as she said, "Very well, I shall grant you this." Chapter 83. The intervention of the god of war. Upon witnessing Lu Rushi's acquiescence to his request, Xiaoming could not help but reveal a hint of a smile. The Lu family, with its vast wealth and influence, had substantial stakes that promised a considerable sum of money. He planned to set these funds aside, intending to sell the shares to Lu Rushi once he ascended to the god of war realm, to secure her family's standing. It was inevitable that she would make the purchase. At that juncture, a modest increase in the price would seem quite reasonable. Perhaps, with these funds, he could acquire an exquisite suit of armor befitting the god of war. "Do I need to invoke the 3rd condition?" Lu Rushi inquired suddenly. Xiaoming nodded. "The 3rd request is rather straightforward. I merely require your assistance in providing protection for a few individuals." Naturally, those individuals included Huang Yuhui, Uncle Chun from the apartment building, and their class teacher. Having fully utilized Lu Rushi's trio of commitments, Xiaoming departed with a sense of satisfaction. However, as he exited, he noticed a bodyguard clad in a suit waiting outside. This bodyguard exuded an overwhelming aura, unmistakably a warrior at the pinnacle of the 5 organs. It appeared that Lu Rushi was not entirely devoid of her own power. Nevertheless, as long as Lu Rushi remained compliant, he had no intention of taking any unnecessary actions. Upon returning home, Xia Ming discovered a message from Yi Mingqing, stating that he had arrived in the capital. However, it seemed he was about to undertake a legacy trial and would be unable to speak with him immediately. The legacy trial sounded quite formidable. He hoped Yi Mingqing would derive some benefits from the experience. After reading the message, Xia Ming opened the Warrior Tower app, where the forum buzzed with activity. On one hand, they had just survived the Beast Tide. On the other, they had witnessed the formidable prowess of several warriors at the God of War level. This revelation instilled both awe and reassurance in the onlookers. However, the emergence of these formidable fighters led to a diminished focus on the Warrior Tournament. Although his first-place ranking in the tournament was indeed astonishing, it paled in comparison to the allure of the God of War experts. Xia Ming, however, welcomed this shift, as he preferred to maintain a low profile. The following day, Su Wenqing visited him at the Qinglu shop. Li Mu had returned to the military with dragon blood and dragon eggs, while Major Su Dingming had also departed to fulfill his obligations regarding the Warrior Tournament. Subsequently, the top 1,000 contestants of the tournament would be taken to the military's main base, where they could select a martial skill from the military's arsenal. Nevertheless, Xia Ming found himself with little to occupy his time at the Qinglu shop and contemplated heading to the military base in advance. Su Wenqing, however, dismissed Xia Ming's proposal, saying, "I have heard that the two warriors from the Lu family are displeased with Wang Qingbao's actions regarding Lu Xia's capture and have begun to take action." This implied that Lu Xia's fate was still uncertain. Su Wenqing nodded. "These matters are between you and the Lu family. It would be inappropriate for me to interfere. This issue, I fear, will require you to negotiate with Wang Qingba." After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ming replied, "Then I shall first resolve this matter." Su Wenqing smiled. "I shall await you in Fengtian. Should you manage to resolve this swiftly, you may accompany me as we depart." After bidding farewell to Su Wenqing, Xia Ming promptly made his way to the office on the top floor. Upon observing the expression on Xia Ming's face, Wang Qingba spoke in a low voice. "You must be aware that the God of War from the Lu family has intervened in the judgment." Xia Ming nodded slightly. "I believe you are not so easily subdued by the two gods of war, are you?" Wang Qingba remained silent for a moment before replying. "They possess the gods of war, thus they enjoy certain privileges. However, I have secured a potential solution for you." Xia Ming stood quietly, awaiting further elaboration. "If you can garner the support of the other two families, aside from the Lu family, even the gods of war would be unable to alter the verdict. Nevertheless, achieving this is nearly impossible." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The three most prominent families in Fengtian are the Song, Lu, and Wang families. From Wang Qingbao's perspective, he has already offended two of them. Yet, it seems he is unaware that the head of the Lu family currently supports him. As for the remaining two families, the Wang family is certainly not an ally. Regarding the Song family, Xia Ming found himself uncertain. However, there remains a possibility they might support him. Xia Ming immediately looked up at Wang Qingba and said, "I wish to meet with the representatives of the Song family." Wang Qingba nodded. "I anticipated that you would not concede easily. After much contemplation, I believe the Song family is the most amenable. I have already summoned them." As he finished speaking, a familiar figure entered Xia Ming's line of sight. It was Wang Ying, now attired in a secretary's outfit, accompanied by several individuals. Upon spotting Xia Ming, she playfully made a face at him, leaving Xia Ming momentarily stunned. Wasn't Wang Ying merely an ordinary staff member? How did I suddenly become the secretary to the commander of Fengtian? However, before Xia Ming could pose his question, several individuals behind Wang Ying greeted him warmly. To his surprise, they were all acquaintances. Leading the group was none other than Song Shubin, the eldest son of the Song family. Following him was the second son, Song Jiantao. At the end of the line stood a somewhat familiar woman, although Xia Ming could not recall her identity despite racking his brain. Ultimately, he decided to let it go. After all, he struggled to remember even a few of his classmates from 3 years of schooling together. Wang Ying served tea to the group before discreetly stepping aside, gently pushing Wang Qingba out from behind the desk. It was then that Xia Ming noticed the absence of Wang Qingba's legs. Observing the surprised expressions around him, Wang Qingba chuckled nonchalantly. "It's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about." In a fleeting moment, Xia Ming had pieced together the situation. The previous night, He had seen a report about Wang Qingba leading a group of martial artists to eliminate a beast. It must have been during that encounter that he lost his legs. However, the report had omitted any mention of his injury, clearly indicating that Wang Qingba wished to keep this information private. Xia Ming's impression of Wang Qingba softened at this revelation as he gazed at the empty space where his legs once were. Wang Qingba's cultivation was not particularly high, likely only at the physical realm. Yet, given his solitary vitality, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to restore his legs. Even if someone were to intervene and mend them, the damage appeared to be permanent. After all, a physical realm martial artist suffering such injuries would undoubtedly see a significant reduction in their lifespan. At that moment, Xia Ming noticed a flicker of compassion in Wang Ying's eyes. After a brief moment of waiting, Wang Qingba, noticing that Wang Ying had not exited, spoke in a tone reminiscent of a weary father. I have matters to discuss with them. You may leave for now. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming cast a skeptical glance at the two. Could they possibly be father and daughter? Chapter 84. The verdict. Wang Ying appeared to comply, obediently stepping out of the office and closing the door behind her. Your injury was the first remark made by Song Shubin. Wang Qingba chuckled softly. It was somewhat unexpected, but unavoidable. However, this may indeed turn out to be a fortuitous occurrence. Seated in his wheelchair, Wang Qingba exhibited no signs of sorrow or despair. Rather, he wore a cheerful expression. Sustaining an injury that prompted his daughter to reconsider her feelings was indeed a significant blessing. Although his lifespan may have been somewhat curtailed, who could say if his daughter would have returned to him otherwise? Thus, he felt remarkably uplifted. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Xia Ming, he said. And this is Song Shubin, the eldest son of the Song family. I assume you are already acquainted. Song Shubin immediately rose, extending his hand to Xia Ming with a solemn expression. Thank you for your timely assistance during the martial artists tournament. Xia Ming reciprocated the gesture with his right hand, considering it a mere formality. As for Song Jiantao, the two were already familiar with one another, exchanging only a brief greeting. However, when it came to the young woman, Song Shubin introduced her as his younger sister, Song Mingxua, who had come to express her gratitude. Xia Ming was left in a state of bewilderment. Who was this person? Observing the puzzled expression on Xia Ming's face, Song Mingxua's lips twitched slightly as she proceeded to elucidate the circumstances. Xia Ming had a fleeting recollection. Subsequently, discussions turned to matters concerning the verdict. The Song family undoubtedly supported Xia Ming. Having confirmed this, several members of the Song family departed. After their exit, Wang Qingba's demeanor grew more serious. As for the final family, it was the Wang family, and he understood that gaining their support would be a formidable challenge. Coughing slightly, he remarked, I do possess some connections with the Wang family. Suddenly, Xia Ming turned to Wang Qingba and inquired, Are you a member of the Wang family? Wang Qingba hesitated before responding. I once was a member of the Wang family. However, I departed for certain reasons. Would you like me to assist in contacting them? Xia Ming shook his head. No need. Oh, I'll just prepare to. Wang Qingba suddenly realized. Astonished, no need? Xia Ming nodded, picking up his phone to fiddle with it. I've already spoken to the Lu family. They will support me. Wang Qingba felt as if his mind had momentarily stalled. Among the legitimate heirs of the Lu family, there were only two, Lu Xia and Lu Rushi. Currently, Lu Xia was imprisoned. Consequently, Wang Qingba's pupils constricted in realization. Xia Ming was allied with Lu Rushi. After a lengthy pause, Wang Qingba burst into laughter. What a remarkable Xia Ming. With this, you shall have no concerns. Xia Ming chuckled. Are the warriors of Lu Xia's faction feeling anxious? If they are, we can commence the verdict right away. Lu Cheng was certainly anxious. For every passing minute granted Xia Ming more time to persuade the Wang family. Thus, upon hearing Wang Qingba's declaration to commence the judgment immediately, he readily acquiesced. He had previously inquired of Lu Rushi, who assured him that a fair verdict would be rendered. Naturally, as a member of the Lu family, she would support Lu Xia. Moreover, he had promised that should Lu Xia survive, he would advocate for Lu Rushi to ascend as the head of the Lu family. Although merely an empty promise, it could be quite effective at times. Before long, most of the key figures had assembled in the courtroom, with only Xia Ming and Lu Rushi yet to arrive. A sense of foreboding suddenly swept over Lu Cheng, but it flickered away as quickly as it came. He furrowed his brow, dismissing it as mere illusion. In a private car, Xia Ming and Lu Rushi occupied the back seat. Driven by a martial artist of the fifth vitality realm, they were en route to the court. Xia Ming gazed expressionlessly out the window before suddenly smiling at Lu Rushi. Lu Cheng must have made you an irresistible promise, hasn't he? Lu Rushi returned his smile with radiant charm. What are you talking about? I am steadfastly supporting you. Xia Ming let out a cold laugh. If Lu Xia emerges alive, he will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate you. With that, he reached out and tightened his grip around Lu Rushi's neck. In the next moment, a chilling intent to kill surged from ahead. Ignoring the struggles of Lu Rushi, Xia Ming continued, if I can so easily take your life, imagine how effortless it would be for a warrior of the God of War realm. Having spoken, Xia Ming slowly released his grip. With just this fifth-grade martial artist, you cannot ensure your safety. Lu Rushi gasped for breath, her face tinged with an unusual flush, as if she had held her breath for too long. After a moment, she touched the window and said, rest assured, I will certainly assist you in eliminating Lu Xia. Do not underestimate the power of vengeance. Before stepping out of the vehicle, Xia Ming cautioned, in court, refrain from uttering anything extraneous. Simply express your allegiance to one side. Should you fail to do so, our collaboration will cease here. Lu Rushi flashed a sweet smile. Very well, I understand. Upon witnessing her disingenuous grin, Xia Ming turned away without a backward glance. Observing his departing figure, Lu Rushi touched her neck, marked by Xia Ming's grip, her gaze flickering. It was the first time anyone had dared to treat her in such a manner. Though it was somewhat painful, it felt rather exhilarating. Xia Ming, oblivious to Lu Rushi's distorted psyche, would have certainly offered her gentle counsel had he known. However, the situation had been dire, prompting him to resort to force to instill a sense of urgency. He hoped she would uphold her promise. Upon entering the courtroom, Xia Ming sensed a piercing gaze. Lu Cheng. A faint smile crept across his lips as he made his way to his designated seat. Not even a formidable warrior of the God of War realm could alter the outcome he desired. Noticing Xia Ming's smile, Lu Cheng felt an unsettling premonition. Moments later, Lu Rushi entered the courtroom. Moreover, Lu Rushi did not even glance at him. Just as he was about to approach her, she finally nodded in his direction. Lu Cheng let out a cold snort and averted his gaze. He had initially believed that Lu Rushi had betrayed him, yet it turned out she still yielded to him. Observing the look in Lu Cheng's eyes, Lu Rushi felt a sudden amusement. Were it not for Xia Ming's recent icy stare directed at her, she would not have greeted Lu Cheng at all. When she turned back to look at Xia Ming, he was already engaged in conversation with the members of the Song family. Lu Rushi had no choice but to quietly return to her seat. Over the years spent in the Lu household, she had learned how to manage her own affairs effectively. Xia Ming was also relatively pleased with Lu Rushi's demeanor. The reason he had her greet Lu Cheng was to prevent him from sensing anything amiss. Even if Lu Cheng did suspect something, he would not firmly conclude it. He would merely harbor doubts. In the meantime, as he hesitated, Lu Xia was gradually approaching her demise. With the resounding strike of the gavel, a faint smile appeared on Xia Ming's lips. Now, let the trial commence. Chapter 85. Aligning allegiances. Shortly thereafter, the judge began reading the relevant regulations. Before them lay a substantial stack of papers, suggesting a lengthy recitation ahead. Xia Ming surveyed the room. A middle-aged man in his 30s from the Wang family stood among them, someone he did not recognize. However, judging by the grimace on his face, Xia Ming surmised he must be a relative of Wang Chun. The representative from the Lu family was Lu Rushi, who, upon noticing Xia Ming, imperceptibly nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Ming then shifted his gaze to Song Shubin, who responded with a smile. At this moment, a gaze filled with hatred was cast upon him. Xia Ming turned to see the source, and to his surprise, it was none other than Miss Lu Xia. However, the Lu Xia before him bore little resemblance to the heavily made-up figure he had known at school. Clad in prison garb, her complexion appeared pallid, and her hair was in disarray, her eyes radiating a fierce animosity. Xia Ming regarded her for a moment and then, unexpectedly, nodded in acknowledgement. In this disheveled state, she seemed more palatable to him. As for her earlier demeanor, as if she were about to leap forth and rend him apart, well, she had lost that opportunity. At that moment, Lu Qing, who accompanied Lu Xia, recognized her fury and interjected, Xia, do not act impulsively. We are currently in a position of strength soon. You shall return safely to the Lu family. Xia Ming overheard this remark and inwardly concurred. The vehicle transporting the urn was indeed quite secure. No one would dare to cause a scene. Before long, the judge completed the reading of all documents. Lu Cheng was the first to voice an objection. Subsequently, He invoked the privileges of the Liu family, and the three prominent families commenced voting. The Song family naturally supported Xiaoming, while the Wang family aligned itself with Liu Xia. As for Liu Rushi, she refrained from raising her hand. As time passed, Xiaoming's gaze gradually grew colder, and Liu Qing's expression darkened as well. He turned to Liu Rushi and said, "We are all members of the Liu family. Will you stand idly by and watch your sister be wrongfully imprisoned?" Suddenly, a radiant smile blossomed on Liu Rushi's face. "She is my dear sister. How could I bear to see her imprisoned?" Liu Qing's expression instantly softened as he urged, "Then let's proceed with the vote swiftly. Your sister has been unable to sleep well for many days. Very well, I shall cast my vote. I support Xiaoming." As Liu Rushi's words resonated, the courtroom was immediately enveloped in silence. Even the judges on the dais appeared momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances as if they had misheard. "What did you say?" Liu Qing's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Liu Rushi's smile gradually faded as she enunciated each word deliberately. "I said, I support Xiaoming. Do you understand clearly?" Suddenly, in her prison garb, Liu Xia rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Liu Rushi, her body trembling as she exclaimed, "How can you do this? I am your sister." Liu Rushi let out a cold laugh, responding, "Sister, your mother secretly caused my mother's demise. You have known this all along, haven't you? Moreover, I recall your words upon hearing the news. You said, 'A wretch, dead is dead. From that day forth, we are no longer kin. We are adversaries.'" Liu Xia's expression shifted, yet she stubbornly denied, "I have never uttered such words. You are slandering me." Liu Rushi waved her phone, a faint smirk gracing her lips. "I have a commendable habit of recording significant matters for posterity. Would you care to hear what is contained within?" Upon the sight of the phone, Liu Xia's demeanor unexpectedly softened. She gently addressed Liu Rushi, "How about we discuss this matter upon our return? Even though we do not share the same mother, we are both bound by the same bloodline. We are members of the Liu family." Suddenly, Liu Rushi erupted into laughter, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. "Is it at this moment that you think to plead for mercy? Alas, it is far too late." At that instant, a gavel struck, followed by the authoritative voice of the judge. Silence. Liu Rushi took her seat, her gaze fixed with keen interest on Liu Xia, who appeared to be pleading for mercy. The judge then began to announce the final verdict. Noticing Liu Rushi's lack of movement, Liu Xia immediately shifted her plea for help towards Liu Cheng. However, Liu Cheng merely glared at Liu Rushi seated before him, unable to fathom her audacity in breaching their agreement. Was she truly reckless enough to gamble with her life? Yet, the family vote had already been cast. To overturn the judgment, they would have to appeal to Xiaoming. Liu Cheng suddenly called out to Xiaoming, "We wish to negotiate a settlement." Liu Xia, realizing that her only hope lay with Xiaoming, promptly implored, "I was wrong. Our Liu family was in the wrong. I beg you, spare my life." Only then did Xiaoming raise his gaze slightly. The once haughty Liu Xia was now beseeching him for clemency, and even the formidable Liu Cheng found himself humbled, seeking reconciliation. How astute of them to recognize the shifting tides. A month prior, he had been hunted by the Liu family, with their members covertly trailing him during the martial arts competition. Liu Xia had never hesitated to strike with lethal intent. Yet now, the tables had turned, and they were the ones pleading for his mercy. He was by no means a benign simpleton, nor a magnanimous philanthropist. "Since you harbored intentions to extinguish my existence, you must be prepared to meet a similar fate." Therefore, he would under no circumstances allow Liu Xia to survive. A playful smile graced Xiaoming's lips as he quietly observed Liu Xia's impassioned performance. At long last, the verdict was delivered. With the resounding strike of the gavel, Liu Xia's destiny was irrevocably sealed. The judgment, capital punishment, to be carried out forthwith. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Liu Xia descended into utter madness. He framed me. He framed me," she shrieked. "I am the eldest daughter of the Liu family. You cannot touch me. You must not. You must not. Release me. I shall slay them all." Observing the hysterical Liu Xia, Xiaoming slowly rose to his feet and departed from his seat. As he passed by the two individuals, Xiaoming detected the murderous intent emanating from Liu Cheng's gaze. Fortunately, the baleful aura and bloodlust within Xiaoming had accumulated to a terrifying degree. This mere hint of malice posed no threat to him whatsoever. Xiaoming approached Liu Xia and cast a downward glance at the woman, whose sanity was teetering on the brink. "I was forewarned of your plot to dispatch assassins," he revealed. Upon hearing these words, Liu Xia's pupils dilated in shock. There is a mole within the Lu family, she exclaimed. Who is it? Who could it be? Witnessing Lu Shi's descent into madness, Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction and rose to his full height. Farewell, he said. I shall not accompany you on your final journey. With these words, Xiaoming turned and departed. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all present, Lu Rushi swiftly followed in Xiaoming's wake. Observing Lu Rushi positioned half a body length behind Xiaoming, the crowd began to comprehend the situation. It became evident that Lu Rushi's support for Xiaoming stemmed not only from familial grievances, but also from an implied allegiance. Presently, aside from the two war deities from the Wang family and the Lu family military, everyone had rallied behind Xiaoming. Chapter 86. Departure from Fengtian. Having exited the courtroom, Xiaoming and Lu Rushi entered the same sedan they had arrived in. Lu Rushi appeared visibly agitated, her countenance radiating excitement and flushed with color. She even grasped the seat cushion behind her, fervently kneading it with both hands. In contrast, Xiaoming maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware that Lu Rushi's mental state was likely unsteady. Once Lu Rushi had regained a semblance of composure, Xiaoming finally spoke. This time, you have undoubtedly made a formidable enemy of Lu City. Lu Rushi replied with a smile. Isn't this what you wished for? In this manner, we are truly bound together. Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Lu Rushi had indeed publicly declared her allegiance. He surmised that Lu Ting would undoubtedly take action against her. However, he did not desire for this ally to be swiftly dealt with. Xiaoming cautioned, did you not mention that a war deity supports you? Promptly summon her back to ensure your safety. Lu Rushi chuckled, I never imagined you to be so concerned about me. Xiaoming let out a cold scoff. For his true worry lay in the retrieval of his funds, 10 of the shares. As for Lu Rushi, her survival was paramount. Have you brought the set of quasi-war deity armor? He inquired. Lu Rushi responded, after the verdict, I intend to leave today. I have it, she said, producing a storage ring and handing it to Xiaoming. In the military stronghold of Fengtian, 2 formidable warriors of the God of War realm are specifically targeting you. I find myself rather curious. Will you return alive? Xiaoming, while inspecting the battle armor within his storage space, casually replied, in the military's domain. These 2 deities dare not act brazenly. In any other location, my demise would go unnoticed. Lu Rushi nodded in understanding. Thus, your reasoning is indeed sound. At that moment, I pondered whether to discreetly eliminate you with the support of that God of War. Xiaoming acknowledged her with a nod. Consequently, I refrained from leaving the city when the beast tide descended. Lu Rushi paused, her gaze suddenly aflame with intensity as she looked at Xiaoming. You are indeed astute. I cannot help but contemplate retaining you as my advisor. Xiaoming regarded her with an impassive expression. You may attempt it. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from him, Lu Rushi chuckled. I was merely jesting. Do not take offense. Before long, Xiaoming completed his inspection of the battle armor, finding no issues, and thus departed from the vehicle. Inside, the driver, at the pinnacle of his internal organs, glanced nervously at Xiaoming's retreating figure. 2 months prior, he had been the one to inform Lu Rushi that the steward had offered $1 billion for Xiaoming's life. Miss, you ought to refrain from provoking him like that in the future. He nearly acted just now. Should he choose to strike, I may be able to intervene, but you would undoubtedly be harmed. Understood. You may exit the vehicle. I wish to remain here for a while longer. With Lu Rushi's interruption, he dared not voice any dissent and promptly disembarked. Once the car was devoid of occupants, Lu Rushi tenderly caressed her slightly flushed neck, her complexion imbued with a faint blush. Alas, he had not made a move. Although Xiaoming was acutely aware of Lu Rushi's unorthodox psyche, he could hardly fathom that she was, in fact, a submissive. Fortunately, from that moment forth, the instances of Xiaoming encountering Lu Rushi could be counted on one hand. Xiaoming remained largely unaffected. He first placed a call to the landlord of the Tube building, informing him that he would no longer be renting the premises. Following that, he bid farewell to Uncle Chun and the others residing in the building. Subsequently, Xiaoming returned to the Qinglu shop. At that juncture, Wang Qingba had already conveyed the news that the judgment had been executed. With matters in Fengtian City resolved, Xiaoming gathered his belongings and made his way to the main hall of the Qinglu shop. Ever since Yi Mingqing's departure, the shop had ceased trading in beast materials. Although a few patrons would occasionally wander in, the clientele had gradually dwindled to none. Seated alone in the Qinglu shop, Xiaoming felt an unexpected chill envelop him. Fortunately, upon glancing at his phone, It seemed that only Huang Yuhui and Wang Ying could be considered friends. Anticipating that Huang Yuhui would undoubtedly engage in some sentimental theatrics, Xia Ming informed him of his departure and promptly added him to his blacklist. As for Wang Ying, upon hearing of Xia Ming's imminent departure, she rushed from the top-floor office to the third floor. She emphatically patted Xia Ming on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Little brother, you're truly remarkable. Soon, you'll be a god of war." With her eyes sparkling, she added, "At that time, I shall address you as General Xia." Xia Ming chuckled softly. "There is no need for such formality between us." Wang Ying shook her head, declaring, No. My current ambition has transformed into becoming the commander of the martial arts building. I shall strive to take my father's position. When that time comes, you must address me as commander." Xia Ming, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, "Very well. Once you become the commander of Fengtian, I shall indeed call you Commander Wang." Upon hearing this, Wang Ying suddenly felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. Becoming a commander is truly a daunting task. Just being the commander's secretary has exhausted me greatly. Xia Ming stifled a laugh. "Who told you not to follow your father after graduating from university? Your stubbornness has led you to endure so much hardship." Wang Ying sighed in distress for a moment before Su Wenqing arrived. Xia Ming handed Wang Ying a card, saying, "I wish to rent the Qinglu shop. The annual payment will be deducted from this card, and please do not disturb the items in the store." Wang Ying accepted the card, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will handle it meticulously." Subsequently, Xia Ming departed the martial arts building with Su Wenqing. On their way out of the city, Su Wenqing curiously inquired, "How did you manage to win this lawsuit?" Xia Ming smiled and replied, "I struck a deal with Lu Rushi, securing the support of the Lu family." Su Wenqing nodded, refraining from probing further. Nevertheless, Xia Ming's stature in his eyes was rising increasingly. A person of no notable background, capable of emerging unscathed from such a monumental turmoil and achieving resounding victory, was certainly no ordinary individual. Furthermore, the military was already aware of Xia Ming's intricate connections with the Yi family in the capital, even noting his romantic relationship with the eldest daughter of the Yi family. This realization left him deep in thought. Is it true that daughters of affluent families are drawn to impoverished young men? Yet, he too was once destitute. Why did no wealthy woman take notice of him back then? After walking for a while, the two arrived at the city gate of Sinan district. The guards had been replaced with a new batch, none of whom Xia Ming recognized. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a pavilion beneath the city. It was a familiar guard, a young man in his 20s. Previously, his face had been remarkably youthful, the youngest among the guards. Now, however, there was a newfound determination in his gaze, accompanied by an unsightly scar marring his visage. He had risen to the position of captain. Chapter 87. The Fengtian Military District. Upon exiting the city gates of Fengtian, Su Wenqing was struck by a sudden realization. Taking Xia Ming back to Fengtian via flight seemed perilous. As a warrior of the battle god realm, his speed was tremendous, and he would be unperturbed by collisions with airborne beasts. After all, he bore battle armor that could withstand such impacts. However, Xia Ming was merely at the internal organs realm. Should he be struck by those flying creatures, it would be akin to enduring a blow from a battle god level opponent. Thus, Su Wenqing resolved to escort Xia Ming back to the military district through the wilderness. Feeling quite pleased with his own reasoning, Su Wenqing shared his thoughts with Xia Ming. To his surprise, he saw Xia Ming retrieve a set of near battle god level armor from his storage ring. Xia Ming displayed an inquisitive expression, earnestly inquiring, "Is this battle armor usable?" Su Wenqing's eyes twitched. Near battle god level armor was not something one could easily acquire. Moreover, aside from its inability to assist with flight, its other functionalities were nearly indistinguishable from those of true battle god level armor. Thus, what was he truly concerned about moments ago? Su Dingming cleared his throat and remarked, "Since you possess a war god level armor, I can escort you back." Consequently, they would reach the Fengtian military district before nightfall. The two donned their battle armor, and soon after, Su Wenqing lifted Xia Ming into the air, not by holding hands, but rather with a gentle force that buoyed them both. Noticing Xia Ming's curious expression, Su Wenqing began to elucidate the concepts pertaining to the war god realm. The term war god realm serves merely as a collective designation for formidable warriors. Any individual who attains the meridian opening stage may be referred to as a war god. Beyond the meridian opening, there exist 3 additional stages, the 3 doors, the spirit communication realm, and the golden body realm. However, among humanity, Only those in the spirit communication realm currently exist. What realm do you belong to? Xiaoming inquired. His curiosity piqued. Su Wenqing suddenly straightened his posture, proclaiming, I am a warrior of the Three Doors realm, which is also known as Three Flowers. After stating this, he paused, anticipating further questions from Xiaoming, eager to showcase his extensive knowledge. Yet, Xiaoming merely responded with a nonchalant hum, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. After waiting in vain for a follow-up inquiry, Su Wenqing grew anxious, but at last, Xiaoming spoke up. So, the war god Su is of the Three Flowers realm. Your level must be exceedingly high. Su Wenqing puffed out his chest and humbly replied, Oh, not at all. I can only be considered a moderately skilled war god. However, after arriving at the military district, should any matters arise, feel free to seek my assistance within the bounds of discipline. I shall be able to help you. Xiaoming expressed his gratitude to General Su, saying, Thank you, General Su. But what realms do those two warriors from the Lu family possess? Do they hold the Three-Flower realm? Su Wenqing hesitated for a moment before softly responding. The one called Lu Cheng is of the Three-Flower realm, and he is also a spirit master. Xiaoming nodded, having already investigated the characteristics of spirit masters in advance. Their innate spiritual power is significantly higher than that of many others, enabling them to manipulate objects through specific cultivation methods. Consequently, they possess a richer array of offensive techniques, and their attack potency surpasses that of martial artists of comparable rank. Thus, a spirit master of the Three-Flower realm undoubtedly stands as a formidable force within that realm. Xiaoming then inquired, And what of the other one? Su Wenqing paused briefly before slowly replying. He is of the spirit communication realm. Xiaoming furrowed his brow, feeling he had underestimated the depth of the Lu family's resources, realizing they had two warriors of such elevated realms. No wonder Wang Qingbao's first instinct upon hearing of a conflict between Xiaoming and the Lu family was to support them. Observing the expression on Xiaoming's face, Su Wenqing reassured him, within the confines of the military district, he would not dare to act against you directly. Xiaoming nodded, producing several small jars of dragon blood, stating, I will still rely on General Su's assistance. Su Wenqing looked at the dragon blood in Xiaoming's hands with surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and accepted the dragon blood. On one hand, at the tender age of 17, Xiaoming had already attained the realm of the five organs, and it appeared that he possessed a unique talent for enhancing his vitality by slaying demonic beasts. This was information he gleaned from Su Dingming. On the other hand, he had yet to utilize dragon blood, the efficacy of which diminishes with repeated use. Conversely, for someone like him who had never employed dragon blood, it represented a tremendous advantage. Additionally, dragon blood could assist martial artists in breaking through their limitations. He had been stagnating at the second stage of the Three Flowers realm for quite some time, and thus was in dire need of dragon blood's aid. What did it matter if he slightly offended a couple of war gods in his pursuit of advancement? He had not ascended to his current position without having crossed paths with the war gods before. With this thought in mind, Su Wenqing turned to Xiaoming and reassured him, Rest assured, I will exert my utmost efforts to assist you. Xiaoming smiled and nodded, War God Su. May our collaboration be delightful. Delightful indeed. After concluding their discussions, Xiaoming cast his gaze into the distance. From the moment Li Mu intended to acquire the dragon blood, Xiaoming sensed a significant allure that it held for the war god realm experts. Thus, he decided to test this hypothesis with Su Wenqing. To his astonishment, even less than 1% of the dragon blood on Su Wenqing was sufficient to compel the latter to promise his assistance. The allure of dragon blood for those in the war god realm seemed to exceed his expectations. A slight smirk played upon Xiaoming's lips. It appeared that the military front was not as perilous as he had anticipated. As the sun began to set, the two arrived at the Fengtian military district. Although referred to as a military district, it resembled a small city. From a distance, the military district shimmered with lights, while the area beyond lay shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, the air is pierced by the howls of ferocious beasts. Before Xiaoming, a system panel unexpectedly materialized. Azure Water Serpent, 7th Order Beast. Night Wolf King, 7th Order Beast. System notification, numerous 7th Order beasts are present in this area. Please evacuate promptly. The system panel transformed to a crimson hue following the final alert, seemingly to underscore the perilous situation. Xiaoming rolled his eyes and promptly dismissed the system panel. Although he was uncertain why 7th Order beasts roamed in this vicinity, he was accompanied by individuals of the Third Flower Realm, equivalent to eighth-order beasts. They were hardly intimidated by these seventh-order creatures. At last, the two arrived at the city gate. As beams of light illuminated the area, Xia Ming and Su Wensheng entered the military district. However, even formidable warriors of the war god realm were not permitted to escort others freely into the military district. After completing the registration, Xia Ming began to observe the surroundings. The comings and goings of individuals were clad in military uniforms, imparting a sense of solemnity. Su Wensheng patted Xia Ming on the shoulder, saying, "Come, I will lead you to a resting place. We shall formally register with the military tomorrow." Chapter 88. Grandma Su. Before long, the two arrived in front of the tallest building. This edifice was named the Warrior Tower, adorned with the insignia of the military district. Su Wensheng elaborated, "This Warrior Tower is exclusively open to the military district, and within it are items not available in ordinary warrior establishments. You will understand shortly." With that, Su Wensheng guided Xia Ming into the Warrior Tower. The personnel here appeared to be ordinary folk. Even among them were some elderly individuals with graying hair. Su Wensheng looked at them and explained to Xia Ming, "Most of them are family members of soldiers, remaining here to accompany their loved ones. However, there are also some retired soldiers who have stayed due to unforeseen circumstances." Hearing this, Xia Ming felt a weight in his heart. War has always been cruel. Before long, Su Wensheng led Xia Ming to a modest inn located on the second floor of the warrior building. To their surprise, there was only an elderly woman at the expansive front desk. Xia Ming regarded the silver-haired matron with a touch of curiosity. Upon noticing their presence, the grandmother impatiently rapped her knuckles on the counter and, with a hoarse voice, inquired, "How many guests?" Su Wensheng swiftly responded, "One." "Oh, two have come, yet only one will stay?" Her voice resonated like echoes from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down Xia Ming's spine. Su Wensheng stepped protectively in front of Xia Ming and said with exasperation, "Su Granny, please refrain from frightening the younger generation." Only then did the old woman snort disdainfully and scrutinize Xia Ming from head to toe. "Oh, so you are the champion of the Fengtian warrior competition. The one named Xia Ming?" "Indeed, that is I," Xia Ming affirmed with a nod. Su Granny cast him a brief glance before handing him a room number. "Though you may be the champion of the martial arts contest, here, such accolades hold little weight. In this realm, it is military merit that counts. Until you have achieved something noteworthy, it would be wise to keep a low profile." Grandmother Su's voice was not the gentle tone one might expect from an elderly matron, but rather possessed a sharp and acerbic quality. Nonetheless, her words bore a certain wisdom that resonated with Xia Ming. He resolved to maintain a low profile. Accepting his room number with humility, Xia Ming retreated to his quarters, followed closely by Su Wensheng. "Do not let Grandmother Su's demeanor sway you. She treats all newcomers in this manner," Su Wensheng advised. Xia Ming shook his head. "I find her observations quite astute. I need to adopt a more modest approach." Curiously, he inquired, "Why do you refer to her as Grandmother Su?" Su Wensheng explained, "When I arrived at the military district, Grandmother Su was already running her inn. At that time, everyone called her Grandmother Su, so I followed suit." "Oh, I see," Xia Ming replied, initially believing that Grandmother Su was Wensheng's actual grandmother, only to discover otherwise. "Rest well here today. I will come to escort you for registration at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning," Su Wensheng said before departing the room. Finally alone, Xia Ming lay down on the bed and retrieved the battle armor that he had long tucked away. This near-divine level of armor had now condensed into a small sphere, no larger than a fist, resembling a liquid in motion. As Xia Ming gently touched it, the liquid instantly transformed into a lightweight suit of armor, enveloping his body. Moreover, this remarkable creation seemed to possess a certain sentience. Xia Ming sensed that the armor held a peculiar affinity for him. However, the feeling was faint, leaving him somewhat uncertain. During his time at the military district, Xia Ming had come to ascertain the formidable strength of this armor. In the realm of divine warriors, even at high speeds, a collision with a flying demonic beast would merely elicit the sensation of encountering an object. Had he not witnessed a sixth-tier flying beast being slain by two individuals, Xia Ming might have doubted his own perceptions. At that moment, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Upon answering, he discovered it was the white-haired elder on the line. "Hello, I heard you've joined the military?" the elder inquired. "Indeed, senior. Is there something you need?" Xia Ming responded. The elder pondered for a moment before replying, "Actually, I have spent some time within the military." Xia Ming's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Does that mean you are acquainted with some divine-level figures?" The elder let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, that is splendid. I have encountered some friction with 2 warriors from the Liu family, and they are intent on my demise. The only refuge I found was within the Fengtian military district, so I sought your assistance. Might you be able to enlist the help of those you know? However, the elder's voice suddenly lowered. I never claimed to be on friendly terms with them. I have offended several divine warriors, which is why I distanced myself from the military. I was actually hoping you could help me expand the domain of sword energy and give them a good beating. Xia Ming's expression darkened upon hearing this. Then I shall take my leave. Wait, you must assist me in promoting the sword energy domain. He hung up. Don't go. Although I may not have many close connections among the divine warriors, I do have ties with Long Fu. Upon hearing the words, Xia Ming reluctantly listened to the ramblings of the elderly man for a while. After obtaining Long Fu's phone number, he finally concluded the call amidst the elder's lingering discourse. Shortly thereafter, Long Fu answered the phone. Unfortunately, the esteemed warrior, who shared a close bond with Long Fu, had already departed from Fengtian and journeyed to Kyoto. After hanging up, Xia Ming reclined on his bed. The elder's domain of blade aura appeared rather unique. Should it be recognized, it would be difficult to explain. If he could not utilize the blade aura, the efficiency in slaying the demonic beasts would significantly diminish. However, they were warriors of the divine warrior realm, and their hearts should be vast. After all, the elder was merely a warrior at the Five Organs realm. It was unlikely he could offend them gravely. Xia Ming continually reassured himself, yet thoughts of Lu Cheng from the Liu family instilled doubt within him. Perhaps it would be best to temporarily seal the blade aura. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. Rising early, Xia Ming organized his belongings and departed alongside Su Wenqing. Subsequently, they arrived at the designated registration site to collect the rewards from the martial arts competition. To his delight, Xia Ming was granted the rank of private. The ranks were as follows: recruit, private, corporal, sergeant, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, senior colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, and divine general. Although the rank of private was the most rudimentary, the privileges it afforded were exponentially superior to those of a mere recruit. Not only did he enjoy an independent dormitory, but he also had the privilege of taking leave. Moreover, Xia Ming was confident that his rank would ascend swiftly. Upon completing the registration, he promptly received his military uniform. Clad in the attire, he felt a surge of vigor envelop him. Subsequently, Su Wenqing inquired, "Would you like to select martial arts techniques from the martial arts repository in Fengtian?" Xia Ming, recognizing that the techniques he currently possessed had become obsolete, nodded in agreement. Let us go at once. Chapter 89. When Xian before long, Su Wenqing escorted Xia Ming to the military martial arts repository, situated at the very heart of the Fengtian military district. After verifying his identity, Xia Ming was led into the repository by a staff member. Upon discovering the techniques he desired, he could submit a request, and only after the staff brought forth the selected techniques could he depart. Moreover, he had to sign numerous pages of confidentiality agreements, as the contents of the repository were strictly prohibited from being disclosed. As Xia Ming traversed the expansive repository, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. He had previously believed that the Dragon Gate shop within the martial artist tower of Fengtian City was sufficiently vast. However, he was taken aback to find that the military's martial arts repository was considerably larger. Additionally, the array of items was remarkably diverse, with techniques from various realms overwhelming his senses. Without hesitation, Xia Ming moved through vast sections and arrived at the area designated for techniques suitable for practitioners at the Five Organs realm. The techniques he had previously cultivated, namely the Seven Fiends Body Refinement Technique and the Blood Shadow Ninefold Momentum, were of the mystical grade. Upon reaching the Five Organs realm, most practitioners typically engaged with techniques of the Earth grade. As he scanned the surroundings, he discovered several techniques that were well suited for him. Yang Fiend Body Refinement Technique, Earth Grade Superior Technique, utilizes the essence of utmost Yang and the internal fiendish energy to establish a harmonious balance of Yin and Yang. Upon mastery, one can nearly achieve perfect control over their internal fiendish energy. Note: this technique requires the cultivation alongside the essence of utmost Yang. An Earth-grade superior technique remains applicable even upon reaching the War God realm. Moreover, it can impeccably resolve the issue of malevolent energy within him. Xia Ming promptly included this martial art on his must-acquire list. However, gaining access to the martial arts repository is no simple feat. Xia Ming intended to explore whether there were other techniques more suited to his abilities. Before long, he stumbled upon several sword techniques, all categorized as earth-level martial arts. Yet, he noted that these sword techniques appeared rather conventional, lacking the need for the mass slaughter of monstrous beasts to enhance proficiency. As was the case with the Blood Fiend Ninefold technique, a sudden thought struck him regarding the Blood Fiend Ninefold technique he had previously purchased. It was inscribed as a creation of the God of Slaughter. Who exactly is this God of Slaughter? Should he seek out this individual to learn their techniques? Given that this title suggests mastery in the art of killing, it naturally aligns with Xia Ming's system, which thrives on slaying beasts to elevate one's cultivation. He felt an inescapable connection with the God of Slaughter in his future endeavors. With this in mind, Xia Ming began to rummage through the techniques available. Unfortunately, he ultimately found no techniques bearing the name of the God of Slaughter in their descriptions. Thus, he reluctantly set aside this notion for the time being. The Martial Arts Repository, much like the Martial Artist Tower, housed techniques locked away in cabinets. However, the cabinets here could not be opened. They merely served as selections for individuals. Each technique possessed its own unique code, and those wishing to select a technique needed to memorize its code and relay it to the staff. Only then would a dedicated personnel retrieve the technique from the repository's storage. After memorizing the code for the Yangsha Body Refinement Technique, Xia Ming approached the entrance of the Martial Arts Repository. Upon informing the staff, he swiftly obtained the technique. The staff explicitly instructed, under no circumstances should the cultivation method be divulged, or the penalty would be death. Xia Ming firmly asserted that he would not transmit it to others. The staff merely smiled and said, "There is no need to assure us. As soon as you disseminate this cultivation method, no matter where you conceal yourself, we will find you. This constitutes the after-sales service within the contract." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming smiled wryly, noting the thoroughness of the after-sales service. After acquiring the cultivation method, Xia Ming returned directly to the outside of the Martial Arts Repository, where Su Wensheng was awaiting him. As Xia Ming arrived, he observed Su Wensheng conversing with a woman. This woman, clad in military green attire, exuded a spirited and valiant aura. Upon hearing their voices, Xia Ming's expression turned peculiar. "What floor have you reached in the trial tower?" 790th floor. A trace of dissatisfaction immediately crossed the woman's brow. "Not yet the 800th floor?" Su Wensheng, a warrior of the God of War realm, responded timidly, "Soon. It will be the 800th floor soon." "Soon. You said soon last time, and a year has passed without you reaching the 800th floor." The woman regarded Su Wensheng with a look of disappointed exasperation. "Among the students I have taught, you are the most deficient." Su Wensheng lowered his head, assuming the demeanor of a student who had committed an error. The woman suddenly retrieved an item from her bosom. "Here, this is dragon blood. Quickly consume it and break through." Su Wensheng gazed at the dragon blood and ultimately accepted it with hesitation. Xia Ming's expression, standing aside, suddenly became strange. "The dragon's blood. It feels somewhat familiar. Could it have been collected by the military from the collapsed cave?" However, as Xia Ming observed the small vial of dragon's blood handed to Su Wensheng by the woman, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. This vial was scarcely enough for a single gulp, was it? As he pondered this, the woman suddenly called out to Xia Ming, "You, come here." Xia Ming, taken aback, pointed to himself in confusion. Upon receiving her nod, he promptly dashed over. He had discerned that this woman was likely Su Wensheng's mentor. A mentor of a warrior at the divine martial realm must be quite formidable, indeed, a figure worth befriending. The woman appraised him from head to toe before introducing herself. "I am Wen Xian, of the divine martial realm. You must be Xia Ming, correct?" Xia Ming nodded. "Greetings, warrior one." Wen Xian remarked, "I've heard you secured first place in the martial arts competition in Fengtian City. Moreover, achieving the five organs realm at merely 17 years old speaks volumes of your talent." At this moment, Su Wensheng's eyes lit up, as he turned to Wen Xian and said, "Teacher, this is a genius at just 17. Might you have any interest in him?" Wen Xian suddenly cast a playful glance at Su Wensheng. "What have you taken from him this time?" The smile on Su Wensheng's face gradually faded, morphing into a fawning expression. "Teacher, you misunderstand. I am merely eager to nurture talent." "Oh, is that so?" Wen Xian extended her hand. The smile on Su Wensheng's face vanished completely, replaced by a desperate attempt to appease. "Teacher, this is not an appropriate place." "Oh, it seems you possess something significant. Hurry and show it to me." As Su Wensheng realized that there was no way for Wen Xian to leave without a glance, he suggested finding a safe place. Thus, Wen Xian led the two into the martial arts library storage room. Observing the respectful demeanor of the surrounding staff, Xia Ming felt a surge of astonishment. Since Su Wensheng's arrival, these personnel had treated him with indifference. Why, then, did they exhibit such deference towards Wen Xian? At that moment, Su Wensheng discreetly informed Xia Ming, "My master is a practitioner of the spirit realm and holds the highest authority within the martial arts library." Xia Ming's understanding dawned upon him. Wen Xian was indeed a figure of great significance. Before long, the trio arrived at the storage area, which housed countless martial arts techniques. All lay bare before them. Xia Ming feigned casual interest, though he was, in reality, searching for techniques related to the god of death. However, the mere seconds he had were insufficient to uncover anything relevant. In Chapter 90, Wen Xian extended her hand, saying, "Show me what you have. Do not dare to present anything of particular value." Su Wensheng let out a wry smile and handed several porcelain vials to Wen Xian. Curiously, she examined the vials, questioning, "Is this meager offering sufficient for your decision to assist him?" Subsequently, Wen Xian opened one of the vials, and in an instant, her body froze momentarily. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, not towards Su Wensheng, but rather in astonishment at Xia Ming. "How could you possibly acquire such items?" Xia Ming's eyelids fluttered, and he offered a half-truth in explanation. After listening, Wen Xian scrutinized him for a while before suddenly bursting into a disbelieving laugh. Such tales are more suited for deceiving children. Xia Ming maintained a calm demeanor, aware that as long as he refrained from confessing, he would remain unscathed for the time being. Moreover, he glanced at the camera nearby. Now was certainly not the moment to admit anything. Yet, he pondered why Su Wensheng had not yet utilized the dragon's blood, despite having provided it to him 2 days prior. Even if a small amount had been used, they would technically be accomplices. Given their master-disciple bond, Wen Xian would likely refrain from reporting him. Suddenly, she inquired, "By the way, how much dragon's blood do you have left?" "Ah, what?" Xia Ming feigned ignorance. Wen Xian chuckled softly, "Only I possess the authority to view the footage from that camera. Speak honestly, I will not report you." Upon hearing this, Xia Ming hesitated. He certainly feared that Wen Xian might betray him. Yet he believed in the allure of dragon's blood for those of the divine warrior realm. Thus, he tentatively asked, "Do you also require dragon's blood, senior?" Wen Xian nodded. "I have already used dragon's blood twice. Further use would yield diminishing returns. However, if the quantity is sufficient, it would greatly benefit me." Xia Ming deliberated for a moment before inquiring, "How much do you need?" Wen Xian smiled, "How much do you possess?" "I have a small amount," Xia Ming replied. Wen Xian furrowed her brow, gesturing towards the porcelain vials Su Wensheng had produced. "I require approximately 10 times that amount. Do you have it? Is that all? Do you think so little of me?" Xia Ming thought to himself, though his expression betrayed his dismay. As he observed Wen Xian's face, her expression gradually shifted to one of disappointment. Indeed, Xia Ming, a martial artist of the Five Organs realm, would undoubtedly be reluctant to consume an excessive amount of dragon's blood. If there is none, then so be it. You may. Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Ming interrupted her. "I have some." Wen Xian's eyes immediately sparkled with curiosity. "Really?" Xia Ming nodded. "However, if I give you this dragon's blood, I shall have very little left for myself." Without hesitation, Wen Xian stepped closer to Xia Ming, her excitement palpable. "What do you desire in return? Speak." Xia Ming replied, "In truth, I have offended the 2 war gods of the Lu family." He then recounted the events to Wen Xian, with Su Wensheng chiming in with information he had gleaned from unknown sources, further vilifying the Lu family while painting Xia Ming as an even more pitiable figure. Upon hearing the tale, a flicker of compassion crossed Wen Xian's eyes. "I had no idea you were still just a vulnerable child. I can no longer bear to witness such injustices. From this day forth, you shall be my student." With a grand gesture, Wen Xian formally accepted Xia Ming as her disciple, providing him with an immensely powerful ally. Xia Ming promptly presented her with 10-fold the amount of dragon's blood. As Wen Xian gazed upon the precious substance, her eyes shone brightly. After carefully securing the dragon's blood, she cleared her throat and remarked, "I see you have a keen interest in these martial techniques. Is there anything in particular you seek?" Xia Ming's eyes lit up. He had indeed been searching for the subsequent techniques of the Blood Fiend Ninefold method, but had yet to find them, as they were inextricably linked. Xia Ming broached the subject of the god of slaughter directly. Upon hearing this, Wen Xian's brow furrowed slightly. The god of slaughter's reputation was undoubtedly deafening, a prodigious figure who overshadowed his contemporaries. Moreover, he had incorporated both baleful and murderous auras into his cultivation. However, in the end, the god of slaughter was consumed by these very auras, devolving into a complete madman. Consequently, almost all of the god of slaughter's techniques were securely sealed, forbidden from dissemination. Wen Xian turned to Xiao Ming, inquiring, "Are you certain you can regulate the baleful and murderous auras within you?" Xiao Ming nodded, affirming his ability. Wen Xian scrutinized Xiao Ming for a long moment before finally nodding. "If you ultimately lose control, I will come and eliminate you. Follow me." With that, Wen Xian led Xiao Ming to the depths of the warehouse. She gestured toward a pile of dust-laden books, stating, "The god of slaughter's techniques are contained within this collection. If you can locate them, I will permit you to cultivate them." Xiao Ming nodded and immediately began his search. After brushing away the surface dust, Xiao Ming noticed a label, "Forbidden Texts." Paying it no mind, Xiao Ming continued his exploration. However, upon discovering a book entitled Soul Seizing Grand Art, Xiao Ming's composure began to waver. "This isn't a fantasy realm, is it? But why do I feel a desire to peruse it?" Wen Xian noticed the book in Xiao Ming's possession and casually explained, "This technique did indeed succeed. However, it can only seize the bodies of animals devoid of sentience. The originator of this technique proved its success by seizing the body of a pig." Xiao Ming's eyelids twitched slightly. He admired the brother's dedication to research. Yet he did not share such lofty ambitions and decided to set it aside. Thus, Xiao Ming quietly laid down the technique of soul possession he had been studying. Subsequently, amidst a chaotic array of books, he stumbled upon a volume regarding the arts of the god of killing. Blade Intent Condensing Technique. Grade, unknown. Refine the internal malevolent energy using blade intent, mastering the malevolent force. Note: practitioners must cultivate blade intent, and it is not recommended for everyone to practice. Xiao Ming immediately seized this technique with enthusiasm. "I found it." Wen Xian cast a glance and chuckled. "Finding you is indeed a stroke of fate. Do cultivate diligently. Should you encounter any insurmountable problems, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." With that, Wen Xian departed with the two from the martial arts repository. Shortly after they left, Wen Xian took her leave, leaving Su Wensheng and Xiao Ming together. Su Wensheng observed Xiao Ming's cheerful demeanor and suddenly inquired, "Surely you haven't given her all the dragon blood, have you? How much do you still have left?" Xiao Ming replied with a smile, "I still have a little bit remaining." "A little bit? Just how much is that?" Though puzzled, Su Wensheng refrained from pressing further. "I am off to climb the tower. Would you care to join me?" Xiao Ming nodded. His curiosity piqued regarding this so-called trial tower. Chapter 91. The Trial Tower. Room 570. After following Su Wensheng for a while, they arrived before an imposing edifice. Aside from the Wuzhe Tower, this should be the tallest structure in the Fengtian military district. Su Wensheng led Xiao Ming into the trial tower. After confirming their identities, Su began to elucidate the purpose of the trial tower. This tower was discovered by the military in a hidden realm. What we see now is merely a flawed version. The true, complete trial tower resides in Kyoto. Xiao Ming nodded thoughtfully, inquiring, "What is the utility of this trial tower?" Su Wensheng replied, "It is indeed beneficial. Although this structure is an imperfect rendition, it serves to enhance our physical forms. With each level cleared, one's body receives a slight augmentation. While each enhancement may be minuscule, collectively, they can significantly elevate your physical prowess beyond that of ordinary martial artists of the same realm. Thus, military practitioners are generally much stronger than their civilian counterparts." The prospect of physical enhancement intrigued Xiao Ming, and he nodded in agreement, asking, "May I also ascend the tower?" Su Wensheng affirmed, "You have registered. You are considered part of the military, and thus, you can certainly undertake the trials." With that, Su led Xiao Ming to a room. Each room houses a trial arena. Simply step inside to commence your trials. We are currently on the first floor, which comprises levels 1 to 100, where the beasts encountered are of the first tier. The second floor, on the other hand, encompasses levels 101 to 200, featuring second-tier beasts, and so forth. Suddenly, Su Wensheng clapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, the trial tower possesses yet another crucial function. That means you will earn points." Xiao Ming felt somewhat perplexed. Points? Are they akin to the contribution points in the martial artist tower? Su Wensheng nodded. Essentially, yes, but there are some nuances. First and foremost, we all aspire to elevate our military ranks, and ascending in rank necessitates a substantial amount of points. There are two primary methods to acquire these points. One is by hunting monstrous beasts, and the other is by ascending the tower. Moreover, should you desire to expedite your rank advancement, once you attain the rank of Major, you will be on par with martial artists at the God of War level. Even if you have not yet reached that realm. At that juncture, the two warriors from the Liu family will have to seriously weigh the costs of engaging you. After hearing this, Xia Ming directed his gaze towards a nearby room. In other words, the trial tower will serve as a means for him to swiftly elevate his military rank. Su Wensheng patted Xia Ming on the shoulder. I am heading to the 8th floor. You should start from the 1st. With that, Su Wensheng turned and departed. Xia Ming then entered an unoccupied room. To his astonishment, the room was completely bare. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed. Facial scanning commencing. Scan complete. Name, Xia Ming. Rank, private. First level, first trial, commencing. As the voice faded, Xia Ming suddenly noticed the previously empty room transforming rapidly. In mere seconds, the surroundings morphed into a vast grassland. Shortly thereafter, several monstrous beasts materialized before Xia Ming's eyes. Oh, these beasts should lack a physical form, right? Will they provide me with vitality? With a swift strike, he effortlessly vanquished several first-tier demonic beasts. Yet, there was no notification sound from the system. As expected, these creatures were incapable of providing vitality. Although Xia Ming felt a tinge of disappointment, he quickly regained his composure. His foremost task now was to ascend the tower. At that moment, the mechanical voice resonated once more. First layer trial, passed. Beginning the first layer trial. As the words echoed, several first-tier demonic beasts materialized before him once again. In a mere span of 10 minutes, Xia Ming successfully cleared the first major tier of the trial tower, encompassing the initial 100 levels. He could effortlessly eliminate all first-tier demonic beasts, yet their reappearance necessitated a certain duration. This was the reason for the time taken. Upon completing the first layer, a lift suddenly appeared before him. The mechanical voice chimed again. Congratulations, Challenger Xia Ming, for clearing the first layer of the trial tower in 15 minutes and 9 seconds. You may choose to continue challenging the second layer of the trial tower or exit the room. With a sigh of appreciation for the convenience, Xia Ming unhesitatingly stepped onto the lift. It seemed there was nothing pressing to attend to today, so he decided to ascend the trial tower casually. Congratulations, Challenger Xia Ming, for clearing the second layer of the trial tower in 15 minutes and 19 seconds. Congratulations, Challenger Xia Ming, for clearing the third layer of the trial tower in 15 minutes and 25 seconds. Congratulations, Challenger Xia Ming, for clearing the fourth layer of the trial tower in 15 minutes and 55 seconds.